Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
A new dawn rises, and with it, the tides of new kings of the sea shall as well. Welcome, Radiants of the First Light, to the Valorant Challengers Southeast Asia. And of course, today we're at the second day of this entire group stage. Some of you might have yet to see your favorite teams play, in which case, well, we've got some great games ahead of you. As we run these challengers through the gauntlet, searching for new champions, bearers of the crown. We're starting off with Group D today, but before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Black and Blue, honored and excited, of course, to be here along with my co-panelists and your first casters of the day, Asarai Illustrado. Guys, while my journey might have started on this side of the desk hosting for you all, for the teams here today, well, the road to Berlin begins here.
Yeah, it is going to be I think a jam-packed day that we'll be witnessing right now. I think the first match that we will be having again is... I'm sorry, I can't say it properly. Uwu versus Alter Ego.
You have to do it with a voice. You just have to.
We want.
Let me do it again. Uwu versus Alter Ego. So there you have it. I'm sorry, this still catches me off guard, but there's so much to talk about between these two teams. For Alter Ego, they're definitely one team that is coming out of Indonesia with a lot of eyes on them, just because of the one big fact that they have never actually gotten out of their qualifiers, except for the most recent one where they actually got here or qualified for Southeast Asia Challenger playoffs. So that's really a big thing going into this tournament.
Yeah, you know, I'm so excited to see more of these guys. We're going to break it down in just a second. But, you know, one of the teams that we're really looking to see here, like you said, Uwu, they're kind of like one of these guys that have went through a couple of changes. They're now playing with a sub, so their performance is definitely going to come under question here. And I think that at this point, they can't really make any mistakes, especially with a new sub coming on.
Alright guys, before we get to all of that, I'm sure we're excited to talk about the teams, but we gotta talk about our awesome, amazing sponsors here as well. Of course, this would not be possible without them. First of all, Esports Fight Club. Join global competitions, create and customize your own tournaments, and unleash the inner master in you. Find out more at esportsfightclub.com. But that's not all we got here, of course, at the Valorant C playoffs. We do also have to thank our sponsor, Globe at Home. These guys, thank you so much. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home. Unleaf Fiber up with plan to 899 with speeds up to 800 Mbps. But that's not the last we got here, because we also have to thank our sponsor, of course, Predator. You guys can surely clutch that win and summon your strength with a hashtag, of course, with the Predator Heals 500, the future of gaming. Yeah, so guys, as we talked about and as we touched about on it earlier on in the intro of this whole thing, you know, we're going to be starting with Group D today, a group we have yet to see here at the playoffs itself. And we're going to really, before going on to that, there are some matches we have to kind of talk about from yesterday. We went through Group A, Group B, and Group C. We're going to be doing Group D later on, but we're going to have to look back because Group A, as we started the day off, already a banger of a match with that Bren Esports versus CBT game going 6 overtimes. Asarai, I mean, you weren't able to cast this, but I'm sure you're watching behind the scenes. Like, we saw some great clutches. What can you really share and tell us about what exactly happened as the banger started off the day?
Hey, brother, I felt your energy when you were casting this with Dax here. It just showed, I think, how much both teams have really grown. I think, first and foremost, Bren was incredibly shaky when we saw them in their last Southeast Asia tournament. And CBT, a lot of questions were coming in on them where a lot of their members from the old AHQ roster have actually left, but it seems like they're still pretty strong right now, ending these series of 2 1-1. So moving forward, definitely a lot more to look at with this particular set of teams, and to see how they're gonna try to get out of their Group A, which I think a lot of people mentioned should have been the Bren group, but I think now it could actually be a toss-up between Bren and CBT.
I agree. The CBT has shown a lot, but you know, got to move forward and talk about Full Sense versus Onic, in which we saw pretty much a very surprising performance by Onic, actually taking us to a 1-1. Very happy about this. I know a lot of teams could have been, and a lot of people rather, could have been sleeping on Onic, but after that, after they took out Full Sense in a 1-1, man, they definitely have the rest of the tournament watching for them right now. Full Sense was the favorite to take this map and, of course, to be the leader in their particular group. But with Onic shaking things up, that could very well be in question very soon.
Well, I mean, this matchup we got up ahead on us that we can see here right now. Paper Rex there coming up against 5 Ace Esports. It was a bit different compared to the match right prior. This one fairly surely in the way of Paper Rex, just dominating every single thing. But I mean, at this point, the match right after this is the one that a lot of people have some contention with. We'll talk about that later. But let us know about this Paper Rex thing, Ryan. As we saw, especially as we're moving rather to X10 and Galaxy Racer. What's up with this?
Yeah, so this particular matchup here, I think it really went the way of X10. The odd factor out for Galaxy Racer was, I think, just because of the Breeze map, where X10 were very lacking in terms of defending side. Not saying that, obviously, Galaxy Racer did a fantastic job in that particular map in taking the sites themselves, but there really was a lot of struggle for Galaxy Racer, where we're expecting, again, them to lack in terms of that strategy, but it really was something to be desired for. Anyways, I still do think that there is still much to look out for Galaxy Racer, but the outcome was definitely pretty much predicted by everybody else there. But I think there was an unfolding turn of events during the series of 2 that we might be talking about now, or just a little bit later as well here, Black.
Definitely so. I mean, Illustrado, last match of the day, we got here Boom versus Bam, gonna roll off the tongue, but well, we'll get to that in just a bit. The standings here right now, as I'm going to touch on real quick. Some of you guys looking at this, Group A, obviously set there, 3 points for Bren and Sharper. On the Group B side of things, well, you got Paper X at 3 points as well, Full Sense and Onic 1 apiece, but something we do have to touch on was that Group C match, and so X10 here versus Galaxy Racer. You might be wondering, why is it 1-1? Well, upon further investigation of the VOD itself, we can confirm that we are going to be granting map number 1 in the way, 13-10 for Galaxy Racer due to some unfortunate circumstances of maybe some cameras not really being placed in the proper position. So they shall be awarded 1-1. Each team gets a group point. But for the rest of for the whole groups here entirely in general, guys, Illustrado, what do you think about how the day 1 kind of turned out?
Yeah, I mean, we just did a little bit of a recap on it, and honestly, it was pretty straightforward for the most part. A lot of upsets here and there, but in the end, I think the scoreboards ultimately went in the way that we thought they would. Just a couple of surprises. Ultimately, however, coming into today, we're going to have Group D, and that's going to be teams that we haven't really seen play yet. We got Uwu, we got Alter Ego, Cerberus, and Oasis Gaming. We're going to start off the series strong, of course, with Uwu on Alter Ego. Haven't really seen them perform, and this is really one of the first times we're going to see them perform outside of their region. Now, both of these teams, Uwu and Alter Ego, respectively, aren't necessarily the number 1 teams in their own regions, but with the developments that they have been making in their roster, it's very much likely that they could be contending for those top spots in their particular region and potentially shaking things up here in this tournament that we have.
For sure. I mean, as much as we'd like to predict, we can never really be sure of what to expect here at the Seed Challengers playoffs. But we're going to go look at the tournament format for you guys who might not be too familiar with how this whole shebang is going to be going down. Of course, 4 groups of 4 teams in a single round-robin format, so every team's going to be playing each other in their own groups. All matches are best of 2s, and each team from the same region cannot be drawn to the same group. I think this is very important. Top 2 teams from each group will advance to the playoffs, and honestly, looking at this group stage that we do have, it's quite different from when we had the last Seed Challengers format, but when we go to the playoffs, Sasarai, how is this going down?
Yeah, again, it's pretty straightforward. The one thing that is going to be, I think, a cheer for every fan of Southeast Asia is that we will be having an upper and lower bracket best of 3, meaning double eliminations. Who knew? Awesome stuff. And then, of course, moving forward, Grand Finals match is just going to be the only one best of 5. But you know what? That's all that we need. And finally here, Black, the top 2 teams will advance to Masters 3. Again, hashtag Road to Berlin.
Yeah, but it's more about the prize pool itself. Of course, it's also about the master slots, like you mentioned, and the points that you get for the circuit points. We will be going into the LCQ at the very end of the year, the last chance qualifiers. You get a cool $25,000 if you finish at the very top, and $15,000 onwards going down below up until the very end of it, where you still get $2,000 just for participating. It's still a very cool prospect here, because even if you don't necessarily qualify to Berlin, here. You do get those circuit points if you place third, and 80 points, that is definitely a lot. We do have to remind you that the allocation for points here for SEA is actually pretty significant, and I think the biggest one that we have all across in the world. And so those points are going to come in handy when you try to get into that LCQ, into those last chance qualifiers to be representing your country and your region across the globe.
For sure. You got Master Seeds, you got circuit points, and of course you got that prize money on the pool to be fought for here this weekend, and actually next weekend even. So we got 2 weeks of this whole thing going on. But guys, we're going to move on to the teams playing today. The first teams from Group D to be battling it out here in the gauntlet of the Sea Challengers playoffs. Well, the first team we're going to touch on today is Uwu. And I'm saying that with a straight face. Of course, Illustrato, I know you want to touch on these guys, and I want you to talk about it too, simply because I want to hear you say the word Uwu as well.
Okay, listen, this team, Uwu, has been just, I'd say, the second best team in their region for quite a while. And with the changes that they've had coming up, they've lost Fane, they've brought in a new member, and it's sort of just been a little bit of a up and down performance from these guys. They haven't really been very dominant, and they came up with a very much surprising performance in their regional qualifiers to get here, and I'm hoping to see them perform again here today.
Well, that is going to be an interesting remark, because I think same could be said with Alter Ego. Again, they've got and brought like Natsluren and Fat Penguin, who is arguably their newest members, also pretty youngsters in their regard. So you're looking at Crackshots joining another team here, just kind of amp up their offense. But I think the glue that holds the world together for Alter Ego definitely has to be Tebotal, because of his ability to just create spaces for his team as that main initiator player.
Well, you got both of them right here on the screen for you, Crisania and Tebotal. ACS of 204 for Crisania, 213 for Tebotal. Honestly, the stats here might be a bit more one-sided, but I don't think that's necessarily a sign of things to come, because Crisania, being that entry fragger, a lot of times will get picked off, but for the most part, all you guys have to know about these two players is that they're prime time, they're showtime, and they're here to give you a great game. These guys are such formidable players, and as we're looking at things here, the map selection, guys, we're going to be playing 2 maps, of course. This is a group stage, so we're going to be going off of a point-based system. 3 points to a 2-0, 1 point each if they go 1-1. Guys, what do you think about this? Bind to start things off. Uwu selected here, Illustrado. Give us your thoughts.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to say how these games will go, especially with the changes that they have made to their roster fairly recently. The sample size that we have is going to be very much affected by the changes they have made to the roster. How have they been adjusting? How have they been accommodating the new players to sort of take into account that they're going to be playing maps that are fairly straightforward? I mean, yeah, it's Bind and Ascent. Everybody knows how to play it, and they must have a reason for picking these, but still, the inherent nature of the way that these teams will play is going to shift dramatically. With Uwu coming in with a sub for this tournament, they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time, I think.
And that is so... I think that's so important to point out as of now, because again, Fane isn't the duelist player for Uwu, but he is a solid support player in his own regard. And this, I think, if we had a bit more time to mull over the statistics, he has been kind of dipping his toes, similar to what Tebotal has done for Alter Ego here. So again, the inclusion of ACAP, is he enough to really replace Fane that was taken away from the roster of Uwu, or is it not going to be? And Alter Ego, same could be said. Can Tebotal do it more once again for both of his duelists as that main initiator player? So there's so much they can do. Looking into the maps right now, Bind, can't really say too much about the overall standings for Uwu. I mean, they have a 100% win rate, but that was only 4 matches they've done in VCT in their own region. So that could be a kind of mucked up style or type of statistic here. But still, they have a good positive win in this particular map itself, on the first map.
Yeah, the thing with me here, Asura, is that when you sub in your support players, a lot of your lineups and a lot of your plays change, because when you're subbing in a support player like a controller, the timings are going to be different. It's not just throwing in a duelist and be like, hey, go kill things. You have to learn and adjust the setups. You have to learn how to sort of figure out to play with the set plays that you have been making and working on before. Will you fill in for the same spots, the same lineups for your, the player that you replaced, or will it be a completely different thing entirely?
Well, I mean, the two teams of these that we got going up here, Uwu versus Alter Ego, these guys have yet to really face each other in any sort of stage, and so that just goes to show how much is on the line here when it comes to, the preparation beforehand and, of course, the performance in-game. But guys, real quick, I want to hear your predictions on what you're expecting, how this will pretty much turn out to be. The outcome of this. Asarai, let's start with you.
I'm going to go straight up Alter Ego 2-0. I feel like because they haven't changed their roster, because they're more comfortable with each other, this is going to be a straight up flawless victory for them.
I do think Uwu still has something to bring to the table. I'd be hard pressed to say it won't be a 2-1. I 1-1, excuse me. So at the end of the day, 1-1 here for my prediction.
Real quick, guys, before we go pan out, can we both say Uwu, please? Can you just...
No.
I think give the fans... Okay, we're not doing that. All right, fine.
Can I do it? I'm okay. I'm a weeb anyway.
All right, Asarai, throw us one. Real quick.
Uwu.
Thank you for that. Well, guys, there you go. We're going to be moving into our first match of the day, the first match of the group day. Some of your favorite teams to be thrown up here now on the board. Of course, we got Uwu versus Alter Ego. Asarai and Illustrator, will it be your cast for this? The floor is yours.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it. They ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. But how cool is the gunplay when the strays will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore. Until somebody from your past come back to settle the score like this go back.
Dia yakin banget dan flip hasil contact shotnya tidak menduga ada yang kedua.
I love how absolutely badass and serious that entire sequence was, and then you just see Uwu's logo just like pop up, and it's kind of a little bit throwing me off. Like, okay, Uwu out of nowhere, I dig it. I see what you got, but yeah, a little bit of a surprise for me. But coming back into this, my name is Illustrato, and joining me and Asarai are going to be your casters here today as we go into the first series. It's Valorant Sea Challengers, day number 2. And we've got one heck of a fight here. Asarai, we've talked about these teams extensively. And in the past, we've gotten to see their matches. Now is the culmination of all their efforts. Who is going to take the points? Will it be a 3-point advantage for one of these teams like you predicted? Or do you think we're going to be seeing a 1-1? There's only one way to find out and go into the game itself.
Yeah, it's going to be very important as well because this is the first time, well, at least in the group stage, we are going to be starting with this particular group, I believe Group D. So all is on the line for them because again we only have 4 days about this and you don't really have that many matches to try to get those top 2 seedings. So I think the first match that you can make a statement is the most important match that you can try to get as well. We do already know that 2 wins means 3 points and 1 win 1 loss means only 1 point, and you can really use that extra points that you can get, moving forward into the group stage to try to get into that playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. These wins count the most here. I mean, they're the top 2 seeds in their current groups, right? Because you got Uwu, Alter Ego in that group, and then you got Oasis. I mean, it's the group of life that, we talked about here. I think everybody has a fair shot at getting in. So each and every time you step up to the plate, taking a big win, 2-0, getting those 3 points, it's absolutely important and significant to get in there because everybody else, I'd say the power levels in Group D, they're pretty similar, Asarai.
Yeah, they definitely are, but I think we will see a difference of play style once more because again, we saw, I think, in relation to at least the Indonesian region, there was a lot of super aggressive Indonesian plays that we saw yesterday, I believe with Onic G as well as Boom Esports. So the same could be said with Alter Ego here, who has kind of butted heads with the likes of those 2 teams. So If you guys were having fun watching Monyet from Onic, or again the explosiveness of Flipshooter from Boom, this could be something similar from Alter Ego, because again, I feel like Alter Ego, they kind of have adopted that style, but the only difference from those other Indonesian teams is that Tebotal shows to be, again, one of those enablers for the rest, where I think for Onic as well as Boom, their duelists can handle their stuff, but for Alter Ego here, it has been Tebotal that has allowed his duelists to kind of flourish under these stressful conditions.
There's one thing I wanted to point out, Asura, as we get into this one. A little bit of a journey, a little bit of context here for Uwu. They have been sort of the second, maybe third best team in their region for quite a minute now. And a lot of people are arguing that the reason why they've qualified actually is because of the absence of Team SMG, Zesbu and all of those guys not going to be here in this tournament right now. So they're coming in here, but at the same time, Paper Rex, the team that is, I'd say the number one team right now in the Singapore-Malaysia region, Paper Rex and Uwu, they actually have a little bit of an interesting backstory. Uwu actually did take a loss against PRX in their qualifiers, but eventually beat them in a best of 5, 3-2 in the grand finals to qualify here. So Uwu's not a team that you want to underestimate. If they're capable of taking down a team like Paper Rex in a best of 5, everybody still has to watch out for these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be something to definitely, again, watch out for. Now, seems like all the waiting is done. Those comments in the chat, guys, calm yourselves. We got ourselves now a match. Bind will be the first game here. Whoa, lots to prove, and Alter Ego could be the same as well. To add context to Alter Ego on my end, this is the team that hasn't really found much success in the Indonesian region. As of recent, they've all but lost all their games except for that qualifying match to go here in the Sea Challengers playoffs. Whether it's them taking a long time to get adjusted and start winning those matches, or a pure, strike of luck when they went up against Boom. They went like 3-2 against Boom. It could be said, but they have to perform now, especially up against somebody, as you mentioned, with the caliber of Uwu that can take a series off of PRX.
Yeah, well, let's go into it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, series number 1 of the second day here at the VCT Challengers SEA. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, my name is Illustrato. I'm joined by my partner right here, Asurai. Let's take a look at the lineups that we got as we go into the agent selects. We got a couple of interesting pickoffs, pretty much standard here for Uwu, and what I'd say is the most sort of meta composition right now. Except for the fact that they're running a double controller. You got the Brimstone and the Viper on that Uwu side. And on the other, Alter Ego, they're running with the double initiator. They got the Breach, which is surprising, and the Sky. Asurai, we've mentioned this, the double initiator pretty strong, but you've been an advocate of picking up Breach again, haven't you?
I have been enjoying it, yes. Although I'm not sure about using it in every single map, especially if you have a raise. I think it works much better with a jet here, just because you can go in flash and dash. But same could be maybe said if you throw out a nade plus an aftershock, you really do flush out corners quite easily. Maybe that's the thing that Alter Ego will be looking for here, but I think it's going to be difficult because Uwu has created a lineup, a agent selection where control is the name of the game. You said double controller, but I also want to point out that they have double healer as well. So a little bit of trade. If they can survive, they will be up to 100 as the round progresses.
Yeah, that's a lot of sustain that they got, actually. And one of the reasons why that Uwu's gone with this is that because of the fact that they have 2 controllers and 2 healers, so to speak, they can afford to have these long, drawn-out engagements where they just maybe go for pick and map control and do a little bit of damage here. Now, it's going to be one of those compositions where Alter Ego on the other side, they're gonna want to hit hard. They're gonna want to hit fast off the back of a couple of flashes, entry the site with that raise, supported by the smokes right there from Astra. But as we go into it, a lot of presence here towards A. Uwu is able to entry onto the side. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Fat Penguin's able to get 1, but
Spike planted.
only going to be 1 for now as Alter Ego, they lose 2 right off the bat here. Tedaball He's good enough to swing around the corner right there out of lamps, but only finds a single kill as Forced Love is able to shut him down, just like my first love.
Well, to follow up on that shutdown, they still have ACAP alive for that post plant. First of all, doesn't even have to hold an angle if he doesn't really want to. But Mamor is just going to be charging out right out here. Knows that everybody is now holding the corridor on short, and still it's not going to be sufficient to get them that clutch. Ooh, they took a long time. They got some charges, they got some map control, but in the end, it was their persistent push on the A side that net them that victory. And I guess a couple of whiffs here on the side of Tebatal and the rest of AE that ultimately allowed them to take that pistol.
Well, it has been a little bit of it was a slow and steady approach towards that A site, but again, Uwu's happy to just sort of wait it out, you know? They're happy to draw things out for those longer engagements because they do have the ability to heal, and the way that they go ahead and start the round by taking map control, it's very intuitive to what they're going for in their lineup. Because they can afford to go for those fakes. Not only is it because on bind you can teleport across the map so easily, but it's because it's so easy to throw out fakes with those smokes that you have with the Viper and on that Brimstone.
It's so difficult as well because there's a lot of flashes, but depending on the angle, if you're not precise with how you throw your guiding lights as well as the flash points, it's going to be quite difficult to either get a flash in, or if you do, the follow-up after that, because there's so much, again, you know, smokes that you mentioned that's just blurring out the vision. Although, of course, to add to that as well, the post plant is going to be solid because they also do have a solid wall that they can throw out in conjunction with all these smokes for Uwu. So, going to be very difficult for Alter Ego to keep a sight, but maybe because they do have these flashes, they can wait for the smokes to dissipate first and then go for those retakes. But we'll see how they kind of try to adjust. Still are on that tactical timeout, but seems like we're done with that, and we're going to go resume shortly.
It's going to be the full buy. You got Jarpix sitting up on that Ghost, happy to just wait on it. And the other side's going to be a full eco here for Alter Ego, liking the idea for the triple B long setup, just so maybe they can make it expensive. Anybody comes their way, they can swing wide and have 3 people open that up for them. But, you know, Asarai, we talked a little bit about the group here and the group of life, Group D. A lot of great opportunities. How are you feeling about these guys' chances of coming through?
To be honest, I think there is a huge ability for, I'd say, anybody from Group D to come in. Personally, I want Oasis Gaming to be the team that comes out of Group D alongside maybe Cerberus Esports, because again, that's another team from Vietnam that has really to prove themselves. But a lot of these players here in the group of life, all in the same boat, that they're coming in from, let's say, first time in Southeast Asia tournament. So that could be something.
Except for Cerberus, who is looking to definitely come back, because in their last performance in SEA Masters and SEA Challengers, they didn't necessarily do that well. So far, the streak was 0-6 for all the Vietnamese teams, only broken yesterday by Ego. Nice pick off right there for the win. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, the first time any Vietnamese team really got a win was yesterday, and so maybe Cerberus can show how much the region has improved, because we are seeing vast improvements already from Ego's game yesterday. Saw a very, very clean improvement from these guys, and I'm hoping that it's going to be more of the same across the day.
And again, there was that big difference that, at least for viewers who are supporting the Vietnam region, they just came in to the VCT scene, to be honest, where again, it was April 2021, a few months after it was already initiated with the others. Anyways, you know what? Going quickly into this game once more, bit of aggressive buying. And on the other hand, for AE here, interestingly enough, they do have a shotgun, I believe, in the hands of Jarpix. So that's going to be something. Or not Jarpix, rather.
Yeah, they're going to try to play up close. It's going to be the Trailblazer to help them scout out towards Showers here and the aggressive setup. Going for this pick, Berserks. He's going to be looking for somebody. Fat Penguin, just making sure he doesn't get flanked from behind him. And they're just holding control here. Who's going to make that move first? Jarpix will spot out one. Flash is seen. Not really going to blind him for the most part, but his position very much compromised. Pain Shell to help him get away here, but the slow orb is going to make it a little bit tough for him to escape. The timing wasn't all the way there for them. The smoke from Astra helps him get out of that sticky spot.
Good call, because he's already used basically everything that he had, as well as the satchel charges. So that smoke plus the snake bite could have been fatal for Berserk if he's not
30
careful with
seconds left.
it. Is going to be this line. Can he try to limbo below it? Looks like that's going to be a no. The thread onto the side itself, charging right aggressive, but yeah, no boost onto that unfortunate raise, but the trades will come in. First Love and Jarpix trying to hold that close quarter angle to make sure that the Spectre,
10
as
seconds
well
left.
as the Judge, will look to be a bit more
planted.
fatal, leaving only Tebatal to just try to defend. He does have the flashes, but this close, as he was cooked up by that smoke, not gonna look too good. And First Love charged up with the ultimate, able to bring back Frosties.
Yeah, the shotgun paying dividends right now. Jarpix looking to hold that close angle, and he's going to get a third kill with the Judge. Looking for more as he closes in on Fat Penguin. Doesn't hear any footsteps, and so he's got to guess, and he guesses correctly. 4K from Jarpix with that Judge in his hands, showing that in the hands of anyone capable, you can make the Judge work even on those buy rounds, securing a very crucial bonus round win.
And that's actually kind of sneaky if you think about it, because they do have that double controller comp for Uwu here. Even a not super mobile agent like Sky here can actually close the distance because of those smokes and get in, nitty and gritty with the Judges. And you saw how well Jarpix was able to kind of utilize Crisenia's toxic smoke there just to get some value. Frosties finds a impatient Natslurent playing outside on market, and this little peek from Jarpix looks to have been almost punished, but not really, as he did have First Love right beside him. And this is just going to be kind of a quick round now for Uwu, unless the last three of Alter Ego can say something with their pistols.
And they do. They got a word in right there with Fat Penguin getting a shot with the Sheriff, but it's only fleeting as the rest of the members from Uwu will swarm onto the site and get a bunch of map control. Frosty's very much confident with this. Going ahead, playing aggressive. He gets tagged up by that Trailblazer. Good flash to blind him, but it doesn't matter. It's Frosty's. He's got the lineup. And Akap will follow suit shortly thereafter. 4-0 to Uwu. And, Aserai, this is looking like a very confident Uwu. Indonesia, their scene has been very, I'd say, hit or miss lately. Boom, one of the best teams in the region, very much struggled to even get in here. Boom was the third seed to get into this competition. So Indonesia, they have been showing signs of weakness, and it's not like the dominating Indonesia scene that we have been witnessing in the previous iterations of VCT SEA. So this is very much an opportunity for all the other regions to strike while the iron is hot here.
Speaking of striking while the iron is hot, a quick hot take onto short, but immediately gets shut down. Tebatal wants to get some control, but maybe Berserk's actually able to thread into the enemy territory. Spots out one again. Can he find some value now? Down to 7 bullets. And Corsania finally gets him off the marker, off the board. And before the damage is truly settling in, and that's going to be a 3-4-3, Uwu still do have the main brunt of their roster. They have Frosties, which is going to be crucial here, as he will be able to open up the sights. He makes a couple of noises on B, but the rotation from Alter Ego hasn't really been commenced just yet, although this rotation could just be a big enough lurk. As I say that, it is, but this leaves Limamore to try to deal with everything. But there is a suction again happening right outside of bathrooms as to get plugged up by the wall. Going to be very difficult to try to go wrap around this. And he has to go to showers, but that's a 2v1 immediately. And then he has to also deal with the one on Heaven Frosties. That's going to be a quick shutdown, 5-0 for Uwu.
A little bit, I'd say questionable to use the Seekers in that position. I guess they really wanted it because the rounds, it's getting a little bit worrisome, 5-0. Ideal time to call for a tactical timeout, and indeed, that's what Alter Ego go ahead and do. So right now, they're pretty much scrambling to dealing with the slow playstyle of Uwu. They had a couple of good ideas on the defense to go aggressive, then to sneak up Limamore into short, and that gets them a couple of picks. But in the end, the awareness of Uwu to actually go for counter pushes in the other spots of the map, like towards B. Uwu just has a better read in general over what Alter Ego is doing, and I really think that the key here to success for Alter Ego is just to sort of play the defense a little bit more their own way, because Uwu is slowly poking and prodding at each site, getting so much information. Alter Ego need to start taking the reins, going for aggressive peaks there towards B. It worked out for them when they tried to peek towards A, but it all fell apart because of the responsiveness of Uwu. So a little bit more aggression, I think, on the defensive side would be called for Alter Ego.
I think one of the big problems there for Alter Ego is they're trying to get that map control, but the problem is they're kind of setting their utilities behind them rather than in front of them. And by that, it's more of they're kind of disjointed with their utilities, if that makes any sense, where they're trying to get that map control, but only using their guns and whatnot. They're not trying to utilize Limamura's guiding lights a lot more. They're not really using it to try to get the one up on their opponents rather than just to get that utility. It could work out in the end. This fault line will be a bit faulty as it only actually gets nothing. Tebatal is just charging up aggressive with the Spectre, but only will find that singular target. And this leaves Fat Penguin and Limamura to try to mourn themselves a little bit there on short and hookah, as a spike will get planted on the B site. Limamura hits a nice little shot onto Frosties, but his positioning has been exposed. No more flashes. Can use a Trailblazer, but it only gives him a bit of information, but not really the control that he was sorely desiring.
You know, the timing on that push, I like the idea, but they just didn't get the timing right. They swung out earlier than the flash actually popped, and that led them to getting absolutely decimated there. And even when the flash popped, Uwu, already aware of the possibility, already aware of the play. That's why they weren't able to get anything done in that round. Still, another quick cleanup here for Uwu as they lead by a significant margin on their attacking side, 6-0. Alter Ego, look at this. Let's take a little bit of a replay on this. The timing just not there. The guiding light should have come in a little bit earlier, and ultimately they paid the price.
Well, it was a weak buy for Alter Ego as well. They only really had the Spectre, I believe, that was equipped on Tebatal. But even then, you can really see, I guess, a struggle right now of Alter Ego to try to utilize their abilities a bit more just to, again, try to fend off Uwu's advances. In any case, Uwu still have themselves a nice little amount of utility. This could be a lineup for ACAP, and the slow peak, the slow charge onto the halls of C-Long, while ultimately has costed them their lives and possibly even this round, leaving Berserk's Fat Penguin and Tebatal too clutch. But the silver lining here, Elu, is that they do have those 3 big ultimates to try to use to retake the site if ever they want to.
I don't like the idea of going for those dry peaks. You have 2 initiators on your squad, you have so many flashes, you have the ultimate from Berserk, and instead they go for a double dry peak towards B-Long. A little bit questionable here for me from Alter Ego, and I definitely think they could have done a lot better if they just held off, waited for a flash, and then pushed together through. Limamura, he had a number of flashes, he had the Trailblazer, but instead they just slow peek towards B-Long with their Sentinel? I don't know about that, man.
That's kind of like the big problem as well, when you have all of these agents that rely for you to be nifty with how you use their abilities. Because one of the big things about that is if you're not able to do so and your agents get shut down, the ability for you to be effective around the map gets lower and lower. But Berserk's, you know what? He doesn't need any abilities. He has his own ability to aim. He hits a couple of shots, but in the end, that is only going to be a consolation prize. That is the getting stacked to the 6 kills. But looking at the scoreboard on top of us, it's still 7-0. Heavily favoring the side of Uwu.
A little bit of a stomp for now. I mean, they've already gotten what they want from this half and more, I'd say. Even if they do lose the remaining 5 rounds, it's still going to be a sizable lead for them. If they can finish this 9-3 or maybe even 10-2, Uwu, they're pretty much going to be set for the rest of the game here. So, not learning from their lesson. They're going for a little bit of a dry, aggressive peak here, Alter Ego. Fortunately, they've got 2 members right behind them. Frosties. He's ready for it. He sees a double swing out, and Frosty's is too good. He gets 2 before he goes down. And yet again, a little bit of, I don't know, questionable push here. And they will get caught off one more time. And it seems like time and time again, no matter what AE try to do, Uwu is ready for it because they want to play that slow, heavy style of push here. And with these ultimates, right, coming up, I don't know if it's even going to matter anymore.
All right, that is going to be quite difficult here. Lemamore stuck, not really a rock in a hard place, but it's still a sticky situation nonetheless. Everything is being thrown straight at him. The snake bite, the guiding light, everything but the kitchen sink has been expended towards the way of Alter Ego. They've kind of shifted to a more push-heavy style here, but still getting caught by Uwu. It's like playing inside, how do you say this, a spider's web, where the spider just kind of tries to create a form of traps around you, and the trap that Uwu was setting up was to just bait in their opponents a little bit more. I think they were thinking now that Alter Ego did get some map control in that the round before the previous one that we just saw the replay on, and decided to wait just a little bit longer. And again, these dry peaks have kind of created this dynamic. Fat Penguin gonna make everything so much difficult with that gravity well, and it lines everything up beautifully for them. Yes, there is gonna be the use onto the orbital strike from Uwu here, and that might not be needed, but we'll see. Versus Alter Ego is finally shutting down the rest of Uwu here, who pulled the trigger too early and get shut down altogether.
Yeah, it's a great round here, finally. It's taken them quite a bit of their resources and took the orbital strike and quite a bit of utility, but they finally managed to get a 4v2. This is the best chance that Alter Ego has had at winning a round, but they're making the wrong read at the moment. Still very much doable here. If they can get a clean kill onto Nats Laurent here, it should still be a 3v2, but with the way that Nats Laurent is playing super passive with the camera, all they're going to do is signal for information that there are 2 players here and that the rotation should come in. Nats Laurent can survive and play very much diligently. No, he's going to go for a peek here. He's going to get 1. Not going to get any more than that. Still a 1v3. The spike is going to go ahead and fake this. Flash will come through any second now. He's going to be swinging wide on top of that. They probably will just let him plant here and then go for the retake, but he's going to be stunned up right here. Good shot. And an even better one. Follow-up from Jarpix, but Berserk is able to close out that round, and even though it was expensive and very, very costly, Alter Ego, they finally secured themselves a point on the board after 9 rounds.
And this is the point where Alter Ego's setups pay for it. Look at that. It is the Cypher Cage with the Gravity Well. So easy to just stop people coming into the site, but that's the big problem now that I'll point out here is, even though that was a good enough round for Alter Ego, is Uwu going to replicate that so that they can have more value off of it? Probably going to be a no, and they need to utilize more of these flashes. And again, another big problem here is the value of, or the threat of being reset in terms of your economy. It means that if you get reset with there, you get the 0 in terms of your money, or, you know, back to very low money where you can't buy rifles as well as utility. So that's never what the Alter Ego wants to happen when they're a comp that's very utility hungry as well.
You can see right now how happy Uwu is to just play back, play slow, because they know that their composition is built for this kind of thing here. They're able to clear so many angles. They have a double peek going towards Showers. Nats Laurent's able to get 1. Unfortunately, it's a big whiff for Jarpix for him. And Jarpix missing that opportunity means that it's a 3v5. Still, very good position for Alter Ego right now if they can hold on to it. A lot of information for Berserks that there is going to be 1 player here towards Hookah. A lot of utility deployed here, but it's going to force them away for now.
Alter Ego not getting that much control on the spike itself. They know that it was dropped outside of Baths, but I think in the end they were still pretty happy at just trying to get this passive, positive map control, because they do have that numbers advantage already. Frosty's able to sneak into the back of the site here, gets spotted by Tabotal, and he can set up a flash right here now. Reaction time still going to be good for Frosties. Throws out the nade, but Castagna good on the refrag. And this has gone topsy-turvy. If he's good enough on the pre-fire as well, that could be a dangerous round for Alter Ego, but still they thread once more. And that's going to be the round taken by Alter Ego again. And all started by Natsmaran, one of the young bloods, one of the newest members of this Indonesian roster.
Look, there is still a very big chance that we could end up with a 9-3 or 10-2 scoreline here. But if AE can secure the last 2 rounds in this half and win the pistol, we might actually have a game on our hands. It's still going to be a little bit of a way to claw their way back into this, especially with how Uwu's been playing. They have an operator in their hands, so First Love, he's going to look to deny any pushes coming their way. The reason why he's going for this operator is because Uwu's getting a sense that they like to push aggressively and they like to take those duels. So what does Uwu do here? They double down on playing slow. They play even more passive and wait for picks here because they know they have the capability to do so, win those exchanges, and potentially get those reses in. Now, they're going to be working their way towards B. They do hear the footsteps. Lemore, good for Flash, but he flashes himself off of it. Fortunately, he's able to pick one up before he goes down. So a little bit of nerves, I think, shown by Lemore as we go into a 4v4. No opportunity to res him, but there's a couple of big ultis on Uwu to support their attacking push.
Okay. Immediately using the Seekers. Spot out 2 on A. That's probably going to give an indication that that's probably a Cypher and possibly the Astra. Oh, this is going to be something. Berserks pulls the trigger immediately on a showstopper. This delays them for just a few, but there's like 30 seconds left on the clock. There is plenty of time for the attackers to set stuff up. It's going to be the line of Tepital caught out in no man's land, and Berserk's holding his own at the back of the site. Finally founds 2, gets shut down immediately, and First Love with an operator. Wait, he has an operator on attack? Well, let's see if he can get some value off of this one. 2 versus 1. It's not going to be too good. The quickness of his flick is going to be crucial, but jumping up and down not going to help his case out, and Alter Ego starting to stack up the rounds here, Elu.
Yeah, like we said at the very beginning of the round, they went for that operator just to be able to hold off any more pushes, and they were happy to play slow. It kind of bit them in the back there because First Love was the last person left standing, and in a 2v1 on an attacking side, having an operator, not exactly the best weapon to have in your arsenal. Now, for the very last round of the half, economy is pretty much in tatters and ruins here. Frosties will be having to be on the judge. There's a couple Spectres on the board, and AE, they have everything they want and more, especially after picking that off onto Berserks, who lands a nice shot onto Jarpix. They're going to follow it up with even more power towards that push. Good flash to blind up one, and completely left befuddled. It's going to be 2 players now flanking from behind them as it's a little bit of an awkward spot AE find themselves in. They get the punish onto 1. Berserk still alive. They have the spike. And they know the last 2 players here are coming from B long. And there still is a judge onto Frosty, so he's going to have to dig deep here. But Berserk's good for a triple. He's looking for that very last kill. Frosties is able to swap guns, but it doesn't matter as a 4K from Berserks makes it a respectable scoreline at the very end of it for AE.
Took them a while, but it seems like Alter Ego are starting to mesh better and better, and maybe they just needed some time to rev up their engines. And, well, those 4 rounds, as you mentioned, quite respectable, but this is where, again, I like to call it, we flip the switch to sides, and we'll decide, or Alter Ego will decide how this game pans out as they're going to be reaching in. Arguably, if it's Alter Ego who was struggling on their defending side here, Elu, maybe their attacking side is going to be much better. And we saw yesterday, especially with the X10 versus GXR match, how an attacking side on a specific map can really boost your ability to take rounds. And same could be possible for Alter Ego going into this round now.
One of the strengths of Uwu's roster here is to go ahead and play very passive and go for the retake because there's a lot of utility. And at the same time, to throw out smokes early in the game to deny map control for Alter Ego. That's because of the fact that they have those 2 controllers to help them take map control early on. But on the other side, AE, they have 2 initiators to deny them. So it's really going to be about who is able to win those early opening map control duels and truly have their own playstyle, be the dominant one in the second half.
Okay, Fat Penguin. Is he... Whoa! He won the 2 versus 1 there. As he basically Michael Jackson his way to victory, you know, just doing the moonwalk in front of his opponents, just dazzling him with his fancy taps. Jarpix, though, also doing some fancy taps with his classic, but can't really deal the damage at that far distance against Nats Laurent, who's about to overwhelm the side. ACAP's going to be playing in the back here. They don't know that he's going to be wrapping around, and maybe this segregation with that Molly could provide some solace, but not really going to be true, as that is another round for Alter Ego here. I was literally about to say Alpha Esports, but Alter Ego is the AE that we have for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, no, they didn't make it. They
didn't make it.
They didn't make the cut this time, so unfortunate for all the fans of Alpha Esports. We have a different AE now, and they're doing a little bit better going up against Uwu as they secure their 5th round. And like I said earlier in the game, if they can win that pistol round and secure an 8-4, they're going to be in a decent spot. So it should be 8-6 after this, with only really 2 rounds separating these two guys. I think we might have a game on our hands here, Asarai.
True enough. Wait, 5 stacking on short? Well, it could work, but they're lining up perfectly for Tabatal here. Fat Penguin spots the rest of them running for God knows what is about to commence. And the trades are actually not too bad for Uwu rather. Alter Ego now know what is up. They send Natsuler immediately to go and deal with this one. And Fat Penguin almost getting taken away. But you know what? He has his teammate embracing him with the regrowth, and that's going to be fine. And as you mentioned, Elu, we're a few steps closer for an equalizer here. 8-6 still is in the advantage of Uwu, but Alter Ego, they're doing a good step. And one of those is just to kind of get these nice little freebie kills, I would say, where the trades are supposedly much favorable for the Alter Ego roster.
I like the idea. They know that if they can just get a couple of kills, it'll be worth it. Now look, the anti-eco is very expensive. It forces Berserks just on a Sheriff, so I mean, he's been good with a Sheriff before, but up against full guns, Frosty's working his way around that corner here, has enough to get some information. He gets tagged up, he's going to get slowed down. And great usage of utility for AE to be able to get that pick onto Frosty. That's a rifle gone from the hands of Uwu this early on. They're going to be able to recover that as well. It's in hookah. Or
no.
Can they find it?
It dropped, I think.
Oh, it dropped on the other side. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult here, but the Boombot will help them spot out some information as the rifle still in the hands of Uwu. They have a massive weapons advantage. And that kill from Jarpix is going to bring its level in terms of the weaponry now. In terms of the numbers, however, and still a 4v4, very much doable for either team.
This slowed down pace for Alter Ego might help them. Smokes is about to go now. They're doubling back, and they still do have that double satchel for Berserks, and this will at least help him reach the back of the site, able to create some map control as well as at least know how many players are actually at the B site itself. 30 seconds onto the clock. And AE, they're kind of putting too much on that clock to strain themselves, but now they have to pull the trigger. There's going to be the fault line, not really hitting ACAP here, but maybe this concussion will work in their favor. It does. Fat Penguin finally gets a shutdown. 11 seconds to go for that straight-up plant. He has to go here and now because Crusadia and First Love are about to explode, but he decides to plant the back of the site. He gets double swung. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that play there. I think if he just went ahead and planted the spike, he might have had a better chance, but he goes for the fake and he's forced to plant backside where he's most vulnerable from. So still, regardless, a very good bonus round to take a lot of guns away from the hands of their opponents for the meantime. Ooh, they're able to hang on to that round, but if you look at what we have here, they have ACAP only sitting at the Spectre, and Jarpix doesn't even have full shields. He's got half shields here. Meanwhile, on the other side, AE, they have all they could want and more.
Yes, one of the saving graces for Uwu here is that ACAP, I was just pointed out, he made sure that he got the charge on B long, and now he has an orbital strike. So that's something that AE have to be a bit more aware of. Berserk's just about to come outside now. I think he spotted the head there from ACAP, but either way, name of the game could be the B site. Spike has been dropped outside on Market, and AE, they're slowly creeping up. They gotta be careful.
This really falls into the play style of Uwu to just sort of play each round very slow. But the picks not going their way. An awkward exchange towards C Long catches off Jarpix completely off guard. The utility usage shining through here. Orbital Strike will not connect, and neither will ACAP as the site falls into the clutches of AE with 5 men still standing. This is a save call through and through.
50 shield for both Crisania and First Love, as well as double Vandal. Yeah, there is nothing that you probably want to try to do now, especially that 2 versus 5. Gotta say, though, unfortunate for Jarpix, who was just trying to peek outside with a flash on B Long or an Octa. He got hit with a Trailblazer Daze and then a Fault Line Daze. So it's basically making him like have a straight up migraine. He had to just take the blow, and well, Uwu just lost his side after that.
I mean, I like the idea to swing out. It's just that he got really timed by the utility usage, and I think that's the story for the round here. AE have been really good at using the utility on their offensive side to clear the angles, clear the corners, and prevent Uwu from aggressively peeking, which is something that they have been doing since the very start, and now this forces them on a little bit of a weird position here. Uwu, I'd say a tactical pause actually might be in order because they have lost quite a few in a row already. And they're in a little bit of a situation where they decide, are we going to buy off of this or do we just let them save? Because it's definitely a tough spot. If they full eco now, they're going to have 4 people on a full buy, but Crisania definitely not going to be able to have what he wants in the upcoming round.
Man, you know what? When I started working, that was also the same thing. I didn't have money to buy anything, but I had to save up, work hard, and that seems to be what we'll have to do right now. Just to save up a little bit more and maybe just utilize what they've got, which is their heroes. The hero Vandals from both Crisania and First Love. And it seems they've taken a play out of the book of AE, which is just to charge up as a full 3. It worked out because there was only like singular people charging up to be long damage. Now, even there is going to be a discrepancy in terms of weapons still for Uwu, the numbers heavily favor them, as well as the positioning.
They do right now. They only have Fat Penguin to deal with here towards A. His position is actually given up. The rifle as well. The one of the 2 that he has to contend with is on towards that A site. He loses that crucial duel now. Frosty Z, he actually gets the timing, so wonderfully done right there to get them into a massive position. This is a save round. So those 2 weapons that they saved in the previous round are really paying off for the side of Uwu now, getting them left. 3 kills. And now they're going to be walking towards B, where First Love has a rifle as well. They're just not going to be making any noise here unless they hard check this corner. It's going to be a bad time for First Love. He gets 1, but that's all he gets for now. They might not expect Jarpix, who has already snuck his way onto site here. Jarpix is in prime position. Indeed, perfectly. That's the round here. Jarpix, patient play. Could have started running when he heard the spike coming through. Instead, he bides his time, he waits, and he springs his trap to get Uwu the double digits.
That's still a wasted flash, by the way. That's like, what, 100 down the drain? That's
200.
Or 200, actually, yeah. So, I mean, they have like 3 people saving up 3 rifles, so maybe he has the money to go for that. And Limamore, or not Limamore, but Jarpix was just probably, celebrating their thrifty round victory, and it goes to show. Again, the problem here for Alter Ego is it seems like they really just love to turn down, or rather just burn time. And because they put so much emphasis in trying to spot if Uwu's going to try to get some map control and try to catch them off guard, it's put them in a bit of a pinch where, again, they're playing with about 20 seconds left on the clock. If they take a site, that has to be the site that they fully commit to, and they can't really back off anymore. They need to give themselves a little bit more space here, but it seems like First Love not really going to give them any solace with that as he finds another shot, again, through the flash in. Berserk's gonna try to just get a peek off onto ACAP, who went elbow and still got the kill on him, the 180 turnaround. And Alter Ego, their chances at getting this dwindle even more.
That was a great play right there from Berserk, just missing the shot, missing the opportunity, not getting the accuracy reset at the right time. That eventually leads to him getting punished. When you go for that pick, you gotta fall back immediately after. He did linger and he did stay thinking that he would still be in a clever position, but not really. And Uwu, they're happy to give up sight. You know what? 3v5, let them plant, whatever. We'll retake B and invest our members in towards A just so we don't lose any more players. And that's the right read. They have Fat Penguin. They have the members of AE lurking here. And they're going to give that up completely, just falling back. Nice flash, but it's an even better shot. An even better backup from First Love and ACAP. That's the res gone, but it doesn't matter because it's a triple kill from ACAP to win round and get this much closer to map point. 2 rounds away from taking the victory here in the group stages. Coming off strong in their first performance here.
There is a bloodthirst that is unquenchable for Alter Ego here. They have been chasing these kills after flashes and have been getting punished for it multiple times now. You saw, I think in 2 consecutive rounds already, especially that previous one, a kind of flash, then a delay, then a peek out from Tebatal as well as Natslorand, ultimately kind of just caught them unawares. Now Alter Ego, maybe they're going to shift stuff up. They've been unsuccessful on the B site. They have Berserks with an ultimate as well as Lemamora here. And with that, they pull the trigger on this ultimate, on the showstopper. Can it find a target? Yes, it will. But at the same time, Jarpix as well as Crisania were already reducing the members of Alter Ego in transition to the site. The problem for that is, are they going to actually get away from this? Maybe, but
no.
Beautiful punish with that Rolling Thunder.
That's a big misplay right there to go for that res right alongside the Rolling Thunder. Timing didn't go their way. What I thought was going to be an Uwu round turns on its head, and Alter Ego, they're holding on for the meantime. Still, they're a few rounds away. They're 3 rounds away from tying the scoreline, but that's definitely going to boost their confidence as getting the timing right on the utility and just the execution towards the site, even though they did miss that satchel charge. And that's not the first satchel charge miss we've seen here today. Still gets them the round in the end. And Uwu, they're going to be strapped for cash here, I think. No, they're going to have enough to buy in this one. But still, it's starting to get expensive. And Uwu, they got to come up with something else here. They used quite a bit of utility and a lot of ultimates for that last one. They lost First Love's one. A very big res and of obviously a lot of economy gone. So they're going to be calling a tactical timeout here, Asarai. And liking what I'm seeing so far from Alter Ego. They're not giving up just yet, even after the 0-6 halftime score.
Well, it works out in their favor. You know, they keep themselves afloat for a while here, but they've been kind of hard-pressed to try to do what they need to. They had to expend about 3 big ultimates in that round, and that's never really a big indicator of a comeback here, Elu. When you win a round off of just straight-up brute-forcing your way into a site with an ultimate, the next one, you're kind of lost on how you try to translate that victory. But maybe this is why we're also seeing the technical timeout, or not the technical timeout, but at least we might be using this technical timeout for Alter Ego to plan what they need to do next and try to ride off of the momentum of that big enough play, because they know that there is some weaknesses for Uwu, but the problem is without their ultimates, how can they try to take advantage of that?
Just not a lot of money here for either side. This should be the very last buy, I think, for both squads here. So this round is going to be very, very crucial. If AE get the reset onto Uwu, we could be seeing a 10-11 scoreboard. On the other side, if AE lose this probably could just be game already. So AE, they don't really have room for error here. They don't really have room to sort of mess around and lose that many members. Because even if they do win this one, they lose 4 members, they're going to be very much strapped for cash in the upcoming rounds. I'm liking the clever wall here from First Love. It's a little bit of an interesting one. They spot out one person around it. The flash will come out just to be able to force them off that angle. And they're going to start worrying about the pressure from mid here as First Love does drop off of that wall.
I do like it. Keeps the other side of Baths contained. This at least does give Berserks the chance to straight up get the orb there. But of course, being erased now, what is it, like 8 charges to get the ultimate. Yeah, I believe 8 charges
Yeah.
to get the showstopper. It's gonna be a long ways off. But you know what? Could come in handy. Anyways, Livermore has played the lurk role. The timing not really gonna help him out at all. Now he's been spotted multiple. He's been tagged multiple as well. Down to 7. Gotta be careful. And
30 seconds
whoa, on the other side of the map, Tepatal has been shut once more. And this has gone from bad to worse for Alpha Esports, or sorry, Alter Ego, as they're gonna try to once again overwhelm the site. But Jarpix already prepared for it with a first and foremost use onto the Seekers. One blinded, one sided, and everybody divided as Alter Ego is just crumbling at the seams. Fat Penguin and Livermore down to 7 and 18, and they have to even plant a spike with like 2 seconds. Not gonna happen, and we're pushed into match point already.
I think taking their sweet time on that one definitely didn't really work. The thing, again, like I said, Uwu, they have all the resources and all the utility to go for those long engagements, to go for those long fights. And even if they do drop down and get a, I'd say, disparity in terms of HP, Uwu are able to heal right up on top of it. Now, this is pretty much a very tough situation economically here for AE. They just have Fat Penguin sitting on a Sheriff, and sure, he's been good on it. But with 3 ultimates for Uwu, this is looking like it's going to be a very, very difficult round. The Viper Spit comes out immediately toward short, and that allows Uwu to funnel more resources to other parts of the map right here. And it's going to be a good read for now. Frosty's, he's going to be close up in this corner, backed up by his teammate with that judge right there. So they're playing a little bit clever. Berserk has already snuck his way up very, very close here towards Hookah. They might not expect this. So this might actually be a very big deal for AE. Now I'm saying it.
Yeah, we've done too many casts in the Philippines.
Yeah.
That's why. Berserk's had a window of opportunity, no pun intended, as there was a rotation from First Love that actually left Murder Hole contained. Oh, that was so unfortunate. Both of them had the same idea. It was Berserk's who was basically holding such a long time on that hookah window, and he was the one that actually got punished for it. That was a series of unfortunate events, if I did say so myself. Orbital Strike will make it easy for Cresenia to just rip through Tebatal as well as the Fat Penguin Astra. And this just... this has gone again a sickening turn of events. Oh no.
Yeah.
Showstopper.
Alright, the Showstopper lands and Livermore's the last one standing, but with 8 seconds left, I don't think it's going to be the case where they come out of this on top. Still, it's a good showing here for Uwu, showing everybody that even with a sub, even coming on with somebody else, their playstyle reigns supreme. They took their time, they played patient, and at the very end of the day, they got the kills. The ult economy at the last round, all in their favor. Perfectly placed utility. Alter Ego, a little bit, I wouldn't say a disappointing performance from them, especially because it's not their map pick, but definitely not the 2-0 that a lot of people were expecting for them.
Yeah, it seems like they did struggle a little bit in some of those rounds, but to be fair though, for Uwu, a much more constructed set of play that we've seen compared to Alter Ego, who seemed like they were just trying to go for these aggressive takes, which did work in some of the cases, but ultimately you saw Uwu was very much prepared for it. And again, we were talking about how ACAP does try to mesh in this Uwu roster while replacing Thane, and it seems he's done a good job. He's been communicating a lot more with his team. He's able to drop the utilities when his team needs to, and they try to how do you say this, cultivate off of it. And Uwu, they got themselves a pretty respectable first map here, 13-8.
Very much happy with how Uwu's shown, because they've got a lot to prove coming into this. They weren't exactly touted as the best team in the region by any means, but to perform up against Alter Ego, a team from a very well-respected region in SEA, this is definitely something worth discussing. And this is a very good sign for the Malaysia-Singapore region, because you talk about tactical shooters, you talk about FPS, the teams, the regions that come to mind, Indonesia, Thailand. And right now, the fact that maybe the third best team from from the Malaysia Singapore region is able to take out one of the best in Indonesia, that's a very good sign for the people and the players from the MYSG area.
And while we kind of talk about that, while we were trying to indicate the power levels for the regions, they're going to at least have that first game in their pocket. I did mention earlier, before we started the series of 2, how it is going to be a big enough impact if you get that 2-0, not because it's a statement play for you, a statement series for you. It also sets the mood for the entirety of your group. And since this is the first match in Group D, it really helps out the case for Uwu if they can finish off that game 2-0. But we'll see if Ascent can prove a different spell here. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, it's that game number 2, guys.
Welcome back here to the Valorant Challengers Southeast Asia. Of course, we just concluded our first match of the day here, the first match of Group D, wherein Uwu seized the map by the helm. And, well, early on, it was looking a bit more lopsided, but what you guys think? Asarai and Nostrado back with me after casting that game. How did things really pan out at the end of it?
It really did seem the way of Uwu there. Again, have to praise Alter Ego for creating a bit of space on their own end, but it took them a long time, I feel, to adjust to the altercations that Uwu was trying to implement throughout the entirety of the game, whether it was on the attacking side and defending side. It really was, I think, Alter Ego struggling and not really finding their groove at all for the rest of that first map.
I'll be completely honest with you here. I think Alter Ego just looked ill-equipped for that map, right? They weren't ready to go up against Uwu in their playstyle, especially on Uwu's attacking side, where they were playing very slow, very methodical, and they were just getting red at every turn. A lot of it comes from the fact that I think the Indonesian scene plays a lot more fast-paced from this, as evidenced by Bren Esports and all the other Indonesian squads. They weren't ready for that extremely slow playstyle that we just saw from Uwu. And I like to think that Uwu had a better read in the end, just playing those passive angles and catching off Alter Ego whenever they went for pushes.
I have to agree, like, with that opening run in the start, it seemed like they were shaken, but just like Bond's preference of drinks, will they be stirred in this one? Well, map number 1, 13-8, it almost was looking a bit more lopsided in the first half, but as they're going in Ascent, this time selected by Alter Ego here. Do you think moving on to things on their own map pick, with, of course, these guys facing each other for the first time, now the second time on Ascent, will this be where they make their mark?
Honestly, I don't think it's the map itself that ultimately kind of led Alter Ego to lose that first map. I think it's because of the fact that Tebatal played Breach. First and foremost, I'm an advocate of Breach, but Tebatal has yet to really utilize the Breach in their most recent games. I think they've been most successful when he's played the Sova or the KO, and not seeing either one of those on Bind, where they needed to have a lot more information than they needed the blinds, it really took a toll in this team. And going into Ascent, if they can just go back to their roots and bring back their more comfortable agents, I think there's going to be a better chance for Alter Ego altogether.
I agree with Asurai here. There were a lot of weird plays coming up from Alter Ego. Just, even when they did have those flashes, they went for those dry peaks instead, which sometimes can work. But if you keep doing it again and again, like they did on their defensive side, Uwu was just going to capitalize. And they did, time and time again, getting the first blood of almost every single round.
I kind of have to echo those same statements, honestly, watching it from my perspective, because, Bind is actually a pretty good map for Alter Ego, all things considered, and so will Ascent really be that much of a change? Not as hot, at least statistically, for the side of Uwu here when coming into Ascent, but yeah, it really did seem like a contrast of playstyles, and they weren't seemed to be prepared for it. Both the, the number 2 seeds for their own respective regions, Indonesia there for Alter Ego, and Uwu obviously coming in from MYSG, but it just seemed like, I don't know, they weren't prepared for what was to come. But we kind of predicted things to go for a split. I think Illustrado predicted 1-1. Was I right? Yeah, and Asurai, you were kind of leaning the same way, not exactly sure how things will go, and so this might just be where they're going to make their mark. But I know a lot of fans out there for both teams are hoping that at least for Alter Ego to go 1-1, for Uwu to go 2-0, because they want to see them further on. But as we're going to go into map number 2 real quick, guys, this is your time to bring us the action once more. Illustrado and Asurai, once again, the floor is yours.
Actually, Black and Blue, Asurai predicted 2-0, so he's already wrong. And I like to point out every instance where Asurai is wrong.
Yeah, you'd like that, don't you?
Yeah, this is kind of just how that relationship works. Never get the chance.
It's okay, man. As long as you feel better, it's fine.
I do. It helps me sleep at night. Keeps the ghosts away. It helps me feel better about myself. But coming into Ascent here, Asurai, we did have a little bit of a chat before this match about the comfort picks of these guys, and you said it even on the broadcast. We're not going to be seeing that break again here from Alter Ego, and this is a bit of a sigh of relief for you and for the fans of Alter Ego. I do think that Breach is still in a weird spot. People have been picking it as sort of pocket picks every now and then. I just don't see him as a viable pick in this current meta.
I think he's very instance-based.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean not in an instance where they're fighting against this particular team or whatnot, but more of there's gaps or instances in each round that Breach can be brilliant, but you need to maximize that. And I don't think a lot of teams have that locked and loaded just yet. That's why I think Breach isn't really a top-tier agent as of now, because you need to have that coordination to make him as useful as possible. But at least having to go for somewhat of the Sky, somewhat of the KO might be a bit more forgiving here. At least KO, you can throw out a flash and it'll blind a certain duration or a certain radius. But for Breach, you have to know what you're trying to accomplish on the other side of that wall that you just blinded. And for that regard, yeah, that's why we're going to be seeing something different.
one of the things that, again, Alter Ego is coming up here with is the double initiator. They're doing it yet again, and honestly, it didn't really work out so well for them in the previous game. We're going to the pistol, however. We'll continue that thought a little bit in a second, as we do come into a 3v4 here. The A site very much in question as Alter Ego. They do look to push here towards short. They actually do get through with the help of some smokes, but Berserk able to bring things back in a 3v3. The spike will be planted down. And there's a couple of shots here and there. A good one from Jarpix. Nice flick from Jarpix! Out of nowhere, exploding. And the 1-2-3 adjustment from Ooh. My God, what a way to start strong. Take another look at that. Look at that. 1, 2, and 3. Absolute perfection on the pistol. That's what we want to see here today from Uwu.
Jarpix was already showing a lot of moments where he was just hitting some pretty, I wouldn't say insane shots, but his reflexes to immediately predict where his opponent's head will be coming from has been pretty spicy in that bind map, and now we're kind of seeing glimpses of that immediately here onto that pistol. Jarpix now on our header here, POV wise, he's seeing a lot of footsteps already on market, gonna be throwing a little bit of utility, but he's getting swarmed in, and can he handle the rest of the AE Zerg rush? Looks like that's gonna be a no, but Frosties and the rest have actually just contained the brunt here of the Alter Ego roster. They're somewhere on their spawn as well as market, and this is just going to be quite bloody. Although they did the damage, Crisania as well as Jarpix are already down, and each kill that they can make is a round better into the first buy round for Alter Ego here, and that's still going to be respectable. And at least they again take away some bodies from OO.
I want to go back to the point on the lineup here of Alter Ego. One of the reasons I feel like the lineup didn't work, the breach and the double initiator, it didn't work for Alter Ego in the first game, is because they didn't utilize their agents to the maximum. They didn't sort of get how to win with their, their win conditions. They didn't play true to the nature of their lineup. That might not be the case here, because Sova pretty much essential here onto Ascent for the most part, and that coupled with the Sky just allows them to clear so many more angles and obviously take more fights on their defensive side. But when you have Uwu hitting shots like that, not much you can do about it. Jarpix with that triple kill hold towards that A side, my God, a thing of beauty. But they do get one kill for now. That's going to allow them opportunity to get towards that B side. They have made it a little bit expensive for now on this bonus round, as Akup actually gets a nice fadeaway shot as he falls back towards that B side.
That dog jumped the fence, or got through the doggy door, and actually got a nice little tag onto ACAP, or ACAP. He's gonna play inside the smoke. This could be good, because now AE, they're gonna be playing Peekaboo ICU. He's playing quite into the corner, almost making some damage, but not enough ripples through the water at the back of the site to really amount to anything. And that's going to be the last all she wrote. Played pretty clean round for Alter Ego. 4 saved up. And, whoa. Well, they lose the bonus, but they still have the advantage. And another buy round onto them, who's going to be playing an operator. Looks like nobody. Oh, wait. Berserks. He's swapping. He's thinking about it. Is he going to go for it? But never mind. Decides to just go for the Phantom straight up.
Yeah, I think he was considering maybe going for like a Odin, right?
Scanning ahead.
Oh, probably not. I mean, no, sorry, I was talking about Berserks,
Berserks, yeah. Okay.
And yeah, for the duelist for Alter Ego. But I remember they were on the attacking side, and
I thought they were gonna go for like a
messy.
I thought they were gonna go for a counter Odin spam, but that doesn't come in just yet. But what does happen is First Love gets picked off here towards mid as he tries to fall back and retreat. Nobody really peeking a little more for now, as the Seekers will give some information to Uwu.
Maybe we'll see some Odins, because an anagram of Odin is Indo, and then, Alter Ego, Indonesia. Big brain.
Or Nido.
Which is the milk.
Mm-hmm.
Which originates from Indonesia. Or so I've heard.
You lie. You lie. That's a bold-faced lie. Hunter's Fury doesn't get a tag in. not going to find anyone right now. So a little bit unfortunate there. But Alter Ego, they have themselves at a man disadvantage. Look how passive Uwu is playing. They're basically giving up mid for free, hoping to play retake towards that B side because of how much map control they have towards A. They have wine in their possession. And so it's actually going to be a straight up hit towards Market. Through Market, the wall is broken down, so they cannot close that door. More looking for the pick. It's Akap who gets it in the end. Nice swing out, Frosty. They cannot deal with it. And the great round from Uwu yet again, dissecting and shutting down the offensive push here from Alter Ego from both directions. Works out perfectly for them, and that's a reset onto Alter Ego.
False sense of security there for Alter Ego. They were brushing up onto the B side, but because they haven't spotted anybody from Uwu and they were making so much noise on B, I felt like they may have felt pressure just to try to go and just push into the side and already find some targets. And in that instance, Uwu just capitalized quick. Again, ACAP has been proving to be a proficient anchor for Uwu when they need him to be, or even a controller if they need him to be. And he's been doing a fantastic job. It's just kind of holding his own. When multiple people are charging him, he can still at least get a kill or two. And even then, in that kind of transition, he can punish when need be and put Alter Ego in a spot where they're not really going to be comfortable at. But look at that. It's going to be a bit of a backstretch. You know, you need that sometimes when you're sitting too hard on the floor. And it seems like Frosty will try to put them, members of Alter Ego, to the floor down. Only now 3 remaining. And this is looking worse for wear for the Alter Ego roster.
It's a good pick off right there to actually get one. Lemamore is able to make things a little bit more expensive. The cleanup crew has arrived. That's basically going to shut down the rest of the round here, leaving only Berserks. He had the knives out. I don't think he has them anymore. Yeah, he does not. That's confirmed. He is sitting on that Marshall where they're just going to give him all the space in the world. You know what? Go ahead. Try to get closer. The spike is in our possession. We're going to double swing once you try to come out and take
30
it.
seconds left.
It's a lot of information given. Actually, they might just let him plant the spike and then go for the retake from there. Now they realize the spike is gone. There's only one place he can be. The spike will go down, so that's a little bit of a bonus in terms of the economy here. Berserk has swapped to a Vandal, so this could get interesting. Berserk finding one, dashing out, and oh, it's a big miss from Jarvix. He makes up for it in the end with the classic. And the right click will shut him down. 3 kills yet again for Jarvix in the end as Uwu find another one under their belt.
I think First Love just wanted to give the charge there for Jarpix, but he's locked and loaded for a Hunter's Fury into that next round. Quite bloody here for Alter Ego, and this was the problem that we also saw, I think, with the rest of the Indonesian teams from yesterday's matches. I think the one that I remember the most is Onic, where they really do love to try to go for these multi-stack pushes. And that's, again, that's how you kind of always have to do as the attacking side, but it's more seen, more witnessed on the Indonesian team, where I think the difference now between a team like Alter Ego and Onic is their ability to kind of play the micro as they're pushing in macro-wise into the side. By that, I mean just like holding the angles and being, looking at where possible opponents will be coming from. I think right now it should be possible for Alter Ego, but the problem is Uwu's just done a good job at keeping them always guessing and never really finding any targets to try to deal with as they're transitioning into the sites.
Now it's another eco round here. They have Berserks on the Marshall. They have 3 Sheriffs, and certainly in their hands, it's been proven to be troublesome. The Marshall itself finds success with it for the meantime. Berserks gets a nice headshot to Persania. They will get a nice tag on the back of it. Lemamore dropping down to 45, and First Love making short work of Tab Batal for the meantime. They still have the rest of the members to contend with. Fat Penguin's good for 1, but Frosty's able to clean things up, and he gets 2 right there. Still a 3v2, and it's very much possible. Already very expensive. The Shock Dart, not finding the mark for now. But he's going to land that shot at the very end of it all, leaving one player lurking all the way in the back, and that's Nats Laurent. Have to start questioning that he might be coming from the flank, and they do get the information. It's a good tag, but at the end of it, Frosties will be able to secure another round here for Uwu. And honestly, Asarai, I think Alter Ego, they're struggling they're having a little bit of an identity crisis with how to execute their lineup. They have a good idea on the lineup, but they're not sort of executing it to their fullest. We said it's the same thing that happened in map number 1, where they have a double initiator, and instead of going for utilizing it to its fullest, they're going for these strange splits and these strange, I'd say slow pushes that really just don't work out in their favor, instead of maybe going for a hit or a execute towards the site, which might favor them, granted how much utility they have under their belt.
And here's the thing. Tebatal has not used Reyna at all in their VCT matches. It's always just been the KO and the Sova. And this is the first time that they're kind of trying to integrate this. Whether it's Alter Ego having a secret strategy or just trying to play something different, it hasn't really provided that much value. I mean, yeah, Tebatal can get the odd kill or two, but the problem here right now is his teammates haven't really set up the plate for him. And by that I mean they have setup strats. They have strat type agents. They're not able to utilize that well enough, and now they're getting heavily punished for it. Uwu gonna be in a 3 versus 3. This is probably the best chance for Alter Ego to make some damage happen, but this wall is keeping them contained for a moment. First Love, gotta be careful. There could be some retribution to come out. Crusading's getting thwarted here, but there is that big lure coming in from the mid side, although this is possible for Alter Ego now. First Love has only picked up the blades, but maybe that is going to be all she wrote, although as he does come up from the top mid, shut down immediately, but transition is going to make it costly for Alter Ego in the end.
Ooh, getting a little bit ahead of themselves right there. It's a massive investment they just lost. They lost the operator. And I honestly think that push was a little bit weird. Sure, they got a couple of kills. They made it a little bit expensive here, but look at the damage that it's done to the economy of Uwu after going for that risky play. Now they're left with virtually nothing. Not even the blades for First Love. He has to be sitting on a judge here, and it's a decent force buy, I'd say. But at this point, it's very worth considering actually just going for the full save. Maybe they're confident because they have the Killjoy lockdown, but there are still 3 ultimates here for Alter Ego as they make a full contact play towards A. They just walk in, and this is a good idea. I like this idea to go for just a walk in towards that A site, making absolutely no noise. It secures them a kill and it secures them A site.
Sometimes it do be simple like that. Ooh, the shock dart though could soften up some of the members of Alter Ego now that Uwu knows it's all about that retake. Smokes are being thrown out onto the A main side. Killjoy ultimate will be used. And they gotta be careful into this. They have to destroy it before, and they will. That's gonna be all that she is gonna be happy to use. And now Limamora is holding them back. That's learned in the back of the Hell side. Will be throwing out a flash here, gets expended. But they didn't know the double up was gonna be there. And now it's all back down to First Love for the 2 versus 1 clutch scenario. Gonna be pushing up to Jenny, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. I think he still has some time here. And he wants to make sure that they swing out perfectly at him. He dashes in, but he gets followed up, chased down hard by both Fat Penguin and Natslan. But at the end of the day, they were contained at the bottom or the back of the site, and that also meant that the spike was going to explode and take away at their weapons.
Yeah, that's 5 people dead on the AE side, and as you can see right now, it forces them into a very, very peculiar spot that... if they do somehow lose this round, they will be fully reset. Now, Uwu, they're going to want to make this as expensive as humanly possible. They only really have sheriffs, so it's 5 sheriffs, but never underestimate the power of the sheriffs, especially on Ascent, when there's a lot of headshot angles, there's a lot of close-range duels that you can take with it that can be very much utilized. However, Alter Ego... they're going for another full contact play here towards A, and it seems to work as Berserks gets a double, and Frosties gets 2 of his own up until he goes down, so they've already made it expensive. Berserks is on to 2 HP, no way to heal him up here, so this could still prove to be quite interesting. Jarpix might not check this angle here to the right. Actually does get spotted out, but it's a trade in the end. 2 players left, Akap in a 2v1, and his position is very much known here, so it's going to be very difficult as he gets tagged up by that owl drone. 1v2 is Akap on 25 HP. It looks to keep things in check and keep the economy of Alter Ego humble for the most part. He's not going to get the defuse, but he's going to try to at least get one falling away from that spike.
And that's always been the name of the game here for Uwu, at least on these rounds where they can't really win it. They're just going to try to make it as costly as possible. But it's not going to happen now. I think Limamore and Tebatal knew what was going to be coming. And now Uwu, the economy has been shaken a little bit. And Alter Ego, they've done a good job at just bringing back the rounds. And they're building up economy here. Now, looking into it, Uwu do have their first buy round after a few rounds of loss. And this could be the first challenge for Alter Ego. The adaptation of Uwu makes me think something could be up. And it seems one of those is putting a lot more utility on that A site. Both Astra as well as Killjoy have supplemented the site with stars and... I was about to say stripes, but there's no stripes there. It's basically technology.
Aggressive push here for First Love on towards B. He gets one, can dash out, elects to take another fight, and he gets a little bit too greedy. In the end, could have dashed out, but decided that he wanted to do a little bit more damage, bringing Fat Penguin to 30 HP, so that's still going to be significant. It's a good Hunter's Fury to get a tag onto Cresenia, but no kill off the back of it, so it's a couple of missed opportunities here for both of these teams as things sort of reset and restabilize here. The Seekers do come out, and that's going to give them a modicum of information. Not too much, though, as it only really spots out and gives a little bit of information towards B-Link. Not really much else on the back of it, but look at where ACAP has snuck up onto. He's already got himself into Wine. They're going to do a double bait and switch lineup onto it, and this is actually the perfect setup to go for right now. They're just going to sort of jiggle their way in. I would actually prefer to see Killjoy on the other end of it, because he is the Sentinel and that he can use his utility and still get out. But if Killjoy dies here, there's just no way.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
I guess it's just because of the fact that the flash would be better if Frosty's was there so that he doesn't blind his own teammate.
Yeah.
But we'll see how this goes. Berserks is just about to pop in. That, oh no, there's the setup, and they just line up beautifully for Frosty's. Berserks wildly just trying to keep himself
Love it.
contained, and this is why Sky is queen. The flashes to come out, and, well, all hail the Flash Queen.
That's a great setup right there from Uwu. The alarm bot. The moment the alarm bot sees anybody coming around that corner, flash comes out, double swing, perfect execution on the timing. There's another flash right around just in case they're vulnerable from short. And it's cleanup crew for Uwu. One of the prettiest rounds we've seen from them thus far, and very well executed from these guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. And all started with just putting a position on that turret. You really have to give it to teams for just like setting up stuff mid-round, because Alter Ego, they saw it, they didn't see it at the start that there was that type of setup, and then as Uwu made sure that there was like about 4 or 5 people at B and mid, they immediately tried to set something up on the A side. You saw how dynamic the utilities are as well. First Love is just going to try to Vamush his way outside of lane onto the side. Cresenia will not take that fatal damage. He's going to be fine, but Natsloran comes in wild with the classics. Left click, right click. However it goes, he still gets the kill in the end. Tebatal able to get the catch off with the Spectre as well. Going to be healing himself back up, and as he does get control, he is anchoring the position out there on market. And this leaves ACAP to his own. What a swift retribution from from Alter Ego, excuse me, going into the B side as their A side has been denied that last round.
That's 4-6 right here, and AE, they've got a chance at bringing us to a fairly even scoreline. They've managed to sniff out the defense and bring it to its knees here, but still, Uwu, they're going to keep one alive. I don't think that they have a lot of economy built up because they just won a round, and them getting reset will lead them to a very, very problematic next round here. It is a thrifty win for Alter Ego, so this is going to boost their momentum by a lot, especially on this attacking side. We could very well go into a halftime score of 6-6.
I have just gotten a confirmation from one of our friends that ACAP is actually pronounced as Achap.
Achap.
So, yeah, I apologize for Achap for that pronunciation. But you know what? That's also a pretty good name. Achap, you know, it's like, oh look, it's my chap. Achap.
It's A-Chap.
Yeah, something like that, right? It sounds super friendly now.
It does. 5v5 still, everybody alive and kicking here. And fortunately for Uwu, they have enough to buy in this next round despite getting reset. But Berserk's getting a great shot onto Crusadia towards mid, so that's the controller gone very early on here. So retake's going to be a lot more difficult, especially that they don't have the ultimate onto that Killjoy. It's a nice shock dart to land at the feet of Berserk's, bringing him down to 44. They do get a good blind here towards the backside, and Naslaran has another flash. It's not going to flash out First Love. First Love dashes into the backside, pulls out his blades, manages to get out of dodge here. No peek, and oh, I thought he'd get that for sure off the back of the good recon and the information given to him, but still it's brought to a 2v3. Very much doable. Jarpix, he's come up huge before, but it's First Love to yet again strike once more, all in the hands of Berserks in a 1v3. Jarpix holding towards spawn. They have First Love towards backside and an incoming flank from Akap towards market. He's got to go massive, but he can't do that. And this is Jarpix's game. He's getting triple kill after triple kill, and Alter Ego have no way of shutting him down just yet. I mean, Jarpix is only at 11-6, and he's not getting consistent kills. But when he does, they're all just so impactful.
I mean, he's 11 kills, but look at his assists. 7 in total. His recon dart usage has been quite the killer, to say at the least. You saw how well he just kind of saved his utility there, and that's something that you can use sometimes as a Sova, right? When your opponents are going to be charging into lane, you think there's not really much you can do, but all you really have to is expose that thin wall with a recon dart. And everybody from spawn, from B stairs, and even back of B site can wall bang it to fruition. And Jarpix has done a good job to kind of catch Alter Ego as they're in that state of transition always. And it's been working pretty well. Now we are going to be going into our second pistol here. Alter Ego going to be on the defending side now. Berserk's trying to find some value, but he has to back away. Gets spotted out in the open. Will still hit the headshot on First Love. And his almost risky and caught out position turned topsy-turvy, and he gets the advantage because of his good aim.
Frosty is on 1 HP. A strong wind could blow him over at this point. Just not much left in the tank for him, but he's at the very least going to claim an orb for himself, and still going to be a positive thing. Berserk's looking for a fadeaway shot with the Sheriff. Not going to land here, as yet again we're going to be resetting the round. And the members of Uwu going to gather their forces and reconvene towards that B site. They have controlled it a little bit, well enough that they feel confident in going for that take here. And it's actually a great read, because the members of AE, they're cheating their way here towards B, but as the stars come in and the recon darts come in, they are going to be getting up close here. Tebotal, he's good for 1. He's holding the line. He's found a second. He gets around the corner. Nice dismiss. But with 37 HP, he's going to get taken down shortly thereafter. So it's still 2v2. And it's full HP basically onto Crusadia and Akap right there. Asap, rather. Hatchap, excuse me. Fat Penguin now looking to swarm onto the site. Well-placed shot to find Crusadia. Now it's Hatchap in a 1v2. Berserks. He's getting around the corner. And it's a nice 1-2 for Hatchap. He's able to secure the round, bringing us to a 3-round advantage. Alter Ego left stunned by that. 3 rounds ahead now for Uwu.
Look at that hold from Tebotal. Almost a good enough round, but this replacement from Fane, Achap, he's hitting some shots. Not only Jarpix, man, it's also Achap. Able to clutch in these rounds. That was hella tight. And well, that sets up the pace for Uwu. Straight up into the full Spectre buy. They're on a spectrum here. And Alter Ego cannot be said the same. Only with the classics. Maybe a Frenzy on Fat Penguin, and then a Sheriff on Lemamore, but that's about it. Nothing really to scoff at, but we'll see how they try to transition this, as it's going to be Uwu full force again with the SMGs.
Ooh, man, they are here to play today. I am absolutely loving what they've brought to the table. It's just, no one really expected them to be this good. Especially up against Alter Ego, who have been pretty much a staple in the Indonesian scene for quite a while.
Enemy tag.
Ooh. coming out of the woodwork, just showing everybody that even with a sub, they're hitting their shots, they're making their strats work, and they're catching people off guard with their, I'd say, more unique play style. I'm thoroughly enjoying watching these guys, and if this is any indicator of what's to come in Group D, then everybody in Group D has to start getting a little bit worried about Uwu. Now, attack here towards the A, maybe dashing in here. Nats Laurent will clear the step, but will be cleared out. Achap, nice lineup there. He gets two. Nats Laurent with a kill. Double kill, rather, with a classic. Still bringing us into a 3v2. First Love, perfect timing and perfect positioning to get that kill onto Limamore. And it's a 1v3 right now with a Frenzy in the hand of Tebakol. He's gotten a couple of good kills, but he's going to be forced out of that position right there. First Love, great game sense to know that the reload was going to come in eventually.
Nats Laurent, he's had the magic touch with this classic for a while now. He's done that double kill with the classic multiple times already as the game was progressing, but again, it's not gonna be sufficient to try to bring back rounds towards the Alter Ego way. Although now that they do have some weaponry, interestingly enough, I was kind of wondering what Limamore was going to be planning, since he's not going to have the strongest of buys, since he did go straight for the Sheriff, and Sova be expensive, but he does opt to just go for the Bucky. Quick enough range outside of B main here, and once again, Berserk's offense on the short side makes some value. This bonus round looking a bit bleak for Uwu, but it could just be looking for trades as well as orb control, and that's all that she wrote. But for Alter Ego, they're looking much stronger this round, especially with that takedown on Jarpix.
4v5 as Achap, he has been a very dominant force here for Uwu in the previous couple rounds here. Someone that has stepped into the limelight in absence of the, his teammate Fane. But instead, man, he is showing that he is well deserving of the spot here in Masters. But Nats Laurent, not going to be able to get that much done for now. It's going to be the rest of his team to step up. And Alter Ego, they've actually brought this offense to its knees, leaving First Love all alone with 11 HP.
Well,
30
First
seconds left.
Love, not Dast last to die. As he's just going to be holding along our main cubby here. Gonna be just wrapping back and doesn't really have that much time, and all he really truly wants is maybe to get another gun away from the Uwu side. But that's not gonna happen, and Alter Ego here is gonna be holding the 6-9. It's an okay scoreline. It's a nice scoreline, but they need to make something happen now. 3-round gap is still a pretty sizable lead in Valorant terms, and now they're gonna be calling a tactical timeout. Wait, no, it's Uwu that calls tactical timeout, interestingly enough.
Yeah, it makes sense before it, gets a little bit too out of control there that they go ahead for this tactical timeout. They've lost a couple of rounds already. I mean, nothing really much to worry about, especially because it's the bonus round. I think it has more to do with the fact that they have to figure out their economy. That's why they're calling that, whether they want to buy it in this round or not. Because if you look at it right now, Frosties and ACAP, they're not in a good spot because of how expensive the previous rounds were. So it's really going to be a matter of deciding whether they're going to buy on top of this or whether they're going to eco or not. I'd argue that since they're already 3 rounds ahead, just go for that full save, do that economic damage, and then come back stronger in the next one.
It does make a lot of sense. At least allows them for, to be able to buy aggressively now. And looking into First Love's money scape, he can go straight into an operator if he wants. I've been calling out the operator multiple times. I just want to see one. We haven't, I think, seen a sniper all day, but to be fair, this is the first game.
In the first game, yeah, and it was on the attacking side, and First Love had it.
But what? I did not put that into my memory banks. I kept remembering Sushi Boys' operator from yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't seen very many operators, I think, this run here, and a little bit interesting to say, but they're going to go for the Force. First Love, drop down. That's going to be one of the weapons gone here. Frosty's going to pick up and swap out the Guardian that he had in his hands. No way to get him up, so still going to be a 4v5 as the weaponry isn't actually too good for Alter Ego. They do have a Spectre in their hands and the Bucky, so could be exploitable for Uwu if they can somehow manage to bring the numbers advantage back in their favor.
I'm gonna try to make some ripples happen. As there is that cosmic divide from Cresania just
Oh, he sees the barrel of the
utilized.
gun. No, he doesn't see it. That's awkward. They walk past each other in the smoke. Atchap?
That was awkward.
He didn't see the barrel.
I think he was looking straight into the minimap. That's probably why.
Yeah. But for a second, you saw the tip of that Vandal just poking through, and I thought he'd spray for it. Instead, Uwu's gonna get cleaned up by Berserks with a great triple kill.
Alter Ego, they're bringing this back. Okay, let's see that once more. Aw, that was so unfortunate for Atchap. You know what? Sometimes people say just the tip, but this tip is not enough. And that's gonna be a bit of an ouchie.
You get that a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do. I don't tip enough. Yeah.
I try to tip whenever I can.
Yeah, whenever I can as well.
I mean, sometimes when you get deliveries in the pandemic, it's a little bit more difficult. Especially when you ask them to leave it at the doorstep. So it's harder to tip sometimes. But,
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I've never been to like a country that actually asks you for tips. I usually just give it because I appreciate the service.
yeah, that is true. And for the most part, that's really kind of how it should be. But going in towards that A site, nice shot from First Love. Gets double, pulls out his blades. And that's two great headshots with the Sheriff. They also have the ultimate this round. Suddenly, Alter Ego have been left rocked by that full contact play there towards that A side. Catching Alter Ego unaware. Tebotal, he's here to bring it back, looking to make it a little bit expensive. The utility forcing him away from this position a little bit more. Trying to stave off the presence towards A main, but instead he's going to be staved off himself as he's fallen back. Nice lineup from Tebotal to get two. That's his third kill, and they're turning things on its head. Do they have the time? Atchap has a beautiful lineup with a Sheriff, and he gets the third. No, he doesn't. Running out of time, though. And it's Lemon Moore to bring it back with a Sheriff of his own. But does he have time to defuse? Yes. He's going to have barely enough. Could be 2 seconds. Can't look at this. It's going to be close.
.51, Elu, .50. I want to see that straight up. Look at that. Oh, 2 consecutive headshots. And then a little bit more from Atchap. Great spray control from Tebotal to keep everything contained. But look at this motion from Lemamore. He's just dodging the headshots from Atchap.
It works.
Hey, it looks silly, but if you look from the perspective of Lemamore, you
trying to find the head.
are... Yeah, exactly. You're trying to dodge the headshot with wacky movements. It actually has how some people just do it straight up if you have the motion for it. And it seems like Lemamore is one of those blessed with the tappity feats. And, well, now I was asking about the operator, and Berserk's just, he steps up. He tells me, Asteroid, I got you, bro. And gets a nice little shot in transition onto Cresania.
Good positioning, but I think Tebotal queued when he should have E'd in that one. The dismiss definitely would have come much more in handy, but he goes for the overheal despite being full HP. Might have been a reflex thing. At the end of the day, though, they still have to deal with Fat Penguin, who's worked his way into wine here. Doesn't have an angle just yet, and he will in a second if the timing does befit him. Good lineup, good flash, and that's going to be it. That's the round here. Jarpix, only man left standing. And Alter Ego, their defensive side looking a lot better. This is what I wanted to see from them earlier, Asarai, when I was saying they should make better usage of the double initiator. Go for those peaks like that. Go for those setups. And now they're finally getting to do it. Not so much in the previous map, but now they're going for those aggressive flash plays, those aggressive positionings. They're sneaking into areas, and Ubus, they're not ready for it because the map control hasn't been going their way at all.
It really hasn't been. They're just trying to go straight into these angles, but it seems like Alter Ego always prepared to go for these charges. One of the things that Alter Ego has been using as well is these Astra Smokes. They've been using the budget version, which is the Dissipate. I think there was one play where Tebotal was actually peeking somewhere middle of mid. Remember specific Pizza, somewhere in Pizza. and he got budgeted smoked, which led Uwu to kind of false insecurity. He was just holding their angle there, and it actually worked out in his favor. But now Berserk's, the charge is coming in. He's going to be holding up, but Frosty's, what a fly swatter motion, leaving Lemamore at the back of the side, but it's not really going to at least translate into anything big, as he only gets the one shutdown left into Fat Penguin and Natsulan, both of the new acquired players of AE. Can they step up big? Leaving it at 2 versus 3. They've only cleared up the entry of the site. Now it's all up to them. Fat Penguin's had to back away, and this ultimate, he has to try to go for the electric cha-cha. The last pulse, he's alive, but now they have to push.
But look at the HP. They're all so low. 2 players left standing, 21 and 5, with a cumulative amount of 26. Can they hold the line here? Nats Laurent, he's going to find the last kill on this alongside Fat Penguin, and it's retake after retake. Alter Ego, they're keeping things going. I thought Atchap would have pulled in the ultimate right there for sure, the lockdown, but instead they hold it in, and I think that was a little bit of a misplay there from Ubu. Despite getting so many great kills with the Sheriff, they find themselves at a round disadvantage, 10-9. They finally call for the tactical timeout here, but Alter Ego, they are just doing work.
I mean, they've already expended the Hunter's Fury to no avail. It was technically a how do I say this? A save round for Uwu. Even if they got some really good shots, they didn't really have the utility to do so. And the big problem, I think, if they did use a Killjoy ultimate, at that point, it was a bit too late, because there would be plenty of time for the retake there for Alter Ego. Maybe if they started the round, that would have burned a lot more, but I think they were in a position where it's just not going to be valuable enough. But you know what? I think it's still going to be fine. They do at least create that economic damage. They still get themselves their money up here. They're going to be able to buy up. They're going to able to use that lockdown. If Cresenia can secure a kill or an orb, that's going to be another big utility that Uwu can help themselves jettison forward into the rounds. But for the moment, they will be calling the tactical. We're out of it, but whether it's a good or bad play, they're struggling in front of us, in front of our eyes. And Alter Ego, they're starting to bring this back up, Ilu.
Indeed. What a great run from Alter Ego. Just when you think this match was going to go Uwu's way, yet again, they find their footing. They're starting to get a grasp on how the SGMY squad is playing here, and this is one of the things that Alter Ego is known to do. Sometimes they start slow, don't they? And now they're finally in it, but look at this. Pressure here, aggressive play towards mid. Tebatol with a double here, backed up by his team. Nats Laurent, the crossfire of doom. They know where Cresenia is. He's just gonna get shot down, out of place, out of time, and out of line. 3 kills for Tebatol right now, and the tactical crouch and the spray down coming in. 11-9, Alter Ego 2 rounds away from sealing the deal and getting this to a 1-1.
And that's the Indonesian identity we were kind of all looking with Alter Ego, Boom, and Onic. Where's the aggressive 3-man pushes to get that map control? Seems like they're finding the grooves and they're starting to jam to the tune of it, and it's working. And Tebatol, he's not dropping the ball at all. And he's been hitting some insane shots, and he's been hella confident for the most part. Berserks, though. Wait, that tagged nobody?
Yeah.
Okay. The whiff, and that's going to at least give Uwu some control in the back of the site. This Trailblazer getting so much information, and First Love angry to get that first kill. But once again, Tebatol steps up to the plate.
They spot 2 people on the site. They still go for it regardless. Now Frosty's pushing in towards the backside right now. He's vulnerable from so many angles, and he's gonna go for that spray down. He gets Frosty's now. His position is known. He has 2 more kills to find. Spots the operator, decides to swap to it. A little bit interesting in a 1v2 here, just to see if he can land the shot. Switches back here. Has a flash out. It doesn't work out in his favor. The timing doesn't go in his way. Nats Laurent will claim Frosty's scalp and bring us to match point. Alter Ego, they're back in a big way.
I was a little bit worried about Tebatol, going as this Reyna, but it seems like Alter Ego, through grit and sheer determination, they have created a environment where Tebatal can actually shine in this. Was also wondering how Lemon Moore can set up stuff with the Sofa. He's been doing fine, but Tebatal really the star of this show, able to hit some nasty shots, and it's accumulated to the 20 frags in total in this second game. And now, as you mentioned it, man, they're already knocking at the door. Tebatal, I was already praising him, but he got baited hard, and now 4 versus 5. Weaker weapons on the side of Uwu, but they have the numbers and the map control on short.
Nice shot right there from Berserks, pushing all the way towards B main. Just when Uwu should have put down on their advantage, they actually get taken down in response. Fat Penguin onto site, doing work!
Enemy remaining.
And that's gotta be it here in a 1v3 at Chap. Last man standing, picks up a Phantom, has the lockdown, has to recover the spike. Making a lot of noise here in his position. He's already well and known. Berserks will look for this pick. That's all she wrote. At Chap going down 13-9. We get a 1-1 scoreline. I get my prediction right, and that's right, you're wrong.
Either way, I'm happy seeing Alter Ego get themselves a round victory. They were meeting expectations. I think that is the best way to go about how they were able to play at this game. And in the end, we still end ourselves the 1-1. It was both Satan plays from Uwu and Alter Ego, but once again, Indonesia steps up and says that we're not a region to be, thrown aside or put to the not spotlight. We can create our own instances here. We can have our own successes, and that seems to be what they're trying to do here and now. Still, that is going to be the first series done. We still have more to go, but that was such a fun game to definitely watch. Tebutal was starting to create some waves, and well, he was surfing to the rhythm of the sea. There you go, 20 kills.
Definitely hanging 10 there. In fact, hanging 20 as he picks up 20 kills over Frosties, who had 17. A lot of it, I think, Aserai came down to the fact that Alter Ego eventually woke up and we're like, why aren't we playing like we're, why aren't we playing to our playstyle, to our composition? Yeah. They finally ended up doing that. They ended up going for those aggressive pushes at the very start of the game, respecting Uwu a little bit too much. And Uwu, I think, getting shaken and unable to, shake it off, I think. Taking a little bit of a loss in the end here. Still a respectable score from both of these teams, as we do go to a 1-1 at the very end of it. So Aserai, after all of it, after all that's said and done, I think I'm happy to say that Group D is living up to its name. The group of life where every team has a very good chance at claiming a couple of points for themselves.
Yeah, it seems like it's still all up across the board. I mean, we're technically in the first series for Group D, so they have everything that can be lined up for them. Anyways, guys, we are going to be going for that quick break. When we come back, we're going to be setting up already into that next series. First done, there's so much more to go, so don't go anywhere. VCT Sea Challengers, Day 2, we'll be right back.
Welcome back. Just concluded the Group D first match of the day, first match of Group D at all here on day number 2 of the group stages. Of course, it went 1-1 against Asteroid's predictions. I know Illustrado was right on that, but joining us this time is Mr. Dax himself. How you doing, first of all, man, after watching that? And quick recap on what you saw in the last game.
You know, it was an incredible game, but what I really noticed was how many times Illustrado and Astray had to say ooh. And that warmed my heart, finally seeing them just do that together. But really, when Uwu took control, they did alter ego in the meantime. Second map, waking on up and ending up the 1-1, really showing what the group of life is all about, guys.
I mean, we kind of have to need that contrast, I guess. If we got the group of life, then we have a group of death as well. That's going to come up in just a hair. But we're going to check out the standings first and foremost, before we even get to that, how things have been progressing throughout this entire tournament. Once again, we're only on day number 2, but things are looking quite spicy. Completed the first set of our Group D matches just now, with Uwu taking a 1-1 with Alter Ego. And right up next, we got Cerberus Esports versus Oasis Gaming to round out that Group D stage. Of course, after this, we're going to have Group A and Group B once more to clean up the day. But, I mean, for the meantime, you know, Uwu, I think everybody was kind of surprised by how they performed. And I'm just going to say, I'm the only one who kind of predicted, officially, that they're going to come out of this group stage. And so, I mean, after that performance, Asarai, real quick recap on what you think, you know, really was the big difference between Alter Ego and Uwu. Why did it go to that 1-1 stretch?
I think it just goes back to the basic fundamentals. There's just much more structured gameplay from Uwu, and you saw them take active map control. Alter Ego, it took them such a long time to actually get that active map control. It was only then that they were able to really lock down the Ascent map.
Well, first of all, after that one, we gotta look at the next one. Going up here in the Group D, Cerberus. First team we're gonna check up on here. These guys, we know that they are one of the top dogs, mind the pun, with 3 heads of their own respective region. But Asarai, I know you got a lot to say about these guys. What you got?
Yeah, first, again, big shout outs to my friend Abby, who is one of the prevalent people in the Vietnam region that, you know, was able to kind of give me the information that we need right now for Cerberus. Cerberus, we already know that they are a very prolific roster that has been supported by their organization that came from Korea. Again, this team hasn't really had a change in roster for such a long time, and one of the people to definitely watch out for is Daikyu, their super explosive jet player.
Yeah, and on the other side, we got Oasis Gaming. So big shout-outs to, well, myself for being a good friend to the Oasis Gaming roster. And you got Coco Gadowers, Courtesy, Marky, and Ripper. Some of the hottest hots in the Philippine scene. Some of the coolest as well. But in their latest VCT PH run, they showed up finally in their final form. The best of the best of the rest there for Oasis Gaming. And they just heated on up. Keep an eye on the duelists there, Marky and Gadowers especially. Because these guys, they could take command of a matchup.
This man just shouted himself on out, but respect much there, Dax, because these guys, you might be sleeping on your side, but never sleep on Oasis. I'm channeling Twitch chat right there. Here, of course, is the matchup, raise to raise, Gadores and Kishi, 1 apiece. And, you know, we can go about all the stats, but performance is really what matters when you go into the game. Speaking of performance here, Dax, I know you know a lot about these guys. What do you think about what Kishi and Gadores have to offer?
Yeah, Kishi, in the last VCT Challengers SCA, he's the one who performed there for Cerberus. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a map. It did feel like the Vietnam region was just ill-prepared for SEA back then. Gadores, in the meantime, when he is ready, when he is hot, he can just keep Oasis Gaming in the game. But we're going to get our map selection here. And Asarai, Breeze, and Split looking very interesting because from my perspective, I feel like both of these maps are good for both teams.
I definitely have to agree. I'm not entirely sure about Breeze just yet. It seems like still an X factor for a lot of our teams here. But you know what? I just also realized that with this second C tournament that we do have, or I think third C tournament that we have right now, it seems like it's the it's an arc for a shonen tournament anime where they had first encounters during, again, the road to Iceland, and now here the road to Berlin, Germany. It's everybody just leveling up, and Vietnam has so much to offer right now. I think especially now that they have had more time to play with each other. Again, Cerberus roster hasn't really changed up in a while, and going maybe into Breeze, that could be something. But I also have to note that Oasis Gaming has been a team that has shown to have a lot of set plays that can really take away at teams that are not prepared for it.
Quick stat for you guys, a very interesting pick, I think, coming from Oasis Gaming, considering the fact that in the official circuit, Breeze for them is 1-3. They've only had one win on Breeze so far, while meanwhile, on the other side of things, Cerberus, they're 2-0 so far in Breeze. Not a huge, really kind of pool to take these stats from, but it's something still to consider, and very interestingly enough, Oasis picking Breeze. So we're going to move into the next match in just a bit. Cerberus versus Oasis. I mean, these guys, what is there to say aside from them being almost kind of like what we'd expect to kind of shake things up here in this group, especially. Quick predictions, guys. Asrar, we'll start with you. How do you think this game's going to go?
I feel like I'm going to get hate from the Filipinos, but I'm going to go...
You always do.
It's okay, Asrai.
I get
Just
it,
let
I
it
get it.
out.
Hashtag blame Asrai, right? Anyways, I think it's going to be 2-0 for me. Cerberus side.
Okay. I'm interested to think why you're going for that, because I felt also it was 2-0. Feels like it's a safe answer to go 1-1, right? But this series, it will be defined by whose identity will shine here. And I'll go the other way, Asrai. 2-0 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Go all in on Oasis.
Well, here we go. Thanks for the predictions, guys. I personally kind of have to think it's going to go either way, 1-1, but we're going to find out for ourselves here with a matchup. Oasis Gaming here now versus Cerberus, of course, the three-headed dogs versus that small illusion out in the desert. Who's going to win this series? Well, we're about to find out here. Last match of Group D, last match to round out this entire group stage, at least for the second day. Let's go into it.
Another tragedy, and we just seem so numb. Need the peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets, we see police don't freeze but run. And the next thing that you know, somebody reach for the gun. Okay. Murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
You think Owe gets a kill? He doesn't! Rip instead! With
There's a paradise outside that door in the underworld, but there's a big dog getting in the way, and pretty much the perfect analogy right now between these two teams as we got Cerberus versus Oasis. It's gonna be the first game of our Vietnam versus Philippine region doubleheader here, Asrai, because we're gonna be seeing that later on between Bren and Ego as well after this. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second match of the second day. It is gonna be Cerberus versus Oasis. I'm Jax here with Asrai, and Asrai, again, I do want to go back to the map pool because I know for a fact that both of these teams love the map pool right now. Both Breeze and Split. There are rich histories for both Cerberus and Oasis right now that we can tackle while we're waiting for the game.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we can point out the most here is Split first. Or, actually, no, it's Breeze. We can go probably Breeze first. I think, as Black and Blue mentioned, Oasis has had a negative win percentage on Breeze, but that could just be indicative of their previous iterations. Again, it seems like a lot of these teams have been preparing different strategies from what we saw. Whether it's successful or not, it just has to see in the performance that they do on that particular day. But there are some set strategies that we haven't really seen from these teams when they played their specific regions now coming into Southeast Asia. And that's just because we have that week break where now these players are able to try to do some other stuff. And very much looking forward to Breeze because it's always been Breeze that has been the, I think, X factor for a lot of these teams. Yesterday, XM versus GXR, never really expecting GXR to run away with Breeze, and lo and behold, they almost took a game away from X10, even though they did win that win that map overall. Again, just check out the posts and whatnot. But still, again, X Factor is Breeze.
That's right. You prefer the stats, sure, but I prefer the magic. You know already where we're going this. But really, the thing about the map pool right now for Oasis Gaming, it's a bit of a lost surprise. Breeze is a map they have practiced a lot in scrims, and they were very, very eager to play it in the VCT PH circuit, but unfortunately, didn't pan out. And instead, a map that they weren't too comfortable with back then, Split, became their paradise, became their ace in the hole, and especially with the set strats they know with courtesy on that breach, that could be something to watch out for later on. But on the flip side, for Cerberus, there's a story there as well. If you look at the victories of Cerberus there in the Vietnam region, it was just some mind games happening because they whipped out a composition that they used previous against one team, and against their bitter rivals Division X, who knocked them out in Challenges 1 instead, they whipped out something else. So some psychological warfare in the bracket, and on the flip side, Split as well is one of their best maps statistically and something they love to play. And really, this is what point I was making a while ago. These two teams, they love this map pool right now, based on the practice and based on some of the results that they have been able to attain. But really, it's a matter of whose identity will shine on brightest. That's why we both feel like it's going to be a 2-0, right? It has to be either Oasis will be able to outclass Cerberus, or Cerberus will be able to outclass Oasis. I don't feel like it's going to be an in-between. Yes, it's a safer answer. Yes, it's a possibility as well. But really, whose play will be better and whose play will be amplified here in the SEA stage?
I'm going to lay my chips, and by chips, I mean potato chips down the line. For this. I really do feel like Vietnam has really yet to find their true footing. Ego as well as Big Bam have shown that they have their propensity, but it's always almost been either the 0-2 or the 1-1 for them. They have really still yet to, as you mentioned, overwhelm and overpower a team here. And Oasis Gaming is a formidable foe, but I really feel that with the help of, again, the Cerberus organization in this particular team, it is going to be very, very possible. They also have themselves, we saw in the head-to-head, some pretty prolific players, some really star power players as well, in the form of Kishi, who, again, I'd remind to everybody there in the Twitch chat, in any chat, that this player actually comes from CSGO, similar to how Dubstep is for the Philippines. He's like the golden boy of that particular game. Kishi is the same thing for Vietnam. He is one of the players who has made that game as entertaining and as alive for as long as possible. And now he's decided to set his boots here in Valorant. And I don't think we haven't really seen the true potential of Cerberus, especially in that first time that we saw them. Because again, that was so early in the VCT scene for Vietnam, going into, again, the Southeast Asia tournament. So now they have ample time. It's been a couple of months, and we're going to go to Breeze to see who's who and what's what.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree there, Astrai. This is their second chance. This is their second time here. They're the first Vietnamese representative who's been twice to VCT now. And Cerberus, they're going to prove to us that they belong in the SEA region. But here we have it. Cerberus going to be playing with their Kashi, Kishi, Suka, Loki, as well as Daikalim or Daikute. And it does seem like it's going to be double Initiator, the Viper Control, the Killjoy, and the Jet. But the Oasis on the flip side, double duelist this time. You got Marky and Gadot steering this ship. Just gonna be the captains of the helm in terms of the frag potential and the initiation. And speaking of initiation, there's the Sova, there's the Viper and the Killjoy as well. Overall though, it does feel like utility is a little bit similar between the two teams. Their game plan might be the same here, Asarai.
Definitely. It's just the difference of the flashes that might give a slight edge for Cerberus here. But as you mentioned, it is going to be almost about the same. Breeze map is going to be such a fun map to play, to say at the least. But I think the problem now for C teams is that we haven't really seen it that much played in competitive scene. I mean, yeah, you can see it in local tournaments and whatnot, but there's really a big difference to how other teams from other regions just trying to translate that. And Marky, he's going to be setting the pace here. He's been just a crack shot in the PH region, and he has a lot to prove going into Southeast Asia. And I think, you know, alongside people like Patifon, people like Dubstep, Marky also has that good enough aim. And Loki, I'm not going to miss a beat to get a kill.
The mischief from this man, just pushing through the cannon. What kind of expectations do you get there? Oasis in the meantime trying to defend still. And courtesy will fall there to the hand of Loki. Can Oasis actually hold the line here in the middle? That's the question. Cerberus in the meantime trying to go for the push. And Loki again with a triple, but Marky fighting on back here, Asarai.
Calling my bot.
Coco's gonna be holding the transition, spots out the bomb planter, and this could be big if he can hold his own before as Marky comes into play. This could be huge. Marky left on an island, but he's still pretty healthy, down to 75. Doesn't know that Loki is right to his left. Recon Dart making it difficult for him to come out of tunnel here, but he has some time. Spots out one, now knows one will be popping out from Makdo, but it's going to be Loki in the end. It's a good enough series, it's a good enough play as well, and it's a good enough player to make it happen for, 4 kills for this man.
I'm loving that, Asarai. And Loki, the heads-up play in that round, turning around, making sure that their backs are covered, and making sure that flank will be, of course, isolated and identified. Cerberus now off to a good start, getting that 1-0 lead. And it does seem like, yes, just from that single round alone, you know that they have prepared even more so here for SEA, Asarai.
Now, it looked like it was a good start for Oasis there, but again, if you have ample time, you can always just run it back to the other side and that's a simple thing, but it really does give that impact. Anyways, Cerberus, they're not going to be holding much, not holding their breaths, immediately just plunging into the A site as look at the body count starting to build up. Courtesy and Coco to remain. They're somewhere on bridge, and I'm just gonna try to maybe bamboozle a kill here and there. Coco's making a lot of noise in his position, but Courtesy on the other hand playing aside, and Kishi's he's just gonna charge in. But he wasn't expecting that Courtesy was holding the angle as he was trying to go for the flank, and at least they do get themselves a Spectre.
I mean, they unclogged the A site here. Cerberus Plumbing, if you need some help with your toilets and with a site take, they're your guys. But Dai Kalem there, finding that takedown. If you guys want to know him, that's Dai Cute as well. And on the flip side, though, let's see. Can he actually get one more kill with the classic? It's not going to happen. That's Dai Kalem finding another target. And Cerberus, they've been surgical with these takes so far. Only one member falling down in that round for them.
5 kills for Loki. That's a few steps closer to a Viper Pit quite early. This could be a good spell for them. How many does he need now? Just about 2. A bonus round, maybe a charge and a kill, and then into the Viper's Pit. That is going to be huge if they want to have an upper hand here, but they also do have Kishi's Seekers. This could be something. Marky, interestingly enough, will not be buying into the Operator, but could be because they do know that Cerberus is all about that intense take onto the side. So they want to have a little bit more firepower to adjust the plays. You're not really comfortable with Marky being alone on an island or something. This Quadra stack on mid will give them that map control and vision that they need, that nobody is going to be playing there, as well as Elbow. So it's going to be straight up onto the B side. I do like this from Oasis, and at least this gives them a clear-cut picture as to where the rest of Cerberus may be, back of the side, as well as somewhere there on the B window.
Yeah, remove the options, but now play on the timer. Oasis looking for that retake, and Cerberus setting up behind that site. Can they actually make this work, though, as the talk screen gonna be in the way here? Ripper waiting for timing. Marky now seeing the wall drop on down. That's the turret gonna be set on up. And here we go with the one-way smoke from the Viper. But Marky now dashing on in into the Cloudburst and more. There's the blind, though, from the sky! And it will be a 2-for-2 trade. Coco finding Kishi there. Akashi in the meantime catching out Marky. And as Gadot tries to play onto the main angle, it's Dai Kalem fighting on back. Now 1v1 between Coco and Dai Kalem. Can we get the jet here with the spray down into the takedown? Yes, he can! And Cerberus, they got map control, they got site control rather, and they got that third round. Bonus time and more. Cerberus right now just keeping control of this tropical site.
That was just pretty smart. He had the angle already. There wasn't really a wall obstructing the bullets that could come out from Daikute, so a straight up spray into the smoke was good enough. And plus, the big factor there was he heard the audio cue. Some of us, we want the visual cue. You want to see your opponent, being there. We might have charged out of the Cloudburst, but sometimes it's just all those informations that you can try to absorb and understand what you have to do after that. Shows to you how much knowledge and IQ these players do tend to showcase in these games. Speaking of showcasing some plays, though, that is going to be Shock Dart, Sova Drone, as well as what was being thrown out already? Nanoswarm and Blades just being expended here on the Thrifty round, and they're hitting some nasty-ass shots. Loki left to remain in a flawless Thrifty round for Oasis. That is just nasty disgusting. Ooh.
Whoa, win. A bit of deja vu from the previous round, but in a different sites and with lesser guns. Still, the Oasis using that utility well, and with the Blade Storm getting that first pick off, some pressure from the Shock Darts and the Nanoswarms, as you mentioned, it was enough to force Cerberus to peek on out, and Oasis was there to steal those kills. And speaking of steal, they've stolen the economy lead basically here, Asterai. Now it's going to be Cerberus playing with the shares instead, and Oasis getting a hard reset with their money. They're going to be happy now with the Vandals they picked up. They're going to have money for the next round, and it does feel like the 3-0 effort that Cerberus had a while ago, it just falls apart with Oasis's win there in that last round.
Enemy tagged.
Cerberus, false sense of security for sure from them. They thought that they had all the necessary tools as well as just having the better weapons in general. Marky, is there going to be a quick enough push from Loki to get that punish kill? Looks like that's not going to be true. They're getting a lot of mid control, but the problem with mid control as attackers is if you don't put enough bodies on it, there's always going to be one that could possibly lurk and get the kill on you. Although I do love the use on that Shock Dart. This gives Loki some time to creep himself up, but Courtesy was well prepared for that scenario. Now, it's going to be a quick charge from Coco. Sees more into mid. Sukas is going to be here as well, looking for the late lurk, but I think the damage should be done in general. There's going to be just quick trades overall, and the trades positive and successful for the Oasis squad, and Suka to remain. If he can pick up this Vandal, this could be good. He can still have a weapon to try to deal the damage, but a bit too late, and Godowers with the punish.
Yeah, good effort there from Suka at the end, but Godowers was prepared for any Vandal pickups, and Oasis right now clawing their way back to try and tie things up. But this is where Cerberus can really fight. You can see here in the replay though, Courtesy playing peekaboo from the nest. And from how we've seen here from Oasis, they just love to fight these long-range duels. They're willing to go for the contest into the middle. They're willing to have those sight lines go in their favor, and that's what has helped them out in these situations. But I feel like if Cerberus can make that side take happen again without getting surprised and basically played with by Oasis utility, then we're going to see them dominate one more time. But here we have it, Guiding Light right now confirming that someone's here by the double doors, and Godowers hiding on the side. Will Daikalam be able to spot him out? There's a spray though into the smoke. Doesn't see anything as of yet. And Cerberus this time cautious and patient. Ooh. They're waiting for Oasis to come here. Godowers fighting, but Kishi with a punish, and there you go. Cerberus right now on the prowl, but Marky as the operator, and Kishi now will fall flat on his face.
Seems like they were just trying to figure out what the pace was for Cerberus before they equipped Marky on that sniper. Still, this was something that I was aware of. The Viper Pit, or we were aware of, the Viper Pit is there. Daikalim or Daikute about to go up against the prodigal son, 17 years old, and his his shots be cracked. Still, it's a 4 versus 3. And that ultimate is about to go down. Look at how afraid CES, especially with that Killjoy ult for the retake, is going to be. They do have the lineups. They do have the post plan with Akashi being at the helm with his Hunter's Fury, as well as the Snakebite being come into play. But they have to clear out the 3 at the back of the site, and they can't miss any of these shots. Recon Dart will be thrown. Dowers, or rather Ripper, on Case. One more, and he's going to be able to connect everything in Oasis. What a retake through the post plan and through the Viper's utility as well.
He just dug and clawed out of that cave and killed everyone there, Mr. Asterai. And you can see for Oasis, it is that support system right behind Marking Godowers that can find the clutch. Ripper, of course, a good example of that. Cerberus on the other side, yet again, they have so many good plans, and it does seem like they have some good side takes. But this time, with Oasis finding their footing, especially with that lockdown a while ago, it's helping out the Oasis squadron instead find the answers. And Cerberus now need to check out what the question's gonna be, because they had a good handle a while ago. Right now, it's kind of falling flat as Oasis has gotten 3 rounds in a row.
Well, a lot of people do argue that this map is attacker-sided, but if you get that much mid-control, you do stifle the ability of the attackers to even get themselves any form of grip on the map itself. There will be a quick little technical timeout, so a bit of a pause here, and this is what Cerberus can use to try to at least figure out and talk with each other. What's happening, bro? As you mentioned, Dax, 3-0 already, and on those 3 rounds, there was only 1 round that Cerberus was actually able to plant that spike down, and that's a bit concerning when the name of the game for you is to try to get the site first, plant it, and then force the defenders to come at you, not before, and not defenders actually pushing before you can even get the push in yourselves.
Yeah, and just it feels like the tale of 2 teams, the tale of 2 scenes. It's going to be the storyline so far. And from what we've seen here, it's just all about the overpower. Which style is going to be better? Which style is going to be greater than the sum of its parts? And which style will prevail in this matchup? We've seen Cerberus off to a good start. Oasis, in the meantime, clawing their way back. It does seem like there's a lot of ultimates here for Cerberus, Mr. Astra. You've got 4 of them ready to go. Gonna try their luck with the Marshal and the Sheriffs as well. But on the flip side, with Oasis building up this economy and building up a potential lead, they can just go back to what they want to do. Find the duels in the mid to long range. And it's interesting because for Oasis, they've embraced some of their willingness to go head-to-head with the opposition. I guess here in Breeze, their plan right now is to just fight. And if they realize that, okay, Cerberus gonna be here on A, gonna be here on B, let's just go there and fight back again. Because this is going to be, of course, a map that you want to get control of in every single angle. Such big sight lines, so many deep angles and long angles that you can work with. And for Oasis, they just want to remove those choices. Cerberus, in the meantime, they will take the free choices, yes. But in the end, from what we've seen so far, they end up with no choice instead.
These 2 teams, their coaches are, I'd say, fairly new. For Oasis, a couple of months. For Cerberus, could be said the same. I think for Oasis, Mark, and then for Cerberus, it's Malik. So one of the things that the reason why I point this out as well is I want to see how well these coaches have integrated their understanding of the game and their want of play style with how they try to incorporate that with the rest of the team, with the identity of their team. Seems like Oasis has a bit of a stretch when we started the game here in this first game, but once they gotten their weapons, once they got that thrifty win, it seems like to have gone all their way. So now Cerberus, they have to find something during this timeout. Again, if Malix can bring them to victory. I know that they do have some veteran pedigree in their side for Cerberus with the help of Kishi, but they definitely need somebody looking from afar to see what the problem is macro-wise in terms of that map control for Cerberus.
You know, I'm impressed with Cerberus, actually. From some of their interviews in SEA media, they notice how vast their map pool is, how wide their agent pool is. And really, I feel like Cerberus is a team that can play anything and everything given the chance to prepare in the first place. And they've had preparations on a map like Breeze before. Like I said a while ago, they whipped out 2 distinct compositions for this map in their run in the VCT Vietnam region, beating out local stalwarts, making sure that the mind games were true and blue. And it does feel like right now for Cerberus, they just need to channel that energy yet again. Yes, they've locked into a composition right now, and yes, it is going to be the double initiator that we witnessed its greatness a while ago. On B side, right, with that sky having that flash, the guiding light, such a big bane to the existence of Oasis, it's a good answer to some of the plays Oasis is trying to do. But Oasis, on the other hand, using some of the smokes, of course, from Ripper as well as Marky, breaking those sightlines as much as possible and moving on around. I feel like here for Cerberus, get back that heads-up energy from the first round, especially from Loki. He had a good answer a while ago to what Oasis wants to do. And if they can get back to that level, get back to that kind of energy, then it will help them. It will help them out immensely in this game. Oasis, in the meantime, the game plan, it's been working so far for the past 3 rounds. I don't think they're going to change things up anytime soon, especially as you were requesting a while ago, Asarai, in that Uwu game that, you know, I want more operators. Give me more operators. Here you go. Lo and behold, our Lord and Savior Marquis will give you an op. He's had that for quite a while already.
Well, you know what? He can operate that to a good extent. Hey,
I
haven't heard that joke before.
He can operate would mean anytime. Yes, play unrated. Play unrated. Come on,
Okay,
I want
just
that,
unrated.
I want that big Asarai energy. Of course, his ramp, it's probably like times 4 of mine. Let's not get into it. I don't want to talk about me. We're here to talk about the players. We're here to talk about each other. And of course, no SEH tournaments would be complete without the patent pending technical timeout. But as soon as I call it out, it's done. We are gonna get back into the game here as Ryan Oasis playing up some aggression.
I mean, come on, guys. We have waters,
Down B.
long bodies of water connect or disjointing our regions. But you know what? Also, sickening op shot from Marky will disjoint about 2 members of Cerberus, as that was a collateral. Good enough job. Daikute will be whipping out the blades for now. The storm is brewing, and where is it gonna be forecasted? B or A? Daikute just backing away for the moment, but right there on McDonald's, it's gonna be Marky holding the angle. He sees the head, but Daikute just pincers him down. Dashes right in, tries to isolate the one, right-clicks onto Ripper, but loses the sight of him. And Ripper keeps himself contained as well as safe in the back of the side with a nice use onto his smoke as well as that snake bite. And Suka, well, he's alone, left standing with just the Sheriff, and he's not going to be standing any longer, is he, Dax? Clean round for Oasis. Marky losing his life, but only to that one blade. This quick replay, ooh.
Oh, that was
Spicy.
surgical. That was just Daikalem MD there, slicing through Marky in the first place. But courtesy, of course, with the recovery shot, I gotta say that collateral, it's like you have plans for the night. You get dressed up, you get ready to go, but then you realize you don't have transportation, and all of your efforts, they go to waste. And that was just it. Cerberus having a plan to go for that B site, and it's immediately spotted and destroyed by one operator shot to get to. But here we go. Now Cerberus ready to fight one back and bite back. They have the guns, but Oasis has stolen the lead away. And look at Marky tiptoe up top. He's being sneaky. He's a dashing assassin here. And as we get courtesy with covering fire using that Hunter's Fury and breaking that lockdown, Coco will get to, and Marky is ready to assassinate the last member. Misses the shot though. Finally, he will get it. But Coco goes loco on a site. And Oasis again getting in the way with some dynamic plays.
That itty bit of map control that Cerberus had all gone down the drain. Big problem for Cerberus is that it seems like they're just focusing on one point of angle, where Breeze has about 5. And out of those 5, Oasis has been plugging up so many holes. You saw how Marky, he didn't even use an updraft to get on top of Elbow there. What he just did is just the basic trounce up top of the wall, and he used the smoke of Cerberus to his own advantage. Now, a little bit of control here and there. He finds some shots, but it's always been Daikute who got the challenge, and he picks himself up a weapon. He does have 25 shield, and this could maybe help their case with that entry fragging, but first and foremost, they need to find the picks first. But it seems like Cerberus, their ideal here is to try to close the gap, once again control the halls, and they're pushing in. There's going to be a Sova drone to come out from bridge here, and this thrifty round all started with Cerberus, Daikute with a beautiful headshot on the Godowers, who again playing antsy on double doors.
Yeah, and they're getting the angles that Oasis wants to play on in the first place, just deny the defense of these bots, and Cerberus now getting that A take that they know that they have attained. And again, Akashi is just waiting on the right-hand side of Ripper. As soon as Ripper peeks, Solo might be the ambush there, but sees Kishi, but Akashi now with a refrag. Timing is everything, and that was just perfect shots. Marky now all alone with the operator, but Cerberus, you mentioned it, as right. Just one pickoff is all they need to get back in the rhythm and to get back to that side. Oh, 145 with that Sheriff, and Suka knows that he got the tag, and he will get the bag, will get the kill there off the Marky, picks up the operator for good measure, and Cerberus is back. They have waken on up yet again. A splash of coffee, perhaps, because they got the rhythm there in that round.
Hey man, Vietnam coffee is nothing to joke about. It's hella good. Yeah, exactly.
You introduced it to me the last time we were together, and just like, ooh, magnifique. It's such a wake-up call, and Cerberus with the wake-up call as well. This is what we expect from this matchup. Each side will find a way to dominate one another, and these rounds can go one side or the other very, very quickly.
Scanning ahead.
It's just that one tip of the scale that can really give that turn of the tide between Cerberus and Oasis. And one of those turn of the tides, I think, is, again, the secondary fragger for Oasis. Godowers has always been a crack shot, but one of the things that I think is the issue for Godowers from time to time is he loves to just try to go for those initial peaks. And if the opponent is ready for it, he gets punished quite quickly. But when he is on fire, he doesn't usually lose those fights. And maybe now, even through the buy round of Cerberus, Godowers is going to deal some damage. Coco left into the back of the site. 1 versus 1 with the Killjoy, but Suka, he's actually being started to just get hounded here by the rest of Oasis. He's picked up the spike. Mark is going to be coming into the side here, but a bit too overzealous. River picks up the kill and picks up the op, and that's going to be an okay round for Oasis. And Cerberus, again, left to scratch their heads.
Yeah, they'll just take those. Found Suka at least stuck in the middle of that site, but Cerberus, again, when Oasis gets in their way, that's just that. Cerberus needs to find a better path to recover here, as right. When they stumble, they cannot fall time after time. Oasis is just making sure that they will trip one up. But when Cerberus can get off the gates running and gunning time after time again, that's going to be the answer for them. How can Cerberus figure out those mid-round situations? Will Oasis be able to get in the way yet again? It's time to find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, or in this case, the next round of this game. We'll be continuing on here, Asarai, and let's see what else we're gonna get in this long-running episode.
Well, that's gonna put Godowers in a bit of a tight spot. Has to try to get away from the Hunter's Fury. And gotta be careful. When you're trying to dodge that Hunter's Fury, you should be also aware that you might bring it towards your own teammates. It's not gonna be happening now. Godowers comes into the side, gets obliterated as his head explodes on impact with that bullet. But still, the retake for Oasis is going to be clean. Suka playing, or rather not Suka, but Coco playing at the back of the site immediately as his utility and opponent's utility was dwindling, goes straight to triple box. And you know, Oasis, they've got the A site locked and loaded. Cerberus, they're making a case, but they need at least one more round to make it look pretty. And I mean, that's kind of obvious because this is the last round in the half, but they still have to make that happen. 5-7 rather than 4-8.
Yeah, we'll see if Cerberus can make it happen. But thing is, that's right. It was like a game of hot potato with unwilling participants. You're running around with something very hot to throw at someone else, and they don't even know what's coming their way. And Oasis taking advantage of that fact. Suddenly, the operator, the long-range game yet again has been their margin. And it does feel like it's a firing range right now here for Oasis. They're willing to play these angles, but Loki will fight back. Yet again, mischievous with that shot, finding Godowers from afar. And this is why the Vandal is what you go for in the rifles here. The Vandal versus Phantom debate. Can the Phantom do that?
How dare you? I just bought the Blast X Phantom, all right? Don't make me feel bad, man. But
it's okay.
Yeah, you're definitely right. In Breeze, I think Vandal is a high-tier weapon just because you can connect those one-hit headshots. Arguably, you could say the same with the Phantom, but when you're trying to create impact by yourself and you have nobody to refrag for you, definitely the Vandal does have its mark. The problem with that weapon is because there's a lot more smoke play on Breeze as well, the point of smokes does kind of get diminished with the Vandal's bullet tracers. But you know what? It's a minor thing. If you have cover that you're just peeking in and out of, just firing shots, it's going to be fine for you. Coco actually playing a farther, closer angle here as he was spotted previously without Recon Dart at triple. And Daikalim, he might actually be in a weird spot to peek triple and get spotted by Coco, who is in a different angle now.
Look at that, Coco just wanting to make the magic happen. He does have the lockdown, but courtesy will fall down to the hand of Daikalim there, thanks to the blades. Now, we do get that setup in the Dome of Doom, trying to encompass the site. We got Daikalim, though, finding a lineup onto 2 more, and that's going to be a 3K for Daikalim. Can he look cuddly here? Not going to happen. He's feisty instead, and Cute will just be able to kill everyone on site and more. Cerberus, good recovery there. They make sure that it's going to be 5-7. And yes, guys, this is a matchup to watch out for. Cerberus versus Oasis, bringing their identity, bringing and giving their all in this game.
I need to see that kill before the kill on Coco. Was that a collateral? No, it was just a quick transition. It was fast enough that I thought it was a collateral blade, but it was just Daikalim who hit 2 shots consecutively, one after the other, split second. And that definitely put the final nail in that first half. 5-7. We're about to begin the second round here. And what's the setup for Cerberus as they're going to be on the defending side? It seems like they're just going to put a similar twist to what Oasis was doing. As you mentioned here, Dax, you do have the Killjoy on A. You do have the Viper on B. But Cerberus, a sneak up on mid using the smoke to their own devices, but this could put Kishi in an island if he's not careful about this.
Yeah, Asura, it does look like that Cerberus taking a bit of the Oasis playbook in their hands right now. Kishi gonna back on away, and we'll be able to survive. Never mind! Marky with the wall bang instead! And just playing the guessing game to find out where that Sky is at. So good start here for Oasis, getting the punish on and going for the movement to B site. They're getting more and more of that map control, but I think Marky just barely saw Suka there. Suka in the meantime prepared to drop on down, but Gadores peeks out of nowhere. Just again, the kill boxes here from Oasis, but in the meantime, here we've got Cerberus now trying to play on those defensive angles, but it's just not working. Feed Gadores more, give him more of those kills for the souls here and now, and Ripper tearing apart the defense. Oasis with a flawless victory in the pistol, and not only the punishes, but the bait and switches there from Oasis helping them out immensely.
This is why sometimes you just do not want to fight Arena on pistol without refragger. You lose that initial bout, and then Reyna immediately just sucks you devours you up, right? And that's kind of like the issue with Arena. Even though the 4 charges is gone now, it's down to 2. You can immediately just not buy a Leer on pistol, buy yourself a Ghost, and then an extra charge on that Dismiss/Devour, and you're good to go. And Gadores can definitely convert that into some pretty nasty situations that Cerberus have to overcome.
Yeah, can you smell Raid Boss, basically, when you get into pistol round? The only one who can get full armor somehow, some way. I feel like that's the top 2 of the pistol round. Number 1 is Reyna with Devar. Number 2 is Killjoy Turret in terms of Raid Boss potential. But at least Cerberus here trying to farm a few kills here and there, but no, it's not going to happen. As Oasis will be playing it safe instead. But Marky, already with a backstab alongside Gadores. When you put these 2 guys together on the duelist, they sometimes just go into places that you don't expect. And there you go, Vandal had Gadores with the takedown. Marky going to catch out Suka as well. And Oasis already in full control of the pyramids. Coco will be able to get kicked down onto Loki. And Gadores from the doors again, catching out Kishi. There you go. Oasis now with another
quick
point.
replay of that? I'm sorry, I just wanted to see like a quick replay of that flick from Gador.
Your wish is their command.
Oh my gosh. Our production is awesome. Look at that, look at that.
Whoop.
Oh my god, if there was no wall just blocking that, that would have been a straight 1-tap.
Gadores, he was like scanning, looking for life forms, and eventually target acquired to get that shot. But now this is a shot that Cerberus cannot miss. This is their chance for recovery yet again. Can they do it with the rifles in hand? Oasis in the meantime looking to find the duels one more time here on Breeze. And I gotta give it to Oasis, who does get first blood in this round. But Akashi hiding on the side, looking pretty sus near that shoot. Gotta say though, again, Oasis, I was trying to say a while ago that they've really improved on their Breeze play. This is something they wanted to do for quite a while already. Couldn't make it happen in the local scene. But this time here versus Cerberus, it seems like their plans are working out so far. Best chance though for Cerberus to get in the way. And Daikalem and Marky might meet each other. Mirror matchup perhaps between the Nest and the Elbow here.
Daikalem triggered discipline and just catches Marky unawares, pants down. This leaves Oasis in a numbers discrepancy, and they've lost both of their duelists, so their ability to take the sites might not be as crisp and clean. But Coco, wait. Oh, how did Daikalem spotted him? It must have been the mini-map.
He saw him first?
I think it's the mini-map, because I don't think he saw him, because Daikalem was just straight up looking at B main, although because I think of the exposed position for Loki, it might have shown Coco on the minimap itself. Anyways, that's not the biggest case, the biggest kerfuffle. It's hitting shots at that range with a Spectre with pure enough accuracy. Still, in the end, it's going to be Cerberus. Nice 6-9 scoreline. And, well, they're slowly grinding back. Daikalem hitting some nasty-ass shots as well here, Dax.
And not only that, the timing was just perfect multiple times there from Daikalem. First one versus Marky, the next one there into the tunnel, and the final kill to seal the deal of the round. Seems like when Cerberus have the positions, that's where they can truly shine, set up their stations, and go for the gold. Question is though, can they keep that up? How much map control will they cede to Oasis? On the flip side, can Oasis even get there in the first place if Cerberus can play those nasty angles to hide on the side? And look at that bouncy shock dart there from Courtesy. That's an interesting lineup. I'm gonna take note of that for the ladder experience. As I say that, Oasis is already going for the default play on the A side. You get the standard Toxic Screen, gonna be in the way. Suka and Daikalim in the meantime, in behind the pyramids already, by the boxes even. It seems like Cerberus is willing to give Oasis that space because they are prepared, ready to fight as the Empress is popped here by Godowers. And okay, Loki and Akashi, they're gonna get the kills here quickly. Cerberus is a cleanup crew ready for sanitation. As soon as the post-match start, it ends. Cerberus now making it 7-9.
Great job for Suka here. Even though it was Akashi and yes, Loki that got the brunt of the kills for that particular round, it was Suka that forced 3 members of Oasis here to play in the middle of the site rather than push into the back of site, where I think a lot more of the attackers tend to place themselves at to help with the post plant. And it really did not come to fruition in that particular round. And going into the 17th, it seems like Cerberus have found themselves a better grasp on their defending. Oasis, they're trying to control their tempo to charge right in as they're setting up. But the problem now is Cerberus, they're matching the pace, and their counter setups also good at just stopping Oasis as they bleed into the sites.
Yeah, and Cerberus proving some site mastery a while ago on the attack. You stick them on the defense, then it's even easier because that's already their job and that's already their partition. Godowers now trying to make a play, pushing from the middle, trying to go over to that A site. Yet again, Cerberus with their stations. And whenever you have Cerberus here waiting for Oasis to come, it's the Vietnamese Regent Squadron finding the kills just like that. Catching out the opposition unaware. Loki and Marky having a duel, and Loki comes out ahead. Daikalim even with the kill out to Ripper. And it does seem like it's just tollgate after tollgate that Oasis needs to cross because Cerberus, they're the ones controlling the sides of the map that actually matter.
They can't pay for the toll. As of the moment, they're lacking in cash.
What happens if you don't have money? I have a question. What happens if you don't have money and you get to a tollgate? Do you just say, go back and try again? And because Oasis has to try again after this one. Well, what happens to you? You're already on the road. How do you even go reverse here? It's a one-way trip right now for Coco, though. That's what I gotta say here at Asarai. Kill or be killed. Loki again, he's prepared, going for the shots. Kishi already with the push. And that's that. Flawless as can be here from Cerberus. The toll gates, man, they're too costly. This road is not something Oasis can afford.
I'm trying to look for it, but I think what happened...
Yes, please enlighten me.
This is where it's awkward, because there's some people that say that they take your car and crush into a cube. I don't think it's that brutal.
I think it's a little too much, you know.
Yeah,
I think the car is like
there's one that says
100.
that they take your license and then you'll have to like go back first. But the thing is, you mentioned it already, it's a one-way. But maybe there's a service road you can go on the side or something.
It just sounds so sad. Let's never run out of money when we go through a toll gate, my friend. But Oasis right now, they're running out of the lead that they built up in that first half. Cerberus here proving some defensive superiority. And it just fits right now for Cerberus. It seems like on the attacking side, they were forced to fight the duels because it was Oasis on the defensive and it was Cerberus running into them. But this time, with Oasis the one running into Cerberus this time, it does feel like that Oasis needs to clear out the angles that Cerberus is already prepared for. And in these situations, when Cerberus is prepared, when Cerberus is ready, standing guard as the lightning will strike there outside, yeah, it's too much to handle here for Oasis. And come on, look at their namesake, Cerberus, the guard dogs of the underworld, the last hope before getting back to the surface, the last hurdle rather. And right now, Cerberus is that hurdle here, my friend. Oasis, how will they answer? Or can Cerberus keep this one up and tie up the scoreline?
Well, there's a thunder rumbling in the distance, in the background, and there also is a thunder just holding the sights on A. Akashi brings out the Hadouken or the ray gun, however you want to call it. And it seems like it might not be enough to stave off Oasis from claiming the site. Loki down to 17. He has to wait for Kishi to just bring him back to full. And this is all about that retake, but no big ultimates for them to use. Although Kishi at least does have the double guiding light. And that could provide some solace. But the problem is Godower is holding the angle.
Careful here.
I think he spotted one already. Smartly backs away, but that snakebite will keep him honest. One already flanking for the big, and Kishi not wasting any time to just charge right in. Spots out Ripper. There's going to be the one. Oh, and that absorbs the bullets, and that Seekers actually exposes the positioning of Coco. And the retake for Kishi and Loki. It's successful.
I will be your shield. What? The Seekers actually protect them. Exactly the same thoughts there, Asteroid. Cerberus. Again with the heads up played there, and as we go into the spray there, I feel like that's just the perfect reaction to that. I'm stupefied. I'm dumbfounded by how that just worked out there. For the guy of Cerberus as we get the replays here between the duels of both sides, but Kishi, he got cornered, and there you go, the Seekers actually getting in the way. Kishi, just so smart here from Cerberus, finding the time to go for it. It feels like, yes, they wanted to get the intel in that situation, but it works out even better there for the defending squadron.
Get out of my way.
I think the lurk from Coco was a tad bit slow. And again, that Viper's Pit, even though it's something that you can use well, that might seem to give you an upper advantage, it can be used against you. It's in its basic form a huge smoke that covers vision for not only your opponents but also your teammates. So the ability of Godoers there to provide support for Ripper was very much minimalized just because of how Kishi and Loki played around that utility. And again, Coco being too late to the party and the Seekers exposing his position, it just gone terribly, terribly wrong. And now, Cerberus, they're making a case that they can take this Breeze map away in the second half.
And this defense is looking absolutely ironclad. Daikale, Makashi, Kishi winning out the duels, going for the peaks, and just finding the timings time after time. Beauty of the sky, go for the guiding light, and peek for yourself. Does that there. Perfect example, and gets the kill onto Godoers. Everything is left to courtesy. He's the guy who sets things up for his team, but now he's all by his lonesome. And with Loki there on top of the box, it's Cerberus on top of the world here, Asteroid. 10-9. The defense right now kicking things to the highest gear, and it's Cerberus in the lead.
They really couldn't do much there. I think now Cerberus is also getting that mid control from the nest plus the tunnel, so that whenever Daikyu gets a kill and he needs to back away, there is always going to be that support from Kishi, who not only is an extra body, but is a flash. So if you want to charge out as a attacking team, unless you can bridge the gap from dodging the flash, getting the punish onto Kishi in that angle from elbow towards tunnel, you're in a bad spot. And Kishi knows this, and he's been, again, doing that in tandem with Daikyu to pretty good success.
Yeah, they're just going for that 1-2 punch. And with Cerberus right now understanding the angles that Oasis has biased towards to, it's just them taking advantage of that with the guiding lights that they have and Oasis doesn't. But Loki now with the push. Godower spotted immediately and getting taken down. Markino in the meantime finding the answer versus Loki. And as we get the lockdown, buying space here for Oasis, Courtesy will go for the plant. 4v4 situation. Daikale though missing the shots. It seems like as Oasis wants to go for that post plant yet again. Kishi and Akashi finding the takedowns. Suka right now from in behind. And it's all up to Ripper here, all alone by the pyramids. Can he walk like an Egyptian? Or will he be mummified here by Cerberus? It seems like right now, grab a sarcophagus because he will be laid to rest. And Cerberus now making this lead even better and even bigger. 11-9 the scoreline.
Almost had it. Ripper just one off. Maybe he didn't expect that Suka was going to double down with the push alongside Kishi, but even now, Cerberus is creeping up. They have not lost a round for 6 straight rounds, Dax, and it goes to show how much ability they have put into this, forcing Oasis to always go for that contact play. And even though Oasis seems to have a moment of brilliance in the middle of the round, there's always that one thing that Cerberus does that counters them straight up. Daikalem, straight and dash. Where did that come from? Oh, he just basically did a double updraft from Nest, and he might be able to connect some shots here. He will whiff all of those, but you know what? It's still fine because Kishi was doubling with him. Guess what? Once again.
Yeah, and just Daikalem and Kishi, when they work together, it is so paramount to the success of Cerberus. But looking in the meantime, with so far, Daikalem finally hitting a blade, and he just needs one versus Coco. With Doors, though, mastery of the burst fire is true here for him. Catching out Suka and playing on B side, but he's just playing deathmatch right now. All he can do is go for some kills, and Akashi will already deny him of the practice. Match point here for Cerberus. This defense has looked so unstoppable. And in a game of question and answer here, Astray, it's been Oasis positing the question, then Cerberus going for the answer. And then flip side, Cerberus will go for the question, and then Oasis will give the answer. But finally, in this chain of events, Cerberus has given us the question. You know, this defense, this setup, it is just stellar right now for Cerberus. How will Oasis respond? And Oasis has been silent. Mum's the wiser and mum's the word right now because Oasis hasn't found the answer as of yet, and it's getting too much to handle with a 7-round streak the defense has here.
Call this tactical timeout at the final moments. Maybe they can rally their troops into a one full swing. 3 rounds is what they need to go into that overtime to keep this first game in a series of 2 alive. But Oasis seem to struggle a lot. We saw them doing a lot of similar plays to what Cerberus has done, but it seems like Oasis are not prepared to that being used up against them. Cerberus, though, their ferocity, this triple-headed demon dog, has definitely showed to us why they're called this and why and how they can sniff out their opponents as they're coming into the site. It's very difficult to try to get this map control. But now look at this. A change of pace. No more playing on Nest. A lot more on mid, or the mains and the halls. And this could catch Oasis off guard.
Yeah, but Oasis trying to say this is fine, that we can do this. Cerberus, though, they're prepared with the rifles and the operator. And we'll see right now if this can be Cerberus truly becoming the Breeze Guardians in this game. Marky, though, he wants to initiate, and Oasis now looking for a last hurrah onto that B side. Dash on in already to go for a quick take. Marky getting some space here. Cloudburst right now to be sneaky peeky like over to the sides. The thing is, Cerberus already respecting Oasis here, giving them that side so they know that they're not going to come from elsewhere. In the meantime, though, Ghidorah is trying to play that lurk. Marky, in the meantime, checking out the arches just in case. And here comes Ripper with the Viper Spit. There's going to be some covering fire. Ghidorah's right now. Can he make this lurk work? Daikalem going for the duel and getting that takedown. Good start here for Cerberus so far. Courtesy in the meantime, trying to hold the line here by the main. But Suka and Loki on the board yet again. And Cerberus, they've been stellar here on the defense right to the bitter last round, and they will take map number 1. Look at that icon, look at that logo, and see what they're best at. Defending, and they will get another victory here for the Vietnamese region, and the first one ever in their VCT SEA careers.
Daikalem was aware. We didn't see the perspective, but I'm pretty sure Daikalem went down from shoot. Ghidorah's heard it. And whether he popped a shot or Daikalem was actively looking for that one player that wasn't on the B site, it worked well for them. And you were already talking about it. Can Ghidorahs win that aim duel? It seems like that's going to be a no. And Daikalem's movement, as well as his ability to just put Ghidorahs in a how do you mention this, in a awkward position, has always allowed Daikalem to win that one up, force the 4 versus 5. And then you saw, even if there was a lockdown on the B site by Oasis, even if they can take the B side itself, it was given freely by Cerberus because they wanted to come in from all angles. One was coming from Okta, one was coming from tunnels, one was coming from elbow. There was no way that Oasis can play that post plant without being at the back of the site, without being shot with utilities at the back of the site as well.
Yeah, and it does seem like overall, in that last half of the game, Oasis just ran out of tricks for this trade. Cerberus proving to us how ironclad their defense can be. And already my prediction's gone wrong here, Astray. You're the one with the chance there. And it's just been that story. Which side of these two teams can absolutely dominate. And overall, in the rounds that we saw, it was one side giving it to the other, scales tipping left and right, tipping to Cerberus, tipping to Oasis. But at the very end of that, the sands of time, it just heavily went in favor of Cerberus. And really, their defensive strategies and their defensive positions, that's something you have to watch out for from this roster, because not only is it going to be a member of Cerberus prepared for you in the first place, but someone is also there ready to go for either the refrag, go for another peek, double on up, and just the teamwork right now for Cerberus looking so stellar, especially when they're on the defensive.
And that we see, that we saw. Anyways, guys, that is the first game of the series. We're going to go for a quick break. And when we do come back, we will be witnessing if it's going to be my predictions coming true, or are we going to go for that stable 1-1? Don't go anywhere. This series will continue when we come back.
Player standing. Player standing. One enemy remaining. Thirsty. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Last player standing. Last player. One enemy remaining.
Now we're back here. One exciting match that we just had there on the first match of the last series of this Group D here right now. Oasis versus Cerberus. Cerberus taking it 1-0. Can they complete the 2-0 sweep, or will Oasis finally find some footing under their feet? Asarai and Dax back with me. Hashtag Daxarai with me here on the panel. What you guys doing and how you feeling after that one?
Sad for the most part, because again, I did say my predictions was going to go for Cerberus, but being a Filipino myself, I really wanted Oasis to kind of prove me wrong a little bit there. But it seems like there was some time that Cerberus was looking a little bit shaky. But come that second half, you really did see both Kishi as well as Daikalem just kind of mesh together as the dynamic duo. And for Oasis, the same could not be said for the double duelist.
Yeah, and it's all about putting your best foot forward. And Cerberus proved that in that map. We saw it on their attacking side that they do have a bit of a defensive centric strategy in the first place. And then, of course, on the defense, they just did their job. We'll defend, we'll stay here. And I believe they ended that game with a 7-round win streak on their second half. So it goes to show that Cerberus has some great footing when they're on the receiving end of that impact in the first place. And as we get into splits, of course, which is their map pick, we all know by now Split is that defense-centric map that has been, of course, a part of the map pool for such a long time already.
I mean, we kind of talked about, and I touched on it earlier, where I was quite curious that Oasis picked, Breeze, considering the fact that Cerberus, they have a better record on Breeze than Oasis currently have on. So it has been seeming like, throughout these 2 days as we're already at here at the Sea Challengers playoffs, is that teams are kind of picking maps that we wouldn't normally necessarily expect them to choose, and it's almost like they're going the reverse way and picking the maps for their opponents. But Split going into it, it's a bit more equal for both of them, at least statistically from the stats that we do have and from the pool that we've seen from these two teams. They're pretty much neck and neck on Split, but I mean, with that performance coming in there from Cerberus a while ago, Asarai, you touched on Cerberus a while ago. Do you think they're going to continue this momentum, or are we going to see a comeback 1-1 from Oasis?
Again, I feel like that's very difficult to kind of ask because it seems like there is win conditions for both of these sides. For Cerberus, it's the dynamic duo, and the same could be said with Oasis. If the Oasis dynamic duo can set the pace here, and we've seen them do that in Split specifically, this could be a difficult spell for Cerberus. But if Cerberus can do the same thing that Daikalem and Kishi have been doing on the Breeze map, this should be an easy going for them. So I can't really predict it, but it will just go up, I feel, with with these two tandems from both squads.
All right, Dax, I want to hear from you real quick. What about apologies?
Exactly, man. I just want to say it is a game of last say, just like we're trying to do here in the panel, right? Whoever can get their win condition on top of the other, that's who's going to take this. And that's been the case in that map number 1. Just no answers there from Oasis whatsoever with how Cerberus set up that defense. Will they have something better here on Splits? Well, this time the stats will be alongside the magic. On Breeze, it's something they try to practice, but it hasn't really gotten any fruition in the tournament scene. This time though, Split really is a map that they didn't expect that they would get success, but they just ran with it, so they're gonna have a good chance at this as well. But Cerberus, I've seen them play on Splits, and it is just scary. How potent they are on this map really is just a testament on how prepared they are in the first place. And I said it a while ago, Cerberus, they have a deep map pool and a deep agent pool. These guys can play anything and everything.
Definitely so. I think these guys are one of the most consistent teams you're going to see consistently here at the Sea Challengers. We saw them last time during the last Sea Challengers, and they definitely made a mark on that too. Will they do the same here in this Sea Challengers that we got? Well, we're going to have to find out as we're moving on to Split. Can they, Cerberus, close out this series 2-0, or Oasis is going to get a point for themselves? Well, we're going to find out. Let's go into the map Split, the second of this series, to cap off this Group D and have everybody play their own maps. Let's go to it. Asarai and Dax, the floor is yours once more.
Well, thanks for that, Black and Blue. And here we are. Our decisions, Dax, are a bit split. Looking at Oasis, for you to win, and for me, Cerberus. And, well, we go to this technological landscape to set our final marks for the series of 2. Still in the group stage, it's not yet the end just in case, but definitely a win is a must just because you want to stack up the points already to qualify for the playoffs.
You're absolutely hilarious there, Asrai. The puns that you make are beautiful. But the thing is,
you're beautiful.
In terms of, thank you. This won't save you from my point though. The thing is, I can't win anymore in the predictions, but I can see you lose, because Black and Blue is the only one that split it up for 1-1. And if I can't win, you can't win as well. But one of these two teams will win here, and we're gonna get Oasis on the attacking side and Cerberus on the defense instead. And not one, but two breaches. Really, we're getting a lot of breach right now in the SEA region. And it's been a bit of a pocket pick to discuss here, Astra. I know you have lots of thoughts about breach right now being played over and over and over again. And it seems like the so-called worst agent in the game has found its home here in SEA.
I would still argue that Breach is the worst agent in the game for ranked play, because he does need that that amount of coordination and communication with your team that you just don't really get that much from rank. But the tables do turn when we go straight into the pro scene or the competitive scene, where a lot of these teams spend hours on end to make sure that these plays are going to be usable. Speaking of plays being usable, double fault lines. It's not just a one-way, it's a two-way from both A mains B main rather, sorry. But yeah, we do at least see the Breach being pretty active at the start of the round.
Yeah, they're breaking ground, and you know what will be the headline here? The compositions. They're pretty much the same, except Cypher versus Killjoy. That's it. These guys, they've relied on this map to build them out in the local scene, but now it's like looking in the mirror, and what we saw there from both the Cashing and Courtesy, they had the same idea. Feel like, though, that was just a contest for the orb, and Kashi is the one who won that battle and does have a single point towards that Rolling Thunder. In the meantime, though, since Oasis now knows that Breach is on that B site, they're going to go into A instead. They can set things up if they wait for the cooldown, but here we have it. Kishi blowing up Courtesy, preventing the fault line from being any kind of factor, and Kishi up those bloomers, just going for more and more. The Raptors right now are exactly where Kishi wanted to play on. He got 3 kills, he dropped on down just to die. Coco with that takedown, but Akashi is now back on the beatdown, getting in position on that A site, and everything is left right now to Coco. Can he actually do anything from up top here? Asteroid sees Loki and sees his demise. 1-0. When Cerberus is on the defense, you already know you should fear this 3-headed beast.
Close enough, but this switch up, that was rather unfortunate. Godowers had good control onto Heaven already, but Marky just not really respecting that. There is going to be that person just playing straight up onto Rafters. I think Oasis was expecting that the site was going to be all but abandoned, but this hold from Cerberus, just to double down in the positioning, has them actually in a good spot. Now, going to be a quick little flash out here from Cerberus, looking more as to where the positioning of their offenders will be. B main is going to be the place, and Daikalem flash from both corners. Teammate, friend, or foe, it doesn't matter, as Daikalem just gets blinded to bejesus to extinction. But Oasis staved off. This is going to be the first contact. They're coming into the meat grinder, and Daikalem is just gobbling up all of these kills, charging that resurrection, and Kashi to remain. Now Godowers will be forced to try to clutch this one out by himself, and it's only going to be a matter of time, and time will be not. And that's going to be 2 rounds for Cerberus.
Here's Oasis, and just like The Shining, it's the guys who peek from the small cranny who dies at the very end. Daikalem, man, but if he just closes his eyes, does it feel like nothing has changed at all? And he just went back in position. He's like, I got flashed by my friends, I got flashed by my foes. I'm just gonna go back there, and suddenly sees Oasis peeking, saying, hello, can we enter? Can we come in? And just no. Cerberus shuts the door on them, and now we are gonna go into the 3rd round where Oasis can try to turn things around. But then again, Cerberus, they know that these tight angles can make a shotgun play work, and Akashi has the Bucky, 2 Spectres, and a Vandal as well here for the defending side. But since Oasis has that gun advantage, they're already moving on site. And look at this, the Garage triple hold here from Cerberus instead, wanting to get in the way of that spike delivery, but Courtesy will give us the common Courtesy play of getting 3. And Oasis right now setting up on B side. Suka though finding Coco, but it's Coco with the kill instead.
I wonder how that play was once again. Well, if it don't happen the first time, you can do it a second. If not, there's a 3rd and a 4th, and so on and so forth. And Oasis pulling the trigger once again on mid. Just because of the fact that they do have Ripper with the flash and Market with the fault line, leaving anybody in B Heavens incapacitated, ready for the picking, ripe for the taking for Marky if they're not prepared for that play. And Cerberus, it seems like they just don't want to touch that hot potato. But in the end, their bonus round got taken away from them swiftly enough. Now they're going to have the weapons. Now they're going to have the utility. And they put a lot more emphasis into this. Courtesy setting up a flash, but this is where you have to be respectful of a Breach's ability, because prior to his nerf, he had 3 flashes in total. Now it's just 2, which really hampers his things. But you know what? We'll see how Oasis try to go about this.
Yeah, I mean, to keep it simple for the breach adjustment, I gotta say, the flashes are worse and less, but the stuns are better between the fault line and the rolling thunder. And if you can just get concussed like that by that breach, it's gonna be so difficult for you to contend in the first place. Flashpoint right now, catching out Kadores and Daikalem with a peek again. It's just the Cerberus special. 1-2 punch, set up with the utility, set up with the flashes, and someone else peeking. Look at Daikalem though, play pinball wizard, bouncing it onto the default angles for tower. But Marky, of course, a sure shot that he is, prepared for Daikalem, getting that takedown. And moving on the round to try and take that B site. But the patience here from Akashi, he's still up there, waiting for someone to come, sees the dash and gets that takedown. Cerberus yet again in position one more time. And really, these guys, they can change up things in Buckingham Palace if they go there. They should be the guards instead of the royal family, because you can rely on them to defend time after time here, Asarai.
Cerberus, they're not, how do you say this? Similar to what Oasis is doing right now on the attacking side, as you mentioned, and this is something that really catches, I think, Oasis off guard. Cerberus, they're just not backing away when Oasis show a bit of force with their utility. Supposedly, when you throw out a smoke like that, you immediately abandon Raptors, but Cerberus, they're doubling down their positions, and this has caught multiple times the rest of Oasis. And speaking of getting caught as well, Suka and Loki, they've been hitting shots through these smokes multiple times. And these little bits of utility usage and optimizations has put Oasis in a weaker state in their attacking side. And usually when we see Oasis and Split in the Philippine region, it's just not like that. But this is hella different. And Suka claims the 4K, Daikalem to help once again. And now we're up to the point where Cerberus, these rounds that they're winning, is also rounds that they're just getting kills and charging up their ult economy once more.
That was such a convincing round for Cerberus. I'm just gonna say that Daikalem instead kind of took that ace away from Suka. Yeah, he had the angle. That's like, bro. But then again, they do have the res, so everything is fine and dandy in the first place. Think about the game. Think about how important the group stage is. Later on, go for the highlights. But really, you hit the points on its head there, As, right? It does feel like right now that Cerberus is just so willing to call the bluffs of Oasis. They're a team that doesn't fall. They call it, they raise, and they're just ready to gamble their lives away by setting up and staying in position. And it's been working so far in the last map, in that defensive half, and here and now on Split. Oasis, they couldn't find the answer on Breeze. And if they can't find the answer again here on Split, well, they're going to have such a tough time in this first half. Of course, there is still a chance for them in the second half when they're on the defensive straight instead. But with how Cerberus has shown mastery on the defense, I feel like they're going to know the positions as well. Flash right now from Courtesy, though, gets nothing as Cerberus will back away, and Oasis now trying to at least play for picks and seeing if Cerberus will be willing to venture into the unknown.
That flash actually didn't even go inside the garage. It got caught on the rubble outside the garage.
That's all right. We'll just pretend it worked out for him and it made Cerberus backhold. They heard the sound. That's respect enough, you know. It's like, okay. We see that you're there. And Suka seeing Gadowers so very quickly, playing with his Boombot, and this is why you get gun out instead of Boombot out. Playing with your toys, you're not gonna get anywhere there. One detain, sure that's gonna be the case, but Cerberus finds the frags elsewhere. It's now gonna be 3v2 as Daikalem and Ripper get one apiece. Oasis will be now putting the spike down, and Akashi, this might be a little too late to prevent the spike from being planted, but Ripper, he wanted to go for the TP play, but Kishi will deny him, and no escape whatsoever here for Oasis. Courtesy will have to fight on back. Can he actually even make it to the spike? No, he will save the gun instead, and the counterplay from Cerberus, not just B site, but also at A. Cerberus is guarding all the doors out of the underworld, and really Oasis is just a tormented soul right now in the hellhole they call Splits.
The timing's just so off for Oasis here. Cerberus, they're so tight with how they with how they just challenge or re-challenge these particular locations, and Oasis don't know how to counter it. That, again, the map control from Oasis as well, it's good and all, but Cerberus, they have yet to really double down onto a site. They're not, what's the word here, Dax? They're not second-guessing themselves. They're not thinking, oh, guys, there's like multiple people coming on A. Let's all go to the A site. But you can see they're spread as is Oasis, and this has left a lot of, I think, Oasis players not really expecting them as soon as they come out from the mains, but they get caught otherwise.
Of what they want to do in the first place. And it's been the case here when we see them, especially on the defensive half. On their offense, it's interesting, right? If you look back at Breeze, many of their plays, they kind of want to cosplay as a defensive state instead. That's why they want to go for the sites, and that's why they want to try and basically make those post-match situations happen. But really, I think they're home. When you put Cerberus on the defending status, it fits their name, it fits their game, and their aim is so stellar as well when they're the ones being in position. But then again, Oasis, this is a squad that loves to duel here, that's right. And we've seen Oasis just will themselves to victory before. And Marky and Gadores are usually the ones who do just that. Can Kishi deny Marky though of that momentum? It seems like the Jet trying to peek. Cerberus though, they respect what Oasis can do in the first place. I feel like, yes, Cerberus has done their homework and know the firepower potential of Oasis in general. So instead, they're going to be playing it safe and sound. They'll be backing on the way, giving some space, yes, but still in a good angle to defend the crucial parts of the map.
Movement for Cerberus here still gives them a decent enough map control, and this is probably why they went straight for the Cypher rather than the Killjoy. It's because of how much spread the Cypher can really give you. Even if you leave a site, his utility is going to be there just in case. Now, as the utilities are being thrown, seems like Suka is going to be here by his lonesome at the back of the site, although Kishi ripping out the showstopper, giving some solace for Suka to keep himself alive, to keep himself on that rotate. And even if they can at least get the back of the site, it's still not going to be enough. Gadores is just jumping up and down, spots at a target, cannot whip out the rocket. And Leslie's Ripper, 4 HP, gets run and gun, smashed to the wall, and Cerberus once again deny it all.
And that's just a good example right now of hesitation. The Gadores I know would just let that rip onto the screen. It's just like, you know, screw it. Let's just launch it there and see if it's going to get a kill. But since he second-guessed himself, looked on around instead, couldn't even go for the shot there. Cerberus, in the meantime, you mentioned it already, Asrai, and this is why you back them. It's just because they're so sure of what they want to do. They're so prepared for what Oasis is going to bring to them in the first place. They say, we're going to commit here in our spots, and we're going to handle the rest. And this is one, if you ever have group work with Cerberus, I guess, you can rely on them. They're going to be the quiet ones that get the job done, that get all the work that needs to be set up for in the first place. And really, what we've seen here from Cerberus, it's a masterclass on the defense especially. Can Oasis, though, crack the code? It's now 1-6. They still have a chance to make it a tied-up scoreline at the very end of the half, and this is the hurrah they're looking for. Can they get the cheers here after they got two? Daikalem, though, with the rest, and Suka catching out courtesy of Coco, though, in the meantime, with the refrag. And since there was that res, there is high ground advantage here for Cerberus, but not for long, as Kishi caught out by Coco there with 1 HP to his name. It's 3v2, yes, here, Asteroid, but Oasis, they're crippled right now on the HP department, and Gadores again spotted out by Akashi.
Gadores is just not going to be feeling happy about that. And all of these players from Oasis, even with Gadores, even if Gadores was able to survive, they're all like 1 bullet away from dying. And I think now Cerberus do know about this. They're just trying to go and hit these 1-taps, but this is now all left with Daikalem. You know he can convert, but time is not on his side. There is going to be the Nano Swarm just kind of taking him down exceedingly low, but it still knows. He gets pushed out. All he really needs is that 1 bullet, 1 chance. I think he did saw the legs there, but no time. Spikes exploding, and that is another round for Oasis. And a bit messy, but these initial bouts that they start getting those aim duels, they're winning. This has given them a chance here, Dax.
Yeah, the Nano Swarm was, of course, also helping them out at the very end. Precious seconds in that round. But really, it was those two initial frags plus that one kill onto the Cypher that helped out Oasis immensely. And I like the fact that Oasis went for that bait and switch there, using the turret to be a distraction, getting the backstab onto Akashi there, courtesy of Marky. And while Oasis only got away with one guy surviving, it's at least a round win rather for them, and they're happy about that. Can they build on that momentum though, or will Cerberus notice the small mishap that happened last time and play it a little bit safer yet again and prevent themselves from getting peeked out by the duelist here of Oasis? Seems like though, Marky yet again going for the push. And interesting enough here, Asteroid, I noticed here in the SEA region, as Suka does get one, and Marky will find Kishi, but Suka again on the board. Oasis has gone back a little bit to their roots with a double duelist setup for both of the maps we've seen so far. And maybe that might not be the best configuration for them right now, because when I see Gadores playing that flex, it does open up a few things more here for Oasis and Cerberus. They have been a safe that you cannot crack so far here whatsoever. Their defense, time after time, I've said it already, it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful defense from them.
Well, you know that game Hades, where you play as the son of Hades?
Yes, but Cerberus doesn't fight you there. He's just like, oh, you know,
Well,
get things for me.
Yeah, get food for me. But this is that different iteration where you have to try to beat Cerberus to get out into the world, escaping from the underworld. And this is a different spell here, Dax. And one of the things that I also wanted to point out is Daikalim finds one is we've seen before when Oasis plays here on the attacking side, they love to go for Marky just dashing in onto the side. But I think because the Cypher is there and he does have that counter with the tripwire, I think Marky has just gone to the point where he doesn't really use the Tailwind to take the side anymore. Anyways, there is going to be that final stand from Coco, but a paranoia and a possible flash to come out from Akashi, just a bit too much for him to handle, and he gets overwhelmed once more. And Cerberus, they keep stacking the rounds, and I mean, I'm all for the stacking, but this is something different.
This is just incredible here from Cerberus, and I feel like Oasis, they signed the wrong pack of punishment right now, my friend, because this is just too much for them to handle. And you make such a good point there with the Cypher, especially with the changes on that tripwire reverting back to the Jet getting stuck on them. Marky just does not have the space he wants to work with in the first place. When Suka is in the way, he is there to stay in the first place. He knows that this is his goal, this is his job, and multiple times as Cerberus is defending on that A side, it's really Suka getting those initial frags that give Cerberus that advantage. And when Oasis goes to B side instead, well, it's Daikalim waiting for them to come. But this time, Kadowar is finally getting that pickup onto Daikalim. He looks for another one, but Akashi with a bigger gun and a better takedown. Cerberus right now making it 4 versus 4. And as Oasis here, trying to at the very least, can he find one more pickup? Kishi now falls in the hand of Marky. Thing is, Cerberus, they can rely on that second chance if the Sage is alive. Oasis can't at all, but this time, Oasis is able to even up the battlefield, make it 3v3, and they're going for that A site right now.
Oh, yeah. This is some standard camera setup plays for Suka, but gives him so much control, and that's what I'm talking about. Marky, even if there's no one on the site, unless they can destroy that tripwire ASAP, he can get slingshotted to the back of it. Attacker ultimate will be used, but this doesn't keep the back of the site actually contained. And look at the crossfire that they're setting up here. And Suka claims another victim. He knows straight up that his opponent is far from his location. But wait, he doesn't know that Coco is not actually totally near him, but he's going to be straight up looking where Coco will be appearing. And, well, coming of the Coco age has been denied, and Suka has clutched around once again.
There's more, and there's more from Suka. If you observe now, you're gonna witness him catch out Coco in the firefight. And that's just Cerberus showing how stalwart they really are on a map like this. 13 takedowns right now for Suka. This Cypher has been the bane of the existence of Oasis here. And multiple times, Asarai, You just witnessed Suka kill everyone on that side take. He witnesses players coming his way with the cameras, with the tripwires, and he's just so prepared to go for the shots, so precise with his aim. And truly, Cerberus right now, they deserve that name. They deserve that title of being the big dogs of the underworld right now, because it does feel like that when they're stationed, they're just unstoppable.
I'm really liking how they get this much control. Oasis has really yet to commit to just full blasting it onto a site, and maybe a mix-up is what could give them that edge. That one round that they got was a good chunk a while ago already, and they're starting to just... Yeah, they do get the rounds themselves. They can plant the spike down. They can have to play for that post plant, but that post plant of them always gets out-trumped by Cerberus here, so there has to be something different. Again, Cerberus is a team that was, I think, exceedingly shaky. But similar to how GXR, Galaxy Erasure, did it, they did not change any of that roster because of that. They've doubled down on the players that they have now, and look at the value that it's getting. It's been a couple of months, and they're still together, and it shows that their respect as well as coordination have given something. And I was talking about Dax, the full send, and it seems, look at this. They just immediately pulled the trigger on the A side. Could have been a kill from Godowers, but the timing just not going to be to his regard. There's a double peek out here, but it's the Godowers and Marky to tandemly push through. And his flank, oh, Coco, are you even prepared for it? Looks like he was slightly 33 to Kishi, but they do have Daikilim to bring everything back up, and Kishi's taking so much damage. They have to come back into this Dax 2 versus 3. Both of them on the heavens. There's some damage from Marky, but this Aftershock will give Daikilim some time to try to go for the clutch. He's still dazed in. He might try to double peek him, and he does have the bullets, but he will not have the time to go for that clutch. And once again, Oasis, a point on the board. It was a bit messy, but they'll take it.
Asra, you asked and you shall receive. Finally, the Oasis play comes online, and the full send indeed to go all the way to the end of that A side. But Godowers and Marky, when these guys infiltrate together, they slay together. They get those takedowns. Kishi, though, impressing in those frags with a backstab. But unfortunately there for Cerberus, they just ran out of members. And Oasis, they're happy to take that round. 4-8 is a scoreline that they didn't really like in the first place, but right now, they're going to be happy to take it if it is going to be a possibility. Marky, though, in the meantime, already popping the Blade Storm, and he just updrafts over that tripwire instead, using more abilities this time. Fine, if you're going to get my dash, I'm going to jump over it. And Marky right now, finally clearing the hurdle of Suka. Gets rid of the Cypher there. Can he get more though with the blades? Finds Akashi. Oasis right now making it 4v2 as Marky right now with the blades dancing in the moonlight. And as Marky wants to hit the crescendo, can he get a final note in this half? Oh, he sprayed. He thought it was celebration time, but no, it's not going to happen. Godowers instead with the recovery shot and with that final kill. And Oasis will celebrate in those last two rounds. But really, could they have done that earlier? Could they have realized to just say, screw it, let's go onto a site?
Better late than never. If they can just, replicate that earlier on, I think Oasis would have had a better score standing going into the second half. But you know what? It's still something that I think they had to try to figure out, because they did a lot of things, around the B side, around mid, and around A as well. But they never really thought that they can just bypass the tripwires if they're fast enough. And if you're afraid of your teammates following up and getting caught by it and getting smoke banged by Suka here, there was Godowers. Again, Godowers as a Raze is the best agent to deal with, I think, both a Sage and a Cypher's utility. Because even in transition, as you're throwing out your satchels for utility, if you edge them properly enough, you can boost yourself while also destroying utilities in your wake. And that's, I think, a pretty smart thing to do. In any case, though, as we do flip the switch, there is going to be Suka who has to get out of harm's way. He's getting shot through, but does escape. Although, look at this find. Because he's able to run away with his life, they double back onto the A side, and the movement for Oasis make it seem that possibly the B side is where it's going to be at. Kishi's been spotted here. He's going to get corralled. Marky slowly testing out the waters, and Kishi's about to hit the alarm bot, but he spots it out immediately. Marky has still yet to find a target, and now he does. And Coco knows, gives the information, it's the A site.
Yeah, it's an epic sacrifice for Kishi, honestly, but Coco now making that sacrifice go down in flames as he's gotten 3. They're all by his lonesome, holding down that A site. And as I always like to say, Coco going loco on the defensive straight, but Marky with the final kill there for Oasis. Cerberus, that plan was sound. Use Kishi as bait, make everyone rotate to the middle, and then go for an overrun on A site. But all you need is Coco for Oasis, and just look at him. He's planted firmly like a tree. And you say it yourself, you love that song, right? The coconut nut is a giant nut. And Coco just went nuts there with the classic and gave Oasis the lifeline they need for the second half.
You forget the one line, Dax,
Oh.
that he has the biggest nuts as well. Hey, he's holding his angle there on Flower Pot and not showing his position. Everybody from Cerberus, I'm assuming, was expecting he was probably at the back of the site. Sometimes you just have to have that one person that can select that can scan the back of it because they don't have a duelist, they can't do that as quickly as Oasis did on their attacking side. They do have a duelist rather, but Kishi was, as you mentioned, was offered to the Oasis gods on mid somewhere. Godower's showing already that he does have the judge here, but he will throw a nade just for the safety of it, and he's going to be charging out. Let's see if there's going to be a quick enough trade. 1-for-1, courtesy into the corner, and that is just going to leave only Daikalim and then Kishi, who is alone here in mid. Was he able to pick up a judge? Looks like that is going to be the case, and if he can play the CQC, this could be deadly. Although, yeah, there's Marky just holding a passive angle and waiting for the push to come through.
Yeah, and Marky just says, is that kill for me? And yes, it is. You know I can rhyme with you. You know I can rhyme with you. But the thing is, just Godower's getting basically stuck with a classic there. He's like, okay, Kishi's right beside me. He's going to shoot me now with a classic, and I'm going to die. Besides that, Oasis just having the angles yet again and cleaning up house in a pretty secure fashion. Still, though, this is now where Oasis is going to be tested. Yes, they're on the defense, and yes, they can play the angles well. You mentioned a while ago, some CQC with that judge can be something that they can rely on, especially on the tower side of B. But Cerberus, they have the guns. They're looking to fight. Can they actually make this a nice time for them and go one more round up into the scoreline? Or will Oasis be closer than ever? Godower so turning on around, and Kishi giving him a little bit of time to realize his mistake and just executes it on the spot. That is just painful to watch there. But Kishi right now going for more. Courtesy caught on out. Loki as well with a takedown of the Ripper, and B site is ripe for the taking here for Cerberus. Asarai.
One enemy remaining.
He was a dunce.
Stand in the corner.
Stand in the corner, sit in the corner.
Asarai, I'm sorry. Am I triggering something from your childhood? As Coco now will trigger Kishi there and get that takedown. Can he actually stay alive real quick as you're going to try to remember your memories of the past? But this round has gone to pass, and Cerberus indeed will get that 3-round lead. They got that turnaround there, Asarai, and it's looking pretty nice for them in this status.
Yeah, very, very nice. And you know what? It's been a couple of set of rounds there for Cerberus, but now that they have started to get their weapons in check, this could be of a different spell. They do need one more charge before Kishi has his showstopper. They could use this if they do want to. And I'm wondering if they're going to try to utilize this to their regards. Kishi's just going to be charging on out. There is going to be the lineup with the Cypher Cage then and there. And this might be another A take here, but you got to be careful because the setups is to stop them, to stifle them from coming in from that A main. But it seems like Cerberus are not even looking towards that particular angle. It's all about the heavens, because this is where the angels roam. And Marky, will he fly high? Will he soar high? But the fault line just... Oh, it grounds him down, but thankfully enough, he has his tailwind to get out of harm's way. Coco capitalizing. The trade's positive on the side of Oasis. And it's left to Coco, not really Coco, rather, but Daikalim and Loki to make this happen. But they've all been rotated for the B site. Loki's already there, but he needs to find the pick first to open things up for Daikalim in transition.
Feels like though it's a symphony of Oasis right now, harmonizing on the defense, and Coco not unstoppable on that A site. A while ago we were singing our heaps of praise for Suka, and it does seem like the Sentinel on the other side heard that voice, said, I can do that as well. And Coco has been just stellar on the right side of the map. But we go over to the west side instead of this town. And Daikalem and Loki setting up a big X crossfire time for them perhaps in terms of the sight lines. We'll back on the way as the spike gets planted there, Asterai. Seems like though that Oasis does have the lockdown. Will they unleash it here? As it's going to be 4v2. Courtesy right now trying to set something up. Loki priming that paranoia. And Oasis, they're preparing here for that 6. Cerberus in the meantime, can they fight on back? Daikalem already peeking. Here we go with the lockdown. But is this the proper timing here for Oasis? They still need to go. They still need to fight and contest. And Loki now gonna fall. Daikalem though, finding one frag. Can he get more here? Courtesy going for the defuse. And as the smoke gets in the way, Ripper right now gonna be in position for a potential takedown. And Oasis will get the defuse win. Ripper will still find the kill. And the execution on that post plant for Oasis looking absolutely stellar. This is the form we're looking for from this PH squadron.
That was just wonderfully executed there for Oasis. Nothing that the two remaining members of Cerberus can try to do. Try to clutch the round out. The setup for Loki there was already good, but because Daikalem could just not deal with the person on top of Heavens, on B Heavens more specifically, that paranoia was basically for naught, just because the pressure was coming from two specific angles. Yeah, you can flash 3 members on alley going into the site, but because you can't really set the crossfire anymore because of that good positioning from Oasis, it's going to be quite difficult. This one-way smoke not really stopping anything from Cerberus. The 1-for-1 trade, Daikalem cannot go straight into the revive. He's a little bit away from that, but mid control is damn possible for Cerberus now. They've lost, or rather Oasis has lost Marky. That's a big thing, but they do still have the full utility of the 4 others. Godowers though, this could be big. He spots out one. Can he go for the full control? The wall! The timing could not have been even more serene as Akashi steps away with his life barely holding on.
Those are just sometimes the odds tipping in the favor of one side. And what was that from Daikalem? Perfectly timed. And sometimes things just happen that way, but we're going to be witnessing, of course, the play here from Cerberus. They're going for that B-side, but Godowers will still get that kill anyway on top of the tower. Ripper, though, keeping an eye out. Loki, in the meantime, on the opposite side of the smoke. As the Boombot will say hello, Suka will say goodbye. Godowers right now trying to go for more greetings, and Daikalem will catch out the race, but here comes Courtesy. He's already gotten the kill out the Loki, but Coco is back in action, and truly Oasis has woken on up in this defensive half. Is this the storyline of the series here, Asterai? Is it all about the second half wake-up call for the potentially winning team? Can Oasis do what Cerberus did to them a while ago on Breeze? Or will Cerberus be able to keep it up and get back with this lead?
It's the second half defending side, man.
Bro.
Even on Breeze, the map that, or the side that Cerberus actually got the better of Oasis here was the second half defending side. Marky, he can line a shot up. Oh, he doesn't even need to hit multiple, but the effect is there. Godowers pops another, and they're coming in like lambs to the slaughter, although it seems like Daikalem has something to say with the sheriff. He's the law of the town, but Marky has repositioned, and they're just about to peek him out once more. Tailwind, you don't have it, no problem. Updraft can just do the same. Picks up into the Phantom. Doesn't want to use it, but rather just take it away from the hands of Cerberus, who might be able to utilize it to their advantage. Daikalem now in a spray battle against Marky, and he just charges right in. Backs off a little bit, but goes in. 2 steps back, 1 dash forward. And that is going to be Oasis equalizing. We're now toe-to-toe, 9-9 in the rounds.
Asterai, maybe there's a new show that we don't know about that Marky's gonna join, and it's Philippine Ninja Warrior. Because the amount of things he did there, first with the operator shot, then the updraft disjoint of all things, because he didn't have the tailwind, and he juggled around that Phantom, preventing Cerberus from saying, you know, let's just go for that gun. Maybe we can throw our bodies at him. And just because of those small little decisions, he still had his nest there by the ramps. And Oasis now tying things up. And this story I've seen this before, but the characters were swapped on up. Cerberus going to be taking a tactical timeout, realize the situation, and that Oasis is trying to give them the same kind of response that Cerberus did a while ago in the previous map. But we mentioned it already, right? This series, both map picks, the map pool in general, both sides will give their own twist on it, give their own identity, and give their own story. And a while ago was Cerberus winning out in that storyline. Oasis this time trying to go for their win as well. And will it be the ending that is the safest? Will it be a 1-1 scoreline? Because between these two teams, these identity clashes, it's looking very topsy-turvy, but at different timings. I don't feel like it's an even matchup per se per round, but it becomes even overall because of whether one side dominates or the other.
Ooh, that running jump just to get that information. You can see how much Cerberus have to risk it just to try to get that form of map control. So very damn difficult, but they have to make things happen. And while you were pointing out that it does seem to be at least overall even, there is still very much big differences. And Marky repositions, misses the flick, has to go for the repeat here, but no longer does he has his dash. And that was rudely interrupted by these gentlemen trying to play competitive FPS.
Oh no, they're shooting people while Astra is talking. How dare they? Let the caster talk. You know, instead of casters start the game, listen to the casters on their podcast. But in any case, see, they're giving us respect right now. They're walking, they're getting in position, and now they can play this game on A side.
4 big ultimate stacks on both teams. That's what it was I wanted to point out before Marky started shooting haphazardly onto B main. He's already on ramps, but the fault line there just to stop him. And Kishi, okay, he's bringing the Fury with the showstopper, but Coco still holding true at the back of the side. He's still alive, and Marky's trying to wrap around Blades of Jew. Okay, jumping up and down, wants to go in onto Suka, doesn't know the Daikilim is underneath him. Shark in the water. Gets obliterated, but Doors could be said the same. Loki and Akashi at the back of the site, and they are pinned down. Can they hold their own? Looks like that is going to be true. Loki just, he white swung straight up, just looking at elbow, but, I mean, he clotheslined Courtesy to submission, and both teams expending a lot. And as the dust settles, Cerberus come out on top, at least for that one round.
Yeah, Courtesy did not expect him to go further than where he went in the first place. And really, Cerberus, they're caught off guard at that last kill, but still had the time to get the kill anyway, to get that takedown. And that A-side rotate panning out for them in the end. Costly round for both sides. Cerberus right now, even though they won the battle, they're still losing that economic war just a tad bit. But I can say the same thing for Oasis. This round will be big here, Asterai. This is going to define whatever guns we're going to see into the future. And if Oasis wins this and ties things up, it's Cerberus going to be down in the hole and down on the economic status. But if Cerberus takes this, Oasis is going to be the one in trouble instead. Courtesy is Akashi, though, causing havoc and causing trouble already. Akashi, though, with 2 so far. Marky falls down in the middle. The Rolling Thunder bounces, Gador's up. Can he handle this Jimboree? Yes, he does. Doesn't care about the headache because he will crack the dome of Daikilim there instead. Gador's though dropping on down, dust to die as Loki gets that takedown. And it's 2v1 right now. Coco, he's been insane in the membrane on that A site, but he has been forced to venture out of his comfort zone and go to B here. Can he play it clutch though for Oasis? The fault line gonna be in position. Akashi already getting stunned, and there's the smoke in the way, the dark cover allowing Cerberus to retreat safely into the back of his sights. And Coco, he has to deal with 2 people. Can he get some help? Sees one already! Akashi and Loki line up just to die to him! And Coco is just absolutely loco right now. The gears are spinning in the heads of Oasis, and they realize that Coco clutches it out yet again. Just seeing the first one a little bit earlier than the second, getting that intel, and it really proves here that Coco is a prodigy. So smart with the play and so smart with the timings.
Just for a second.
You'd think that the Wardell spot, the double stack, is going to be something. We just see the nice enough replay of him placing the turret. You know what? That's the only thing we need to really see there. But
look, Astra, he built a bot. It's very difficult to build a robot like that. So I'm going to give props to Coco there.
Yeah. But
you were saying...
I was saying, that was one of the ways to counter it. I actually did not know that that small little jiggle peek approach is enough to stop the double stack. But as you mentioned, Dax, that little bit of peeking towards just seeing the boots is enough. And Marky, with the help of Ghidorah, again, we were talking about this dynamic duo needs to step up to the plate. Well, you know what? They got the double whammy. One throw of the nade, one tailwind of the push, and that is going to be all she wrote. Cerberus not getting the trades that they want, but because they only do have the pistols, their mobility and threat around the map is clearly limited. You know, Kishi picks up into the Phantom. There's not much wiggle room now. He has to try to push in here with his teammate. And does Akashi have something, a fault line, to maybe give Kishi some room to breathe? Well, there was for a moment, but Kishi still got taken away from the board, and Suka and Akashi here, not really much left to try to do, but rather just make it expensive. 30 seconds, they can still rotate to the B side if they're quick enough, but it's 4 versus 2, and there's a lot of map control for Oasis overall.
No breaths left there, Asarai, when your lungs stop working. And Cerberus here, we're going to try at least to go for that rotation. They know that they're down by 2 people, and Oasis already geared up with the guns they want in the first place. Can Cerberus, though, put that spike down in time? Ripper, as well as Courtesy, trying to get back to that B side, but a beautiful cyber cage getting in the way. Suka just denying that intel and denying the sidelines. Now forcing a post plant, giving Cerberus a bit of a chance, a hope and a prayer perhaps, but at least it's still something. Oasis now trying to come out from the tower with 2. Of course, on the defensive alley, it's going to be the same case. And it's a high time now to show what the Oasis sandwich is all about. Suka, though, going to get caught a little bit by the breach utility. And breach and clear, Oasis is here. 11-10. The defense second half. It's the magic of this matchup, Asarai. That's the clutch clincher here. This is the clutch, and it really feels like that the crescendo now is swinging in favor of Oasis Gaming.
Oasis Gaming, they're oozing in terms of the kills here. Ghidorah is much more comfortable on the defending side for the moment, and he's been popping a lot of these really aggressive takes. And with that, Oasis's Marky also follows up into it. Cerberus, as they slow down the pace on their attack, they've done multiple things. They've attacked haphazardly, they've aggressively taken the sites, they've tried to take it slow, they try to take it for the picks, but it's either the clutches from individual players on Oasis or overall just Oasis's grip on their defending side that has pushed Cerberus to the limit. And as you can see, on the second half, Dax, they have won about 7 rounds in total. And Oasis is looking for more.
And you know what? They need more of here, Mr. Asarai. Just 2 more. 2 more, and they got this win. 2 more, and they take a map away from Cerberus. And 2 more, they tie up the score line and end this part of the group stage with a 1-1. But Cerberus, the magic number is 3. Can they do it here on the attacking side? We've been singing their praises on the defense, but similar to what we saw in Braze on the attacking side, it does feel like there are struggles there for Cerberus in the pre-plant situation. The spike is their baby, and they want to plant that baby down on site so they get back to their comfort zone. But if that doesn't work out, if that doesn't happen, that's where Oasis can capitalize. And here we go again. Oasis is not done. They're bringing out the sneakers. They're going for a run, and they want to go for more here by Ramen. But Akashi catching out Marky there off to a good start. Perfect punish here from Cerberus. They have the sustain thanks to the stage as well. And they're ready to go for that B side here, Asarai. They're going for the take.
They know. They know that the Oasis put more bodies than none on the mid side and they immediately pulled the trigger here. They knew what was going to be coming, but they did not know that they would still control that center point on the site. Ghidorah has been knocked out. Kishi is going to be here holding hell, but this is going to be a tall task for him. First and foremost, yeah, breach aftershock as well as the Killjoy ultimate. Does that even reach him at the back there?
It's gonna be close. But that's not close at all. Here we go, the Wood Kishi trying to go for the shots, but he still doesn't get the takedown. And Courtesy was busy fiddling with his other arm and went for the Rolling Thunder. But it's still Oasis getting the kills instead. Loki, though, spraying it through the smoke and more. Ripper will get caught, yes. But with the numbers Oasis had, they're just 1 away from this map point win. It's Oasis now on match point here, Asarai. 12-10. And yes, the answer to the series is second half defense.
It's the group of life, man. Everybody gets a point. You get a point. You get a point. Everybody gets a point.
And that's actually a really good point there, Asarai. With everyone basically getting sponsorships from Europa here, I gotta beg the question: how will this group even be stabilized in the first place? From every map being important, if this is gonna be the group of life where everyone gets like a 1-to-1 scoreline, these rounds, these points per game are going to be essential instead. So the closer matchups, it's actually going to bite you in the butt instead. If you can get one convincing win in a potential group of life, then that can be your ticket to the playoffs. But Cerberus right now, they're trying to make a ticket happen on the B side. They have the reservations, and Kishi already getting to their showstopper though from Gadowers, catching out the rampaging Rays. And Gadowers, can he get even more from the high ground? The tower though, gonna get isolated and taken down there by Daikalem. He found the spot, he got the kill, and Cerberus here, they're looking to make sure that they can fight a little bit more here, Asarai. Marky, though, can he make a play with the operator?
He still does have Coco. Never mind.
No, never mind. He's gone, Asarai.
He's alone. He has an op, as you mentioned, but he doesn't have the blades. He can't really try to go about this one at a time, because the problem is, you can see Cerberus, they're pretty spread around the B site. So Marky still has to scan, and he also has to try to weave through the crossfire and the refrags that Cerberus do have. If Cerberus do win this, they need one more round. That was a great use into the Rolling Thunder. They caught a lot of targets because nobody was playing close. Everybody was just playing at the back of the site. They were able to catch, I believe, Coco and Courtesy in transition. And even though we're still in match point, Cerberus, they were able to save up enough money to buy up into this one. But because Marky survived, they also have the same thing for Oasis. An operator in his hands is something quite deadly. In Oasis, they want to hold on. And because this is the last round, why not call for the tactical timeout? They need to end this game already. They don't want to go to overtime, and they want to stop that quick momentum that Cerberus got in the previous round itself.
I never realized the mushrooms are alive, Asarai. Look at them pushing the ramen bowl. It's adorable. It's adorable.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
it's like it's like that scene in Little Nightmares.
Yeah, kinda. It kinda remind me of Timo mushrooms instead. But you know, I I know you hate getting poisoned like that, but I do wanna put this as this is the last round of regulation. While Cerberus has a good idea of now what to do for the take, I feel like for their attack to work, at the very start, it's down to a 50-50 call. It's a big help to them if they initially avoid where Marky is. Because that operator, it's going to be great getting in the way of those initial corridors and initial sight lines. But when the spike plat happens and Cerberus is back onto their comfort zone, then it becomes really difficult here for Marky to make that gun work. So this is going to be a big ask here for Cerberus. But can they stay away from the operator first and foremost? They're doing a good job, though, to gather intel. That's what the Cypher is all about. Gadowers right now pushing on forward. And they do realize that Oasis here is getting map control on the east side. They might be now prepared for the operator here, and they go for the wall. Perfect timing there yet again from Daikalem. This is the second time we've seen him time that right. Low-key, though, infiltrating with the From the Shadows, getting rid of Marky there, and that's goodbye to the op. Hello to Cerberus setting up on site, and they have cleared out the biggest problems here so far, Mr. Asarai. Can they get one more bonus here? Yes, they can, as Gadowers and his lurk is denied.
There's always that one point where Suka, Daikalem versus Gadowers is always a thing. Kishi's gonna just, utilize his showstopper, not to go for the kill, but to delay even further Oasis. And Dax, this actually might go straight into overtime. Ripper, though, and the rest of Oasis will try to make a case for this. And they're holding their own. The trades are aplenty, but now it's left into Coco's hand. Can he line it up? They actually go straight to challenge. That's not going to be the case, though. We go to overtime.
That was way too close for comfort, but at the same time, Cerberus learning from their mistakes. They didn't hang back this time. They said, we are gonna peek. We know Coco knows the angle, so we are not gonna fall for it a second time. And yes, it was close. It was dicey, but Cerberus able to fight tooth and nail for that round, and just some stellar play overall there from the utilities. You don't see a From the Shadows initiate play work out too often, but Cerberus, such a deep agent pool, such a deep map pool, willing to innovate. Daikalem, though, perfect timing yet again with the Sage Walls. He just knows how to set up those barrier orbs. And we go into overtime, and in this configuration, it's going to be interesting because Cerberus, they get the defense to start things off. We know that this is their preferred side overall. And in this situation, if Cerberus can set up that initial tempo, they're going to be the ones on match point, and they're going to be the ones with the advantage going into the next round of overtime.
They wiggled their way. A site wasn't their baby. I mean, baby starts with a B, so why not go for the B site anyways?
Sure.
And, yeah,
You know
exactly.
spelling. Good. I'm proud of you, Asra. You learned something grade 1, maybe.
No, dude, kindergarten. What do you mean? We're nursery.
True. It's okay. I'm glad to see you well educated. This is why you're here, Asra, right? What? Sometimes I don't know why it really just comes out when anyone is with you. It just becomes the roast of Asra, the hashtag blame Asra. It's what makes you lovable, my friend. But I'm loving this game. I'm loving the series, and I have really enjoyed what we've seen so far between these two teams because really it's Philippine identity versus Vietnam identity right now. Two regions clashing. That's what SCA is all about. And Dai Kalem does it, time it right. Pinball Wizard yet again with the slow orbs. There we go with the flash, but the dash on the way. But Ripper! Oh, he saw Pretty Penny, and the Kashi will take him down. Marky in the meantime with the counter on the Kashi, but here comes Dai Kalem securing that high ground. Gadores, though, he wants more, and he wants to fight to the bitter end. Can Oasis make this B-take happen? They're going for the zone. Coco's going to put that spike down. And Cerberus right now, they will confirm first and foremost that this is going to be B-site, and it's 3v3. But Gadores, he's going to look for more. Climb this tree, climb this rope, perhaps. Cerberus, though, they're waiting patiently for everyone to be in position here, Hasarai.
There is that slow push on mid just to see if somebody's going to be flanking around it. As they spot nothing, the trade should come into their favor. But Kishi now in a numbers discrepancy, and Oasis, they've done it. They've threaded the needle, and we've put ourselves with Oasis being on the defender side and Cerberus on their weaker end. This could be the possibility. We went to overtime, but there's one more round here, Dax. Looking at the replay real quick, also got to point out that every single angle, you just have to fight it for tooth and nail because Cerberus will always be there to challenge for it. And that's their identity here. And Oasis, they finally figured it out. And they're trying to Sherlock Holmes their way to victory. They found the killer, and Cerberus is gonna get some time. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy, but you know what?
It's okay, Detective Bass, right? Because I'm going to give you the mystery here. The mystery of Cerberus has finally been solved by Oasis. It took such a sweet time, and it took 2 maps effectively, but they realized what they can do for the recovery. Just take the map inch by inch, contest Cerberus while they're setting on up. And really, in that last round, the Cerberus playbook, it was happening with that tower hold, but Gadores just going a bit closer, finding a kill, and the rest of Oasis providing covering fire to give them that round win. And it's high time now for Cerberus to prove that they can make it work on the attack. We've seen it all throughout this series. It isn't the best situation for them when they're the ones on the offensive, but they need to go global here. They need to be the ones to figure things out right here, right now, because this round is their last chance, if ever. Marty, though, paying attention, and Suka will fall. Big pickup onto the Cypher, dashing on away just to see 2! And Cerberus with the knuckle sandwich. Asakashi getting to take down Coco, though. He's been insane here on A side, and he's doing it again. It's the Asylum here on lockdown, courtesy of Coco. Loki, will he fall as well? Yes, he does, to the hand of Gadores and Oasis. This is for all those who believe since day one, and we are gonna go 1-1 in this series. Oasis will take it in overtime, and what a match we just had between these two teams, showing their identities in SEA.
Seems like the triple-headed canine has drowned in the waters, and Oasis take themselves a victory in this series of 2. The group stage for Group D, the group of life, continues, and it's all 1-1. That last round, sorry, just to finish off, that last round, there was that shock and awe from Cerberus there. But again, as you mentioned, it's not only Marky that comprises the whole of Oasis Gaming. Coco has been pretty damn consistent in playing as that anchor man for the back of each site that he plays on.
And this has allowed that delay tactic to allow his other members, Kadoers and the rest of Oasis, to come in and help out. And Cerberus, as time was running out, they needed to get the quick trades, which they couldn't. And at the end, as dust settles, we find ourselves with a 1-1 Oasis winning with their first overtime.
You know, I'm gonna put the standard Oasis statement here. Coco is so underappreciated, underrated. Can you rate him properly right now? Because he gets the MVP there for Oasis. Cerberus in the meantime top fragging with Kishi. But truly in this map here, Asarai, we proved something. Sentinel lives matter. Suka in that first half, absolutely incredible. Just putting up such a big effort, stopping Oasis there on their attacking side. But in the meantime, Coco said, I saw that, I'm gonna do one better. And truly, the clutch is there from Coco, keeping Oasis alive. We say, again, he's just absolutely insane with the shots, with the decision making, and he deserves a vacation out of the asylum because he has just been the stalwart, the defender of Oasis Gaming. In this series, though, Asarai, we said that it's who can dominate the other in terms of identity, but the answer apparently is the safest one. This matchup going even, one side going at it against the other, but in the end, it is going to be a tied scoreline. And what a match we just had. First one of our Philippines versus Vietnam doubleheader in terms of today. And the next one, guys, is going to be Bren Esports versus Ego. I'm Dax here with Asrai. We'll go on a break, and when we return, it's that next match.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last play. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down mid. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang,
show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba
Oasis Gaming, just when you thought that, why am I in the middle now?
You're sandwiched here, Mr.
It is
Host.
I, Viminal.
Oh, you have to say the word. You have to say the line. You have to say the line.
Come on, you gotta do a better impression than that.
All right. Okay, here we go. Greetings.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah, well, welcome back, guys. I'm actually Illustrado. I'm gonna be the host. I'm supposed to be on the left. We'll get that sorted out in a second. So don't you worry your pretty little faces about it. Oasis Gaming, please. That's not an impression of me, Viminal. Oasis Gaming taking a very decisive. There we go. Very decisive 101 in that second game. Just when you thought there was a lot of hot water, they managed to pull themselves out and take a victory in overtime. One of the more exciting games we've seen here today. I know a lot of people and players were expecting Cerberus to come out of that with a 2-0, but that's not how it went at all. Viminal, well, you weren't casting this match with Asura, but we were watching in the back lines. What were your thoughts about that game?
You know, honestly, it was looking pretty hairy on that game, the second game on Split, right? But they were able to come back in such a stellar manner. Again, taking the victory overtime against Cerberus. And you know, Oasis is a team that haven't really had a lot of experience on the international stage.
Yeah.
So it really is quite heartwarming as a Filipino fan that a team that is sort of green in the international scene, that they've had quite some success with it, especially against a very strong team, Cerberus.
Let me take a quick look at the standings right before we move on. Just a second here. Group C and Group D, everybody having 1 point apiece, and we were just chatting with some of the organizers right behind the scenes. These groups are so leveled. It's just everybody's getting a point. The group of life and even the group of death. They're all pretty much neck to neck right here as we go deeper and deeper into the tournament. This means one thing, Dax, that the rest of the tournament for the coming days, the next few days are just going to be so crucial and so close as people start scrambling for points to get ahead of everybody else in their groups.
Yeah, if you look at those last two groups, it's proof of existence in SCA. It just means that this competition is gonna turn up to 11 as we get later on into the days. And sometimes when you see a group stage, like, okay, day 4, it's not gonna matter too much because some groups are already in, some teams are already in. But from what we've seen so far in day 1 and at the start of here day 2, that's not gonna happen. Every single match is gonna absolutely matter to see who's gonna make it to the playoffs there, Illustrado.
Well, speaking of teams who need to make it matter, we got the coming team playing up right next. The next game that we got ahead of us, it's gonna be Bren Esports versus Ego. That's what we're all been waiting for. Take a look at the Bren lineup. I know, Dax, you wanted to talk a little bit about Bren before we got into it.
And this is my concern about Bren Esports, as Dubstep Dispenser, Wits Borkum, and Jesse Vash are still the tip of the spear for the PH scene. But truly, in this format, their weaknesses might show. We see it in their history. In best of 3s, they drop maps. And in their previous performance versus CBT, let's be real, after everything was said and done, that could have been a map that Bren would have lost there, especially if CBT just didn't make that big mistake letting Borkum stay alive for too long. Can Bren get the recovery? Will they be okay? That's going to be the question here in their group.
Well, indeed here. And another team that actually also took a very close series, Ego. Viminal, you wanted to talk about these guys a second.
You know, taking a look at this roster, Mof, Nizzy, Nico, Real B, and Duct. Nico coming in from that full sense roster in the past. Again, a Thai import here for the side of Ego. He's a very strong player, but really to stand out here is Nizzy, I think. Let's take a look at the player head-to-head in a bit, but yeah, it's going to be Jesse Vash versus Mof. And we can see very close statistics here coming in from the ACS and the KDA, both Sova mains, very impactful agents, but really my point here in Ego is that their previous running with the Filipino team, Zeal Esports, they did lose against Zeal. And we do know that Bren has been the perennial kings of the PH scene. Zeal would have a tough time beating Bren. And logically, going by the stats on paper, perhaps Ego would have a hard time as well.
Well, it is going to be a good litmus test right now. The real test, I think, here for Ego to go up against Bren. But let's go ahead and talk about, dissect the map selection we have. We got Ascent as the second map and Haven first. I don't know why I said Ascent first. But the bans have been Bind, Breeze, Icebox, and Split. And so, Bren, naturally having selected Haven, it is their best map. And Ascent will be picked by Ego. What are your thoughts on this, Dax? I'll bring it to you first.
Well, it's interesting because Ego is going to be picking a map that they lost in yesterday versus Sharper. But the whole storyline with Ego was they get off to a good start. They can really compete with the rest of SDA, but they kind of falter at the tail end of that. But looking into Haven, that first map, we know it's Brent's territory. But at the same time, mentioning that matchup versus Zeal Esports in the community regional tournament, that's the one that Ego got in the first place. So they can contend with the PH scene in a map like that. Will they be prepared though for the Brent style? We'll find out as we get into the map themselves.
You know, as for my thoughts here, Haven Ascent, again, Ego chose their most played map, Ascent, with a 69% win rate. And then Haven with a 92% win rate. So it does look like a very comfortable map selection for Ego, but then again, we know how powerful Bren can be on Haven.
Yeah, I agree. Like yesterday, the stats were pretty much dead even for Sharper versus Ego, but this is a completely different ballgame. This is quite possibly the most difficult and strongest team that Ego has pretty much ever faced in their entire career here. Not a lot of international experience outside the region. How do you think they're going to fare against the Titans that are Bren Esports decks?
Yeah, Phil, if you're going to ask for my prediction, basically, I think it's going to be a Bren 2-0. Ego will contend, Ego will fight, but Bren is just a completely different beast, as you guys mentioned. And anything else that isn't a 2-0 for Bren will be, first, a disappointment to them, and second, a weakness every other team can exploit. I mentioned it a while ago. In best of threes, they drop a single map. This is only 2 maps. There is no room for error.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, Dax. As for my opinion here, Bren have shown signs of weakness. They have shown signs of bleeding, right? But again, Ego, judging by the stats alone, I think they're going to be hard pressed to defeat Bren. I'm going to give them, however, the benefit of the doubt here. They might actually go 1-1, but it's a bit of a stretch.
I agree with you guys. Vim and I actually think there's a high propensity for this map to go 1-win. However, I don't think that's going to be today. Bren is looking strong and blazoned after winning in a 5-map overtime. I feel like they're going to take it 2-0. But what's really important for me is that Bren maintain this image that this is their group. They need to be able to, you know, be the, I'd say, pillar in this group, and everybody sort of looking up to chase them on it. Because if that image falls and everybody is disillusioned, excuse me, then everybody sort of might start being able to catch up to them. What do you think about that, Dax?
Yeah, you echo my statements completely. If Bren loses that image, then their weakness will be shown. They'll be seen as a team that is very beatable. And Bren right now, in their current form, has just become the top team of the PH scene, and then some. If you think about the Philippines as a whole, it's always Bren leading that charge and getting better and better. And truly, this has been the best they've ever been. But if they falter now, it's going to be even worse in the playoffs later on.
Yeah. Ego surprised us a little bit with their run of form yesterday. They showed us that they were very much capable of taking wins up against teams that are very, very strong, just like Sharper. Is it going to be more of the same here, or will the fact that Bren is the team that they're going up against prove to be a little too much for the upcoming squad?
You know, judging from their performance yesterday, I do believe they were the first squad from Vietnam that we witnessed. They proved the fact that you really can't underestimate the Vietnam region, regardless of them having less VCT stages, right? But the thing is, with Ego, they tend to prefer a lot of aim-heavy team compositions, a lot of very straightforward, what I refer to as cookie-cutter lineups. And, you know, that might not be the way to go when you're facing against Bren. It's going to take a lot more than raw mechanical skill to take them down.
Well said here, but let's see if whatever we said will come true or not as we dive straight into the game itself. Again, my name is Ulstrad. I'm going to be a host for now, but I'm going to leave up into the very capable hands of my co-casters right here, Viminal and Dax. The story is yours to tell.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it, they ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. But how cool is the gunplay when the stress will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore, until somebody from your past come back to settle the score like
Then with the help of Porto, they find 3. Now they will go for the
Nước xung bóng là nhiều hơn và M có cho mình cái double kill, triple kill.
Friends from around the world, welcome to what is going to be the third match of the day. This is Group Stage Day 2 of the VCT Stage 3 Southeast Asia Challengers. My name is Viminal with my co-caster Dex. How you feeling about this matchup, Dex? I know we talked about it in length on the panel, but really, it really begs the question for me for the side of Ego. They have Nico previously from Full Sense.
Yeah.
I want to try and figure out how much of an impact he actually has, that international experience, and how much he carries his weight in the team. But we can only speculate, I guess.
Yeah. And speaking of speculation, the word around the rumor mill has been that many other scenes are looking at the Thai region, the Thai scene, to find imports as well. And Ego, I guess, is one of them. Nico, you mentioned from that Full Sense roster, but that was way back when, even before the one that had Hatipan on it, even before the one we have right now, the anti-black variation. That was one of the first forays Full Sense had in Valorant in the first place. And he did a pretty good job that got the attention, of course, of Ego. And now he is in this Vietnam region team. But overall, the question stands here, Viminal. Will Bren be able to just body check Ego, or will Ego basically check the ego of Bren Esports? It's just a perfect storm right now in terms of that statement. But really, it's a test for Bren. If they can defeat an opponent that they're supposed to defeat and how the group is trying to be written in the first place. But on the flip side, Ego showed some strength a while ago, and overall, the Vietnam region have proven that they can play here, especially with the victories of Big Bam and Cerberus in the previous matchups we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether or not Bren will be able to go with the stats that we've mentioned previously. Again, what Ego has going for them, at least, is the element of surprise. This is a very unfamiliar team for Bren, but of course vice versa as well. So depending on how the match is going to go, I'm pretty sure we will be able to tell coming in from map number 1. But in terms of unpredictability, however, I don't think Ego will have a huge element of surprise, because again, I did mention on the panel that they tend to prefer a lot of cookie cutter lineups. However, time will tell if they will bring something different to the table this time around.
Yeah, I feel like it is going to be the cookie cutter lineup that they practice for. This is a team that loves to be comfortable in what they want to do. Sometimes their map selection, they just say, oh, it's this map, we're going to be playing this specific agent selection because this is what we know and this is what we're best at. And I've heard in interviews with some C media between Ego that they've actually had scrims with Bren Esports before. They really respect them as a team. And it was like, okay, will you tell us the scrim results? And Ego's just like, we kind of got destroyed there. So hopefully they find their footing coming into the tournament. Of course, scrim bucks, they mean absolutely nothing when you get back into the tournament status. But truly, there is a bit of that familiarity between these two teams behind the scenes. But fighting against each other on the biggest stage of the Wolfen region, it's completely different. And wasn't that the question so far for Vietnam as a region? Were they prepared for VCT? And what we saw rather from day one, and what we saw a while ago in the Cerberus versus Oasis Gaming, Vietnam has prepared as a whole, and truly they are here to play here for SEA.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that they have had a lot less international experience compared to other regions, they're not underperforming here at all at the C Challengers group stage. So as we get into the agent select here, it seems like Dispenser, Jesse Vash, Borkham, Dubstep, and Wits going with a pretty familiar lineup. Wits again on that Sky. You can do really amazing things on that agent. But again, as expected, pretty cookie cutter lineup coming in here from Ego Dex.
Yeah, and they are going to go back to the Astra that we see time and time from them in the first place in the VCT Vietnam circuit. They love to play those kind of smokes there with Real B. And you said it a while ago, right? 92% win rate on Haven in official tournaments. And from what I saw so far in their VCT Stage 3 run, every single time they went on Haven, it was a dub. So it just goes to show this is something they have established, this is something they're comfortable with, and you just go with the classics, right? When you know it works, you try to pit it against what works on the other side. It's now a battle of who can outclass the other, and seeing how these two compositions are gonna run. It's gonna be interesting because that Astra, you can get a lot of control with the utilities of the Star. So you got Nico there on that Phoenix versus the Sky of Wit, so flashes will be abound, and truly, maybe that battle of Sovas will be interesting as well. Jesse Vash versus Mof, who has the lineups and who has the top 10 anime battle edge in the Hunter's Furies.
Well, you know what I say. It's pretty interesting how Jesse Vash always gets a pick using his Hunter's Fury. It's kind of a miracle that he often gets a blind pick using that Hunter's Fury. Maybe it's just the map geometry that he memorized so well, but we'll see later on if Mof can do the same. An interesting contrast here between these two team composition stacks, in my opinion, is the Sky versus the Phoenix for the Flasher role. Both of them have 6 ultimate orbs for, again, to have their ult up online for the Seekers and the Run It Back, right? So, in all honesty, I do believe that the Sky will be a more impactful agent, at least in this context, when you have your ult up pretty much, 70% of the time. You get a lot of frags, you're going to have that ult up nearly every other round. And having 3 sites... Yeah, surprise, surprise, it's saving them 3 sites.
Wow. Really?
It's just so useful having that information and having that entry potential as to a single, sort of a singular, more one-dimensional ultimate in the form of Run It Back.
Yeah, that's the Viminal expertise I want to hear from you. And exactly that. On that Sky for Wits, it's more of a team player, right? You have the Seekers for that intel, long-range flashes there with the Guiding Lights. And on the flip side, with the Phoenix Curveballs, they're very close range. You throw them to the corner and you're the one who plays the entry for yourself. Run It Back is a second life for yourself. And all of the area denial abilities Phoenix has, it's also a self-heal. So there's selfishness versus selflessness when you have the Sky who can actually heal other players, other agents in an AoE variant. So we're going to be seeing if Nico 47A can actually step on up with that solo Phoenix, or Wits be able to help out the team immensely with that Sky instead. But I expect a lot from these two players, not only in the setup side, but also on the frag department. We have seen Wits absolutely flourish here in the Bren Esports roster, being that 5th wheel, that 5th cog in the Bren machine to work together. Ego, in the meantime, they've proven that they belong here in SCA. But from what we saw against Sharper, can they close out the map? Because it seems like they kind of run out of steam in those second halves when they get a good opening, a good start in the first one.
Yeah, I mean, their matchup against Sharper, all things considered, were very close matchups. Again, as you mentioned, during the first half of pretty much both maps, they were very close to each other, perhaps having the advantage in terms of scoreline, but then they falter in the second half. Sometimes we know Bren to have a slow start, especially in the first map of the day. Let's see if this is going to be different. Seems like a lot of early aggression coming in from the A main. Nizzy starting it off, getting a frag onto Jesse Vash.
And Nizzy, of course, just someone to watch out for on the Ego roster, but seems like Dubstep, he's woken up on the right side of the bed. To tackle your points on that slow start for Bren, I keep mentioning it, in the best 2 format, 2 maps, you don't have much room to wake up, basically. You don't have that much time to hit that alarm clock, drink some coffee while you're playing the game at the same time. Bren needs to be on notice. And even though I've heard, of course, on social media that they are so excited for playing these games, especially yesterday to open up the SEA region, right? It still happens sometimes that Bren, metaphorically, are not awake, yet in-game have to prove it right now overall in the group stage if they want a good record into the playoffs.
You know, if we've noticed that from an outside perspective, I'm pretty sure they are highly, highly aware of that, trying to take note of it, trying to, again, counteract that outcome. But seems like Dubstep is going to be spotted out by that Cypher Cam. Duck
Spike planted.
takes a headshot onto Dubstep, bringing the man advantage for Ego here.
Yeah, Duck would cover there as Dispenser now closing it out to the connector. Can he actually go for the kill? Nizzy though peeking right in front of him, and that's gonna be Ego getting on the board yet again. 4v2 right now, and Ego is coming to just body check Bren and wake up Bren Esports because Vietnam is knocking on your door. Ego gonna be able to get the first round here, Vim.
That was a very convincing first round, a very telling first round. But then again, we say this a lot. Takes a while for Bren to sort of get the steam going. They kick it into high gear once they get the read on the opponent. And as we mentioned previously on the panel, it's just they rely a lot less on set plays, but their ability to adapt on the fly is what carries them forward.
Yeah, and they're just those patent-pending trademark plays from Bren Esports. The Bren dominance, the Bren win streak. When will they happen? That's the question. And the second question to that is, how will Ego answer when that starts piling on up? When Bren Esports finds a clutch in them? When Bren Esports gets that winning streak? Those are the possibilities that Ego have to deal with. And looking at the stats, looking at how Bren Esports plays, it's more of a possibility rather than an impossibility, right? It's more likely to happen rather than not. And Ego will have to prepare for themselves. They'll have to prepare for that situation. And taking early round wins like this, that's going to be a good start for them to weather that storm.
Yeah. I mean, it is highly likely, but still an uncertain outcome. But it seems like in this eco round, they are going to be going onto the B site. Ego, however, already has a crossfire set up here, as is Dubstep and Wits. But the ball is in their hands. They are going to make the first move, trying to make an entry here. But Nizzy takes a frag on to Dubstep. Swift
You asked
shot
for
to the head. Yeah.
You asked for a first move there, and seems like, can I have this dance? Says Real B to Wits, and he'll get that takedown onto 2 so far. He's the real one here, looking to give Bren a splash of reality, and Ego just able to get the sandwich at the very end of that round. Find the middle and just cut it into swads. Ego now making it a 2-0. And we've seen this before from them. First halves really are where Ego truly shines. Let's see if they learned their lesson from yesterday versus Sharper and can keep up with this momentum.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, it is kind of risky for Ego to still have pistols in the second round. In most cases, it is a pretty risky decision to make, but perhaps Nizzy has the idea of saving for an early operator at this point in time. He's 2 orbs away from his ultimate, still has a sheriff at this point. Tells me he's going for that op really early on. Now it's going to be a buy round for Bren. Let's see if they can turn it around in this one. Again, a default position right now. No signs of early aggression just yet. At this point in time, Dax, you know, they want to try and find out what agents are situated where, because it is the first buy round.
Okay, you know, say it with me, Biminal. Haven is a 3-side map. Why did you say it with me? I asked you to say it with me.
Oh, let's do it again.
Okay, Haven is a
3-side map.
Yes, every caster will tell you that. But the fact of the matter is, all of these players right now, they're trying to figure out which side they can go on more so. Bren Esports right now, they don't want to give up those guns. They want to be able to play the entry well. And they are going to go for that push onto C site bit by bit. But there are setups here from Ego that you have to respect. Real B putting down those stars and a power position behind the platform there might be a big surprise to Bren if they don't pay attention. Calm before the storm here, Vim.
30 seconds
The
left.
waiting game is upon us, but now it's time. Dubstep looking to play to his namesake and be the first one to step onto C site. There's the scan, and Dubstep already with the first takedown. Nico gonna fall already. Quick kill here from Bren Esports, looking for more, and eventually the spray down into the takedown. Bren Esports setting up on C site. Ducto trying to fight on back, and as Nizzy finds for him there with the sheriff shot, it's Dubstep now with 3. It's time to bring in the beats and go for the beatdown, as this is a quad here from Dubstep. No whiffs whatsoever. It's just precise gameplay here from Dubstep so far, eventually hitting the opposition with the sprays. And can Duck prevent the ace from happening? He will peek, he will fight, and he will shut down Dubstep. But it's 3 rather, versus 1. And well, Ego, will Duck fight? Will Duck fight? That's the question. He has a Spectre. Can he go for some exits here, Vim?
I mean, he can. It's still avoiding that recon dart. I don't think Bren knows where he is. He might be able to get another frag at least.
Oh
Nope.
no.
Wits.
He figured out. They figured it out. The dart's like, why is it broken? Where did it go? He must be there.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it was a bonus round for Ego, but it was just an absolutely insane round for Dubstep. Now I've seen this man do some crazy stuff firsthand in the same map here, but again, this is what we've come to expect from a duelist like Dubstep, creating tremendous amounts of space for the rest of his team. And what's interesting to note, Dex, is I think this is one of the few moments that Bren chooses to go for a burst. We don't typically see them do that, I think.
Yeah, just that sudden burst of momentum. Why to keep Dubstep on that duelist role time after time? When you look at Bren Esports as a whole, they are a very utility-based team that are just effective at hitting with those abilities in these situations. But Dubstep rely on that guy. On the flip side, though, Nizzy now, you can also rely on him to go for the shot, and the operator making some noise versus the Trailblazer. Looking over the past 1.5 days we've had so far, Vim, and these operator early buys, they've been mostly successful. And I guess you're an SCA, if you bring out the op and the opponent isn't ready for it, then you can run away with the game using it.
Yeah, absolutely. It can cement your early momentum if it favors you. But Jesse Vash, catching ducked off guard there. I mean, that's a very cheeky off angle, especially when crouched. But Nico shuts down Dubstep. Wits goes for the quick refrag here.
Working though. And Wits going for the takedowns, and Wits again just setting foot on no man's land and claiming it here for Bren Esports. Ego now forced away from C-Site, and it's going to be a save situation one more time. But overall, seems like Bren trying to counteract the stats we were giving, catching out Nizzy there, taking down the operator. And it does seem like from intel into control, that's the Bren playstyle here on Haven here, Vim.
Absolutely. Especially knowing Jesse Vash on that initiator agent, Sova. This guy, he really hones in on a single agent. I mean, since day one of Valorant, he tends to go for full mastery of a singular agent. And having someone like him on the Sova, you know damn well you're going to have the proper information that you need. Of course, with Wits on the sky, there's a lot of supplementary information coming on there. Double Initiator definitely works well in a 3-site map. But coming in this one from Ego, it seems like the ritual is complete, Dex. The first couple of rounds have come and gone, and then perhaps it was all they get.
No. You forgot the last step. Technical timeout. That's part of the ritual. It's important.
It culminates with a technical timeout.
The real SEA experience, the real Bren versus Ego experience. We have done it. Construction completes, but man, oh man, Bren Esports, they show us what they do best. Cut squads off the map, take control, and just going back to your Jesse Vash story, if you see him in your friends list and he's busy doing custom 0-0 for like 2 to 3 hours, that's him doing lineups. That's him figuring things out on maps that they're going to be playing with. So really, the work ethic on that guy, absolutely stellar. Ego, though, in the meantime, they want to fight on back. And from what I hear from this team in some of the interviews they've given, it does feel like there's just so much passion behind them. They want to prove that they belong. And they did it with that victory into Challengers number 3 for the Vietnamese region. Now, they do look at these things looking upwards, right? They know that some of the names they're facing off, especially their opponent right now, is something to respect and something to be a bit fearful of. But they're willing to go for the clash. They're willing for that conflict. And you gotta respect the guts here of Ego right now in this situation. But are you ready here, Viminal, to go onto YouTube and watch this in the list later on? Top 10 anime battles between Dubstep and Nizzy. It's gonna be Bladestorm versus Bladestorm, perhaps. Who's gonna be able to get the better edge on these ones as we see some movement into the middle. But the anticipation is killing us. Nico looking for a kill, the alarm, but now gonna get broken instead. And finally, Nizzy with the coup de grace. Dubstep goes down, and he's the one who gets ahead with this Bladestorm battle.
That is a absolutely huge pick for Nizzy, but it's going to be short-lived, it seems, as the rest of Bren. Jesse Vash making an entry onto the site here. Wits and Jesse Vash get a pick on their own. Borkum as well. But Wits does go down in the hands of Nico. It's going to be a 2v3. A couple of them only have sheriffs, so this is going to be a tough retake.
Oh
in any stretch of the imagination, but oh my, what a shot.
He went for the turret and then the operator of that turret. The killjoy just going down to Spencer. Did not expect that to happen to him after the initial shots from the Sheriff. And Nizzy proving how strong he can be. Luckily, he's on that jet so he can glide on down if need be. Drops down to the parkour area and looks for the backstab versus Jesse Bash, but he cannot get that kill. And Borkum, he saw the curveball get thrown to the side and says, I'm right in front of you, brother. Bren Esports making it 3-2. And unfortunately, for the Phoenix, he can't make variations to the curveball. There's no fastball, there's no slugger, whatever you call it in baseball, right? It's just put it on the other angle, and when someone's in front of you instead, it gets a bit awkward, but you can see Ego fighting back. Nizzy shot there, so stellar.
Last player standing.
I wonder how you deal with curveball in real life, but you know that's the thing. But
I mean, no pitchers do that.
I honestly,
it's not
obviously, I
that
don't know
far.
anything about baseball. I'm not a baseball commentator.
Oh, really? I thought like, it's because of your Cetaphil skincare. That's why. I got it. That's why you're glowing, my friend.
Okay.
Right now, Bren Esports is glowing. You know where I'm going with that, but I'm not going to continue with it. Ego, in the meantime, they need to find a stop to the continuing round wins of Bren Esports. It's just been Bren all day, every day for the past 3 rounds. And Ego, they have fought, found clashes rather. But Jesse Vash, you know the guarantee from Vash.
Yeah, it's a
He
guarantee.
can get one with the Hunter's Fury. Mofto in the meantime catching at Borkum. And it's 4v4 now here, Vim.
Mof down to 45 HP. After Vash gets a quick pick on that Hunter's Fury, they're going to be happily prancing around onto the A site. But Wits will be on the lurk here. Again, having that double initiator lineup, having that supplementary information, especially on that semi-duelist Sky, is definitely a thing of value to note here. Spencer will be having an outer swarm onto Evan, but Nizzy with a quick 2K, holding down the site to Spencer. Answers back onto Duct. It's all going to be down to him. If he falls, this is not going to be a good round for Bren Esports. Wits with a whiff, though.
And you asked, and you shall receive. Real B now with a takedown onto the Spencer. It's all up the Wits, and we've seen this guy clutch it out before, but Nizzy is looking nigh unstoppable in the round like this, and Nizzy making it look so easy with 3. He has been heating on up in the past few rounds, and even though Bren victories came in those previous encounters, it finally is Ego clawing their way back. The share shot a while ago was just the start. Nizzy is here to play and slay. 3-3 is the scoreline.
And I gotta say, Nizzy atop the scoreboard here, but let's take a look at the replay. The Jesse Vash special right there. Nizzy, I mean, after that Sheriff shot, you mentioned it. This guy looking like he's on fire. Quick 3K for Nizzy in that one. Really a stalwart defender of the A site here. Even in that previous round before that, he was the one who got first blood over there onto A long. So seems like Bren has the right idea of perhaps avoiding A site. As of now, Dubstep gonna be ending the tirade of Nizzy, however.
Yeah, a new Jet King will be crowned. Started with Nizzy. Actually, looking back at it, it was that Blade Storm battle between them.
Yeah.
Now the shoe is on the other foot, and Dubstep happy about that. Of course, his partner in crime, the Spencer, in the D&D connection, he'll get one as well. Never wants to lag behind his friend, his buddy, his comrade. But Jesse Vash turning around to get taken down there by Mof, but the Spencer with a good refrag. It's all up to Real B, but the reality is he is just dead in the garage. Bren Esports now, as soon as they fumble, they get back on their feet, and 4-3 in a pretty convincing manner there.
Yeah. I mean, as of right now, it's a bit of a tug of war, or as I like to call it, a seesaw battle between Bren and Ego. It's just,
What playground sports do you like, Benno?
I like Patentero. That is a Filipino. I do believe it's a national playground game. I'm not quite sure.
Wow,
Actually,
I'm
not
surprised you play those kind of games, Sim.
No, I don't. That's the thing. Anyway, Bren Esports, it's just, again, they take one round after the other, and then Ego sort of bounces back, Dubstep again with a first blood onto Nizzy. The new Jet King has arrived, and he's asserting dominance right here onto Along. It's like, this is my lane.
Yeah, this is my land, this is my territory, and this is my agent. And Borkum with his agency up at zone to catch out Mof. Duck though, he can't get the shots, and when you miss the sheriff shots, then the sheriff is not gonna let you down. Hit, head, win game, that's what I say with the sheriff, but Bren Esports making it flawless as can be, and they're the ones accurate instead. 5-3 right now, and as soon as Ego showed signs of life and signs of contest, Bren Esports just crushing them in the last 2 rounds here, Vim.
This is a very good sign for Bren Esports. And typically, when you let Bren dictate the pace of the game, they are more than happy to exploit that opportunity. And when you're getting pushed back like this, when push comes to shove, for the side of Ego, you definitely want to fight back. You can't give them too much space. You can't give Bren too much respect. Otherwise, you're going to pay the price, really.
Yeah, and Ego right now, gotta keep an eye on these guys because they have the guns this time, Vim. So if there's any good time to contest in any, then it has to be now. Dubstep though already through the middle and more. We do have Nizzy in the back of sights. And Dubstep right now, he wants to get another one versus Nizzy here. Can he find it? Nico gonna be there as well. The problem is here for Ego, if they can't set up the plays with the Phoenix, then that pick, it might not work out as well as it should. On contrast, that Sky can really set things up, and we tackled it a while ago in the Agent Select. And it's just selfishness versus selflessness, but right now, the individual play will catch out one. Nico 47A with the kill onto Dubstep, and he's gotten close enough to be effective with the curveballs. Borkum though, catching out Tuck and opening things up here into the garage and more. They want to go for the paranoia. We do have Real Beetle prepared behind the default here, and that's gonna be Wits falling on down. Jesse Bash though with the takedown. Mof though with the Hunter's Fury, and not one but two. That's gonna be value here for Mof. Can Dispenser though clutch it out? He's in a 1v3, but Nizzy says, that one, that's good enough for me. 5-4, and we said it a while ago, when Ego gets the guns, they can fight, they can smite. And Bren again, watch out.
Yeah, I mean, it's again the seesaw tipping over to the other side. But Jesse Bash gets a 2K. Mof gets a 2K of his own. Then Nizzy sort of cleans up the rest of the round there. And just as we thought Bren was starting to mount a lot of momentum in coming into this, Ego sort of fights back there. And what Bren has to keep in mind, perhaps having that early aggression, getting an early pick, and then sort of rotating off. Maybe committing early is not the way to go against Ego. And I noticed that in most cases of the rounds that they won, Dubstep would fight Nizzy and win the duel head-on right as the round starts.
Yep, pretty much. It's probably Dispenser touching him real quick, be like, hey, touches his shoulder. Hey, Dubstep, jet diff.
Fist bump,
and that inspired him.
Yeah.
No. He says jet diff, bro, jet diff. And that inspired Dubstep for the past few rounds. But since, of course, Ego working as a team, Nico there providing relief and allowing Nizzy to get that final kill a while ago. But we're back into another round, and we got Dispenser off to a good start. Not only does he open up the garage, but he's able to plant that lockdown now in that station. This forces the C defense of Ego to just basically stumble around in the back of that site. But Nico close enough to get rid of Dubstep. Wits though, with two so far. Bren Esports right now using that space to their advantage, but here comes Nizzy with the Blade Storm, and can he do it again? Seems like though it's not gonna be him cutting up many. It's only Jesse Bash going down. Mof though, he's just been one bad man in that previous round, and he's gonna make it 1v1. Can Mof just bring in the ow and pow? Wits though instead with the punch, and a quad for Wits. By this point, it's pretty much standard for him, and Wits gonna be able to get that plant on. No, never mind, didn't have time. But truly, Bren Esports adding Wits to this roster has to be one of the best roster moves in the PH scene. And the standards that Wits has brought to this team individually and as a whole, it has made Bren Esports excel even further.
Now, taking a look at the Bren roster, of course, each and every one of them are capable of having that clutch gene. But in every team, there's usually this one player, or multiple players rather, that you feel very, very confident in a very clutch situation. And Wits is one such person. Borkum, first blood onto Nico in round 11. Absolutely huge pick here. Phoenix is going to be offline. And this is an eco state for Ego.
We'll see if they can actually make this work. The Ego rounds here from Ego haven't been that effective to get a win. Yes, they can get some pickoffs, especially in the hands of Nizzy. But besides that, it is, of course, a far cry to going for those thrifty victories. Real B He does have a Guardian, and in a map like this, I might be able to find a tap out of nowhere with a one-shot headshot if it connects. But back to the point about Wits, you know, when I look at him, sometimes I just expect him to get 3K, 4K in general. But when he plays clutch, it's just so stylish as well. Ego, come on, what can they do now? They have to back on away. They are realizing that Bren Esports is applying pressure to their B sites. But the thing is, it's a bit of a bait and switch here, Vim. It's C now wide open for Bren Esports. Ego, though, this is okay, I feel, because even though... Ooh, dubstep, go back. Dubstep, go back from whence you came. But back to my point, I feel like Ego giving up that space allows them to congregate as 4 and look for a few taps anyway. And if they're not going to win the round, at least get some kills. That might be the plan here of the defense.
Yeah, they were relying on the Cypher setups on C to give them ample information despite not having a Cypher cam. But Dubstep and Jesse Vash taking a hold on to the side, but Borkum with a quick 2K to secure the flawless victory for Bren. And that is what we've come to expect from Borkum, my friends. That was a really good round for Bren. You know, that whole bait and switch and that whole part wherein they take first blood, sort of rotate out. I think it worked really well for them.
Yeah, just that side control, giving them every sideline that they needed. And while Ego went for the try, all they did was just die there. I respect what Ego
from a different
did,
game,
though. Yeah. maybe, you know, if someone whips out a judge, puts their DPI on 8,000, then I will remember that truly. But besides that fact, you know, that Ego is a team that does have ideas on what they want to do. They play the fundamentals well enough, and they know that they can contend with a team like Bren. But when Bren turns it up to 11 and gives just such a wide swing out of nowhere to Ego, then that's the problem. And Dubstep right now up top, looking to go for the drop down. Nico gonna go full. Wits in the meantime killing the second target, perhaps. Oh, Dubstep there. Bren Esports now, they make it clean on C site effectively. Dispenser, the only one to die there. Duck in the meantime catching out Borkum. Dubstep, though, still with the operator now. And just the guts on Bren Esports on that sake. It's Dubstep with the operator, but he went for the blades first, and then the sniper second. Can Mofto go for more kills? No, it's denied. And Bren Esports now making it 8-4 as we go into the second half. The problem for Ego, from what we've seen yesterday, Vim, is it does feel like they have a tendency to run out of steam. We'll see right now if they can get their second win in the second half.
Yeah, but if history does tend to repeat itself here, so this might be the beginning of the end for Ego, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. Bren, such a strong first half, especially the latter the last 3 rounds of that first half. I'd just like to commend Dubstep on that previous take. Typically, when you have an operator, a Jet doesn't make space for the team, but he managed to do that with the knives, dash onto the side with no smokes, managed to make it work.
Yeah, just the willingness because it's the last round of the first half. Yeah. But I also want to commend Ego right now because they're preventing Bren from getting the big win streak. Yes, Bren is up by 4. Yes, Bren right now has gotten some win streaks here and there. But overall, it's still them fighting. And as we see that, we're going to be going for the C take here, Feminal. Seems like Ego, they got 2 kills already. Witsto fighting back versus Mof. But as I mentioned here, it's Ego right now fighting, contending, and getting control of C site.
This is exactly what they need. They do have the man advantage. However, Jesse Vash and Dubstep still alive. Dubstep with a Sheriff at hand. Jesse Vash down to 35 HP. Does get a couple dinks here and there. Okay.
Dubstep looking for more, but Doc will just duck for himself and protect his head. He instead gets the cranium off the opposition, and Ego again. Now, I do want to look at the overarching picture. Besides the fact, of course, now Ego with gun advantage for the second half. It's another time where Ego prevents Bren from getting a bigger win streak. And look at the scoreboard at the bottom, guys. 3 is the highest win streak Bren has attained so far. Usually by this point, Bren finds a 5 to 6 round run within these first 12 to 13 rounds, but Ego has done an incredible job of stopping that. It doesn't mean that they have the lead though, but they're still showing up, they're still contending, and if Ego can keep this up, they might have a chance here if they get their own win streak attained in their attacking side.
You're absolutely right. Really great point there. They're keeping Brent's momentum in check. Nizzy doing a fantastic job creating space for this. Brent's going to go for the full 5-man retake. I mean, they do not have any guns to speak of except for Dubstep that has the Marshall. The thing is, it's a great idea for Ego to go for that rush. That means Dubstep will be hard-pressed to get any value off that marshalling CQC combat at the very least here.
And just, it's one shot if you don't have armor, but of course Ego understanding the situation and will have armor for themselves. Not only that, they are stealed here for Bren Esports, and they will steal Seaside away with a flawless victory. Ego is back and Ego is here. It seems like maybe those day one jitters on the second halves, they're getting shaken off because this is them having some recovery, and this is what we want to see from this team.
You know what? This is pretty much following the narrative of what we saw yesterday from day one. We have really strong teams in terms of stats, and then we have the underdog of the matchup. And then what happens is the games become really, really close, sometimes ending in a 1-1 or an upset. And this could happen for Ego here.
It's a possibility. Again, the Vietnam region is an absolute sleeper pick. You can look at them and say, okay, they haven't had success so far, but they're trying to prove it now with the 3 teams they've had in the SCA running with Nico 47A. He's the import, but he's ready to impart his knowledge and his bullets to Jesse Vash to get that takedown. Borkum, though, on the flip side, catching out Nizzy in response. But Ego, they get the spike plant, and with the arsenal they have, it's still contestable here by Ego. Spectres, one Marshall, and the Phantom. How will they play it out? Dubstep, though, from off top the tower, trying to just be the guard here. But Ego is just trying to say to them, no entry to the site itself. Time, though, ticking. Bren is waiting. They're stacked heavily onto the main angles here of the site. But Dubstep right now making the opening. Borkum gonna get on the board as well. And here comes Bren Esports right now, being the cleanup crew that they are accustomed to. 9-6 gonna be the scoreline. And Bren with that third round turnaround of the second half.
That was a really good play from Dubstep coming in on from a tower. Just keeping on the pressure, forcing that crossfire to be dismantled over there on defense connector. You know, that pressure in itself forced them to peek out early, and then they were not able to utilize that crossfire. The score is now 9-6 in favor of Bren. This is now going to be a full rifle buy round for Ego, and this will be indicative of how pretty much the rest of the game will play out. Sans Ultimates, of course. Nico, however, will have Run It Back online. And typically when we talk about Ego, all eyes are on Nico, right? When it comes to our panel discussions, but really Nizzy is the MVP here with a staggering average of 41% headshot percentage.
And I also want to tip my hat to Mo, because he does feel like he's such a leader and initiator for the team. Here we go now with the shot stop step in the meantime with a takedown onto Mo. We called him out, and unfortunately he will fall. Didn't really get that caster buff there. Nizzy Duck on the board though for Ego right now, making it 3v3. Dispenser right behind the platform. He does have a good angle though if Nico's gonna peek there. Jesse Bass, the judge of all things. But the question is, can the Sova of Bren get close enough? It seems like Wit's trying to buy him space with a kill onto Nizzy. And Bash is there to get the takedown, but releases his gun as Nico gets a takedown instead. Blaze Wall is up. Nico is ready. And in this duel, Dispenser versus Nico. Can the Phoenix do it? No! His fires will be extinguished. And it seems like Dispenser, cool, calm, collected. That's the way he dispenses justice.
You know what? That's a very interesting situation. There are multiple ways you could play that out. If that were me, I would have ran straight in the middle of that firewall, and I would have been shot dead as soon as I crossed that wall. But no, Dispenser actually went to the edge of it, near that defense connector, and actually offering him a favorable position at that point in time. Even Nico didn't expect that. Really, the game sense, the game IQ of Dispenser is something to remark right now.
Yeah. When you go through the fire like that, you're just an ice-cold killer and an ice-cold player. Here we go, though, with Wits, making sure Nizzy is going to be frosty with those hands because he's not able to play whatsoever. The Jet getting taken down early on. Jesse Bash in the meantime playing CQC here with the Phantom this time. And the sewer is going to get clogged here by the corpses of Ego. It's 10-6 the scoreline, looking to be a potential 11-6 this time. Unless Move and Real B can make a play. Oh, that's going to be a good takedown onto Dubstep, but Wids finds the answer. Real B, a splash of reality perhaps. 12 HP, the classic is there to just chime on in. And Bren Esports now 2 away from taking this map. Ego, they've had a stellar record so far on Haven. They've beaten a Philippine team like Zeal Esports on it before. But Bren, completely different beast there, Vim.
Yeah, we touted this to be one of Bren's strongest maps. This is one of Ego's strongest maps as well. 92% win rate previously. Looks like that number is about to change real soon. But the game is not over yet. An 11-6 scoreline is a very strong lead for Bren, but not insurmountable by any means. Jesse Vash with a quick arrow onto A main, it seems.
I mean, this is what inter-region warfare is all about.
Yeah.
Stats can get smudged, records can be broken, and we've seen here that Vietnam has basically been exposed to the rest of SCA on the official circuit as Nisi falls down yet again at the start. We remember yesterday, BAM, they had 100% win rate on Bind, and boom, takes it away from them. So it truly is a splash of reality. And then on the flip side, BAM there taking that first ever Vietnam region win in the VCT. So it just goes to show that Vietnam as a whole, they're ready to play, Ego being one of those reps. But to counteract that, Bren Esports, they're not just ready to play here, Mr. Vim. They're ready to dominate. But as I say that, dubstep couldn't get the flick in time on the left-hand side. Mof with that heads-up play. Dispenser, though, finding Real B 4v2 right now. And even though Ego is fighting, it's still not enough in terms of the numbers and in terms of the impact.
Borkum and Dispenser does spot out Mof right there. Although loses a bit of HP there. Not enough to take him down. They're going to be rotating onto A as Duck secures the defense connector, clearing out the site effectively. But Jesse Vash is just marking that defense connector.
Yeah, no, don't go here. This is the line. Anyone crosses into the link, you are dead. If we cross past that line, we are dead. Wait for everyone. Just come together as one. And here we go with the Bren squad looking to work together. But Duck, he gets one there against Jesse Vash with so in the meantime with the refrag. And as soon as the retake starts, the retake ends. Bren Esports now gonna be on match point. 12-6 will be the score line. And looking at this, Dispenser and Wits are both 2 away from the ultimates. Wits will be able to get this, and he's now 1 away from the Seekers. That will help him out immensely in the next round. And yeah, a little bit of a shuffle here for Wits. Some celebration dances that he loves to do on stream, believe it or not.
Yeah, you know, I called a particular dance that escapes me right now, but 12-6 in Bren. And we talked about this.
Wait. Before we talk about the game again, isn't it a GIF somewhere? If you type in Wits dance, you can find it. You can find it pretty easily. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah,
but if you guys are
think
curious,
so. Yeah.
Okay, back to the game.
It's just it follows what you said earlier, Dax. Ego tends to lose a lot of steam in the second half. They were looking pretty strong, pretty close during the first parts of the first half, but here in the second half, they didn't score after the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, and this is it. Nizzy getting shut down early on has been the bane of the Ego offensive, basically. And they know that their Jet player is absolutely cracked. He can hit those shots, especially if he gets the space that he needs. But Bren Esports not only denying them of that, but denying Nizzy of any kind of playtime in the second half. In the first place, Ducto trying to be sneaky into the mid window. Can he actually find anyone? Dispenser seen, Dispenser spotted, and Dispenser taken down. Borkum will fall as well. And now a big opening here for Ego. Yes, they're racing against the clock, but they have the numbers advantage this time. Nizzy right now with the smokes into play. And Nico gonna catch out Wits there. Seems like Ego right now making sure that Bren will fall flat on their faces. It's not just about making that spike defuse, it's about wiping out Bren Esports. And we're not done here, ladies and gentlemen. We are still going. And Ego, they've been looking for that second win. Maybe it was that round.
You know, going to overtime is still a possibility for Ego. Again, highly unlikely, but not impossible. During the last moments here of what could be the last moments of Ego here, the first map, Duct really stepped up there. That lurk allowed them to get that flawless victory. Of course, a Herculean effort from Nico as well. He still has that run it back coming into the second round. I think what they should do, go for that early aggression. Go for those early picks. Make use of that run it back. Don't save it.
Yeah, just go in, go ham, and especially make space for Nizzy, because Ego relying on Nizzy to make space and getting shut down by Bren, it has just fallen flat for the attacking squad. And if you look at that scoreboard, Nizzy still is top frag after everything is said and done. So the impact of the Jets, it's undeniable. And if Ego can protect Nizzy here, a bit of an MVP status, then he will make things work. But you mentioned it, run it back, throw it against Bren Esports, but unfortunately it just hits a wall instead. Mof though, he hits Borkum straight on the head there instead. That's gonna be a
Opposite
good
side.
start here for Ego. Oh. True. Nizzy finding Dispenser. And this is what you want to see here, Vim. Let Nizzy roam, let Nizzy fight, and let Nizzy win.
Yeah, sometimes when a full rush doesn't work anymore, you want to have that autonomy of your duelist. Real B taking down Wits. This sort of slow-paced gameplay. Bren trying to guess what Ego is going to do next. It seems like this autonomous play is working well for Ego.
30 seconds
Taking
left.
those 1v1 duels, they know that they're capable of winning. They should make the most out of that.
Okay, so while we have time, Vim, you mentioned it a while ago, and the spot Jesse Vash is on right now, that's not a high percent win rate angle. Where in the garage is the patent pending 100% win rate angle that you know?
It's on the opposite side of where Jesse Vash is. The only way you'd lose that fight is if you get flashed out by perhaps a Sky or flashed out by a KO.
Yeah, the Viminal pro tricks and tips right there.
It's a bit
just
of a
something
meme.
It's something you love. You always do it everywhere, and somehow it always
It
works. It works. Maybe Bren should take a playbook out of the Viminal Codex. But Ego, their playbook has been looking stellar so far. Again, protect the Nizzy. He will make things work. Duck with the roam a while ago with the lurk rather. But Jesse Bash actually catching out Nizzy at the very end. So Bren Esports at least denying the exit frags there from Ego. They're still fighting back, even though they were the ones at the numbers disadvantage. But Ego taking the round, staying alive. The concerns we've had for Bren Esports, it's bearing fruit though. We saw this yesterday against CBT. And how many rounds did that go again?
I mean, that was like 16 to 18. I mean, 18 to 16 in favor of Bren. So you do the math.
No, I don't want to. It's too difficult. I'm not even sure if it's 4, 5, or 6 overtimes by this point.
Yeah.
But case in point, right? It needs to be Bren right now finishing the job. Ego, given that breath of life dispense, though, could be able to get kill onto Nico there on the itty-bitty screen on the side. But at the very least, we're able to witness that takedown. Ego, though, with 2 so far, fighting on back, moving on to that A side. Now we do get the star setup here from Real B. And if Ego can work with this, they're going to get a lot of control in this post-plant situation. Will Real B also be able to find Borkum here as the Aldron trying to say hello? Dubstep, though, operator makes his noise here for him. 3v3, drop down right now from Jesse Bash. Gets the scan off the Nizzy, looking for the takedown. But Nizzy, he's not done. And he's just to be able to squiggle his way onto that default. But Borkum now with the backstab 2v2 situation here, Vim. And Bren, can they stay strong? Can they keep this up? Can they wrap this one up neatly on the silver platter? Borkum now with the fake time, though, is running on out. And Ego is still there, prepared. Borkum now going to get clocked there by Real B. Dubstep next to a fall. And we are still fighting here. The reality of this dimension is Ego is still alive. And the scoreline right now is 12-9.
When the going gets tough, seems like Ego gets even tougher. Nizzy, first kill onto Jesse Bash. You know, I thought it was going to be Borkum time yet again, but Real B, the clean 2K, even gets the operator. Actually, no, he just drops it. But, I mean, here's the thing. Dispenser has that lockdown in place. Actually, during that previous one, I was almost ready to call it, that the lockdown was going to go down and it would be round win for Bren. You know, we could be seeing that now that everyone is on a full buy. They are going to try to make their entry onto C. Borkum gets a kill. Nizzy trades him out, but Jesse Vash gets that refrag as well. It's a 4v3. This is going to be perfect for Dispenser to use that lockdown.
Oh, and Dubstep now perfectly plays on C-Long to get that takedown onto Real B. Watching things out on the longest angle of them all here on a map like this. And just unfortunately there for Ego, a little bit of a desync on the timings there between Nico and Nizzy. Duck gonna fall, Duck gonna die. Now with both stuck in the corner. Oh, that flick shot is not enough. The Cubby keeping both alive with that wider swing than usual. And this seems like Ego has a small chance at this. If you want to rely on someone in Ego, it has to be this Sova. He's been a pillar of Ego Viminal. And can he do it here against Bren Esports? Jesse Bash, though. Oh, he heard you. He heard you, Mr. Vim. He's there on the angle. And will we get confirmation for the 100%? He's going to be peeking, though. And this is why you don't leave the angle. Mope will get that takedown. Memes becoming dreams, but reality sinks in yet again. Wits now is going to get scanned on that. But Dispenser finally with the backstab kill. And Bren, they weathered the storm. Bren stay strong and stay perfect in the record so far with the first map win there versus Ego.
So far, Bren undefeated, now winning the first map here on Haven. Very convincing. I mean, it was an 8-4 on the first half, Dex, and they reached match point with a scoreline of 12-6, but Ego, they did not give up. They fought back, brought the scoreline much, much closer than we thought it would actually be, but in the end, it was Bren who took the dub.
Yeah, and that's been the tenacity of Ego overall. From yesterday versus Sharper for today against Bren Esports right now. They don't give up. And I love the adjustments so far that we've seen from them. Let Nizzy shine, go for the kills, and buy him that space. Nico helping him out in those situations. But unfortunately, in that last play, just because of how they cleared things out, a little bit of a desync there between the Jet and the Phoenix. Half a second, I gotta say. If that was just a little more clean from Ego, that could have been the clear against Borkum instead, and we would have seen another round. But MVPs abound. It's the battle of the Jets, Dubstep and Nizzy, so close on the kills, so close on the KDA, and impacting the game in their own ways. It was just fun to see them, though, fight when they could against each other.
Honestly, that was a very fun match to watch, and really what we come to expect from most of the Southeast Asian region. Very high aim, high aggression, a lot of frags coming on, about 33.7% headshot average for Ego. Again, Nizzy has a really crazy average around 40% headshot rate. I mean, where else can you find someone with such a high headshot percentage, right? But we saw it firsthand. The impact of Nizzy is, of course, unmistakable. And when you stand toe-to-toe against the best Jet in the Philippines, arguably, you know, that's definitely something to be proud of.
Yeah, and to build on that, headshot percentage really is a bit of a fun stat. And more often than not, that it's because you don't get to shoot as many bullets as you would like. But the 33% headshot percentage we saw there is when EU can fight. They're pretty precise on what they need to do. And that's how they get the kills. When you give them that small little bit of time, Ego is ready to play and slay, as I like to say. And it just proves that as a region as a whole, the Vietnam scene proving themselves here in SEA. Ego, though, they need to prove themselves against Bren in the next map, which we will get in just a bit. Bren versus Ego continuing on after this one, guys. Don't go anywhere. Valorant Challengers C group stage is still here for you later on.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. One enemy. Last player standing.
Hello everybody, my name is Muff. I'm the captain of Team Eagle and we are representing Vietnam in the C playoff. We are very happy to be representing Vietnam in the C playoff, and we have gone a long way to reach this stage, this place, and we hope we can keep our momentum so that we can go further. Can't wait to face the difficult opponents in C region. My main agent is Sova, and I'm playing as an IGL in-game leader for my team. We were inconsistent during Challengers 1 and Challengers 2. We made too many mistakes in such situations, so that we didn't achieve much. But in the last Challengers, we were all in good shapes, and we finally make it to the playoff with our teamwork and our gameplay. There are many good players in VCT, but I think it's probably scary from Extend. He has smart plays and his clutches are insane. Yeah, and his IGL is also very impressive. The way Extend play, the tactics they use, the decision making, their decision makings are really good. The tactics they use throughout each journey is very effective. Yeah. The most interesting map to play in Valorant, I think probably it's Bind. There are so many tactics and teamworks are needed in Bind. And the way each team play Bind shows how their gameplays are. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's fast, and we have every time we're facing a team in Bind, we have to find their gameplay, and it's very interesting, I think. I decided to play Valorant competitively, firstly because Valorant has interesting gameplay. It has many agents with different abilities, and secondly, I like the feeling when you got to play competitively. The joy when we win and the feeling of regret when we lose. It's the most interesting thing in my life.
Bren Esports, just when you think things were about to go into another overtime, they pull it back and take that dub. Very crucial one here, almost fairly securing their spot in the playoffs. They're not very far away, actually. Maybe a couple of wins here and there, and they'd be able to secure it. But welcome back to the panel. Again, I'm Estrada, joining me, Viminal and Dax, who were the witnesses and the casters, the deliverers of the message here of Bren Esports. Viminal, I'll start with you here. Let's break down what just happened in that last game. Excuse me.
Well, just like Mof, in his words, I quote, "This is the most interesting thing in my life." You know, Valorant is my middle name, but that was a very interesting matchup. Really indicative of Ego's power level right there. Initially I predicted 1-1. It would have been a stretch of the imagination if it were to go 1-1, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. That was Bren's arguably strongest map, and they were able to go toe-to-toe with Bren, all things considered. 13-9 scoreline is nothing to be ashamed of. And yeah, now we're moving into Ascent.
I think we're pleasantly surprised. I think everybody is pleasantly surprised by how well Ego has been doing, because a lot, you said it, Dax, earlier on today, that people are sleeping on the Vietnamese squads, but after what we've seen here today, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing more sweeps on their side yet again here. Ascent might be a completely different story. What's your take on this, Dax?
Yeah, there's the possibility of contesting these points right now. And when you came into the SEA group stage, you're like, okay, the Vietnam region, they haven't proven anything. We're going to write them off and put everyone else on the board. But no, from what we've seen on the other teams so far of the Vietnam region, BAM as well as Cerberus, they are here to fight. And I got to say the same case here for Ego as well. There's that tenacity. They just need to get that single result. And they're looking for their first win as well in the region. And going into Ascent, this is a map that we've already experienced yesterday versus Sharper. So can they use the lessons learned from yesterday to today's matchup?
I'm going to throw it right back at you, Viminal, here. What do you think has to be different for Ego to take a W up against Bren Esports? It is their map selections, Ascent.
Yeah.
So they will have, I'd say, a little bit of a better chance at this.
Yeah.
Is there any way that they can come out of this with a victory?
No, I think this is probably the best chance they have, right? Ascent is the second most played map for Ego. They have a 65% win rate, 20 or so games in this map. And in order for them to take down Bren, I really think they have to have something in their pocket that doesn't rely on a simple double duelist composition. A lot more utility-based, a lot more synchronicity when it comes to team chemistry and team play. A lot of set plays to try and catch Bren off guard, try to capitalize on the fact that Bren typically doesn't get an early momentum.
You know, Bren is very close to actually having enough. If they actually win the second game and secure a very vast round differential, they might actually be safe no matter what happens in going to the playoff. How important is this for this group, Dax? Because if Bren actually take this and secure their spot early on, the rest of their games, especially the one that they have with Sharper tomorrow, might just be to make life difficult for whoever comes in second before them, after them.
Absolutely. Like, it's a matter of positioning here if Bren does take it. It will be defined by the next matchup we're going to get in today, and it just goes to show that if Bren wants to secure that slot, their time is now, and it has to be it has to be the dawn of a new Bren, making it as clean as possible. But I also want to chime in a little bit on Ego's side. There is a chance for them as we get into Ascent. We saw it yesterday in Sharper, and their defensive half was pretty stellar. But on the flip side, their attacking side, yeah, that was a big problem, and Sharper was just able to take advantage of that. If they can use the lessons they learned on Haven, protect their MVPs, allow their Jet to shine, and make the kills happen for them, buy them that space, that can help them out immensely in the upcoming rounds into the next map. And if Ego can show us that same tenacity that we saw there in that previous map, I feel like Ego has a chance, especially the fact that they've been stopping Bren from getting the big win streaks that Bren is accustomed to.
Well, that has been it. I'm going to wrap it up right now so you guys can take full cover right there of the upcoming game here. It's the last one of the day here for Bren. We're going to be seeing more for them tomorrow, but Ego, they got to pull through on this one. Again, I'm Illustrato, this is Viminal, and Dax. I'm going to leave it in the hands of our amazing casters for the last game of Bren for the day.
So here we are, Vim. Ascent is the place to be. And you know, in the Philippine region, we say it a lot about it, that this is the perennial scrim map.
Yeah.
For the history of the PH scene, this is the map where many other local teams contest Brennan. And will it be the same case here for Ego? Will this inter-regional warfare allow this Vietnamese squadron to take their first dub of the group and deny Bren Esports of an easy berth into the playoffs? Of course, everything will be up in the air, I gotta say, as we're up in the clouds here on Ascent, depending on what happens in the next game after this. And I do believe that's going to be Sharper versus CPT, right? That matchup is going to be very important in terms of the standings. But for Bren, they get this win, they're good to go effectively for the playoffs if everything pans out in their way.
Now, this is a very interesting rotation coming in for Bren, but Nizzy taking the first blood onto Wits. They were grouping up onto Market, which we don't typically see. Quickly making their way onto A-side. Duck takes down Borkum. Jesse Bash, though, launches those shock darts, trying to at least delay the spike plant, but I don't think it's going to be happening here. Move gets caught off guard by Dispenser. Spike is planted. They're going to go for a 3v4 retake, but Dispenser is down to 22 HP.
And some lessons learned from yesterday. Seems like Ego, they want to get off to a good start here on the attacking side. Their weaker side in the matchup against Sharper, of course, in day number 1 of the SEA group stage. We'll see, though, if they can hold the line on A side. Dubstep, though, on the board versus Nizzy. He's going for the turret. does see it facing the other way, so he's gonna be safe from it. And Jazzy Bash playing parkour! Duck gonna go down. Nico though with the counter kill. It's gonna be 2v2 now. Dubstep dispenser, the D&D connection. All the supporters looking to go wild here if they can get this dub. Ego in the meantime down below in hell, but it does seem like the only one there will be Nico. Dubstep now with a triple kill, but time is of the essence. Is it gonna be enough? Not at all. Ego buying enough space, buying enough time for themselves with that take, and they will get the first round on the board here, Vim.
You know, it's a bit concerning for the side of Ego that they were still able to lose all 4 of their members in that post-plant scenario. Bren was in really dire straits in that one. It was a 3v4, Spencer down to a sliver of HP, but in the end, Dubstep managed to take out the entire Ego squad. Of course, not having enough time to defuse the spike and them not getting a round win, but still, perhaps that's a bit of an indicator of Ego's post-plant here.
Yeah, and some of the struggles we've seen from yesterday. One thing to note, though, is when Nizzy is ready, Nizzy is good to go. A triple kill quickly, a blitzkrieg here from Ego so far. And in the blink of an eye, Vim, this B site, it's now under Ego's control. This is a really good sign for them. And as I was about to say a while ago before the round started, Dubstep had the advantage in terms of the ultimate charge. He's so close to the Bladestorm, but from what we saw from Nizzy, it's pretty much a similar case. 5 out of 6, I believe, for Dubstep, 4 out of 6 for Nizzy now, and he's looking for more.
You know, this is going to be a tail of the tape for a lot of the rounds here, Dex. And that's because Real B is on the Omen. They're going to be relying a lot on burst potential with that Paranoia, and of course, Nizzy on that Tailwind. That's essentially the bread and butter combo right there, and the only real reason why you would go for an Omen instead of an Astra. But Nizzy takes another kill onto Wits. Borkham quickly trades him out. Real B looking to secure the round right here. 2-0 in favor of Ego. Quick 2-0. Bren, this time they're going to fight back.
And because of that kill and that death, Nizzy now has the Bladestorm. And if he's gonna go for the Operator Gamble early on, yet again, he is just in such a good spot with his economy so far. Nizzy there with a quad, Borkham at least with a refrag, preventing the ace from happening. But the power of Ego, you gotta respect it. And with 5 kills on the board, it seems like Nizzy is ready to play. I do have to notice something though here, Vim. Bren Esports is running a similar composition a while ago, compared to the comp rather in Haven. The only change is the Astra on Borkham. And interesting enough, it's the Astra this time on Bren, and it's the Omen this time for Ego. But Bren Esports, they're keeping it really simple right now for the group stage. Maybe saving strats for the playoffs if ever they make it. But Dubstep right now, he's going to be able to save himself versus Nizzy. Get that takedown. Wits on the board. Borkham is there. And can you smell third round turnaround? Because Bren Esports is trying to make it happen. Ducto with the 2 kills after Mope gives him the intel. Really, the leadership of Mope is something to watch out for, but not his gymnastics, because he jumps up just to die. Dubstep finds him with the bow and arrow out. And Dubstep, can you say 3K? A-okay for Bren to get their first point on the board.
Here's the thing. Bren fighting back, getting that first buy around for them. I do believe that was a bit of a bonus for Ego. So, fans of Ego, again, not the time to worry just yet. But yeah, Dubstep did an incredible job holding the line, getting a multi-kill on that one. Duct, however, has the lockdown in place, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dubstep would go for early aggression here. Very proactive defense with those knives.
Yeah, and this is now time for us to see if Ego has truly evolved over their regional experience so far. This is going to be a test for them. They know rifles are out on the other side of Bren Esports. Dubstep now with the Bladestorm. Eagle going to be buying on up, but as soon as I say that, Shades of the Past going to be haunting Nizzy there, and Dubstep yet again shutting down the Jet on the other side. Such a big blow for Ego. If Nizzy dies early, their offense, it kind of sputters with only Nico at the helm. Mof, though, of course, he's Mr. Reliable there, shutting down Borkham. But it's still a similar case. Without that Jet, there's not much sudden impact besides the curveballs. Whoa, Real B, though, trying to prove my point wrong with the kill there on Dispenser.
You know, I was going to concur your point there, Dax. It really seems like Ego becomes really stifled once Nizzy is off the board, but they're proving us wrong here. Mof gets another, and Duct gets a kill onto Wits. All down to Dubstep. Noijet, let's go.
Is he? I think many other people will tell you that someone else, the Pinoy Jet.
Well, he is a Filipino Jet, so.
Okay.
I'm not wrong.
I'm not wrong. What? I think Dubstep probably has a nickname from way before already.
Yeah,
I gotta say,
probably.
but let's not change the topic here. The reality is, Ego has shown improvement from yesterday's bout against Sharper. The struggles on the Ascent offense. They're here to play now, and they're here to find takes on these sites. And that was without Nizzy, which is such a big deal since we mentioned it that they've been relying on Nizzy to make the impacts happen on the attacking side. If Ego here can play as a team, play as a unit, and make the takes happen as a whole, then this is going to be a really good sign for them to try and take this away from Bren. Bren, though, on the inside of main. Dubstep trying to go for the taps, but Nico instead, and Real B with the kills here.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen a single Paranoia coming in from Real B just yet, but Ego successful winning out these duels as Nizzy takes down Jesse Vash, goes for that tailwind onto the site. Oh boy.
Did you see that? Nizzy's like, oh,
there's a guy here.
I'm out. I'm back in. And then someone else gets shot because of it. It was like a half a second stare off where both Wits and Nizzy just looked at each other and said, do we shoot each other or do we not? And in the end, somebody else gets hit. Somebody else gets one tap instead. So it is what it is. But Ego right now is proving to us that, again, we've been trying to make this point time and time again. It's a bit of a broken record right now. But they are here to compete. And they're the only Vietnam region team right now that doesn't have a map win as of yet. Trying to prove that Vietnam as a whole is going to be filling up the SEA roster. And from what we've seen so far, the fan base behind them have to be absolutely proud of what they've seen from their representatives. But let's get back into the action as we are going to see Bren on the Ascent Special, I like to dub. 1 Odin, 1 Operator, 3 Rifles. And if you know how Bren plays this, they're going to be trying to get some range for the Operator. They go for the wall bags there with Jesse Bash on the Odin. And as soon as the Detain comes in, puts Dubstep into Jazz hands, will Nico find him? That's the question. The Phoenix scouting on it around, but doesn't get it. And it's a bait and switch here, Viminal, as we're going over to B site with the spike. But Bash, though, is he prepared to go for the takedown? ADS with a fast fire rate for the Odin. That's 2 here for the big gun, for the big man.
When you're a Sova on Ascent, that is basically your home base. These sites can effectively solo hold that with an LMG. And of course, with that, Odin, Jesse Vash knows very well on how to make use of that weapon. Mof and Nico trying to inch their way onto B side. Dubstep is going to be there with the Operator. You know, that's a very intimidating presence on the field.
30 seconds left.
Nico, he does get one, but Wits finding 2 instead. And now the numbers are just piling on here versus Ego. Wits again with another kill, and the 3K standard for Wits comes to fruition here for Bren Esports. The Ego play, it was sound, it was smart to go for the bait and switch and to move on over to B sites. But welcome, Ego, to the Bren playstyle, and welcome to Jesse Bash with the Odin. The Ascent Special never fails for Bren Esports, and you can see how much of an impact he had there, buying time for Wits to give him that restitution.
You know what? I think going for that bait and switch like that was a bit too slow for the side of Ego. You put down that lockdown in place. Someone with the spike already has to be somewhere near B main. But if you're gonna walk over from A to B after you place that lockdown, you know, Brent's gonna be there to defend the side already, and they were able to rotate so quickly because of that information given. So I think perhaps Ego might need to pick up the pace. They try to do that again. Dubstep assuming a very aggressive position over there onto A main. Will he be able to get one? Oh, the timing.
Oh, and the timing indeed. And hasn't that been the story of Ego so far in the last map and in this one? From the examples that you've just basically mentioned there, just those half seconds, those quarter of those seconds, every little bit of time matters here in the biggest stage of SCA. And if Ego lags behind just by a little bit, a squad like Bren can take advantage. So you make a really good point there, Viminal, and this is why you're the smart one here in this broadcast. On the flip side, though, Dubstep will make sure that Nico and Real B will be back to staying alive school as well as Duck. And this is just a triple kill here. Absolute fire rage from Dubstep so far, crippling the push of Ego. And this is just checking them into that corner. Make that a quad for Dubstep and just smash him here, Dubstep. Step on every single one that gets in your way. There is just no passage whatsoever here for Ego if Dubstep is watching out for things.
It's going on the highlight reel for sure. Nizzy just staying over. Oh, he gets spotted out by the guiding light.
And there you go. Wits will get that kill instead of giving it to Dubstep. No time for a shenanigans. All business here as Bren has realized that Ego has stepped up their game even more so. But the Dubstep experience, as you can see here, is the guarantee. One shot onto Nico, one shot onto Real B. Says hi there to Duck. And give him one more for good measure. And no, Mof. No Odin for you. Easy takedowns there for Dubby. And that's a dub there for Bren Esports.
You know, if you're unfamiliar with dubstep, if you're a fan from outside the Philippines, you're unfamiliar with dubstep, his name pretty much is synonymous with operator. So
yes, the different spellings of it.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Good. I'm learning some grammar here, but right now the only punctuation we're gonna get is that period from Wits against Nico 47A. His life is already forfeit. Nizzy in the meantime already fleeing by the shed, and as the Hunter Fury tries to provide cover, it's gonna get a kill onto Dubstep, yes, but the Dispenser peeking out and shutting down Nizzy and his push. It's now 4v3 Real B on the other side of Jesse Bash. And it's a law battle here, Mr. Viminal. Shock Dart versus Shock Dart. It's like we're back into the medieval ages. But we'll see who's going to be the better archer here. Ego, though, might have to back away after the Nebula just blocks their vision. And it seems like here for Ego, they're sputtering a little bit as Bren has gotten the momentum thanks to the likes of Dubstep.
Every time we see a Shock Dart battle, I always think of that Harry Potter spell that really escapes me right now. But Mof takes
so many
down
spells.
Jesse Bash. It's the Harry Potter spell that looks like the Shock Dart. You know, the laser, whatever it is. Dispenser with a quick 2K. Duck trades out Wits, but it's going to be Dispenser and Borkum versus Duck.
And that's a standard. Ooh, Dispenser missing a few shots at the start, but does get the kill anyway. So it's 4 kills for Dispenser, but no, I'm gonna give proper credit where it's due. 3 kills for Dispenser and 1 for the good boy Turret. Good job, Turret. Good job, Turret. Yes. The Turret needs to be appreciated. You gotta show gratitude to utility, and the Turret, he puts in the work, you know. 9 to 5 job. Look at that. Wolf just gets clocked there by the Turret. Says hello, and Bren Esports now tying up the scoreline.
Can I just say, Dex, this is the first time I've ever noticed that there was actually some sort of canal
what do you mean?
section
This is
over there in
Venice.
Ascent. I know, but like, I thought it was like some sort of fictional Venice, and the canal was sort of there in the, on the ground level.
Just
But
because
we're
the
up in the
water
clouds.
is gone, Viminal.
I don't know.
There's a place called Boathouse. Where do you think the boats go then?
Oh, right. Looks like I'm not the smart one anymore.
We need to go.
then.
We need to go on a Euro trip when everything is safe,
I've
man.
never been to Europe yet, so
Okay,
I was
then
supposed to go, but you know things
book it,
happen.
Viminal. Game's happening. Dispenser's getting 2. Okay.
Okay. Why am I talking about a vacation? I'm sorry about that, guys. Ducked
You're on
over
the
here
clock.
in what we call Sabrosa, but Wits taking down Nizzy.
I call it Viminal, but Wits right now, he's going to be going for that kill 5v2 situation. And Dispenser, he's not done. He's got a 3k. Borkum going to be there on the right-hand side. Mo trying to just flush him out with a Shock Dart. And as soon as that happens, Borkum just takes a step even further to killing Mo there. 5-4. A bit of an exhibition round there from Bren Esports. Just finding the kills, getting the takedowns. And 1 through 3, good enough for me. Easy kills for them.
Taking a look at the scoreboard here, Dubstep with 11 frags to his name. 4 rounds consecutive victories for Bren Esports. You know, Ego was super hot coming into this, pretty much like last game. But now, after Bren got a read, after Dubstep got his hands on the operators, the turns have tabled.
I see what you made happen there. The grammaring is correct. Oh no, we shouldn't do this on this broadcast, my friend.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I gotta say, they're gonna actually think we don't know how to speak this language. But in reality, this is still a good spot for Ego. They will have the guns this time to contend. They have an Odin again for Mo, wanted to go for the Odin battle versus Jesse Bash. And there is a high chance for them to still make it 6-6 after everything is said and done. Bren only has a 1-round lead. And from what we've seen so far in the set games that Ego has given to us, they have a better chance there on the defense when they get in position. Nico, though, playing the entry. Jesse Bash gonna go on down. Dispenser in the meantime still staying in his lane, still staying in the station, and the turret will say hello to say goodbye to Real B. Nizzy, though, on the board there. Ego right now making 4v3 and a stellar take here on B site. Problem right now here for Bren Esports, it's dubstep with the operator, and in a B situation, it's a bit more difficult to make this gun work. We'll see, though, as the spike has been planted here, Vim.
As always, completing a retake with that operator is always a bit of a challenge. It does depend, however, if... Oh my god, that flick to Nizzy.
Difficult, but not impossible. And oh, Nico's like, where's the other part of the blaze? Well,
Here.
that didn't go as planned, I believe, for the Phoenix, but dubstep right now going for the Cloudburst. Here we go with the push, but Nico will still make two and get that takedown. Curveball gonna be the play. Borkum in the meantime catching out Nico, trying to make his own kind of show. And there's the drop down near the spike, fakes it out in that timing. It's dubstep and Borkum getting one apiece at the very end of that. And Borkum, does he have enough time? It's a race against the clock, but we've seen him do wonders yesterday, and he will just show us what Borkum time is all about today. 6-4 saves the operator and saves the day for Bren Esports.
Absolutely clinical coming in from Dubstep and Borkum. Really great teamwork right then and there. But, you know, if Dubstep was not able to get the kill on Nizzy, that would have been an impossible task. But this man's reaction time is just absolutely insane. For those of you guys watching right now, if you're wondering whether or not someone has time when defusing the spike in a very clutch situation, if that circular thing goes to the center of the spike and you already halved it, that means you already have time. But if it goes to the center of the spike and you haven't halved it yet, that means you don't have time. So, yeah.
That's a learning lesson. Spike 101 for Viminal. You can just subscribe now for more of these games and more lessons from him. But lessons learned perhaps here for Ego? Nope. Never mind, denied by Dubstep. Apparently, the operator Danger Close is still effective in the hands of a hot hand like Dubstep. And really,
Oh my
God, Nizzy!
Nizzy!
I'm just speechless. That was... that's a shot to remember. Nizzy does what Nizzy does, and Nizzy does too so far, but Jesse Bash, too many bullets in the chamber. The blades could not keep up. A bit of damage, though, done to Bash, but a stellar showing from Nizzy yet again. We sing his heaps of praises for good reason. Plays like that make him exceptional.
You know what? It appears that the Bladestorm curse doesn't extend beyond the Philippine region decks.
This has been broken a long time. It's been a long... Like, if you want to talk about that real quick, Galaxy Racer broke that as soon as they qualified. Don't worry about it. But Nizzy, just the Vietnamese blades there, absolutely sharp. But unfortunately, we said it a while ago, bullets are painful. Too many bullets on the side of Bren equals a victory. And Jesse Bash picking up a rifle, getting back his Odin at the end of that. And that's going to be 7-4 right now here for Bren. Can Ego make it 5-7 to be manageable for the second showing of this map?
Shades of the previous map decks. 4-7 scoreline, that might very well be 4-8. But at the very least, they do have, from the Shadows Online, they do have a lockdown in place as well. A full buy for Ego. They could definitely make this a 5-7 scoreline if they play the cards right. Seems like Bren is grouping up onto A main, perhaps going to catch Ego off guard, but going for a full-on rush.
Oh, you said rush and they stopped. Viminal, are you trying to bait me with the opposite?
It's gonna be a rush.
That's it. There you go. So it's a lockdown
not really a
push.
rush, but
It's
yeah.
not a rush at all. They're relying on the lockdown here, and we're gonna get the Venn diagram to see who's gonna get stuck in the middle of all of that and gets detained. So a single member of Bren Esports does get detained, but because of Dispenser's antics here, putting down his own lockdown, Ego can't really capitalize on that. So it's a hard reset and a half here as we are playing the waiting game between these two teams. And in the silence, you can feel the pressure, but Nizzy, he's the one who's going to be able to apply his pressure onto Dubstep and get that takedown. Dispenser still waiting on the right-hand side, and since Eagle's not clearing this, Dispenser just gets a lineup of 1, 2, 3. Easy times here for Dispenser. Dispensing bullets, dispensing justice, and just dispensing all of those members of Ego away from this side of the map. Can Real B do anything? No, they can't. And yet again, when Ego doesn't check, Ego will just die. Bren Esports now making 8-4 happen. And my oh my, the Bren dominance, the Bren streak, it's happened this time. But check out this replay. Easy lineup.
Gosh. I mean, I was trying to think, where was the recon dog? I might have missed it but he could have used something to spot out Dispenser from that angle, try to get him out of that. I mean, it's a very common angle to hold, and you best clear it before bursting onto site like that. Also, perhaps a fundamental mistake from Nizzy. He didn't really go inside the cloud smoke when he dashed in. So typically you want to dash onto your smoke and then let your teammates gather information before you go out of the smoke. Otherwise, it's a 50-50 gamble when you dash onto the site.
If I'm not mistaken, as we're going to get into the pistol round of the second half, that's why Dispenser moved around there, just to avoid the recon dart in the first place. I do believe, but Dispenser and Dubstep, if you believe in them, well, your fate has been rewarded with that opening. And looking at the scoreline so far, this time Ego hasn't been able to keep the Bren streak in check. They haven't been able to break that Bren momentum, and Bren is off to a very, very hot streak so far, and they're looking to keep it up into this second half. Pistol round though, still doable there for Ego. They're in position on top of the rafters. Ducto gonna be alongside Wolf right now. There's the shot Dispenser though. In the meantime, with the kill onto Duck. Borkum peeks from the wine cellar. And as Dispenser will just sell these bullets to the other side, it's Bren Esports right now winning the pistol and taking advantage of the start of the second half. Let's get that magic number up here, Viminal. How many rounds has Bren Esports attained in a row? Any guesses before we get confirmation? Never mind. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Man, an incredible scoreline in favor of Bren. Again, shades of the previous map. But this time around, Bren takes the pistol round on the second half. And this will allow them to snowball momentum at least for a couple more rounds, it seems. However, Ego trying to take these high-risk, high-reward plays with those sheriffs. And I can't blame them. This is a very crucial round for them.
And there's the reward right there. It's like a candy on a stick, and you're just able to snatch it away before it gets pulled out of your sight lines. Beautiful kill there from Nizzy. Shutting down Dispenser and removing the Killjoy from the equation. And we're not done! The Sheriffs, they're singing here. The Sheriffs right now are dispensing justice and laying down the law on Ascent. Nico, though, on the high ground, throwing out the hot hands while he's getting sucked into the middle of the gravity well. Real B, though, prepared for dubstep, and as Jesse Bash makes the lineup happen versus Nizzy, it's still the advantage here for Ego. They are trying to play the retake here of them, but these Sheriffs, they are just hitting their mark. Duck, though, trying to avoid getting headshotted there. Borkum now in the meantime does get 2. He's down in hell, hit by the paranoia, and can he stay alive? There's a shock dart right now to try and put him to low. Both will fall. 3 kills right now for Borkum. Can he clutch it out? Will it be Rilby instead with the single shot? Yes, it does happen! And Ego, you can feel the inflation of their confidence after a round like that because they steal it away from Bren Esports. And what justice we saw at this frontier of Ascent here, Vim.
Head up high in the clouds, just as we thought it was going to be Borkum time. Real B. The real boss.
Maybe that's all that means.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
like that.
Or
Maybe.
like real baller, you know? Maybe he's a bit of a baller. But no, really, they're pretty crazy on that Sheriff. And really, I expected them to try and make some plays, despite being on an eco round. The clock is ticking for Ego. And if they don't try to find their own openings, the door's going to close.
Yeah. Here we go. It'll be time now for another round. And because of what Ego accomplished a while ago, they're going to have the advantage. They still need to be careful, though. Sure, they have the rifles, but Bren Esports wants to go for the kills. And Nico, he will find dubsteps there, Vim. Seems like, though, Bren Esports now moving on to A site, and as soon as that happens, Jesse Bash dies with the spike. Nizzy, Nico on the board. The duelist right now making some plays, and Real B, the real baller, as you mentioned, with that final kill. Looks pretty nice for this matchup because we're still here and still playing 6-9 now, the scoreline.
Nizzy really carrying his weight on the team. 13 kills to his name. Dispenser atop the scoreboard now for Bren Esports. Perhaps we're going to see dubstep on the offensive operator later on. That's a bit of a surprise for Ego, but seems like now he's going to be still on the rifle. No ultimates yet, but Dispenser can choose to grab an ultimate orb. Seems that Nico might go for an aggressive push here onto A main later, given the information. But Dispenser baits out the turret, gets a frag onto Nizzy. Absolutely huge pick, securing early man advantage for Bren.
Funeral for the turret, and then funeral for Dispenser there as Duck makes the numbers equal yet again. Mof, though, keeping an eye out on the market, and this is such a good sign for Ego right now. This is the side that they're more comfortable with in playing on the regional side. And Jesse Bash, seeing Tuck there, trying to go for the wall bangs. Witsto still found out by the killjoy before anything else. And as Jesse Bash there does get the takedown, Borkum will deny Nico of the run it back. And it does seem like Bren Esports here is going to go for that B side curve, although is prepared and ready. Trying to go for the flash. Borkum in the meantime waiting on the other side of the nebula. Smoke criminal perhaps here for Nico. Curveball comes into play. Borkum right now pushing on forward to the site. It's going to be 2v1 right now while the Astra and the Phoenix are fighting each other. And as the spike is retrieved, Borkum, oh, can he actually do this? Hit by the paranoid right now. Knows there's one agent on each side, but Real B, another splash of reality to Bren Esports. Bren, you have to be careful because Ego is here. Ego is just breathing on your necks right now and getting closer and closer at tying up this game.
And let me just try to break down the rationale of Borkum staying behind those Radiant Knight boxes.
Knights.
Excuse me. This is the patch that does not implement that Radiant Knight box that is wall bangable pretty much from all angles. This is, I do believe, the previous version.
Yeah.
So it did provide him ample cover there. It's just he was just pincered really too fast for him to react.
Yeah, and just such good timing there from Ego. And that's the thing, right? For Ego, it's a matter of timing. When they get the timings right, it's just like a perfect recipe in the kitchen. But when they get it wrong or they don't clear out the usual angles that they need to, that's when it all falls apart. And experienced and veteran team like Bren Esports, they will capitalize on those situations. And this time, though, it's going to be Sheriffs here for Bren Esports in a single frenzy. But as soon as I say that, Eagle already wiping out Bren from the face of this round. Wits trying to go for the peak. Nizzy in the meantime right in front. Beautiful guiding light, but it does seem like we have Nizzy dropping on down, but the headshots cannot connect. And with Nizzy and Real B wrapping up the round, another effectively clean win here for Ego. Sure, Nico will die, but that's that. And Ego right now, they're concentrating and putting their efforts to good use here, Viminal. They've finally broken that streak of Bren Esports that we saw a while ago. And instead of that, the shoe is on the other foot versus Bren. It's Ego with a 4-round win streak and with heavy momentum and heavy cash behind their belts.
Again, we're witnessing a tug of war between these two teams. Ego proving to everybody that perhaps you can keep your stats and they prefer the magic right here and now, forcing Bren to go on a tactical timeout. You know, when you lose 4 rounds consecutively, you go for a team huddle and try to figure out what's wrong because, you know, that's something that you can't be happy about. But at the very least, Bren still has that economy on their side and see how they're going to be playing it differently after this tactical timeout. They've been on that hard commit pretty much the entire time. Maybe they can slow it down and change the pace of the game, grabbing those early picks and then doing a bait and switch or perhaps even a double fake at one point.
And this game, it just changed as soon as Ego went for that Ego win out of the second round.
Yeah.
How the tides have turned here, Viminal. And it does seem that with Ego in control like this, Bren is going to be the one tested instead. It's all rifles here for the attacking side, though. A pause to rekindle their thoughts and at least break a bit of the momentum Ego feels right now. But we're going to bet back into the game. And with the confidence that Ego has attained in the past few rounds, they're going to go for more. Nizzy, though, he's spotted out by the owl drone, and Dubstep will catch out Dup instead. He says, sure, can't kill a jet, but Jesse Bash, the tracking is real, and he is a hunter in this jungle that we call a set, as Dubstep and Wits will go for the takedowns as well. The Jesse Bash guarantee. You can run, but you cannot hide, and you cannot escape Jesse Bash whatsoever. Real B, can he go for the 1v4? Bren Esports, when they pick it up, they turn it up to 11, and the spike's planted now here, Vim.
I'm telling you, it's a Jesse Bash guarantee is real baller. Gets tagged by the shock dart. I can't believe I just nicknamed him
yes,
that. But
I'm surprised. I'm
really surprised. Okay, Real B trying to make his way onto B site, but at a 4v1 situation, it's just absolutely impossible. Dispenser secures the round. But now that I think back to it, I think Bren was refusing to go for those double fakes or perhaps those bait and switches because you made a really good point before, Dax, and that really stuck with me. Ascent is a very deceiving map in which it looks like a very large map because of how long it is on the y-axis, but on the x-axis, it's one of the smallest maps in the game.
Yeah, it gets tighter and tighter, especially on the main angles. That's why they're the main angles for good reason. There's a natural choke point for Sentinels to shine. And if you look at a map like Breeze, some teams don't want to play Sentinel because it still feels very open at the end of the day, except at one site. Here on Ascent, you can make that Sentinel work because the funnels are going to happen when you get to the objective. The big contesting range here is this midpoint. And if you want to fight there the long range, sure you can. That's why the operator is something you can whip out here on Ascent. It's elements of both short range and long range that really make this map special. And for many fans of Valorant, for many pro teams, I gotta say Ascent is a map that they like to play compared to some other ones, maybe like Split perhaps, or even Icebox. But in any case, it's all about now how Bren can capitalize on the round win that they just basically shocked Ego with. That was such a statement there from Bren Esports. Ego in the meantime still there. In close to... Oh no, the curveball bounces back, so Nico can't make a play out of that. And now he's sandwiched. He's trying to go for the escape, and he's going to go for the flash into Borkum, allowing Duck to get that takedown. 2 here for the Killjoy so far, breaking the chains and breaking the faces of Bren Esports. But as I say that, it's Bren who comes up ahead. It's 2v1 now. Mo picking up the Vandal. He's trying to be a bit more precise with the shots. A few one-taps can help him out immensely in this round here, Vim. And as the spikes can get planted, the turret taking some damage. Bren Esports, though, prepared for the crossfire down in hell. First shock dart doesn't get much. Second shock dart will be lobbed there to the Spencer, forcing the peak, and Mo calling to action, but Wits with the refrag to wrap that one up. A good try there from Ego, but Bren again will take that den and take that win. 11-8 now, the scoreline.
That's very close for comfort right there. But in the end, what matters is Bren was able to get another point on the board. Arguably, the turning point of that round was when Nico got caught between 2 cracks there. When basically that curveball bounced back onto him, he wasn't really able to hold on to the side. Thankfully, Duck was there for the side of Ego to hold it down, just not enough as he got traded out by Dispenser. They're going to be trying to make a play onto A main here. Classic one-way smoke right there.
In the middle, we see the operator. So Ego now whipping out their own Ascent special. Odin, operator, rifles, gonna be there again. And I like this configuration a lot on a map like this. There's just so many walls that you can demolish from the other side from. The operator, again, there's those long range angles, and of course the rifles. You just can't get rid of that as a staple in a game like this. In any case though, Bren, playing it slow this time. They've been impacting Ego for the past few rounds. Right now, they're going to change the pace again. And really, how Bren can shift gears is something that is exemplified by their decision-making in-game. They're looking for the punish, and Nizzy now is quite low because of that. Dubstep willing to call the action, willing to take command, and he gets 2 there. Nikodo and Rilby, they get frags apiece here to make it 3v3. After everything is said and done, still Bren Esports mobilizing to that A site. Nico, he has to prepare for himself versus the Spencer. Does get the kill. Wits is there though to his surprise. And now the duo is dueling here, Viminal. It's Duck and Mo versus Borkum and Wits. Who's going to take the edge here?
I love the way Bren was playing there. Playing for trades, playing that buddy system. Wits still holding on to that angle, taking down Duct in the process. Stalled down to Team Captain Mof. He's on that Odin. So this is not the most mobile weapon. Again, he might actually have a hard time here unless he switches guns. But he is unaware that the spike actually was planted in A. So he's going to take a bit of time to rotate onto A. This allows Borkum and Wits to set up a proper crossfire, proper post-plant position.
Well, now he knows, and now he's coming to A side. Odin in hand still. Wits now going to be jump peeking there. And as we get the star being placed by Borkum and trying to go for a bit of that gravity well action, I believe it's not going to be enough to catch out Mo. He drops down now. He's going for the wall bags versus Borkum, but he doesn't actually realize that he's there. And to his surprise, there's actually an Astra. 8-12. It's match point now here for Bren. And I feel like this is going to be a big one here for Bren Esports. If they get this win, that's going to make them 2-0 in the standings. And effectively, right, if this all comes to plan, that should book them a ticket to the playoffs.
Yeah. You know, I was asking for a bait and switch earlier on the macro side of things from Bren, but what we actually got is a bait and switch, quite a few of them on the micro side of things. It's just every time they play that buddy system, one of them baits for that other player by using those safe jump spot peaks. And yeah, it just keeps them alive.
But Ego, they're already just going on in, going ham with reckless abandon, and while the Bladestorm does get one, it whiffs on the other, and we saw the Hunter's Fury get the kill as well, but Ego now quickly, as they come, quickly they will smite, and quickly they will deny Bren Esports of any chance of winning in this round. 12-9. We're not done here, Viminal, and we were mentioning it a while ago, Bren Esports, they can change the gears. Ego proving the same, and what a round that was from them.
Truly a mark of a great team here. Ego showing everybody that they're not done yet. They're still in this game. A 3-round deficit, still absolutely doable. They can definitely come back from this if they play their cards right. Mof looking to lock down B sites with that Odin still. And seems like Dubstep is going to be banking on his Bladestorm. Let's see if he can make something happen here.
Yeah, into the middle we go here for Ego, and they saw that a while ago their aggression worked out. Maybe it'll work out again. Look at this backstab though between the two duelists. Jesse Vash, he's playing with his Aldrone. Jesse Vash, turn around, Vash. Vash, someone's coming behind you. And there you go. As soon as you turn around, you don't even have the gun out. Nizzy with a beautiful kill there. But as that happens, Bren Esports realized that B site is now right for the taking. They're going over to the pit to put that spike down. Dubstep here ready with a Bladestorm. And that has to be paramount to their success if ever they get this win.
It was really clean entry onto the B side. Little to no resistance there, but fact of the matter is Ego will be going for the full 5-man retake as lockdown comes to an end.
Yeah, buying time here, Viminal. And it's now time for Bren to come in close. Ego in the meantime looking to do the same and fight on back. The Seeker's trying to get that intel, but Dubstep, he's going to get that kill. Running back, going to be the call here for Nico, but Wit's going to shut him down. The Dispenser there with a takedown onto Move, and time is ticking. Ego's running out of time. They do get the kills, yes, but this looks to be a Bren victory. Just running down that clock. Perfection, my friend. It's not a guarantee, it's something you achieve. And Bren Esports, so far, they have achieved it with a perfect standing in Group A.
Perfect standing indeed, and two of these maps ending with the score of 9-13 in favor of Bren Esports. You know, we were telling the story right there from the stats, but all things considered, Ego put up an incredible fight against the best team in the Philippines. And I can't wait to see more of Ego, actually. Some really, really interesting plays, some standout plays coming in from Nizzy especially.
Yeah, just the aggression there. Nizzy and Nico, I love what we saw from the Phoenix as well. It seems like he stepped it up, especially for the second game. And when they play the aggression, it's just suddenly Ego taking command of the rounds. With Bren Esports, in the meantime, when you see the clutch, when you see the big plays, that's when you know that Bren Esports has a handle on what needs to be done. Dubstep and Nizzy, of course, taking the top frags here for the MVP roles. 23 kills for Dubstep, 19 for Nizzy. But I gotta give my unsung hero props to the likes of Jesse Vash and Mo. Yeah. Again, the Silva's instrumental in these rounds. I do believe Jesse Vash hit double digits on the assist marker there with his recon darts and shock darts. And that tracking for Vash, hunting down Nizzy, trying to run away. There is just absolutely no escape. And as we get a little bit more, Bren Esports also securing a number of fragments as well. I like the fact that as Ego tried to contend, it's still Bren looking to hunt him down, looking to dominate, and we really got the clash between these two incredible teams in a manner that we can just digest on a sense.
Yeah, it's just, again, a spectacle to behold. But again, commending both of these Silvas, perhaps it was just apt that we had them both on the player head-to-head. Again, proving to everybody that perhaps, you know, a lot more agents perhaps underrated. You know, it's not only about the duelists, despite them having a lot of flashy plays, but yeah.
Yeah, just an incredible win there from Bren Esports, top of the Group A, and I feel like the next one, that next match is going to be a big one for the standings. That, guys, is going to be CBT Gaming versus Sharper Esports. You're going to want to watch that. For now, though, we're going to be signing on out. Bit of a break here for the Valorant Challengers SEA Group Stage.
skyrocketing right now. They don't look like they're missing a beat, and even though the games got pretty close, at the end of the day, the victory is really what counts. Welcome back, guys, to the VCT SEA playoffs. My name is Illustrato. Joining me on this desk here, Viminal and Black and Blue. Let's do a little bit of a recap on this one. Viminal, you got to cast that last game, and obviously you got to talk about it a lot. Any thoughts that were still potentially lingering after that game?
Again, stats-wise, it was a lot closer than we thought. Both games ended up 13-9, although, you know, in some rounds, there was just a lot of really standout moments for Ego, proving to everyone that they are pretty high up there in terms of power rankings, given the fact that, of course, Bren is the favorite of their particular group, Group A in this case. They are undefeated as of now, so that is pretty remarkable.
As you can see, 6 points for them. They do not look like they have dropped anything at all. I mean, we said at the very beginning of the broadcast, this is a Bren group. Group A is Bren group. They have not taken a loss, and it shows. Sharper Esports, they're going to be having a little bit of a hard time here because the rest of the... Sure, Sharper Esports have a 3-point lead, and CBT and Ego, they have some catching up to do. But since Sharper is playing next, they're going up against CBT. This is their opportunity to shake things up. You wanted to talk a little bit about how CBT, Black and Blue, could potentially shake up these standings here. And with them coming up right next, I think it's very likely.
Definitely so. I mean, when we saw Sharper yesterday, they didn't seem as honed as we kind of expected. And so, with what Ego almost did to them, will CBT be able to do the same kind of thing? You know, CBT, they brought it to a very close game yesterday versus Bren Esports. Obviously, Bren still undefeated here right now, but CBT, you can't sleep on this, guys. Last time we saw them, they might have had Zimjek, who has been their top performer. But, I mean, even without having him, even having Flo QQ and Yuanger here in his stead, they've been performing really, really good. And you can't sleep on these guys as much as you might expect.
Exactly the right thing. Sleeping on CBT, you might lose your bracket, you might lose your group and just drop out eventually. But Sharper right now, Viminal, I know you wanted to touch on them before we moved forward here.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names on this roster. Alert, Beta, Pinocchio's, Not XD, and Quake. Now, this team, often touted to be one of the gatekeepers of Thailand, not the top team in Thailand, but still a very formidable team. And they are a really good litmus test on how you stand in terms of the regional power rankings. If you perform well against them, then you know that you're doing something right.
A couple of the two top performers from each squad, we have them up on your screens. Yuanger, just a force to be reckoned with here. As you can see, the ACS 227. And I like the fact that we're bringing up these two, and for a good reason. Beta, not exactly the flashiest of players, but someone who really you can, I'd say, rely on when things start to get very hairy. Whenever you talk about Sharper, it's always Alert. It's always better that you actually mention up, and for very much good reason. Well, however, we won't linger on them for very long because we do have to talk about the map selection here. We got Haven and Bind, Black and Blue. This is looking, honestly, to me, like a very Sharper Esports map selection.
Oh no, Yulu, because I mean, on the side here of CBT, they did select it, and they're starting on the attacking side on Haven, and Haven is actually one of their better maps in statistically. You know, 78% here for CBT, and Sharper, they're at 52. But when we go to the second map here on Bind, well, it's the other flip side story. CBT kind of struggling so far lately here on Bind, and I think I'm gonna let Viminal talk to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo your statement, actually, Black and Blue. Just by looking at the map pool, I think we're very likely going into a 1-1. Now, in Bind, let's not forget that CBT lost to Bren with a score of 18-16. This is where they went the distance against the strongest team in the Philippines, against arguably the strongest team in the entire group. So if CBT would be able to take down Sharper, I'm pretty sure it might be this map. But yeah, Sharper Esport, their map is definitely Haven. They have a very high % win rate on that, and Haven is their most played map.
Yeah, before we get into it, I want to get your predictions, guys. Viminal and Black and Blue. I mean, you already gave a little bit of a hint, Viminal, that you're expecting a 1-1. Are you going to lock that in as your prediction?
I'm going to lock that in. Really do believe it is a strong possibility. Again, just by watching yesterday's performance, CBT against Bren, you really can't sleep on this team. It might be Bren and Sharper's group, but CBT can definitely usurp that throne.
I mean, as much as I want to go against the grain here, I think I have to echo the same sentiments of Viminal. These two teams are really neck and neck right now, especially with Sharper not looking as honed in as we kind of expected coming into this. So 1-1 is my prediction for this series.
I'm going to go against the grain here. I definitely think Sharper has a lot to offer, and despite the fact that you guys gave me hard statistics, I do still think that Haven is a map that Sharper is known to perform well on, and they very much have a good chance at actually overwhelming the opposition. I think it's going to be a 2-0. However, I'm not going to linger on very much longer. I know you got a lot of game to cover, but I'm going to actually, before we start off on this game itself, I want to remind everybody how important this match actually is for CBT. The current standings are 3 points right now for Sharper, and it's still 0 for CBT. If they don't come out of this with at least 1 point, Sharper might actually already be locked in for that first and second slot this early on. Would you say you agree with that, Black and Blue?
I definitely have to agree. I mean, Sharper, them getting that 2-0 earlier on versus Ego was a huge win for them. And CBT, the last two remaining opponents that they got on this bracket, I'm not sure if they can do a 2-0 against either of them, honestly.
I agree, but you know, the group right now, it seems like it's shaking up, and at the very start of the day, on day one, Viminal, we saw the potential for it to go completely awry and completely haywire. Now it seems like things are stabilizing, and the two top predicted teams are emerging as kind of the favorites here. Is there any chance for other teams to come out and maybe overthrow Sharper's chances? Because right now they stand on 3 points, everybody else still at 0 aside from Bren.
Yeah, I mean, I think really depends on how CBT performs here. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about their chances, to be honest.
So CBT, if they actually can take a win, at least 1 point away from Sharper, that's going to leave Sharper with 4 points and CBT with 1, which just means that in their matches in the coming days, if CBT or even Ego can get a 2-0 at some point, we might actually go into those tiebreakers. Now, those are going to be very important because all across the board, we look at Group B, we look at Group C, especially C and D, where everything is basically 1-1-1. Everybody has got a point, and it seems like all of us have our predictions very much at risk here. Viminal, how are you feeling about those other groups, C and D? Because it looks like we're going to be taken on for a ride.
Honestly, it went the opposite direction of my initial predictions, Illustrato, and a lot of us were pretty surprised. From those other groups, upsets abound. Some expected outcomes were there as well, but really the most interesting part of this entire weekend is that we don't know what to expect exactly. We can only speculate judging from the stats and the track record, but we all know that every team has something up their sleeves because this is the biggest stage, the culmination of their career thus far.
I feel like the reason for this and the reason why Group C and D are actually so close to each other is because we had a little bit of a talk about this off air, that the teams are actually getting that much closer in terms of that skill gap. The infrastructure of esports in the region, the amount of investment that not just Riot but also organizations have been pumping into this game just leads to that much more of a better ecosystem. And Black and Blue, for that matter, this is why we're seeing a lot of, I'd say, surprise victories, like Oasis taking that game earlier on. It seems like a recurring trend here.
I have to agree, and you guys have to realize and remember too that, you know, when it does come to that time, really be able to see who's going to move on to the playoffs is the round differential. And for Group C and D, the round differentials are not that far between each other. Like, some of them have like 4 round differential between each other. So whoever has more rounds total in a series in all the games that they played, they're the ones who are going to move forward. And that means, you know, every single eco round that you lose, every single round you have to give on up, that matters a lot. And the skill disparity has been closing even smaller, you know, throughout this whole VCT program. It's been getting a lot closer between a lot of the teams. Then you have to remember, you know, Group C and D, they come from a lot of their own seeds, like 2 seeds and 3 seeds from their own qualifiers. That just means the skill disparity that we might have seen earlier on in the year be such a huge gap is getting even smaller and smaller. And that's why our predictions, honestly, they're thrown for a loop. You might predict a 2-0 sometimes, but it's going to go the other way, you might think.
Yeah, well, you've said it right all there, because we're ready to go into the game itself. And I'm going to leave it all up in your hands. Again, I'm Illustrato, this is Viminal and Black and Blue, but we got the next series coming up here, and it's going to be a banger. We've got CBT going up against Sharper Esports.
Another tragedy, and we just seen tsunami. Need the peace, humanity is dumb in the streets. We see police, don't freeze but run. And the next thing that you know, somebody reach for the gun. Okay. Murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
柏林这边成功的就在侧道部分进行的 double kill trip
นกปีเข้าน้ำเขียวไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้เรียบร้อยเบต้าขมับใส่หน้าของเบบี้คิวไป
Ladies and gentlemen of cyberspace, you're tuned into the VCT Challengers Southeast Asia. This is the group stage, day number 2, and we're about to get into the 4th match of the day. It's going to be CBT Gaming versus Sharper Esports. Definitely a marquee matchup that I'm looking forward to. A very significant one, especially for CBT. Again, Black and Blue, what's at stake here for CBT if they actually take this map?
This means a lot to them, honestly, because if they go down in this series and they let Sharper go up, who are already up, like, on the group standings, I think 2 or 3 points over them, that just means that they might be perennially locked into that, like, 3rd and 4th slot already for this, and that means they're not going to be able to qualify into the playoffs, and their only chance after that is going to be the last chance qualifiers later on in a later date, and I don't think anybody wants to be in that position. But Viminal, we're going into map number 1 here, and to be quite honest with you, if CBT don't 2-0 this, I quite worry for their standings looking future in the brackets.
Okay, taking a look at the Asian select right now, it seems like they're going to be going for a KO for Berlin, a single duelist composition, Sova on for Rainy, and Yuanger on that Jet. Really good decision to go for the Astra here for the side of CBT. Interesting composition for Sharper as well. Breach and this guy. That's a lot of flash potential and a lot of burst potential for Quay. I'm really liking this this matchup because KO for Berlin could be a direct counter to what Sharper is planning to do. But then again, if you wait out that suppress and if you wait out that null command, then basically they can enter a site with impunity. And Sharper, as we all know, they're a team that is very structured. They are very synchronized in their utility usage. And yeah, this could be very, very devastating. And we don't typically see this, a Breach and a Sky at the same time. No Sova.
We actually do have a Sova, I think, on Rainy.
No, I mean on Sharper.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So what's funny here is that we got 4 initiators in the game. That's not something you normally see. On the side of CBT, you got Sova and Kaio, of course, as we talked about. And here on Sharper, you got that Sky and Breach. So 4 very different ones on the side of Sharper. It seems like, you know, they're going to go for a lot of these flash plays, and CBT, a lot more reconnaissance going their way. And I think, honestly, kind of the name of a lot of these maps sometimes, and they've got that with the Cypher too to help on out on the other end of things. You know, they got the Killjoy, so a really big difference in philosophies. Smokers and of course duelists, the only duelists that they got, the only smoker they got, are pretty much neck and neck here. The same, you got that Jet and Aster for either side, but for the most part, the utility surrounding this backline of theirs, those Sentinels and those Initiators, a lot of really big contrasting ideas, and I think it just really represents how big of a difference the HK Taiwan scene and region are compared to the playstyle here of the Thailand guys. And so we're moving into round number 1, pistol here, Viminal. Let's see as SB are on the attack.
Yeah, it takes a look at what's happening right now. Seems like CBT assuming a default positioning here. Spike is still over there onto a lobby, but look at Q does manage to get first blood onto alert here. This is an absolutely huge pick. The Sky is off the board. That's 1 less flash. And I really think that this is a good decision. Because again, when you're starting off on those pistol rounds, especially if you're unfamiliar with the opponent, you want to get a feel for it first. Rushing, especially against a team composition that Sharper is using right now, probably not the best idea.
I prefer to agree. I mean, when you're like this, and Sharper realizes that, we can see Beta just backing out of the site. There's no way he can hold this by himself, even though he's an Astra. Might be a controller, but there's no situation he can control in this type of, well, endeavor. As the plant will go down, they're on the back of the site. Radiant Knight box will not keep him much cover. They're going to back on off, and they can really play the long position here, if anything.
Good position right there from Beta and Pinocchio's. But will it be enough to go for that retake? I do believe the timing is right. Berlin does get Pinocchio's, but Beta, Nodaxi, and Quay get a frag of their... Oh, Nodaxi with a 2K as well.
And they close it off. A great pistol coming from Sharper. I thought Nodaxi would get a bit trapped there, but finding the right timing, the perfect timing to get a triple K, and the clutch will come out on in the end in the 2v1. So Sharper taking the opening pistol. This is what we kind of expected. See, we do have to make something happen here. Although, mind you, of course, Haven, as we're starting on, is an attacker side map, and that's what Sharper's got in their favor. But you can really see how much side control they really held and had retention of till the late game. And even in that case, a great retake coming in from the side of Sharper.
Wasn't really a huge fan of that post-plant scenario. I think it could have been cleaner in terms of their blocking for the side of CBT. Perhaps a couple of them taking control of long, if a spike was planted for long, indeed it was. But for the side of Sharper, what they got going for them is that they have huge retake potential.
I mean, that's just evident by the composition that they have on their side, right? You can see all that information gathering and the flashes that they got like 5 flashes out already at any given moment. So these guys have a lot to be wary of here in the side of CBT, especially on this pistol round, this eco that they got. Sharper, 2 opening picks here towards the garage side, and Winner and Berlin, they're going to be the first targets of that. But Yuanger's got something to say about it too.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Alert takes down Rennie as well. Now it's going to be all down to Float QQ, left to his own devices, with a Ghost at that. So 1v4. I mean, pretty much this is an eco state for CBT. If he gets a kill here, that's going to be a pretty sweet deal, all things considered.
Well, deal here right now that is presented to Float QQ right in his face is he's in a 4v1. Honestly, if you can get a pick here, that'd be great, but Beta's going to say no to that. And you get the second follow-up as expected. As we go into the gun round here, though, Sharper is still looking pretty hot and looking pretty on point. Seems like they've gone back to the anvil and ironed out whatever problems they might have had yesterday, at least at the very moment. But we're going to really find out once we go into a full gun round here. CBD finally have some economy to buy on up.
Yep. No ultimate abilities yet to speak of for either side here. Coming into this first buy round for CBT. Again, if you just tune in, let me just remind you that CBT still is the best team in the Hong Kong-Taiwan region. They actually took a map against X10, which is what we consider to be the best team in the Southeast Asian region. They're going to be trying to prove that reputation. Winner takes down Beta. First blood onto this first buy round. Definitely a good omen for them.
It's a good sign of things to come if it continues going their way at the very least. As Sharper, you can see because of that pick-off that they found in a 4v5, a lot of times that team that is a man down disadvantage want to make a play, want to make something happen, but because of that owl drone, Alert has been spied on out, the alarm bells have gone off, and he's gonna have to kind of rescind the early forward position that he initially held.
Love the slow pace that they're putting on here, Black and Blue. Slowly inching their way onto C long here for them there with Float QQ at the anti-flank. Not exactly lurking just yet, but he might actually try and take control of Garage. Looks like with 40 seconds left on the clock, standard classic burst onto the site. Not XD onto Logs. Takes down Yuanger though.
Oh, he almost finds a second on that too there on the breach, but he's going to stay alive for the moment there. Still, Rainey's going to find one of his own, and as Quay goes down, it's all new Alert. One of the first people to make contact, first guys to make contact here on the side of Sharper, but the last one left alive. Of course, this was kind of a bonus for them. They didn't really buy on up, and so even if they lose this one and they do find another pick, okay, Flow QQ gets taken on down, Phantom retrieved, and mind you, Berlin is quite low, and the rest of the two, Rainy and Winner, are not at full HP either. Winner trying to bait on out here. Luckily he's a Sky, and so that flash will keep him busy, but Rainy's going to finally, well, I guess, pour some rain down here in Alert and win them a third round. First one on the board for them.
And definitely what they needed to see for the side of CBT. A concerted effort thus far, each of them pulling their weight here. Equal frags across the scoreboard. And for the side of Sharper, however, Black and Blue, they do have a lockdown available. Remains to be seen, however, if they will utilize that coming into this. However, for Quay, does invest in an operator, and this could be a huge game changer depending on how aggressive he is on that op.
I have to agree. I mean, Quay has been quite formidable on those on the operator time and time again. We've seen him. And so, as we speak about, as advertised, finds an opening pick here in the Berlin, and he's shutting down their road to that for the meantime.
Really, really good pick right there. Removing the KO off the board means it's a lot harder to enter the site, especially with a lot of flash on the other side of Sharper. Suppress no longer available for the side of CBT. Quay might be even poised to take a second pick here if Float QQ isn't careful. But it seems like he's moving away. He might actually burst onto B side any second now.
Seems to be the case. Might have been dissuaded from going towards the A side. They knew the op was there as not XD. He finds a pick of his own as Yuanger taking on down. That's 2 opening picks now for the side of Sharper. And they're looking sharp as ever. CBT on this take, trying to split into the C site as Winner, finding one on not XD. Will they catch Beta off guard though? No, a single tap is all he gets with a Guardian. He finds one, but Rain's got quick on that trade as well. He finds a double. Rainy, okay, laying the frags Rain in their favor. But it's a 2v2 here, Vim in the post plant.
A really good Herculean effort from Rainy right here as the 2v2 duel commences. Winner takes down Alert. It's going to be a 2v1 as Rainy secures the kill onto Quay, bringing the scoreline 2-all between CBT and Sharper Esports. Take a look at this replay. Quay with the early pick, but yeah, again, it's just Winner and Rainy. Herculean effort in the end.
A nice comeback there from CBT, you know, playing at the deficit. You know, there were 3v5 at the end of things. Opening pick, even actually in that 3v5, went in the way of Sharper as their Jet Yuanger was quickly picked off by Beta on the C site. But for them to win a second round in a row and put Sharper's economy in shambles is a really good sign of things to come for them. They've now evened up the scoreline, and they might just take the lead on here, especially with this economic and firepower arsenal advantage that they've got. In the meantime, though, I like that CBT, knowing that the Sharper side are on that eco, playing things slow just in case a push comes from the opposite side.
CBT, Yuanger, and Float QQ, they're just holding angles right now, Black and Blue, and they are sort of switching up the pace here. They choose to go for that burst once the clock winds down, but it seems like pretty early on in the round, we're only 30 seconds in the round, and they're already gearing up for that push. Slowly but surely, they're crawling their way onto C site, Black.
I mean, they have it for the most part. It doesn't seem like Sharper are having any intention of contesting that in the meantime. Looking to play that retake from maybe the rear and go on the flank. Waiting to stack up before they really destroy this, but Float QQ is one step ahead of them. Flash out here, and they're going to finally confirm that frag, the trade kill coming on in. But look at this, all the fight is going to happen here towards C-Long. Winner stunned, as well as the Sova, that's Rainy. But, I mean, they have the weapons advantage. Somehow a 1-for-1 trade coming on in. Up close, those pistols are dangerous, and Rainy finds a double kill with those shock darts. 1v1, Beta. Sheriff on hand. Will he lay down the law here? The order, though, is going to be set in by Berlin, and they're going to take round number 3 in their way.
Taking a look at this replay, Black and Blue, it's just such a valiant effort from Sharper. They had the right idea of going for that retake and utilizing their utilities just in this manner, but Rainy has something to say about that.
Looking like Legolas with that bow at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, those pistols up close, they're dangerous, man.
Indeed. You know, you can't underestimate those frenzies. It's pretty crazy.
As my dear friend likes to say, indubitably.
Indubitably.
3-2. Sharper now finally have some economy in their way, so they got the rifles up, but will it be enough for them to make this comeback happen? They lost the lead. Quay once again on the operator. He found an opening pick the last time he was here on the A site. This time he started on the C Charlie site and looking to play that garage, but it's CBT who are now looking to regress onto Alpha. Sharper, are they ready for this take currently? Only 2 defenders on the site.
Here we go. Berlin starts off by holding down, making first blood onto Alert. Pretty much making an entry onto the side, but again, Black and Blue Sharper just more than happy to go for that full retake.
Well, I don't kind of blame them, honestly, because while they might have an operator, which might not be the most efficient thing at retaking the site sometimes, your composition kind of calls for it. It's kind of hard to lock down against this, and when you got all those flashes, you want to be the ones initiating a lot of times, not defending and Sentinel, being the turret in the side. But Quest somehow, with a right click, gets that on the Berlin. Yuanger's going to answer back to Pinocchio, and he finds a second and not XD. The backline destroyed. Flo QQ going to chime in on that. Okay, Quest dies to his own demise. Beta finds a double here, though. Get Yuanger and Flo QQ, but he's way off of the site, and Winner is going to find the opposing Astra for CBT to extend their lead up to 2 rounds.
Very well played from CBT. Rainy does dot a spike right there. And seems that Quay lost his operator just by jumping to his demise. And, Sharper Esports definitely had the right idea. The competition calls for it. As you mentioned, they did have 4 ultimates over there. Rolling Thunder was actually expended in that last round, but perhaps they waited a bit too long for that. They didn't have enough time to go for that full retake attempt because the clock was ticking. The spike detonated before that. So Sharper Esports definitely need to pick up the pace a little bit here. Going for those Sheriffs. Let's see if they can make something out of this, as Quay is going to be relying on his Blade Storm.
Blades out here, but will it rather be enough to chop up the site, or the push coming in from CBT? On those pistols, it might just make the difference, but they're gonna have to land their shots to make that happen in the first place. CBT holding on to that operator on the attacking side, quite interestingly enough, when they know the opposing Sharper here are on that eco. For the meantime, playing things quite slowly. I've been noticing this a lot from CBT, especially in this matchup, that they're trying to take things, a bit more delicate in case Sharper want to take the initiative.
You make a very good point, Black and Blue, because if you go for a full 5-man rush, they're going to have the utility disadvantage, really, unless they take 1 or 2 members before committing to the site. So they're really trying to make it slow, but it seems like in this case, they're going to burst down to site with a Hunter's Fury. Does not get a kill, though, for the side of Rainy. And they're going to be forced to rotate back. Black and Blue is just, the hold is too strong from Sharper, and their infinite flashes of doom.
Oh, well, Quay, he finds that 1 pick, but Yuanger's got knives of his own. And he answers back on the Quay. Yuanger finding a double. It's all on not XD, who does get him in the end, but still a 1v3. And Berlin will say, hey, go back. This is our round. 5-2. Sharper finally have economy once again to buy up, but they have yet to really win a gun round versus CBT. The only 2 rounds that they won were the opening 2 after winning that pistol. So for the meantime, CBT, they are firmly in the driver's seat, I believe.
And let's not forget, guys, that this is Sharper's map pick. So this is a bit concerning for fans of Sharper if CBT will run away with this early momentum. So far, they've been playing it really, really well. And, perhaps things might change later in the second half, but still really early on in the game. Flash out. Early aggression from Quay as well on that operator, but will get displaced. Yuanger also an operator of his own. Oh, faster hands.
He's got those jazz hands. Sniper battle at the end, but Yuanger wins Jet versus Jet. Not in the way we typically see, but good opening pick. This time, once again, for CBT. Sharper, once again, they're in a 4v5 that have that man disadvantage. What's the call here? A lot of teams like to make a play when they are on that 4v5 position instead of, letting the man advantage work in the favor of the opposition where they just trade the game. So it doesn't seem like Sharper looking to do that, honestly. They still want to hold these angles, maybe go get one and back on off to bring it to a 4v4. But in that case, the attackers still have the advantage, and so I'm not sure what exactly the idea here. And alert, man, he should be noticed by his name. There's some alarm bells going off, and I don't think that was the right call to make.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there, Black and Blue. At the very least, Alert could have used some of his utilities, but Yuanger's not done. Takes another shot to Pinocchio's, getting a 3K onto this round.
I get the opening pick there that he found on Quer, right? He didn't know that there was an op maybe on the other side still, but after you know that there's an opera somewhere there, I'm not sure if trying to slow peek everything is the right decision to make, at least without a flash or something. You have your Trailblazer, you could probably use it or something like that, but you know, hindsight is 2020. I think they were trying to sneak up on them, which I can't blame as well. Sometimes those type of cheeky plays do work out in your favor. For the meantime, fortune is not favoring Sharper.
Yeah, it's just, you know, those times, Black, is just a 50-50 gamble for the most part. CBT poised to run away with this round, bringing the scoreline 6-2 as we head into round number 9.
Well, CBT, you know what's funny, Vim, is that during these past few days so far, it seemed like either a team is picking a map that is favored for the opposing team, or they pick a map favored to them, but the opposing team wins it anyways. Like, the map vetoes here have been just completely turned for a loop, and I'm not sure what it is. There must be something in the seas.
I mean, okay. It's probably because most of the map statistics that we have are based on their local context. And now, of course, we are on the international stage, and things tend to sort of flip on its head. I guess that's just the nature of things coming onto this one. Yuanger does get pulled by the gravity well, so he's not going to be able to get an opening pick with that operator this time around. They're a bit more careful. Sharper Esports buddying up right here, trying to make a play, trying to take out Winner out there on grass, but a bit of a standoff, Black and Blue.
Mexican standoff almost, but they do back off, not wanting that heat just yet. 3 rifles, make that 2, rather. On the side here, Sharper alert. He's got that Spectre, and the rest of them got Marshals, and so, I mean, we've seen Sharper be quite thrifty in the past. Can they do it against this CBT, who have been looking better than ever, even more so than people have expected, to be quite honest with you? Well, maybe not than ever, but I think they are definitely putting up a case on that. They should not be slept on, and they could definitely be one of the teams coming out of Group A here into that playoffs. But Sharper is another 2-man defense on the A side as the full force of CBT are coming their way.
Oh, quite strange. Why did he flick away? Did he think that was a flash? For the side of Quay. However, seems like the 3 of them are going to attempt that retake. Bit of a tall order here as CBT is still a full 5-man squad.
He might have heard something. Sometimes just the way the game goes. But, I mean, on this eco from Sharper, if they cannot find a single pick, I think the proper call here would still be to save the rifles, honestly. I mean...
True.
Maybe you can get some exit frags with those rifles at the end of things, but going for the retake right now, especially if Pinocchio's can't find something, which he doesn't, and Flow QQ is going to sink him down from that hell into heaven, rather, the other way around. 6-2, a quick 7-2 here for CBT, and I mean, if they get one more round, I think they're going to be quite set for the second half. On this attacking half that they are on already, they're looking pretty clean here so far.
CBT looking cool as a cucumber here. A 7-2, 5-point deficit in favor of CBT. A concerted effort, I'd like to note, Mr. Black and Blue, is just Yuanger and the rest of his squad pulling their weights all together. I mean, the same for SB. They're getting a few frags here and there, but they can't really secure the objective. They're getting picked off really early on in the round. Their whole 5-man retake strategy is not really working to their favor. Why? Because it seems like they're not able to make early plays on the round. They're getting picked off by their operator. Going for those dry peaks, very, very risky. I think you should try to avoid dry peaks as much as possible here, given the fact that they have a lot of utility to expend.
I honestly feel like they haven't even had a chance, really, to go for those 5v5 retakes. I mean,
true.
They've been getting picked off before it even gets there. They've had like one kind of retake at the most here, one attempt at the very least, and that's been it so far. So for Sharper, and that includes also the opening pistol that we did see them win, it's been quite a drought for them, but Winner, I like his position by him. For him to hold all the way back here and try and challenge this, well, Beta, it's not the right decision to make, but Not XD, a good trade on that. Yuanger finding the trade in return on Not XD, and that brings up CBT into 4v3. They've got that man advantage. Alert here. Problem is, you know, Float, he's got his position marked.
Now, here's the thing, Black and Blue, as the spike is planted, and Sharper tries to go for a retake. Berlin and Yuanger get a kill over their own. It's all down to Alert. Does get one, but gets traded by Rainy to secure the round. 8-2 in favor of CBT right now. I just like to note that they have to stop dry peeking that operator. It's just there's so many utilities available for Sharper. I mean, that was a good trade by NotXT initially as that round began, yes. But they could have used a gravity well. They could have used a dissipate or something else.
I mean, when you have an operator on the retake like that, there's two places you commonly see them, right? Either there, where we actually did see you anger, or in the window itself. And so you have to at least gamble on one. I mean, for G's sake, you got 5 flashes. At least use one of them. You know, maybe try and bait something out. You might give your position away, yeah, but it's better than maybe losing a man because of a dry peak. So, of course, hindsight is 2020, as we like to say. Quay here can still back on out, got his dash, but the ecos so far, Vim, they haven't been working out for Sharper.
Yeah, very true. Eco has been much to be desired. But it seems like Berlin trying to be a little bit sneaky onto the mid lane. They might actually go for a B push here. Ranger trying to scan the corners, but you know, the good thing about this is that once they go for the B side, Float QQ is in a very good position for that anti-flank.
You know, it's really quite not what I would have expected to be maybe the caveat or the problem here for Sharper when it comes to dry peeking stuff. Their composition does quite help them when it comes to the attacking side, and they're playing the defense right now, but when it comes to the retakes, you would suspect that they would have sort of the same, I guess, positives or pros to their play, but I mean, it's an eco round, they're not really expected to win this, but if you can do some damage, well, maybe it will just get that momentum going. And alert, he's got a lot of damage done in Uanger, but the quick trades off, leave it at 2v2.
Let's see, trying to go for that DPs. Oh, bit of a pincer attack from Winner here. He does get the kill on a NotXT. Scoreline is 9-2. CBT is running away with it, black and blue.
9-2, man. I mean, you know, we like to tout Sharper as one of these, you know, star-studded lineups from Thailand, one of the perennial top 3 teams from that region, but you know, CBT, they are the flagship team of the Hong Kong-Taiwan region, and early on in the Valorant Pro scene, these guys were kings of the sea as well. You know, they're one of the teams that when you went up against early on in Valorant, you were like, oh dear, we got to put all our bags in basically the plane. You got to bring everything you got because these guys know what they're doing. And CBT, the question we keep on asking about them is, can they regain their former glory? Well, I tell you them, I think these guys, so far, they're on the right path to doing exactly that.
Definitely do agree with you, black and blue. They're the best team in the Hong Kong-Taiwan region for a reason, for a very good reason at that. And again, Sharper is already a household name by this point, but Rennie, he's not going to care about that fact. Takes down Beta, first blood on to round number 12. Uanger holding down this angle onto A short yet again. See if someone gets antsy. Quay, is this sort of like deja vu?
Yeah, like quite literally, we've seen this happen a while ago. The only difference was that it was Quay who went down first in that round. Hopefully it doesn't happen to him again, because I don't think Sharper have found an opening pick, honestly with you, ever since like the start of the round, or the half. Like, I don't even remember a single one. Maybe on the second round at most, but for the most part, they have lost every single pick in this half to CBT, and that's not a good prospect to have. They find this pick, and once again, deja vu, as advertised. Uanger finds Quay, and he finds a second to an alert.
Absolutely great entry by Uanger. Coupled with Rainy on that Hunter's Fury, Pinocchio's does manage to get a pick, but quickly traded out. Winner secures the round. That was a blitz, yet again, by CBT. That was the first half. And let me tell you, I wasn't expecting this game to go by very, very fast. It's not done yet. You know, Sharper could very much do a lot better, a lot better on attack, given their team comp. But CBT is looking top form right now.
I mean, when we said, at least when I said that if they don't get a 2-0 here in this series, then it might be a bit scary for them coming into maybe if they can even qualify for the playoffs. They might have heard me full volume, because they're on a speed run to doing exactly that. A great opening half, 8-round differential at the half already here between these two teams, and Sharper, I don't know, man, even if they didn't win that last round, they could have maybe done something to help give them more momentum, or more, I guess, kind of positive vibes coming into this second half, but let's see exactly how they play their attacking side out.
Rennie just trying to get a lot of info here onto a long Quay. It's a really good opening pick. See what they're going to do. I mean, I don't think they're going for a full-on burst here. They seem to be spread out on the map, black and blue.
I mean, theoretically, on paper, it does seem like Sharper's composition would help benefit that attacking side. You know, you got the breach and you got the sky. Lots of initiating power, lots of flashes, concusses that you can throw him on out and get some information with him too. And that's really going to help. Not to mention the Aster concuss as well. So they got 3 concuss agents on their side. That would really help on these kind of attacks. And so hopefully for their sake, this is starting to be a more competitive match. But Uanger dodges a flash. I'm not sure if they expect him to be playing this close with a frenzy.
Looks like CBT's going for a full retake as well. Not XD will catch Berlin off guard. Pinocchio's takes down Uanger as well. Sharper off to a great start here in this second half.
Ooh. Well, not XD gets taken down, but it was a really good flank that he had there to catch the one of the rotators off guard. I think that was Berlin, who wasn't expecting him to be there on B site. But the 2v4 retake them, and already I have to say, their attacking side looking great.
I mean, this is what we suspected. Sharper Esports, at least they got the first pistol round. Let's see if they can bounce off of this momentum. They're definitely going to want to buy up in this next one. And they definitely do need to bounce off of this. Make it a 10-4 scoreline. If they don't, then I would argue that this game will be done and dusted.
Yeah, they don't win this nor the next round. I'm not sure how good it's going to look. They don't need to just snowball this. They gotta turn this into a whole freaking avalanche, honestly, if they really want to make this comeback happen. But, fortunately for them, after winning that pistol, that's the first step to the road of doing exactly that.
Turret is out onto garage, just gaining a little bit of information right there. CBT. Berlin with that shorty. It's up to no good, it seems like. But Sharper on those full Spectre buys, Beta just staying with the Ghost. I'm not sure if that's a safe bet right there, but they're leaving the spike over there onto mid, but a lot of them are already over there onto A. Perhaps it's going to be a fake.
This is very dangerous, considering the fact, like, you got the Aster here on Winner and Rainy on that Sova, already pushed up in the window, and they're going to find the spike probably here on mid, but, you know, not XD and Pinocchio's find one apiece. They're holding on to that spike amicably, and Beta gets the kill here in a flow QQ. That Ghost seems to be worthy, or at least just enough for this round. It's a 2 versus 5 already here for Sharper, and they're looking to maybe take this one flawlessly.
That's definitely what they need to do. Anything short of a flawless victory for the second round would be pretty much insult to injury here for Sharper Esports. Uanger does get a kill on the Beta, but it's okay. He doesn't have an SMG, he only had a pistol. All things considered, that's totally okay. Near flawless victory for Sharper. And I think what they did there, Black and Blue, is they just wanted to pull a rotation from CBT. And we often see teams do this, especially on Haven. You want to draw attention, you want to make some noise, footsteps on one side of the map, and then you pull a rotation. And then a couple of your agents are going to be on that anti-flank. Then you catch them off guard. That's definitely what they did, and worked out pretty well for CBT. Now the score is 10-4, 6-round deficit in favor of CBT. Let's see what they can do now that they're on the rifles.
And you know, with Haven being such an open map, at least in terms of like the different alleyways that you can take, it kind of helps that fact, because then the defense is going to be guessing even more so which way they're actually going the attacking side is. It's a Winner here playing really close. Okay, he's got the judge, but the jury's still out on that, how that's going to pan out. Seems like after getting silenced real early on, Sharper want to try and push the C site if they can garage control. Nobody parked in there so far. The Kaio on the side. Berlin can honestly do lots of damage here as a Kaio, but he's already dispensed his knife, and so they're going to have to give up the site. This is where the retake is going to come in.
Again, a bit of a standoff just now as Beta just begins to plant the spike here.
Okay. You get that spike planted down, Vim, and They're doing a pretty good job of kind of delaying time for now. I'm not sure if they expect Pinocchio to be here. Finds a pick, and he's going to find a second too, and Yuanger really going to be angry about that one. Finds a third too with a Phantom of 4K coming in from Pinocchio's. No lie about what this man can do. Berlin going to answer back and find alert, but in a 1v3, Beta's going to shut him on down. He's the alpha of this round and gets them to 5 rounds on the board. A great performance. What a lurk coming from Pinocchio's.
Oh my gosh. Still absolutely winnable for Sharper there, Black and Blue. They're starting to mount a comeback here. CBT relegated to another eco state, and this is definitely not what they wanted. I think the turning point there, Black, was when Pinocchio's just got that multi-kill onto Garage. Completely unexpected from the side of CBT. Really good positioning from Pinocchio's right there. And definitely got the most out of that, what was previously a bonus. Now the tables have turned.
Completely. I mean, I said that they don't just need a snowball here. They need an avalanche. And after winning that round, the third round of the half, and CBT here on the eco, they're looking to do exactly that. Catching Winner off guard on the retreat. He's not in a safe position. Remember, friends, there's a difference between cover and concealment. And concealment's not going to stop any bullets coming at you. 10-5, and Sharper looking to make this lead even smaller real quick.
Here we go. Man advantage in favor of Sharper. They also have the firepower advantage. This is looking like a 10-6 scoreline real soon, but can't be too sure just yet. Rennie, perhaps a little bit of a misplay right there on the arrow, but nonetheless, pretty insignificant in the scale of things.
Not sure if that was what he was planning, but he is rather able to back on off safely, but not for long. Seemed to have cursed. And says demise a bit too early. Kwe getting that opening pick, and Pinocchio's is going to find one of his own. A 2v5, and once again, you know, Sharper immediately as they move on to the attacking side here. They have been looking into driver's seat. As Berlin, he's going to find one, but you know, we talked about them even going to this. Of course, probably going to find this, and he does on the back of the site. A 4K for him as well. We saw that on paper. Sharper should technically be better on the attacking side, and the theory stands true. For the meantime, you know, having all those flashes, those concusses, is really a big thing when it comes to their executes.
You know, perhaps they were just not as comfortable on the defensive end. Conversely, on the attack, they're looking like a completely different team compared to their defensive end. They're no longer going for multiple dry peaks. They're not challenging operators blindly. Now they're making great use of their utility usage, and they are indeed a synchronized team here. But let's see if Yuanger has something to say about that one.
I like the star there opening up on a long, some casters like to call it banana, because it looks like, well, banana.
It does, you know.
But the important part here is that, much like old banana, Yuanger is holding it with an op, which we know has got a lot of history between that and what it can do in such a long sightline like this. So Kwe has to be careful what he's doing, but he still wins the fight. Phantom diff. Whoa. It does seem, even at that range, you potentially find a second here, and that's exactly what he does as advertised again. Berlin playing up close, gonna find a third, and CBT, they're answering back, not letting the supremacy go on them by Sharper.
I mean, Black and Blue, I just have a question here as Berlin takes down Kwe. It's a 2v3. Where was this side of Sharper on the first half? I don't understand.
I mean, somehow Sharper, they're making it happen, but it's a 2v1 now against them. We might have spoken too soon here, Vim, because
perhaps
now Alden, not XD, who has to make a 1v2 clutch happen. We know a lot of these players on the side of Sharper are prime time, big time, showtime. They're going to have to do one here, especially coming from not XD. But the thing is, the time, it is kind of in his way, honestly, because CBT, they have a 2v1 lineup here. Not going to win that one, and even if he did, no way he could retrieve the spike and get the plant off in time. So really, really good hold there by CBT at the end of things.
And it's looking really good for Sharper at the beginning of the round, especially with that insane pick from Kwe onto Yuanger. That was the tightest of angles, but somehow Kwe is able to make the Phantom work at that range. Sharper Esports will be going for a tactical timeout, and they definitely need to, because CBT is only one round away from match point here. And the good thing, though, for Sharper, economy is on their side. Blade Storm available. Rolling Thunder is available as well. Definitely got to make use of it now or never for the side of Sharper. Yeah.
What was interesting in that fight when you saw between Quay and Yuanger was on that op holding down from A main was, it didn't seem like Yuanger could really see the body of Quay, but Quay obviously just sprayed him down with a Phantom. And a lot of times in a lot of FPS shooters, your body is actually a bit more exposed on the right side than it is on the left. And because of that, as you can see here, he probably saw Yuanger before Yuanger could even see him real quick. And that's because, the camera is typically just a hair offset because of how the model is when you're holding a gun on out. Your right arm is holding the pistol grip of your weapon. And so it kind of exposes your body a bit more on the right side. And I think that's exactly what happened there. It can be frustrating to die to, but it is what it is. Sharper, can they continue what they were doing early on the round? They got 4 to start this half off, but CVT, they've answered back.
Sharper looking real hot on the attack. Very impressive place thus far. But CBT, the fact of the matter is they have a lot of rounds to give, and eventually they're going to adjust. Eventually they're going to have their ultimates online, just like this round. 3 ultimates, Null Command, Hunter's Fury, and the Blade Storm active for CBT. This could very well be match point, Black and Blue.
11-6, and they're only 1 away from that, and also doubling the lead here now over Sharper if they go 6-12. So flash on out. Okay, they got 3 ultimates on the side of CBT, so can definitely dump it in this one to maybe confirm that match point, but not XD. He's trying to see whatever information he can find towards the garage. For the meantime, Berlin not going to give that up to him. That's exactly what he wanted to do. And you can see that CBT here on the A site, they don't even have any plans of holding it and contending for it. Looking to play that retake, which I think is the right idea.
Just waiting patiently. Off your feet, Rolling Thunder is going to be coming into play,
left.
but look at that. Spike is over there. It's C-Long, but Yuanger spots it out, Black. This is a disaster for Sharper Esports.
11-6, and Sharper, can they make it happen? Quef finds one, but the time is ticking against them. Yuanger answering back, finding not XD. Berlin finding one of his own, and everything is crumbling here. The foundations of Sharper seemed to have been destroyed already by CBT in this round. Pinocchio, last one left alive, and this will be match point. Seized, taken by the helm here by CBT. Pinocchio's, okay, he's going to stay alive in the post round, but in the end, the big factor is CBT have this map at match point.
That's a bit of a gamble from Sharper. They did try to go for that bait and switch. The spike was over there in C-Long. Yuanger held it down, anchored the site over there in Cubby, and he really made the right decision. Trusted his gut feeling, went with his intuition, and actually secured the spike for his team. That was an absolute crucial moment for CBT. If he rotated early, if he over-rotated, it would have been around for Sharper at that point. But now CBT is on match point, and Sharper cannot afford to make any more mistakes whatsoever.
They have to play this flawlessly in this half, get 6 straight rounds to be able to make a comeback happen. Yuanger tagged up by Beta. He now knows there's an operator here on C-Long, on Charlie. So they're going to try and go the opposite way and attack the Alpha site.
Right, trying to get another pick. They're playing very, very safe right now. Both teams playing very passive. But, the ball is in the hands of Sharper right now. CBE can't afford to hang back. At the very least, not XD does have that lockdown. Perhaps that will be the signal for their commitment onto a side. And it seems like it's going to be an A push for sure.
12-6. Will this continue on for Sharper, or will this be the map for CBT? We're going to find out in this round. Rainy finding that opener here on the Quay. That's a huge player to find off of the bat. Beta's going to find one of his own, hitting a home run perhaps. Alert's going to find another, but Flow QQ! A triple kill for him! And now it's all on the Beta. He's down to 13 HP and a 4K for Flow QQ as CBT sees map number 1 by the helm. 13-6. What a dominant performance from the flagship team from Hong Kong, Taiwan.
CBT Gaming, my friends, sending a message. Loud, I hear you loud and clear, CBT. A statement performance against Sharper Esports, one of the gatekeepers of Thailand. A very formidable team in their own right, and we saw shades of their strength, especially on the attacking side, black and blue. CBT Gaming, from start to finish, just absolutely on point.
I mean, they just completely at the driver's seat for the entire match. They might have lost the opening 2 pistols, but never anything else afterwards. And even when they were losing rounds, it didn't seem like it was a big of a problem for them. They had that cushion to work with, and they knew that because of that, they can do confident plays, that they can take any gamble that they want and any risk that they want because of that cushion that they had in between them with such a huge lead made in the opening half, 10-2. That was such a stellar performance coming in there from CBT.
Absolutely agree with you there, black and blue. I mean, Sharper, we saw how powerful they could be, given the fact that they don't get really antsy or perhaps go for those very risky gamble peaks. Perhaps a little bit more restraint and discipline on their fundamentals right now. It could be the nerves, it could be something else. I don't know. I could only speculate. But again, looking at this scoreline, there's definitely something wrong going on for the side of Sharper. Will they be able to figure out coming onto map 2? We'll find out in just a little bit. But in terms of frag wins, CBT definitely has the upper leg there. 11.3k damage versus 9.7k for the side of Sharper. Honestly, I'm pretty sure there were standout performances from both sides, but all in all, a concerted effort from both teams, and it really was a well-rounded game all across the board.
Yeah, I mean, like, even on Sharper's side, you know, Quay had some really good opening entries, some really good plays, and we also saw some for Pinocchio's, but in the end of it, it did seem like CBT had some good reads. They were like, you guys want to contest? Well, that's what we want you guys to do. But we're going to find out if that's going to continue on. Will the dominance there by CBT continue into map number 2, or is Sharper going to finally bring us one back 1-1? I'm black and blue. With me is Viminal. We're going to be back for map number 2.
Level low. Level low.
大家好，我是 CBT 的 Rainy。
大家好，我是 CBT 的小阿 U 于元哥。
在队伍中，我比较常担任闪光辅助的位置，那比较擅长的就是叛旗、斯凯之类的闪光角色。
我的游戏由来是因为有时候在自己训练的时候打积分，但是队友不是很理想，所以我本身是会非常的愤怒，所以就是取了一个 anger 在后面。
我自己本身比较喜欢玩 Bind 的沙漠有传送门，蛮有趣的。
是因为希望就是想要为国争光啊，希望台湾的电竞可以越来越好。目前是非常的兴奋，因为还没有打过国际赛这个赛事。
心情没有什么特别，就是平常心，想尽力打好每一场。
困难就是可能是磨合吧。假如有新的队员，就会比较沟通不好。
有准备一些新的阵容角色这样。
是北美的 Tenz， 因为他应该是大部分年轻人的偶像，太厉害了。
是韩国赛区 Newton Solo， 之前在另外一个射击游戏的时候就知道他，然后他是一个年纪蛮大但是经验丰富的选手，到现在还能在场上打得很好，很厉害。
兴奋，就是跟国外的各个高手，东南亚的高手，一起较量。
很谢谢他们一路来都一直帮我们加油跟支持，那我们会尽力不让你们失望，谢谢。
感谢粉丝对我们这么支持和包容啊，然后感谢螃蟹帮的兄弟啊，谢谢。
A resounding win for CBT, taking up a surprise up against Sharper Esports. And I know you casters have predicted that one. I'm a little bit shocked and befuddled as to how convincingly they were able to take that victory. But up in Haven, in their own map choice, they proved the world that they can still keep up, being the hope for the Hong Kong-Taiwan region. You're joining me, Illustrato. I'm your host for today. And joining us, of course, is going to be Viminal and Black and Blue. Viminal, let's start by breaking things down. What on earth went down there, and how the heck did they start to run away with that game?
Yeah. All things considered, taking a look at the agent compositions of that game, I was expecting a lot more discipline, a lot more synchronicity coming in from Sharper. They made a lot of fundamental flaws earlier on in the first half, and that allowed CBT to sort of snowball off of those mistakes, really capitalizing on those opportunities. It's just they got multi-kills using that operator, and Sharper time and again challenged them using those gamble peaks and didn't really work out to their favor. So it ended 13-6 in favor of CBT.
Well, we're heading into bind right now, Black and Blue. This is Sharper's map pick. Do we expect them to make a little bit of a comeback in this one? One thing I did want to point out and note, one thing I noticed was Sharper playing super aggressive and the operator just paying dividends for CBT time and time again, even on their attacking side. Do you think it's going to be more of the same, or are we going to see a shift and a switch up from Sharper into map number 2?
I mean, I predicted 1-1, but I do think Sharper, you know, they kind of have the chance there.
I think that for Sharper right here, they tend to be stronger on their attacking form. Now that they're starting on attack and defense on CBT, then perhaps they might fare better. Wouldn't you agree, Black and Blue?
No, definitely so. I mean, I kind of predicted 1-1, but, you know, Sharper, it was a bit perplexing why they choose to go to the defensive side first when their composition kind of told me they should go otherwise. But we're going to see, you know, hindsight is 2020, as I like to say. As we're moving into Bind, CBT winning their map pick, they are a very high map rate win on, you know, Haven, and same for the side of Sharper on Bind. So I think by all means, our predictions for them to go 1-for-1 on their Melon map picks, for the meantime, it's looking to ring true.
The hyper-aggressive playstyle, I think, for Sharper coming into the first map didn't really pay off for them on the defensive side. Not against a team like CBT, who is very much one of the most veteran squads we have in the entire SEA Valorant. I think the experience really started to shine there. However, Sharper, also a team that is known to be one of the top in their, not just in their regions, but in the entirety of SEA. Viminal, I'm going to let you backtrack on your prediction on this one. Do you still think it's going to be a 1-1, or are we going to see another CBT victory here?
You know what? I think it's highly likely to turn into a 1-1. I really think that perhaps Sharper were just not themselves in that first map. But coming into Bind, this is their map pick, and it shows that when they're comfortable, when they're sure of what they want to do, they really do shine here. So
we are crossing the Rubicon now, the point of no return. Game number 2, Sharper versus CBT, and Sharper's looking to take a win up against CBT, who took them down on Haven. Will the tables turn here as we go into map number 2? I'm gonna let this all up to the casters. Viminal and Black and Blue, it's all in your hands.
All right.
Yeah, Black and Blue, taking a look at this agent select, it's just, look at this. Classic, double controller on either side, lots of utility game coming into play here for both SP and CBT. Difference being is that, you know what, it's going to be a Sova on the side of Sharper. And honestly, compared to having a Sky and a KO, while KO is very impactful as well, I really do think that Sova is just such an important agent, man. I mean, a lot of people have been saying this, that I have a bias towards Sova, but I think I do for a very good reason.
I mean, honestly, at the highest levels of the game, Sova might just be one of the best, if not the best agent that you got. He's like an insta-lock on almost every single map that probably isn't split because of the corners of that site, or rather the map itself. But, I mean, composition-wise, I don't think there's anything too funky going on here, nothing too new. I mean, if I just saw this composition on both teams, and I didn't even see what map we were going to be playing on, I'd automatically assume we're playing Bind. Yeah, you got that Viper, and you have another controller for that, obviously, to help smoke Heaven and other harder to reach spots for Viper here on Bind specifically. So, I mean, nothing too fancy, I think, going on here. There just is that quite different philosophy on, like, what exact initiator do we bring. And for CBT, they like doing this quite a lot. They actually like forgoing that Sova and replacing it with a Kaio, which I get the merits of. You get some of that reconnaissance that, you know, Sova might have, not as much, but you also get a bit more with that. You got the flashes, you got the Molly, and of course you got the suppress. And I think while it necessarily isn't as straight on paper on that maybe it's going to work or not, but when we saw yesterday them apply this exact type of composition, you know, having a Kaio instead of Sova, they were able to make it work out in their stead. And so I think what they're really trying to do here is play to their strengths.
I definitely do agree with you there, Black and Blue. Also, considering that CBT is starting on defense, I think they're banking on mounting an early momentum, perhaps mounting an early lead. Typically, yeah, that sort of sliver of intelligence you get from both Sky and KO combined would equal to that of having a Sova on the other team, especially if you're on defense, right? Arguably, KO is going to be much, much stronger on this defensive hold. Let's take a look at how this plays out, however. One thing, though, that I'd like to point out, Bind is definitely a raise map. Bind is definitely a map for Brimstone. And just as you mentioned, you need a second controller here because while Viper can definitely be strong on defense and holding down parts of the site, you need an extra smoke to supplement that because you want to cover up those Heaven locations on a site. But it seems like round number 1 will be underway in just a little bit here. And it seems like they're going to be going 3B. For the side of CBT, you know what? I expect a lot of proactive defense. While on the previous game, Black and Blue, we witnessed a very passive play coming in from Sharper, I think it's going to be quite the opposite here.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, Vim, I don't want to keep on having to agree with everything you say, but you're right. You know, on CBT's side, that's exactly what they do. They keep on being the initiative. And, you know, as the old adage goes, those who dare win. And I really like what I'm seeing from CBT, and we saw this yesterday. They like taking the initiative, even on the defensive side. They're not just going to let, you know, the opponents dictate the pace, no matter which side they're on. And once again, CBT, even though they know that, like, there's a stack here coming towards the A side, they're not just going to let them stroll on in and let them dictate the pace. Nope, they're going to try and fight back, but not over-aggress to the point that they're going to get picked off. And you can see here, they stack this, and they're not going to over-rotate either. You can now see them sending one Sky here, that's going to be Flow QQ, to B to try and help in case there's something happening. Not the full send, not the full rotate, because they're not confirmed on that yet. And this is textbook coming from CBT.
Absolutely textbook play indeed. We've seen Fnatic do this way back in Reykjavik, and it has been a textbook play ever since. A lot of teams have picked up on this play, and it's just really utilizing the teleporter as well. I mean, they could choose to commit to B. Seems like they are going to go for it right now.
Okay. They do get the plant off here, Sharper, which is really good for them. Though the pickoff did go in the favor of CBT, but the jumping right click, what game are you playing, Que? Gets a trade here on the winner there on elbow. Elbow control is a really important part to have established, especially in the pistol round like this. So really good opening start for SP. You do get that plant off too.
Beta just get a pick onto Flow QQ, or Rady trades him out here. Alert. Gets a pick onto Yuanga. Rady. Oh, Diffuser has been killed, but it was halved, I think, Black and Blue.
Was it halved or was it just a hair short? I'm not sure if I really caught that, but oh dear. The poison pit here, a bit too difficult to deal with. And yes, it was halved. He can stick this, but the swing is going to be just enough. A hair second later, and they probably could have stuck that defuse and won it, but Sharper, they take the opening pistol. We have to remember here, though, that they did also win the opening pistol round of Haven a while ago. And in that case, well, we obviously saw how lopsided that was near the end of things. Will Sharper be able to continue this momentum, though, is the question.
Yeah, indeed. That is the burning question in the minds of Sharper fans all over the world tuning in right now. We're definitely going to want to bounce off of this, so all 5 of them going to be on Spectre full buys here. CBT, however, you know, typically we would see a crossfire setup here onto Hookah, and it seems like that's what we are about to get. You want to avoid that Hookah location at all costs, especially on an eco state. If you're playing an anti-eco, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you have that range advantage, you don't want to close the gap. You want to play to your advantage. You want to play in the battlefield that you know you've got the best tools for. In this case, Que, he's going to make short mincemeat of Rainy up close, rather winner, and Rainy following on suit. Seems like I expected a bit earlier, but Beta finds a double of his own, and CBT seems like a quick, flawless round for Sharper as they cleaning up house here, second round.
Pinocchio's secures the flawless victory for Sharper in this quick 2-0. CBT, now they're going to be fighting back. This is going to be the first buy round for CBT. Let's take a look at whether or not we'll get a third round turnaround in their favor. 3 kills to Que. Very well played on this one. It seems like Winner and Rainy got a little bit too antsy. They left their positions. Perhaps they weren't sure if Que was actually there, just holding that angle.
They've been pretty successful today on winning those third round turnarounds, and once more, they might just be able to do that here, especially in a map like Bind, where some of these angles might not particularly favor that Spectre if you can't get that close range engagement. So for the meantime, Sharper, they realize the tool that they've got is not necessarily going to help them out on some of these long-range engagements. It's going to try and cut things up to help him close that gap. And you can see the Viper wall here on the A side coming in from Sharper. That's not XZ throwing it up online. This could help him maybe try and establish some sort of control on the site itself.
Boombot is out, trying to gain a little bit of information onto Hookah. The KO dart does not connect whatsoever, does not suppress anybody. Slowly inching their way, Sharper is onto A site. Toxic Screen is going to be in place, supplemented by those Brimstone smokes right there. Hellfire's out onto U-Haul. Pinocchio's makes an entry onto site Yuanger and quickly trades out onto Que.
It's very dangerous from Uanger. And oh, look at this. The new wallbang update. Okay. Barely getting out of there. Beta literally 1 HP. Luckily for him, they got Sky so he can heal back up. But as the ultimate is looking to be prepped here, rather the smokes are looking to be prepped here on the retake coming from Winner. Can he actually make it happen? Quay and Uanger both taken down. Both raises from either side have been removed. The triple plant here means that they really have to aggress on the Shower's position, but they got full control of it. Berlin finding one flow QQ, and he's going to go down to Berlin as a stuck defuse will get them the round. They had lineups for it, but unfortunately could not land them in time, and CBT just defuse in their face.
You know, it takes a while to hit those lineups, especially. It takes a while to land. And if you get pushed out like that, just like what CBT did, then you're basically done for because you're not prepared to face that push. So CBT, really good presence of mind. They did the right thing, played it out while Rainy was sticking that defuse, and worked out pretty well for them, securing their first buy round, their first point on the board. Now, Sharper Esports, they have rifles of their own, black and blue.
Well, Uanger's got a Judge, and Berlin got an SMG, so still not a full buy at least for the side of CBT, but Sharper, as you said, yep, they got those rifles, and maybe if they were able to buy a bit more time for them to set up for that post plant, then those lineups can definitely be super deadly. But, I mean, in that case, great heads up by CBT to realize and recognize what was going to happen and push it. As once again, speaking of pushing it, Winner doing the exact same thing and finding Quay here on the hookah position. They have full B control, and they're not looking to give it up any time as they rotate. Pulled here now by Rainy.
And you feel the dread, black and blue, as a Judge. Uanger's just waiting over there in hookah, but Pinocchio's gets an opening pick onto Berlin in Showers. Little do they know. Uanger just waiting patiently over there. Oh boy.
Oh dear. Well, Uanger, that Judge, definitely
They're
going to help
trying to
them
avoid it,
hold. Yeah, they know he's there. They're like, okay, you want to have U-Hauls, you want to have the lamps, then
Go ahead, by all means.
Yeah, you can shine that light on yourself there, buddy. Alert, Aldrone, they now know there's two of them inside that. Pinocchio is able to find that pick. That's really good here for Sharper on this post-plant defense. Now, he's going to find another Flow QQ taken down, and I love what Pinocchio's is doing here on that flank. Finding a 4K, and another 4K for him in this series as Sharper secure their first gun round.
Sharper off to a really hot start, man. I mean, they've been playing it so well. CBT struggling to find answers here. I think Sharper has struck the perfect balance between restraint and aggression, because CBT seems to be left guessing as to what Sharper is going to do next.
Looking a lot more refined here from the side of Sharper, and it seems like in general they are quite a bit more, I would say, it's relaxed and comfortable being on this attacking side, as we saw on Haven as well. Unfortunately, on Haven, the round lead at the start is big to deal with. Squay finds two opening picks here, but it is an anti-eco, mind you guys, and so it's kind of what you expect, especially when you're going on these 1v1s. Really hard to win those, especially against such a sharp team like Sharper, as Quay gets a third round, and they get over and done with quickly. We're going to another gun round here, and this is where CBT are really so proficient.
Yeah, here we go. 4-1 scoreline, a 3-round deficit. Sharper looking like they're going to be running away with it. I do believe we're going into a tech pause. Yeah. CBT going for that tech pause, a much needed one. When you're down for the count like this very early on in the game, you want to prevent the enemy from snowballing. Shades of the previous game. This is basically what happened to Sharper. But as Illustrator put it, the turns have tabled, right? So
the tables have turned. Yes.
No, but in all seriousness, I mean, for all the neophytes out there watching, you might be wondering why Sharper has basically all of them using Phantoms, right? In a map like Bind, where a lot of those mid-range engagements happen, there's basically no reason for you to get a Vandal. So, just putting it up there.
Like, the only long-range engagement you'll probably take is, like, from Short to Heaven.
Yeah.
It's, like, the only, like, really long-range one. But for the most part, even C-Long isn't that long, to be quite honest with you. It's more mid-range than anything, but it is what it is. My head tells me the Phantom is superior, but my heart likes to believe otherwise.
Same.
In the meantime, though, something we don't normally see, but we have seen from CBT before, is winner on a brimstone on that operator. A very curious thing, which I did pull out yesterday versus Bren Esports on bind as well.
Here's the thing that I want to emphasize. Any agent can be a main operator for the team. It doesn't have to be a jet. It doesn't have to be a duelist. As long as you're good with the operator, if you're confident with a weapon, go for it.
I mean, by all means, he was doing lots of damage yesterday when he did have that op in his hands, and so let's see if he can continue that tirade that he had yesterday on bind itself, which, mind you, the opening series of the day went 6 overtimes here on bind. I'm not sure if we're going to go that long this time, but if CBT can make something happen here, we might be in for a hotly contested game. As speaking of contesting, Ook is the first one to be contested and fought after by these two teams. FloQQ on his own for the meantime.
Oh. Crouch peek from Quay. Taking down FloQQ. The timing was just right. Yuanger trades him out though, and not XD answers back. Berlin is at a very good position here as he takes down not XD.
But that beat pressure has just pulled the entire defense to rotate there as they took the TP out. They're looking to regress here on the A side. Luckily for him, he's got an incendiary, but Pinocchio is already to his back. I'm not sure if he's ready for this here. Rainy's up close, but will he actually catch him off guard? He's going to find winner, and Rainy's going to do the same in return. He's got that null command ultimate online, but it's still a 2v2. Plant will go down on the default spot. They've got some utility to work with, but not much here on Berlin.
All down. Rainy and Berlin indeed, a 2v2 scuffle. About to go down here. Beta and Alert making the right decision. Just holding down post-plant situation. Both of them in U-Haul or lamps. Doesn't really suppress anybody, I do believe. Oh, they are suppressed, but they don't really have much utility left anyway. Beta taking down Rainy. Berlin trying to have the spike. Beautifully played.
Very nicely done. And you saw there that Beta, as soon as they were suppressed and the reconnaissance was giving out the information known that they were in lamps, he pushed out under Heaven to make sure that, you know, that information isn't going to ring true. It's not going to be a live piece of information for very long. And so he went really close. And Rainy, he had no idea he was going to be playing it that tightly. And you see here the double swing with one at the back there, Beta just, you know, jiggle peeking it, keeping the diffuser on Berlin off guard and having to keep him anxious. And they had a 5th round, so Sharper, we might have predicted 1-1, and Viminal, I think we've got a bit of a crystal ball with us.
Keen observation there, Black and Blue. Seems like Sharper poised to run away with this one, at least for now. CBT need to find an answer here. Try to stop Sharper dead in their tracks, but they are very unpredictable here as Not XD takes first blood onto Berlin. Rainy answers back onto Alert with a quick tap on the Sheriff.
Okay. Ooh. Winner was really close. You can see the Tracer just swoosh by his head, but Pinocchio is going to find Yuanger in the shower, is taking for a bath. Koi is going to find another kill here towards that B site, and it's all on to FloQQ again. You float along, keep your lungs filled, but I'm not sure if this is yeah, I'm not sure about this one, partner. It's 4v1 to the Sheriff.
Well, seems like this is very unlikely. Okay, I'd say it's pretty much impossible for him to be able to come back out of this one. At the very least, you can go for an exit frag, maybe get a gun. But, you know...
I like that small bit of, like, hope you had, and then you just completely rescinded any sort of...
I'm an optimist, okay?
I like it. I love it. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess, you know, that's the small bit that you need sometimes just to get these clutches out, but let's be realistic here. 1v4, they have to rescind that round, and they go up 6-1. Viminal, a lot better already on this attacking side here, or on this map in general, for Sharper than we saw in Haven.
Absolutely. And I got some hard facts for you. Very next level analysis. You know how Sharper is so strong? It's because 5 of them are on Oni Phantom skins. The best Phantom skin in the game.
Keen prediction there, Viminal.
Oh boy.
I believe it. I mean, Tens used the Oni Phantom for the longest time, the red one, and he's the best player in the world, so I think it confirms the theory to be true.
Bit of a standoff yet again as they both Both teams assume default positioning. Oh, check that out. Winner looking absolutely lethal, holding down this angle onto A short. Actually, with a bit of a lineup. Where did this land? Seems like it's going to block out vision from U-Haul or lamps. You don't typically see a brimstone up there.
Yeah. How do you even get up there?
I think
It's a jump.
boost.
There has to, oh, it's a raised boost.
Right.
Boost. Yeah, that one. Very curiously enough, teamwork is going to make the dream work, it seems.
Absolutely.
But for Sharper, their team is looking to go towards his B site, and they have kind of backed out of this, mamba'd out into the teleporter to run in the showers and go for an A plant once. And so you can see because of that, the defense here, CBT, are being wary if that's exactly what's going to happen, even though there's lots of presence on the B site. But as they've taken control of this, the site is fully ripe for the taking. CBT realize they can't contest this, and so you're going to let them try and hold it for the meantime and play the retake. And even with the plan going off, this is now the only time they're actually going to run away and not XZ. Finding Uanger off guard on the A site. That's going to completely throw CBT for a loop as to what to do on this retake.
Look, QQ. Seeker's out. And it seems like the retake is going to be in full swing. Berlin takes down Quay. Alert with a double. Again, holding down the spike in this post-plant situation, but Winner. Cheeky pick onto Beta, but he's going to have to save that off and run away.
I'm curious to see that they actually use that orbital strike on the site itself. Normally, you'd kind of want to orbital strike the hookah so that when you do push on in, you have to worry about, all you have to worry about is clearing the site itself. I guess they wanted to prioritize clearing the site and then worry about hookah afterwards, but still, round goes in the way of Sharper, and Winner barely able to get by, but not for long. Alert gonna find him at the end of things. If he lived like a second longer, then he would have been safe for the round, but as that orbital strike came on down, it seemed like even though Sharper went for it, CBT, really nicely done. Rather Sharper, apparently.
71 now in favor of Sharper, 6-point deficit in favor of them. Again, CBT and relegated to another eco state. I know Winner was sitting high and mighty on there with this operator, but now he's only down to a sheriff. Very least, Uanger does have a showstopper online.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Run from the Roomba. Okay, that one's destroyed at least, but Berlin, he's got a Bucky here. What patch are we playing on? Still viable, but not the most common weapon to see nowadays.
Pretty much it's a left click supremacy for the Bucky instead of the right click they used to be.
You have to be in their face this time. It's sometimes a bit more like a slightly more reliable shorty at close range, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, still is not an expensive weapon. Berlin manages to make it work onto Pinocchio's, getting a lot of value for the Bucky, I guess. There you have it, black and blue.
I spoke too soon, which I'm going to try to stop to do because I seem to have been cursing everything that happens. 7-1 and Sharper. Okay. They lose the opening pick here in the favor of CBT instead, who do have that Bucky moved on over to Uanger. Berlin, he's got that Phantom in hand. They've got two ultimates, but that's one down here. Really nice for Sharper. Uanger could have made something happen with that showstopper of his to get a kill or two. But Rainey's pushing on here. He might just be in the perfect time to find this, and he does! Crawling in the Viper's pit, and he shows him the way on out, but not XZ will confirm the frag there with the pit itself, with the poison. It's a 3v3 retake here with Berlin on 1 HP inside the smoke itself.
What just happened there, black and blue?
Summit 1G'd. He Summit 1G'd himself.
Oh no! Not XD taking down Winner. Floki Q trades him out, however, but he's down 1 HP because of that DK. It's going to be a 2v1 situation for Floki Q. It is looking very dire for him. Oh
yeah,
boy.
A chance. A small chance there. But in the end, Sharper, they get that round, and what an amicable, valiant effort there coming from CBT. I do think they maybe could have played a bit differently. You saw that Uanger got a bit caught out in the open, and him having that showstopper and the opening pick already. If he honestly just waited for the plant and then burned it on the plant itself and got a pick from that, I do believe that CBT, they could have won this, and that would honestly have been highly likely, especially if they killed the Viper with the showstopper itself. And so, unfortunate for CBT, but Sharper, they're basically returning the same favor that CBD did to them on Haven.
Looks like that 1-to-1 prediction we initially had, Black and Blue, is holding true. Quay, again, with the opening pick onto Rainy. They're just looking pretty unstoppable right now, Black and Blue.
That's, I think, putting it lightly. These guys have only lost one round, and that was the pistol round, baby. No, it wasn't even a pistol. It was a gun round. Yeah, CBT did win, and so for the most part, looking flawless. Maybe gonna be an even better scoreline than CBT had on them on that Haven map, but Sharper once again finding the opening picks here. We talked about it on Haven, where in the first half they really struggled to find an opening pick. I think they only had like one. For one round in the entire half at the most, or one or two. But right now, we're really good at finding these entries, and that's been helping them quite a lot, especially on these executes now, as the A site is completely filled with every single player on the board. Quest gonna make that -1 for the side of CBT.
2 versus 5, man advantage heavily in favor of Sharper. Not XD again with another pick. And Winner and FloQQ, they're just gonna be saving. This is just not the ideal situation for them in any stretch of the imagination at a 7-point deficit. And there's only a couple of rounds left on the first half, and man, this is not looking good for CBT.
This is a complete shift. A new leaf turned here by Sharper, and honestly by CBT, but not really too good for them. FloQQ obviously goes down to Quay there. It's on to Winner, who's once again the last one left alive. He's going to find Pinocchio's, but that gives his position away. He realizes all he's going to have to do here is try and lock them in with him. He gets that one pick, gonna swing, but he dies just in the nick of time. Quay gets a 4K, and that was a gun round, mind you, here, coming from Sharper, and they look really refined in this bind map.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, once they're really comfortable, they take on a different form. This is the Sharper we've come to expect. This is the Sharper that we respect and admire very much so. And we saw shades of this in the previous map when they sort of found their stride on the attacking side. But now that they're starting on the attacking side, they seem like a completely different team compared to last time. Definitely more refined as Quay gets an opening 2K onto FloQQ and Rainy.
Yuanger's got something to say about it. He's like, I'm a raise too. I can entry frag. Let me get one of my own for the team. And that he does here on Pinocchio. But CBT, they're still down one man. And of course, they don't have the weapons in their favor. So in the meantime, you know, Sharper, they're pretty much in the driver's seat. Hookah, I like his call for them to hold on to Hookah for the meantime and maybe use it in the post plant to their advantage. They don't have to really aggress right now. They can let this plant go on down. Maybe find a follow-up afterwards, but Beta still finds that smoke through his own, the kill rather, through his own smoke. Winner goes down. It's a 4v2. I'm not sure what they can really do as Yuanger and Berlin, they got Judge and the Phantom, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
Oh, he displaced right there. It does have a satchel to get into safety. Beta gets Berlin, but Yuanger gets a 2K to trade him off. Oh, gets a 3K. You have enough time.
There he goes.
Not XD with that lineup.
Perfect.
I mean, it was such a valiant effort, right, Black?
Yeah.
But just not enough.
You can see he kind of felt like he had to burn the showstopper there, and I can't blame him for it. You know, at that point, you're maybe expecting he could be in the smoke, he could be in long. Well, he was right. If it was a latter one, the thing is he was all the way on the fountain with that lineup, and with him at 1 HP, as soon as that thing lands, you're pretty much dead, and you can't really get away from that. So, Sharper, really, really good, to say the very least, from them in this opening half on bind. And you know, CBT, they actually picked this map yesterday versus Bren Esports, which obviously went into a 6-map series. And I feel like Sharper, knowing that even though this might be one of CBT's good maps, that's why they picked this, they probably watched the VOD yesterday and realized, okay, this is what we gotta do, this is what we gotta adjust into. We know how they play on both their defense, and at least for the meantime for their defense. Let's see if they can continue that on their offense, because right now, if they can get a 10-2 at the very least, even if they lose this round, it's going to be the exact same story, the tale that CBT did to them on Haven.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. That kind of makes a lot of sense. A lot of last-minute homework needs to be done for the final exam the next day. I mean, at least for me, that's what happened way back when I was in school. Not really a good example for you youngins out there, but Yuanger holding down the angle over here on A short boosted on APC. He will get droned out though. Does get spotted out right there. Quay trying to make an entry with that showstopper. Let's see if it connects.
Oh, I think he might have got stunned by one of the Seekers there off of the ultimate from the sky. And Alert does get that pick off in Berlin. That's huge for them to get in this point. For that Viper to go down, that's a lot of the holding, the controlling power taken away from the CBT defense. And on this last final round of the half, can CBT bring this scoreline a hair closer? They do got that smokes and showers. Yuanger checking this angle. He does find that opening pick, although the orbital strike will keep him at bay, but FloQQ is going to find one of his own here in the Not XD. Pinocchio's on the swing. He's going to burn down, melting down in the incendiary. 2v4 cannot stop the defeats from happening. Alert's going to find one, but to no avail. Will they get it? They're going to get the kills at the end, but not the round. The CBT get the final round of the half.
At the very least, they ended with a 10-2 scoreline. Not at all a scoreline that you want to see if you were CBT. But, you know, what else can I say? At least it's not 12-0. But really, what they can do here, if they win the first couple of rounds, it'll be 10-4. If they figure out what they need to do on the attacking end, who knows? We might even see an incredible comeback happen here. But highly unlikely for CBT to mount a comeback here. Sharper looking very strong. Can they translate their success onto the defensive end? Well, it's time to find out.
It's 10-2 once more. Seems like the Twitch director is on full swing, but I guess the caveat here and the silver lining for CBT is that unlike Sharper, who only won the first 2 rounds of the opening half earlier on in Haven, this time they win the last round, so maybe they can bring that momentum. But speaking of, they're pushing right behind them. They got caught off guard. They had no idea this was going to happen. And Sharper just full confidence ahead. And this is what I talked about with CBT as well last time on that panel, when you have that advantage, when you have such a big lead, you can take these confident plays and even lose a round. It doesn't matter because you can actually shake him up for a swing. Yuanger gets one of his own. This round might just be over. And it does. What? CBT just shutting him down at the final 1v1. Sharper, I like the initiative, but that's what we talked about, Viminal. When you have that lead, you can do those type of nasty plays and something you'd never expect.
Oh my gosh, Yuanger. And this guy, you don't wanna mess with him when he's angry, but that was just an incredible play with a classic at that. Granted, he did have 2 paint shells because he was able to get a multi-kills right off the bat. Really well played by Yuanger. You know, these types of hero plays are what CBT needs to wake up and try to mount a comeback, if at all possible at this point in time. But you made a very good point there, Sharper. They're not afraid to play very, very proactively.
That Roomba flipped through the wall, unfortunately, through the corner. Is trying to bounce it off of the corner, but doesn't go his way. Yuanger, you got that final clutch, the kill with a classic, and classically, with a classic, you got it with a jumping right click. So,
love it.
That's how these things typically go. Barely safe from that recon ball, the wave of it, and Rainies finds a pick off on the Pinocchios here, and even with that pick, I like the fact that Sharper aren't necessarily rotating just yet. Okay, never mind. We're going to send Alert there to try and back this site up, and I think this is the right decision, although Quet is very committed to this, and he finds an opening pick on Yuanger. The second almost lining up for him, too.
Oh my, crispy one taps.
Great dodge on the flash, too. They have yet to flush him out of here, and with Beta being inside the TP, he's got a bucky, rather a shorty though. Classic. Okay, left clicks this time, and they're doing this quite thrifty for Sharper. 2 versus 1 right now. It's all on the FloQQ to keep him alive, sailing down the stream. But Sharper, for the meantime, they've retrieved the weapons for the most part, and this might just be another thrifty coming in from Sharper.
And still is winnable for FloQQ, despite being the man disadvantage. This is a 2v1. Doesn't have full armor at this point in time. So they could just simply double peek him right here and now. FloQQ. Oh, with the spray! Getting a 2K to secure a 4th point on the board for CBT. That was pretty messy, all things considered, but what matters is they got a point on the board. But I'm pretty sure Sharper right here will have the gun advantage.
Unfortunate for Sharper. They lined up for him. All he had to do, and that's where the Spectre is so deadly. When you're up close, like on Lamps there or in Hookah, they just swing and line up for you. Everything going their way. Kue, though, we cannot put a slight on how great these shots were. Such a good effort from him, but unfortunate for Sharper. CBT do they get that round, but CBT finally, okay, answering back, and maybe that final round that they did win the first half, that momentum, while there's no economy that they can bring into the second half, obviously, nor weapons, the positive momentum that they gained in that round to kind of get their mental state back into the game can definitely help, and who knows, this might be the beginning of a long-winded match.
See how this round will play out here. Again, Sharper Esports, they do have full buys on this side. For the side of CBT, however, one of them aren't going to be on Spectre. Pinocchio's gets an opening pick on Rainy and Yuanger. Looking pretty good so far for Sharper. It's going to be a 5v3, heavily in favor of Sharper.
That corner's very well bangable. And Berlin finding a double of his own. A double pick either way for either side, Sharper and CBT. And now Berlin has just completely opened things up here. The potential is mesmerizing. Beta on the back of the site. They know where he is. He's got an incendiary to try and fold him on back. Great lineup there to hold it down. But he's still going to win the fight winner on the opposing Brimstone. And with this coming on here, CBT, they're in a 1v3. Kicked off here by Berlin.
That was quite a strange outcome. I wasn't really expecting that 5v3 would turn into a 1v3 in favor of CBT, but alas, here we are. Alert will be saving that rifle. Rightfully so.
Did you say rightfully so?
Rightfully so. Not rightfully so.
I thought you were making a pun rather. That'd be. I gotta use that one day. Alert. Alarm bot. I'm alone
Alert.
here. Alert.
Intruder alert. That's what it says on like Icebox. Intruder alert. But
Oh, does
whatever.
it?
Yeah. I digress.
Nerds.
Nerds. Well, I mean, this is what we do all day long, so I bet you I'm a nerd. But if you're watching all day long, you're probably a nerd too, so touche.
Yeah. Touche. You're just like us. So
One of us. Never mind. CBT tactical timeout is underway. This is a really, really good time for that. You know, you got to take a breather when you're starting to come back like this. Got to figure out what they're going to do. Take a breather, keep your head in the game. However, this could also give SP an opportunity to, you know, make a strat for themselves, or figure out some sort of counterplay to stop the momentum from CBT from being too overwhelming. Actually, it's going to be a technical timeout, not a tactical one. So, just wait and see.
I'm honestly not sure if the same rule applies to VCT, but in many a game, and I honestly should know this for VCT, in many a game when it's a technical timeout, you're technically not allowed to speak to your coach.
Yeah.
In some, you're not even allowed to speak to your teammates. So if that's the case, then maybe at the very least, this is kind of a mental break. All right, you can speak to yourself, right? Tell yourself, yo,
Introspective.
yeah. Sometimes that's the more important thing. You know, it can be quite hard to see what you're doing from a third-person perspective. So look into yourself, see what you think you need to change, what you need to do for the team, and then try and apply that. When it goes into regulation once again, into right before, like during the buy phase, then you can actually talk once more. So Yuanger, you might not have economy on him, but winner can drop. For the most part, a full gun round across the board, at least here for CBT. Sharper, not as fortunate. Only alert with that Phantom in hand. Pinocchio with the Marshall. He's on hunting season. You can definitely at least hear him, if not see him. So he's having fun with that for the meantime.
Yep. Looking like it is still in the middle of a technical timeout. But as soon as we sort those issues, then it seems like SP is going to be in for another rough round. This could be easily a 10-6 scoreline. Although Pinocchio's does have his Seekers online, so they could try to make a play, perhaps be able to pick up a gun for themselves and turn the tide, at least for this round.
I mean, when they say the king tide comes with the king itself, and CBT can suddenly raise the shores here to the beaches of Sharper, and they might just be thrown in because this Sea Challengers playoffs looking tighter than ever. We're going back into regulation. Excuse that technical timeout banner. Throw it off the screen. Let's get into round number 16. So many puns, so many rhymes.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Berlin.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, that's not something you see every day, but I'm pretty sure Beta had a good laugh out of that one as well.
Hey, I mean, he went for the headbutt, which is totally illegal in football. And speaking of, apparently, Sentinels, they signed a very famous football player. So,
yeah, I saw that one.
Uh-huh.
It's a bit of a meme right now, and I'm not sure why, but they're gearing for a slow 8-take here. Pretty much a classic, straightforward 8-take for the side of CBT, just clearing off that left angle. Dagger is out. Entry is underway.
Ooh. Look at this wall of smokes here, Venom. Oh, great dodge by Alert, but cannot confirm the kill afterwards. Berlin! He's certainly on the road to his own name with a triple kill, opening up the site, and there's nothing they could have done to stop him. This man is angry, and Quez, the last one left alive. 2 from Ultimate Orb. Maybe he can find a pick or two here to get him one closer and use that on the next round. But for the most part, this round is a wash. This round is done. 1v5. I don't like to call the action before it happens, but okay, you find that pick on winner who wasn't even looking your way, but I'm not sure about this, Chief. It's a 1v4. Hasn't worked out for them so far just yet.
Does have that info, gets another pick onto Berlin, but everybody knows he's over there in short. The flash is out. Dodges the flash. Only has barely 15 seconds left, and they still have so many utilities on the other end. I'm feeling quite sorry for Quay right now. Had to just run away. He has no time.
Well, he did exactly what he had to in that situation, Take a rifle, maybe. Nice pick here on the Rainy. Get that ultimate up online. Get at least 2 frags, and he got 3 right now. He just made it a bit more expensive for Sharper. And honestly, while he might not win the round, it matters a lot more than some people might think to make it more expensive for the enemy team, especially in a game like this when you're only 4 rounds under Sharper. Imagine this. They win this round. Sharper are on an eco. That's 10-7, quickly 10-8. If CBT win that, the comeback might just happen. So really, really good here for CBT. And for him to find all those picks, very, very nice.
Absolutely agree with you there, Black and Blue. Seems like the rest of CBT trying to switch gears here. You have the toxic screen deployed over there onto a short, blocking just the screen side and a little bit of heaven there. But right now, they're just playing for picks. They're at default position, just gathering intel, waiting for Sharper to try and assert early aggression here. Seems like that's what they have in mind. Let's see if it'll pay off in their favor.
And because of that information taken there towards, the A lobby, towards showers, now it lets them kind of guess and figure out that Fountains is probably clear, especially with the earlier flash dodge there coming on in. Nobody getting blinded by that, no hit confirm on that. That kind of tells them, okay, we can go for the flank, and their timing, perfect. I don't think they were even expecting this to happen, but their timing perfect here for the side of Sharper. I don't think CBT have any idea about this. They're none the wiser on what's happening.
Basically going to be coming in from all directions here. Quay gets a pick onto winner. CBT Yuanger trades him out, but noted. And Pinocchio gets a pick of their own. Rainy gets the trade. It's going to be a 2v2 situation here, Black and Blue.
That was perfect on the flank there coming from Quay and Pinocchio. He pied the corner perfectly. It does not land the showstopper. Flow QQ finding one of his own. It's a 1v1 here right now. Alert gang that one off. The plant will happen here coming from CBT's Rainy all the way on the B site, and he doesn't have any utility to hold on to this. All he's going to have is that knife to suppress the abilities here of Alert, which, to be quite honest with you, is huge when you're going up against a Sova. So 1v1 clutch. Do Sharper get one step closer to that match point, or can CBT make this comeback happen?
Let's take a look at this. I'd like the angle from Rainy. However, Alert is going to be passing through Garden. Just wants to clear out Octagon just to be sure. What a scenic camera angle. But Alert is running out of time, throws it onto Elbow. Clears out backside, so he knows it's going to be a hookup, but there's not enough time left. Rainy exits the site, as does Alert. But he doesn't make it out there. 10-7, CBT, they're making the comeback happen. Remember, this was a 10-2 scoreline, guys. Now they're only 3 rounds away from tying it up.
I told you, the one difference between the 10-2 that we observed here in this map compared to the 10-2 that we saw last map was that CBT, that one round, aside from the other one that they won, one of the rounds that they did win was the final round of the half. And that matters a lot in some of these kind of comeback situations where you at least win the final round of the half so that you can transfer that positive momentum that you have and that positive mentality, whatever kind of, I guess, good vibes that you build up in that one round into the next half, and that's exactly what they're doing here, CBT. And as I said, if they lose that round sharper, they're going to be on eco. This could very easily be a 10-8, and at that point, it's anybody's game.
Absolutely. CBT, playing it safe. Love the discipline, love the restraint here. And Sharper, again, looking a little bit lost in terms of response here. I mean, they had such a good opportunity in that round. They were coming in from all angles, but eventually just CBT playing out the time. It seems they're going to be committing any second now. Clock is ticking. 50 seconds left on clock. It appears that some of them will be taking down shower control. Alert is going to be on that cheeky corner. Without doubt, he's going to be checked.
Oh, Rainy's doing the same thing here, though. Knife on out. He knows where he is, and the wall bang out. Even he can't come in early. But they do get the round at least. I mean, the pick-off should be the round at this point. 2v4. Can Quay do it again? We saw him do such a good job, but he's down very low, and the blast back's going to kill him. You don't see that every day. Winner's going to confirm the round. And now CBT, well, they're on the field, and the ball might just be theirs.
You know, we thought that was all she wrote for CBT earlier on the first half, Black and Blue. Well, we could be in for one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen thus far in the group stages. I mean, a 10-2 scoreline, now it's 10-8. Can you imagine if CBT actually makes this a 2-0?
Wow. I mean, we talked about it right on the panel, Vim. If they don't get a 2-0 here against Sharper, then they might already be locked out of the playoffs. It's just a cold hard fact. They have to go at the very least 1-for-1. And they already did that on that opening map. If they win this and come back against this, I'm not feeling too hot about Sharper going into the playoffs, to be quite honest with you. I don't know if that's something you're going to be able to do, especially with one of the matchups that they have to go through going to be Bren Esports later in this week.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there, 100% Black and Blue. This is very telling. This matchup is very telling of the story of how it's going to unfold, at least for Group A. So, tactical timeout in favor of Sharper. It's about damn time. It's a 6-round consecutive victory for CBT. That's absolutely insane. And definitely got to figure out what we can do differently here. I'm thinking, you know, maybe an operator for the side of Sharper Esports. Try to punish those autonomous plays, the default positioning from CBT. If you notice, they've been pretty autonomous on how they spread out around the map. You can punish that by using an operator.
I have to agree, but for them to be on the defensive side and not be pulling that operator on out, it makes me wonder if perhaps they're just not comfortable doing it without having that jet, you know?
Yeah,
Some players might be proficient at the operator, but they don't want to do it unless they're playing on jet specifically. But Anger, he doesn't mind about that. Gonna run through the smoke, finding a double opener on the site. I'm telling you, man, CBT, they're making it happen, and Rainy gets a third. Now Quay answering back. This man is prime time. He's showtime, and he finds a double opener here, at least to get back into the rhythm of things. Suddenly, Sharper have a chance.
Oh my gosh. The comeback is real, my friends. It's going to be a 2v2 though. If Quay can pull this off and not XD, then it could pretty much be a nail in coffin for CBT. But if otherwise, I'd be dreadfully worried for them.
Last player standing.
Oh, tried to do something cheeky there, but CBT finally confirmed the kill and the round in the 2v2. I mean, for the meantime, Sharper, man, their lead washed away. Their economy down the drain. Wall Street wouldn't be happy with that. CBT are a single round away from tying this on up, and Sharper, they're going to have to go on an eco here. The most they can buy is maybe some pistols, some armor, utility, but no real guns on the board. Can they thriftily hold on to this lead?
We're going to look at a 10-10 scoreline without a shadow of doubt. Unless Sharper can pull off a miracle, CVT has made the comeback happen.
Got your trail.
Add insult to injury, Black and Blue. The Seekers are out.
Yeah. Oh my dear, he ate the most of that at the very least here for alert. Let those alarms go off in his head. 3 picks from 3 different players so far here coming from CBT. And Uanger might just find a second, and he does on the beta. Pinocchio, the last one left alive. No one here. No Geronimo to save him. It's a 1v5. I'm not sure about this one. He might be able to find a pick off here with the Sheriff at that range. He's a cracked shot, yes, but with him down on 10 HP, you can't heal yourself a Sky. By the way, you might have full utility, but what does that really matter at the end of things? All he's got to do here is maybe find a pick and die afterwards.
Pinocchio's right here, just trying to go for that exit frag, but he's not going to be able to find any. Just going to offer his life to the Spike, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, you can see CBT, they're not even going to give that one pick off up.
Yeah.
Trying to go through the TP, but just a second too late. Would have made it on the other side. Although, you can also see that CBT, they were waiting for him just in case. That's exactly what he did, to spray through those doors. But CBT, they've made the comeback happen here, Vim. And while we might have written off, as you said, CBT earlier coming into the second half, I said there's a silver lining, and, well, they just turned that into gold.
And if you take a look at the scoreboard right now, it's just the complete opposite of what happened. And it's just phenomenal to see. Just goes to show that anything can happen here at the Southeast Asian stage. And this, of course, is group stage data from 2. This is the 4th match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. And Uanger making an entry onto Hookah, pre-firing that angle. Multiple agents are suppressed onto the backside. Uanger makes an entry onto Quay using that showstopper. This could be the moment that CBT finally takes the lead away from Sharper, Black and Blue.
All signs are looking to tell that exact story as CBT find a double opener here on the site. And let me tell you, they started off this round with their lowest economy player having 6,000 at the very least in terms of credits. And that just means even if they lose like 2 rounds after this, they're gonna be able to full buy up. It doesn't matter for them. And that's a huge thing that Sharper are gonna have to deal with. Especially with CBT winning this, they're going to have at the very least, especially after this flawless round, like 8,000 credits on their side. They can do anything they want, and they're going to have the full economy to support whatever endeavor they try and do from now on.
Check this out. Conversely, for the side of Sharper, they cannot afford to lose any guns whatsoever. Noda's going to be trying to hold on to that. Beta does get a double kill, holding on to his gun. But Berlin and Winner goes down, actually. But that's okay, because as he mentioned, CBT does have the economy to spare.
Let's look at that money. Show me your wallet. What you got in that pocket. Give me your lunch money. You CBT right now, well, they're making a snack out of the second half of Sharper. You can see, even after a full buy-up, they've got like 4,000, almost 5,000 credits on some of these players. And if they lose this one, they can continue to buy up once again. No problem at all. And that is a huge thing Sharper are going to have to deal with in regulation. Maybe if they win 2 rounds here, Sharper, that's the only time that CBT will be in kind of a bad spot economically. But at that point, when you have match point, who knows what can happen?
At the very least, Quay and Pinocchios, they do have their ultimates. It's now or never. You don't want to play for overtime. You better use it at this round. I'm pretty sure they're banking on this. They did buy up for not XD despite him just being on a Bulldog. Couple of them are on half armor. Quay no longer have armor, but Beta with a quick 2K. This quick 3K. Oh my gosh, Uanger though ends his tirade.
You might have angered him, but I'm not sure if a hot head and a hot hand is going to be enough to make this comeback happen in 2v4. We've seen him do some very valiant effort at doing exactly that, but They've yet to prove it so far. A bit of a heal coming up in his favor. He's got some blast packs, but quite a bit of away from that ultimate. Gets the pick here in alert. That's huge, but the Lamp's position held down by Not XD. To trade him from Flow QQ, it's a 1v2. He's got flashes. He's got full utility for the most part to try and clutch this one on out. No ultimate, which would have really helped in this case, but he does get the plant on down. There is a hope, a chance here for CBT to clutch this out.
Broken dreams right there, Mr. Black and Blue. We are once again at a tie scoreline. 11-11. Seems like a flash sale for Sharper Esports.
You know what's happening, Vim? I think the script said by the Twitch director to make this a very exciting game, because we need one. We need an overtime game for today. We don't have an overtime just yet, and this might be it.
That might be it. I mean, Beta coming in clutch. This guy definitely looking like an alpha. This one.
11-11. Most equal scoreline you could ask for. The difference is here, CBT, they lose this, they have one more round to buy on up. Sharper, not the same story. They're going to have to go on an eco, and at that point, who knows what's going to happen. Sharper, a lot. CBT, even if they lose this once again, they can contest that match point with guns of their own. So, a bit more leeway here, even though it is 11-11 for the side of CBT.
And check this out. Alert is actually on an operator now, Black and Blue. And this may catch CBT off guard.
Yeah, it might be the perfect time to pull it off here, especially when you're getting to the final 2 rounds of regulation. Round number 23. If you got one more after this for match point, we're definitely going to go into the final round of the game. So, CBT wanting to buy their time to the right amount, not getting a bit too aggressive, not getting ahead of themselves so far just yet. Initially trying to see what they could find towards that B short position, but it seems like they're getting ready to lock and load into the alpha site. We're in. First contact here, really up close, will be Not XD with that Bulldog.
I mean, here's the thing. They were trying to funnel them onto A short here.
30 seconds
And
left.
yeah, really great use. Really great pull there, but Berlin will be able to take down Not XD. And that's the problem with the operator, but he does get a pick. Flow QQ is off the board. When you're trying to deal with all those smokes at a double controller, it's pretty tough using that up from that angle. But Rainy takes out Pinocchio's. Berlin takes down Beta.
That fadeaway shot almost landed actually onto the Heaven player, but Showstopper on out, not gonna land on the Lamps player. He's a bit too deep for him to reach in that moment. Berlin's gonna find one. It's a 1v3. CBT, are they about to take the lead here once again? Quay finding the kill on the winner. They're way removed from the situation here. He's gonna have to push him to try and take him off of the plant. But now 6 HP on the Quay. There's no more time to do. And Yuanger just secured match point. The comeback team here on CBT making it happen. And they're 1 away from sweeping this series 2-0.
Such an incredible fashion, Black and Blue, defying everyone's expectations coming into this one. This must be so heartbreaking for Sharper right now. They're fighting for overtime at a 10-2 scoreline that happened on the start of the second half. Almost unimaginable, but it does happen. And unfortunately, Sharper is on the receiving end of that one. Let's see if CBT can close this out. Yuanger is going to be on an operator of his own. Look at this. A couple of SP's members are going to be on SMGs. This is not really the ideal situation for them at all.
All hands on deck here for Sharper. Using that ultimate to cut off the A-short position, which has been problematic for Sharper to hold on to here, at least in the second half. And so CBT, they got those Seekers up online, and Yuanger is 1 away from the Showstopper, and he's been very proficient at that. So Sharper have to try and minimize that impact, and Quay, the only Vandal on his team, the only guy with a rifle on the side of Sharper, finds an opening pick, a desperate one, if anything.
Quay, just keeping the dream alive for Sharper. At the very least, they do have the man advantage. CBT Berlin is going to be hard-pressed to push the Viper split onto A short. But they do have the idea of he's going to be close. He's not going to be checking that corner. Berlin trades him out, though.
Spectre does get one. Berlin finding the trade-off. Alert. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place. Almost winning the fight versus Float, but he's going to get it at the end. 3 versus 3. The plant is on default. Quay pushing on in. He's got the Vandal in hand. And as they find the trade here, at least Rainy does shut Pinocchio's down. No more flashes up online. He finds a second here, Rainy. And Rainy confirms around the series. And what a comeback. The best comeback we've had so far here at the C Challengers group stages. CBT sweep the series 2-0 at the final round of regulation.
CBT defying the limits, defying all expectations. Coming in from that 10-2 scoreline on the first half, they flipped it around. How the tables have turned in their favor. What an incredible victory, an incredible end to this series. 2-0 in favor of CBT.
I don't think anybody could have expected that. We kind of predicted to go 1-for-1, right? But still, CBT, what a comeback they just pulled off. One of the most incredible comebacks we've seen this entire weekend. Although, we're only on day number 2. That just goes to show how much there is to go. My hair is shaken and very messy because I was just completely thrown for a loop at the end of that. Look at this one, 13-11 Vim, 1.9 KDA from Quay. He did so good. But in the end, it's a team effort that won CBT the game.
It's just a concerted effort all around. And of course, you can't undervalue the mental fortitude required to mount a comeback in that manner. Basically, a reversal of fortune right there. But Yuanger, definitely the team MVP right there. And, you know, this whole lineup, really, a concerted effort, everyone doing their part, filling in their role. It's just pretty much beautiful Valorant on that comeback.
Oh, geez Louise. By the book, textbook from CBT. That, for them to win the final round of the first half, meant so much for them in terms of the mental game that they had going to the second half. They're able to bring that positive momentum, you know, not having to go down in the first half with bad vibes going into the second. And they just completely made that 10-2 comeback seem possible every step of the way. You kind of never really doubted that this might be a wash, at least when it came to the second half after winning a few rounds, because you felt something in the air. Something seemed to have changed for CBT, and fortunately for them, it went in their way.
Again, it's just totally unexpected. We all thought it was going to be 1-1, but no, CBT will not be denied. We got more action for you coming up next after this short break. Welcome back to Group Stage Day 2. Viminal coming at you live, real wild on the hosty side of things with Azurai and Illustrato. Fine gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Man, that was such a crazy series. You know, I have a lot to say about it because obviously I tested the game, but what are your thoughts, quick thoughts about what transpired? Azurai, starting with you.
I just loved how aggressive and cracked both the Raze players were on that second map. Que and Rainy showing to us that there are some players that can really shift the tide for teams, and both of them are. Another thing that I kind of witnessed as well is there seems to be a heavy favor on the attacking side for both teams, whether it was on the Haven or Bind map. So that's my thoughts about it.
I really think that Sharper were starting to get a little bit too carried away with their aggression.
Right.
Especially towards that pistol. I thought that they had it then, but after an amazing play from Yuanger, who was honestly through and through an amazing player all throughout the series, was able to bring things back and shut down that momentum, forcing them to sort of reset and play a little bit more respectful of CBT, and that's what happened in the end.
You know, arguably, if they could have took that pistol round, that would have been a nail in the coffin, but again, Illustrato, can you elaborate on the group standings right now? Where do we stand right here now?
Well, all right. I think the biggest thing to take in consideration is what happened exactly in Group A. As we saw CBT taking a win 2-0 up against Sharper. That just means that basically Ego has, I think at this point, very little chance at qualifying. They've already lost 2 games already. There's very little that they can do. However, Bren, they're almost secure. They haven't got it in lock. If that series actually went to a 1-1, that would have meant that Bren Esports secured their spot in the playoffs. But because it's a 2-2, there's still a chance that tomorrow Sharper could take a 2-0 and actually beat out Bren for that spot. And of course, CBT still has some games left to play. So Group 1, it's still up in the air. But the way that things are looking right now, Bren are most certainly going to be going to the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely right there. I think, Azurai, you would agree that Bren's looking pretty much unstoppable as of this moment, and the same can't be said for Sharper. It's a long shot, but it is not outside the realm of possibility.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Bren has already proven that they have what it takes to overwhelm, and actually has overwhelmed already the Group A side. For Sharper and CBT, I think we already have our metric where CBT seems to be a much more cohesive team moving forward. Sharper might be a bit rough around the edges, not going to their own namesake,
right,
but they still have a shot at this. As you're looking at this particular scoreboard, for those fans of the Thai team in the Group A particular, there still is a hope for Sharper, but CBT is looking to be a good enough second to go into these playoffs. But as you said, Vim, we still have a few more days to go, and CBT and Sharper gotta go for that grind.
Yeah, Sharper, it's not over yet for them, but we have to talk about the upcoming game coming up next. It's going to be Onic versus 5Ace, right? Let's talk a little bit about this Onic roster. Azurai, I'm going to throw it to you first. What do we have here?
Yeah, Onic has just popped out of nowhere. A lot of questions about this team, a lot of questions about their star players Monyet and HeyNF, and they really did perform coming in from this Group B. I think a lot of players, even myself, was a little bit curious. I did peg them as a 2-0 when they went up against Full Sense. They still did exceed expectations with a 1-1, especially when they played yesterday. And again, the utility usage on that Phoenix, pretty outstanding from this team.
On the other side, however, we do have 5Ace also. Sorry, I just cut you in there, but
it's okay.
5Ace, actually, the team that so far has proven to be, I think, a little bit underwhelming. They went 0-2 yesterday up in their game against Paper Rex, and this is basically their last chance. Going 0-2 in the group stages means that it's very difficult to come back, especially in a group that has Full Sense and Onic in it. I mean, and Paper Rex. It's very much difficult if you don't even get a single win. 0-2, it's basically a death sentence.
Absolutely right there, Mr. Illustrato. But here, coming into this player head-to-head, very interesting comparison. 2 same agents, same roles. We got Monyet, the child prodigy, the monkey, with an ACS combat score of 238.2 versus Spring, which is at a combat score of 245.4. So very close stats right there on paper, but 2 very different impacts, I think. in terms of actual skill level. What do you guys think about this map, Vito?
I would probably say that Haven is definitely a lock and loaded map for Onic as that second map going in. 5Ace has really yet to prove that either Split or Icebox for them will be good. But I think looking at the metrics of it, Bind might be a toss-up for them. This could be possible. But again, it really depends on how well they can try to take in the offense that Onic really loves to do, whether they're starting defending or attacking. And looking in this Bind map, it seems like 5Ace will be on that defending side. They have to be aware that Onic really loves to go for those aggressive pushes.
Honestly, Bind, it's the best map right here for 5Ace. I mean, they do have a 67% win rate on it. However, let's not forget the fact that honestly, Onic, they're not a pushover on this map themselves. They're very comfortable playing on maps like Bind and Haven. We said yesterday that they have a very common map pool. I think at this point, really, when you're a team like 5Ace, one of the best things you can do is pull out a map like Icebox or Breeze that might throw a curveball and might make things a little bit more interesting. But if you play on a map like Bind up against a team like Onic, it might just be a little bit more of what we saw yesterday.
I'm going to have to start off with my predictions, given with what you two said. And some very valid points to say indeed. You know what? I've doubted Onic before in the past over here on day one, and I'm not going to do the same mistake. I think in this particular case, Onic is going to be taking this in a quick 2-0 manner. I'm an instant fan about Onic. I don't know about you guys, but what are your thoughts coming into this predictions?
Well, going at this fast, considering the performances that they've had during day one, I am going to be giving this straight up to Onic 2-0 as well. I think going into the series of 2, it definitely has to be a statement game for 5Ace. I think they have the most to prove right now, especially losing hard against PRX 2-0 from yesterday.
I agree. I really think it's got to be a 2-0 here. I mean, just looking at the way that they played up against PaperX, I don't feel like... I feel like 5Ace is a good team, but they're nowhere near the right level to take on the likes of Onic here. It's going to be an upset, but if they can prove us wrong, it's going to be a great deal for the Hong Kong-Taiwan region.
You know, that's just a matter of fact. On the biggest stage of them all thus far, sometimes you just get outclassed by other teams. Folks, it's about time to find out whether or not that will hold true, because it's going to be Onic versus 5Ace, the best of 2 series, coming up next.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it, they ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. But how cool is the gunplay when the strays will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore, until somebody from your past come back to settle the score. Like, just go pop.
Berhasil tuh 3 kill Rere. Oh no.
Welcome, guys, and the second to the last series of the day, we've got 5Ace going up against Onic. You're joining me, Illustrato, and I'm joined currently by Ludwig van Asurai, who is currently going through his next symphony, as evidenced by his hairstyle. We are now coming into this one, and okay, I like how you casually just try to fix it. It won't work. It won't work. You can't fix bedhead. You just can't.
It's not bedhead, dude. I've been putting like pomade on my hair for like the past 30 minutes, and it's done like this weird loop. I don't know what's happening with my hair, man.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully I'm pixelated at the moment, so you can't really see it that much. So
I mean, we see the essence of it. It's basically you're an impressionist painting at this point in time. Okay, but coming into this game, second to the last game rather of the day, we already gave you guys our expectations, how we think that this game is going to go. Onic, heavy favorites to take this. But is there going to be a saving grace here for 5Ace? Is there a way that they can maybe sneak in a win, take some pride points? Because they're not completely in hot water. There's still a chance for them to sort of qualify. In this group, it's very unlikely, but if they can manage to get a 2-0 here or even a 1-1, there might be a little bit of a silver lining on a dark cloud.
Again, it seems like we have such a big amount of time for the group stage since it is 4 days, but I did mention day 1 or your first debut match on the series of 2 is going to be so impactful moving forward as you try to rack up the points to qualify for playoffs. Looking into it, 5Ace might not have that chance. This is going to be their, I think, second series already.
Yes.
And it's going to be so difficult. That head-to-head that we had with Spring being highlighted for 5Ace, I don't think he was the real person that impacted their games during the Paper Rex match. I think it was more of Amenhola as well as Nick Pan.
Yeah.
Both of the non-duelists for us, for 5Ace here. So if those two players can work together, bring this team around, there might be some options here for 5Ace moving forward. But again, the problem lies in is that means that their duelists might be lagging behind, and Onic, on the flip side, does not have duelists that lag behind. They are the ones that spearhead the victory, and that was, again, Monyet and HNF always at the helm, taking sides, taking names, and taking bodies in their wake.
You know, come to think of it, Asarai, their matchup against Paper Rex, that might have actually been the easiest matchup that they will have the entire tournament long. I mean, who else? They're going to go up against Onic, and then they're going to go up against Full Sense. It's just not looking pretty. I mean, arguably, sure, Paper Rex is a great team, but they seem to be hit and miss lately, as opposed to Onic, who has been on the rise, and Full Sense, who is Full Sense. I don't really see an out here for 5Ace, but if there is any miracles, and we've seen a couple of them here today, just in the previous game alone, a heroic comeback from CBT, if maybe we can see a 2-0 from, or maybe even a very dominant 1-0 to help with the score differential, I think there might be a chance for 5Ace to somehow qualify in the second slot.
I think at the base of it, their opponent right now, Onic, just play a cleaner game altogether. Their ability to just, again, move as a unit as they're taking the sites has allowed them to take away at some of these games, even against Full Sense, who we were mentioning might not be the strongest team in Thailand, but still one of the better teams out there. And being able to 1-1 against them is still, in its sense, an achievement. And in comparison with 5Ace, when they were going up against Paper Rex yesterday, one of the biggest issues that I think they were really facing is without their ultimates to commit to fights, especially I think with Amenhola using that Viper of his, it really was difficult to basically claim or reclaim a site. And this is where the problem for 5Ace is. Can they actually stop Onic from getting into the sites? Can they get those proper trades in and, again, work together as a team? Because, again, a lot of these issues that 5Ace have been expecting have all just been, again, just individual plays that they've been doing. It's not the teamwork that we were expecting from a team like 5Ace.
Yeah, and you know, you said before, Onic, they've just been kind of on the rise. They've been rock solid, and even though that they hadn't really the cleanest victory up against Full Sense, the fact that they've really stuck it to Full Sense is just one of the examples of how good Onic has been and how much on the rise they are. And they can only get better with more international experience. The more times that they show up on the stage here, the more times that they are in VCT, it's just going to add to their power levels as a team. But let's go ahead and dive into the game here. We're going into the second to last game of the day, and we've got 5Ace going up against Onic. And we're going to start off here in bind. It's no hesitation as they run, make a beeline towards that A site, starting it off strong here. Double initiator from Onic. And on the other side, it's double controller for 5Ace.
Onic not missing a beat already. They've set up the utilities now. They're charging right in, and this guiding light basically gives a straight up path to a couple of entry frags. There was looking to be two people at the back of the A site, and now those people have all but diminished this. Oh, unfortunate. I think Amenhola was trying to go for that bounce on the molly, but it did not just hit the triple. And Spring, okay, we've talked about, we've ridiculed him or just a little bit of critiqued his play, and he's going to have some impact. Now left into the 1 versus 1. Severin is heard already the defuse. Can hear maybe his opponent, but never mind. Playing ring around the Rosie. Tries to jump up with the classic. Not going to happen for Amenhola, and Severin severs the ties from this world of existence. And that's going to be the first round for Onic here.
Onic with a very decisive take there. Onto that retake. You thought for a second that that full 5 ace, excuse me, were going to be able to come out on top. It did come very, very close to actually happening, and the defuse could have actually been half there. Amenhola just missing the last opportunity, and in the end, what really matters is that Onic start to build this lead. They start to build that momentum. 5 Spectres on the board, and you know, Asarai, we're talking about these teams. We're talking about 5 ace. We didn't really see them as a very, very serious contender for the top spot, but I think what really matters for 5 ace at this point is that they make themselves known as not just the second best Hong Kong Taiwan team. They want to be seen as a serious contender, a serious threat to all the others, and what better group to do that than in this group of death?
For sure, there's so much to be proven right now for Onic, as this is their first time being in the Southeast Asia tournament of ours. Well, same can be said with 5 ace, but Onic I think has more of a bit of a bang. And speaking of the bang, let me just use into that satchel charge. Monyet just spray transfers onto 2. This opens up the entirety of the site. Shen able to sneak out of the smoke, but only into the bracing hands once again of Monyet, fueling the showstopper to come up earlier than necessary. Nick Pan, he's been hitting a couple of the 6 shots. Okay, another dink, has to go for the reload, but never mind, as there was one still lurking inside the site. This is going to be Onic with a fairly clean round, taking a bit of damage, but nonetheless a plant and a take on the site in, or rather, to boot.
It's another nice take right there from Onic as they once again assert their dominance. First time on A, second time on B, and it's looking like it's going. It wasn't exactly the cleanest of anti-eco rounds. They did drop a couple of members right there, but they'll be happy to take it in the end. So, like we said earlier, Asarai, it's going to be about can 5 ace prove themselves not just to the world, not just to the Hong Kong Taiwan community, but to the world, to the international community here in Valorant in Southeast Asia. And that's a good way to start it off here on this buy round. A nice paint shell to come out. That takes out Monyet, who was, like you said, quite a threat, especially with that showstopper coming up quite early in this game. That's 8 charges that he's already found this early on.
Some of those charges were the orbs being taken on Shower. Problem was he had to pay with his life there with a bit of snake bite and counter paint shells being thrown by 5 ace. A bit of forces have rotated. Severin is just going to try to make some noise on bats. Maybe even figure out who's going to be in the site itself. Not really going to find anybody, just a couple of pop shots. And this doesn't give much for Onic to play around with. But you do see that Onic still do want to contest for B. The problem is that Esmin, he kind of flunked that jump out, though. But nobody was there to embrace him, so he's fine.
Yeah, to his good fortune, that little bit of a miff jump could have went the wrong way. Amenhola. Nice kill right there with the judge, always very dangerous up in a close range situation, especially towards Hookah. And Amenhola, he swaps out into the Spectre and is able to pick up another one while the rest of his team picks up the round. And that's going to be a great round for 5 ace. Very much convincingly taking their first buy round here. They lose a couple of players, sure, but what really matters is the rounds, rather. It's going to be a good start here for 5 ace.
What's the play for Onic now? They have a lot of junk in their trunk. Not saying that their butts are big. It's more of they do have the utility that they can throw out a bit more.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a little bit thick, all right?
Bro, did I say that?
I like milkshakes that are thick.
Cannot lie.
I mean, it's okay, Asarai. We all know you've been putting on weight recently. We still love you.
Yeah. It's okay. Body positivity and all of that, but that was positively disgusting from Spring as he sprung into action, denying the Elevation Nation onto the A site with the showstopper satchel play. What was that? Was he just sucked in out of nowhere? But no,
he
there's
got
no
tagged.
Astra.
He got tagged.
Ah, there you go.
As he was trying to boop himself ahead, he got slowed down by the by the snake bite, prevented, and he got tagged up by some sprays coming through. So that's a great pickup that denies the ultimate. So 8 charges amounting to nothing, and a weapon amounting to nothing here. So this could be a very, very beneficial round for 5Ace. They are 2 players ahead right now. Onic, they're going to have to dig deep and find a way to get onto this site. They haven't cleared off lamps just yet. Nick Pan is here. He's going to make his presence known with that satchel charge. Nice shot to land right there. It's only good for the 3. Somehow it was about to write him off, but no way, no how. Nick Pan closes out the round just like that. Second star to the right, and Nick Pan takes them far, far away.
Well, Pan for the view. Look at this transition, and they both just double stack line up onto him, and they take the collateral. My goodness, I was wondering if Nick Pan was going to be played as a Sentinel, but seems like FA, they decided, you know what, Pan has been hitting all of his shots as of recent. He's been clutching out these 1vx scenarios, so why not just give him a much explosive role to try to deal with? And yeah, I guess this Raze up to his delight, and now he's the one who has a showstopper. He's the one who's edging in to just explode straight in the faces of Onic and Spring. Well, we also are kind of writing this guy off from that last series that they played, but he's been hitting a couple of 6 shots as well here, Ilu.
You know, that should be Nick Pan's tagline. Second star to the right and straight on till Radiant. I like it. Pretty cool. You know, Peter Pan. But Nick. Yeah.
Only watched the Robin Williams movie.
That's okay. Some people just like you. No childhood. Robin Hood is not Peter Pan. I have no idea where you got that idea.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were... For some reason, my mind... Well, they both are wearing...
green tights.
You know, like, yeah, green tights.
Oh, God.
Speaking of tights, they're going to tightly knit into the site now. I mean, Hole is going to be holding it off. 29 HP, but he is still making the impact plays, leaving it into Risky MD. Well, to that of his name, definitely will be a tight-knit battle to try to just get into this A site, rather B site, with just a hand cannon in tow. We'll be trying to clear some angles here, maybe looking for the close range, but nobody is looking for that. As he tries to drop into the site, the waterfall, Esmond just drinks it all, and that's going to be FA. A really good start to the round. It was only the 2 rounds that Onic started, but FA's bringing it all the way back.
This is another example of a great hold here for 5Ace, and they're just constantly putting up the numbers. I think impressing everybody with their solid performance right now. FA, this is definitely much better than we've seen them before. I already think, even just in this past day, they have improved. This is a league apart from what we've seen them when they played in their grand finals on Icebox, up against CVT, you know, even from their games yesterday from Paper X. So already this is a marked improvement. And I'm hoping to see that trend continue here. But still, gun round is coming up, 5v5. 3 ultimates up for both of these teams as they do try to slowly creep their way up on that A side.
Again, lots of emphasis to get control on A for Onic here. But they're not really expecting FA to just play far back, but not far back enough that they can take free control of this crucial point. Cerberus has activated his ultimate, although Nick Pan, fearless leader of FA here, just charges out, reckless abandon. But you know what? That recklessness has actually found him about a couple of kills, although Risky MD able to pick the slack up with a couple of multi-kills on his own right. Taking a bit of the wall bangs, gotta be careful now, backs away first, and there's one playing on the bench, although gotta be careful because the guiding light is gonna be there. Shiro is hiding in plain sight, but finally spotted
And that's going to be the retake for FA. Onic, they could have brought it back, but Nick Pan really shook the bed there as he just slammed it down with the Razult.
What a great hold yet again. Nick Pan using Showstopper to full effect. The moment he hears a couple of footsteps, didn't really have the best line of sight. In the end, it still works out for him as the sound cues were enough to secure him a double. And even though it got a little bit expensive, again, they will be more happy to take away these rounds. 5 ace. They're pretty much dominantly in the lead. A lot of economy being built up. A couple players over 7,000. And Onyx side, they're just looking for scraps off the table at the moment.
Well, we'll see if these scraps will be something. Sometimes it's enough to just give you that quick burst of energy. But something that's been an issue right now with Onic is, again, I was mentioning how they're able to just translate very close quarter combat into their advantage. But the big problem is, I think the A side just a bit too heated for them. Now they've tried to at least try to go for B. There's going to be HNF to charge right in, using Shiro as a bit of a battering ram, and he gets a couple of kills, whiffing the blades on the second, and Amenhola not missing a beat to go for the punish. Spikes is going to get dropped down, and Severin, he's been lurking somewhere on A, but now he tries to at least enforce his will on the B site. Down to 3. He's going to be out in no man's land, and Munyet has to dig him out of his hole, but the shots to connect, beautifully executed, just the Sheriff, but it's proving to be a costly round here for FA. Gotta be careful, but at least Munyet now does not have anything to flush the back of the site. Maybe just his satchels, but they're not the buff satchels as of before. They're pretty damn nerfed, and, well, Munyet gotta play as close as possible. 20 seconds. He's closing in the distance here, Elu. Is about to get founded out. That's gonna be it. And, again, FA, 5 rounds in.
Yeah, just too many angles to check there. And even though there was low HP on Amenhola and YH Chen, it's just too many angles and too many players still alive. And with the Sheriff, sure, it's doable, but with the amount of time that was left for him to work those angles, didn't really favor his chances in the end. Still, it was a very good and expensive round for Onic. 5 ace. They are looking surprisingly on form. Now, they've taken a little bit of a hit towards their economy, but yet again, they've managed to stabilize it. Everybody here almost above 5,000, only Esmin dropping to 4,800. They're going to be happily buying within the next 2 rounds, regardless of whether they lose or not. And it's a little bit of a aggressive push by Severin. He's dropped to 28 HP after barely seeing anyone. Amenhola's been the bane of their existence towards their B side. Again, getting a pick off before he goes down. Still a 4v4 though, happening right now for Spring as he does manage to get a pick off and falls back with that dismiss. Greatly timed here as the spike goes down. They relinquish the site, but it's a flash and a double peek coming up right there from 5 ace, perfectly timed, and that's going to be the backup one after the other. Nick Pan closes out the round, stylishly done by 5 ace and a clean retake.
The idea was there. They knew that A was, again, a bit too much of a hot zone for them to really handle, whether it's out from short or baths that they're going to try to overwhelm the A site. They might be able to plant the spike as the dust settles, but the big problem there is they just lose too many. So they try to go for the B. What's good about that is they've already expended Chen's Viper's Pit on A short. They can actually bypass that for sure. He's going to have maybe a teammate or two that's going to be there. The B side, however, it was a good enough trade. They were able to plant the spike down, but the hold from HNF, a little bit questionable. He got baited to just shoot down the boom bot, and 3 people from FA just basically looked into his owner guard. And as you mentioned, because Spring is on that Reyna, his ability to peek out and punish is so powerful. He can go low risk, high reward in that regard because of the Empress being active or just being a Reyna in general. Get a kill, get a dismiss, and then back away. And it's all good in the hood, and FA just kind of gobbles through all of that advantages.
I like that. I like the decision from Amenhola to go for that judge. But, ooh, I like that ultimate even more from Munyet. That allows them a little bit of a breathing space here onto site. Double entry for Munyet will be traded out by Nick Pan with another double. Will fall back into the waiting arms of his teammate. He will be healed up by Esmin right there. That's the beauty of having a Skye on your team. Doctor will be here to patch you up as we do now resume into this 3v3 scenario. Spike will not go down just yet. They want a little bit of a better foothold towards that A site before they even begin to consider that plant. Nick Pan, he's going to miss that opportunity for the headshot, but he's able to drop down Severin very, very low. He's on to 14. Esmin gets 1, though, finishes the job for his teammate. Now it's a 3v2 as Shiro and Rizky MD, the only ones left standing, swinging wide from the corner, and yet again, perfection on the retake for 5-Ace.
The Cosmic Divide might have actually not have worked in the favor of Onic. First and foremost, it could block the sound out. It could maybe block FA. But because they did that, it actually put them in a spot where Onic was looking where FA was going to be coming from. They didn't know that Amenhola was already flanking hard on A short, and they basically left themselves guessing after the Cosmic Divide was used. And now Onic here, they're going to be forcing themselves, or not really forcing, but calling out the timeout because they need to know what's been happening that's not really meshing well. They're getting the sites, yes, they're able to get the positive trades, but the post plants is where they kind of falter a little bit here. Look at that, Elu, with FA's, how many is this? 7 rounds? 3 of them have been straight up defuses, and 4 just basically no site, no plant done.
Two of those, Aserai, of course, were on those ecos as well. The only round being the 3rd round, being that actual full gun round win. So yeah, you are absolutely right on that. And I do also have to point out, Nick Pan has his ultimate again. This is like, what, the 3rd time he's had it in the previous couple rounds, and it's only round 10. He is racking up those charges. He's not even going for the orbs, mind you. He is just getting them off the kill. Sorry, I think this is the 2nd time he's added up, and it's very quick in succession here. Now, the reads from FA, they've been very good. Amenhola, I pointed out again and again, the amount of control that he's able to take in hookah just stifles any push from FA because they haven't cleared that area. They haven't cleared that map control because they have been holding it so defiantly. This one hook, this one smoke plus judge setup here towards hookah has been proving to be so difficult to deal with. Oh, now they hear it. Will they push into it? Oh my god, he still gets one somehow. He gets flashed off, and finally it's a trade, but still the damage has been done. It's just the judge that's been out of the equation, but Severin, he's managing to bring it back and get 2 picks and take us to a 2v4. This is the best chance that Onic has had in a while to actually win a round.
Well, A-side is not going to be their friend. They try to go once again for the B, and as you mentioned, Amenhola was palming a couple of his shots with the Elder Flame Dragon Judge there, and well, his ability or his position exposed, that definitely gave more cues for Onic to go about this. HNF not picking the back of the site anymore, and he's holding hard at Tube, and it works effectively. That's going to be the 3-7. Onic looking a little bit sharper, but they still have a few rounds to go, though it seems like their B-side takes have been a bit more successful here. A couple of the trades there, but as you saw in the replay, they just need to clear the sites out with their utility. Make sure that Amenhola's judge is null and void. If they just use a boom bot and a flash, it's all going to be good in the hood.
I like the way that they went about that round, Onic. They know that they've been sort of slacking off on controlling hookah. And this time, Amenhola, sure, he's able to get one and take a punish on that. But regardless, he's going to keep doing it again. This is a little bit of a interesting strategy here for FA because they're going to do the exact same thing without backing up anyone, sending anyone to reinforce that hook position. So instead, Amenhola knows his position is vulnerable. He's going to play on site instead. Now, Flash coming in here. Onic looking to straight up hit their way towards that B site. They've already taken control over hookah, and they also have a couple of ultis to work with. Seekers will spot out Amenhola. He doesn't get the kill, but his teammates will back him up. They haven't dealt with him. They're trying to spray him through that wood, but it won't matter because everybody from 5-Ace has already come and swarmed onto this side. The quick rotation pays off for the defensive side right now, as it only leaves the 2 S's on the Onic side, that Shiro and Severin, to somehow make something possible. And that shock dart came very close to taking out his life here. Will jump up on a buff. Unfortunately, the Amenhola actually wasn't there. Trying to jump up again, but Spring is right there for the double, finishing off the round. 4 kills for him.
Spring was clean in the
Last
defense
round
there.
in the half.
First and foremost, Cerberus' ultimate was good. They should have just waited, possibly, for the Seekers to, well, it's in their namesake, seek their opponents, because it sunk down underneath Hookah. They should have known that Amenhola was somewhere lurking beyond the depths, but the problem there was, I think, Bonyet a bit too trigger happy to just get into the site. The problem was, they've adjusted Spring to actually play on the B site now. And as they were in transition, the eye kept everybody busy and blinded all at the same time. And it really helped the defense for FA, because as Onic was struggling to, well, maybe follow the Seekers or look through the back of the site, the eye for the Lear was not getting shot too quickly enough. Esmond, oh my goodness, he's just about to go for the peak of his life. Only gets good for the one kill, but Amenhola just charges right out. Again, the reckless abandon, but who the hell cares? As he just hits time and time again with the judge, and they come in guns blazing, but his blazes a bit more. Oh.
That just ain't right. That Amenhola gets 3 kills with a judge. It's a really strong weapon in the right hands. And case in point, Amenhola. Jeez. He's trying to spray through, finding risky MD, and that forces him to push out of position. 14 HP on him. It's another great read here for 5Ace as they secure a 9-3 halftime score. I don't know about you, Asura. I'm thoroughly impressed with what I'm seeing here from 5Ace.
Dude, this is a different 5Ace that we saw from the other day. Coordinated. They exactly knew what they had to do on their defending side, and Amenhola has been unleashed. I mentioned it already here, man. Nick Ban and Amenhola, they started things strong, and Shiro, who is their duelist, is starting to pop off, and this has kind of started a pulse for 5Ace here, a heartbeat in their tournament, in their particular group. They might be able to get themselves a first point, possibly even a second. Taking 2 in advance here, but this first game really looking in their favor. Now, flip the switch, change the sides, we go back to the second pistol.
If the pistol round from the previous half is any indicator, then we're probably going to see some hyper-aggressive plays from one of these squads, and it looks like it's shaping up to be just that. Onic looking to go full aggressive here towards middle. 5Ace, they're ready for it. The double peek right there from the side. Esmond's almost able to get one, but in the end, it leaves us in a 2v2. Spike will be dropped, but recovered eventually. As 5Ace, they do have a clear path to make a beeline towards that A site. Nobody here because they just got 3 kills. Dismantling anybody else who was on it. That gives them the confidence to go ahead that plant. But they still have to find and figure out how to deal with Monyet and Severin.
Last player standing.
Well, Severin was already extremely low, so there wasn't really much time for him. I wonder what Monyet was doing with that quick little flick that he was trying to do left and right. I understand that the idea there is to spot your opponent if they're coming in from all corners since you're trying to get that info, but sometimes you just have to double down and look straight into your pre-aim. In any case, FA making a good enough case that they are still a team that is worthy to be here in Southeast Asia, and Onic that looked so good on their yesterday match against Full Sense has all but kind of lost their luster, at least here in Bind.
I'm going to agree with you completely. This is looking like a different Onic and a different FA here. Nice flash out, and they get an aggressive pick on this force by round. Onic, they don't want to let things slip too far, so they're going to try to go ahead, try to invest in that buy right now. They're going to get caught off guard here, 5Ace. And I do have to reinforce this, Asurai. Paper Rex are 2-0 currently in their series that they've played. Onic and Full Sense are 1-1. 5Ace need at least 1 here. And if Onic take a loss against 5Ace, this just puts them in a very, very difficult spot, because that just means that they'll have to compete with Paper Rex, who have 3 points, and Full Sense, who are at 1-1. So a 2-0 is what Onic need to secure, well, not to secure, but to definitely help their cause in qualifying for the playoffs. But when you've got 5Ace getting 4 kills like this, Amenhola, how the hell are you going to even get close to doing that?
there's a lot of things that is probably going in the heads now of Onic. One of those, as you mentioned, they need to get that 2-0. But as of this particular round, that was a gamble for them because they went straight into the force buy. And speaking of force buy, I think they're doing it once again. I think they know now that they can't really give up any more rounds.
Yeah.
And if they just lose basically the last or this round, it's all going to be over for them. So they try to go for this incredibly risque buy and hope that it works out well. The problem now is I think they're trying to take too much map control with weapons that don't really allow that to happen, especially when FA are waiting for the lurks to commence, like this one from Aminhola.
Is it a sexy buy, Asteray? You just called it a risque buy, so...
Sorry, I added a little bit of...
I don't know. To the risky.
Yeah.
Now it's a sexy force buy? Okay, I'll take that. I wish
hey
my
man, if they win the round, it's as sexy as can be. You know?
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. But Aminhola, okay, he got caught off right there looking for the push. And even though he knew that they were coming, nobody came to back him up. Spring, get a good pick off right there onto Shiro. And forces back... KNF, excuse me, and the double swing out right there for Risky MD. Calculated aggression coming up from Onic, making this force buy very much risque.
They're hearing the footsteps as well, as KNF didn't really back up or retreat at B. So they know it's a full send on the B side. Movements now for Onic is that they're going to try to go around this. KNF a bit too early on the rotate. He has to wait for his teammates first because everybody from Onic is hella injured. At least probably the good thing about them is their opponents, FA, they don't really have that many utility, but they got the weapons, they got the shields. So this is going to be risky. Oh, the timing on the peak, it could not be much better. It's only one left onto Chen and KNF. The trigger discipline, he spotted him, but he didn't challenge, waiting for his teammates to do the impact first. And Onic, their gamble has finally paid off in dividends.
I wouldn't call it entirely a gamble because they know that they couldn't give away any more rounds. And they didn't want to play for overtime because that would mean that they would have to have the perfect game. But I do agree with you, Asteray, that it definitely worked out. And I like what Onic brought to the table in that last round. Calculated aggression, a little bit towards B, and when they felt resistance there, the people from FA were holding a little bit backwards, they go for the aggression, the double peek towards Showers. That nets them the kills that they actually did need to win that round, although partially it was 5Ace getting caught off guard. And 5Ace, they have a lot of rounds to figure out how Onic plays on this defense. And now, trying to shape up towards that Showers area. Will they get caught off by this aggression yet again?
Onic has been a team that really enforces shower or baths control just because they want to get maybe teams who always are so comfortable getting the orb here in transition. It could be something, and as you mentioned, it should be something to try out. Shiro is baiting his life for Monyet, who is just at the other corner here.
Yeah.
But they still haven't really done much. The nade to come out there as well. Shiro's about to get a hit, but Aminhola is gonna just try to deal with the first lurker. Didn't know there was a second. And is that a signal for FA? Just straight up go for the A side through this Viper utility? Okay.
It looks like it because they're just barreling their way in. And Monyet is able to hold the line for now. He's going to be snake bitten off, but will actually be allowed to survive for a second longer up until KNF is able to get that kill right there onto YH. And now Nick Pan will follow it up onto Shiro. Nick Pan has been amazing, but with 21 HP. 10 onto KNF, excuse me. Can they actually do this here? Nick Pan, beautiful work circumventing that cloud burst right there. Now he's in a 1v1 in close range. This might actually work in his... Nope, not in his favor as Risky MD just gets the timing off, and that's going to allow Onic another round. Still a long way to go to even consider the idea of a comeback, but this is a good sign for Onic.
3 bullets in the chamber there for Nick Pan as well, so he had to try to make something happen. The problem was, as he mentioned, there was really no fear for Risky MD to just go straight close into Nick Pan, just because he knows that it's a one-hit headshot, one-hit body shot either way. Like, if he can get a body shot onto Nick Pan, he wins. if he gets headshot by Nick Pan wins. So it really was either one or the other. But Onic, hold on. This is going to be FA's save round. And this is where Onic starts to build that economy, starts to build the overall rounds for themselves.
Which is what you need on the defensive side here. They actually even go for an operator and actually go try to put... Where's Shiro at? He's gone all the way in bathrooms. Actually, that's a lot of map control that they have, knowing that A side is pretty much clear. This just means that everybody's gearing around towards that B side. KNF is looking for it. He spots out Nick Pan, and Nick Pan's all alone. There's no one to back him up here. On the other side, however, Wyatt Shen, he's going to get that pick off to the other side, and somehow he's found two. All right, punishing the push here, and Severin gets a spike drop as he gets a double kill. KNF is right there with another, and that's going to leave it all up into the hands of Wyatt Shen, who's mad. Okay. Through the wall. Third kill.
He probably saw the recon dart there, but
yeah,
that
he
was...
saw it. He knew the lineup, but that was still sexy. That was dirty.
It was
in a good way.
30 seconds left.
I mean,
you'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Asarai?
Yeah, I'm a dirty boy.
Please never say that ever again in your whole life. Please.
Hey, you started it, man. Anyways, we'll see who finishes it. If it's going to be Chen, who's seemed to be on fire in this round. KNF finally catches him as he was going a bit sneaky peeking the back of the site, you know, being a sneaky Sally or a sneaky Sam, but finally able to flush him out Freddy. And that is going to be another round for Onic. A bit costly, but they were able to build a bit of economy now. But FA, this is a true test for Onic as they got themselves a buy round. And it seems Onic, their decision to go about this is straight up just equip Shiro with an operator.
The operator didn't really work for them that much in the previous round, but what it did is it allowed them the confidence to actually go and take bathroom controls all on their own, which netted them pretty much a lot of great map control towards that short, because there was a double push coming on top of that push towards shower. So it's a good sign of confidence, but they did make it a little bit risky. The false sense of security allowed Wyatt Shen to get a double pick off, but Shiro getting one, and Monyet, that's the second time a showstopper has just been swatted out of the air towards mid there.
It was a gravity well to start everything off too.
Yeah.
He was trying to just satchel over it, but you got to respect there is some verticality to the suction of that gravity well. Oh, Shiro's just about to hit almost on the straight face of Esmin, but he doesn't connect that. Has to back off for now. But he's going to be holding Adamant outside of showers. Got to be careful because this is still a pretty expensive weapon. You want to save this for as much as possible, and Esmin left to clutch on his own. The lone wolf, well, a bit of a growl there. Cannot turn into a howling clutch. And, well, Onic, they go in for the convenience store. 7-Eleven.
That is flawless from them. And this is the point where 5-Ace need to start worrying a little bit. I think a tactical pause actually might be in order here, because this is starting to get a little out of hand, and we're starting to consider the idea of a comeback now being very much possible. It is always possible here with Onic on the table. They are very much known to be able to do this and capable of. On an eco round, however, 5-Ace, they can do some damage. They have one Phantom and Wyatt Shen. I imagine that's there just to be able to cripple and get some kills here. Nice push towards mid. Severin makes short work of the two players here. Completely blindsiding and dismantling 5-Ace as he picks them out one by one. Looking for the ace, has to get it, and it's gonna be the ace right there for Severin on the anti-eco. Well played to get, I think, the first round in this series. I mean, the first ace in the series, and one of the I think the only ace that we've seen the second ace that we've seen today.
Yeah, I think there was one during day one that we saw in Ascent. Can't remember which team that was, but yeah. Anyways, also something to point out as well. When Onic went up against Full Sense from yesterday's matches, as we are just witnessing his Severin's Warpath push on mid here, there was a point where Onic only had 2 rounds, and they were like a 2 to 5 against Full Sense. So Onic do have that ability to have to have a mental to play from behind, even when rounds are a bit far from being even. And it kind of shows here that they're able to, again, kind of grind their way slowly but surely to equalize up against FA. And it seems like it is working for them. Bit of a timeout, wondering if it was the tac pause or the tech pause. Seems it's going to be the latter, but yeah, at least this does give some time for Onic to get themselves a little bit more locked and loaded at how to bring the rounds back. 3 more, and they've, again, just matched up with FA once again.
Look at this, though, from Onic. They have 4, almost 5 ultimates, actually, if Hero can get a pick and an orb. That's a lot to deal with if you're FA. And you have a Viper Spit, which is actually really great for them because it can completely nullify. I think what FA need to do here is to start playing very, very slowly. I mean very slowly. They have 2 controllers. They need to start utilizing, get that map control, try to scout out, try to figure out where Shiro is playing. Either try to pick him off with the double peek, force him off those angles. Because the way that their composition works, it's all about taking map control and making themselves and utilizing it to the fullest of extent. However, they haven't really been playing to that form as of late. They have been getting caught off and getting picked off individually, whether by the op of Shiro or whether by the place of Severin.
I don't think Shiro has actually hit an op shot just yet, but
he has.
Really?
Yeah, it was off camera, but it was the first pick of the previous round. Oh no, the 2 rounds before that, yeah.
But either way, I don't think it has been the biggest thing, but it has added to putting the pressure on FA. Because I think the mentality for you now is you're trying to play away from the operator. Now they know Shen is going to be flushing out the corner, but he's not really expecting the double push out from Mon yet. Esmond lines it up as the snake bite actually keeps him a little bit unawares. This overextension for Onic has actually put Monya, one of their top fraggers, down for the count, and Onyx is gonna, rather Shiro's just gonna have to deal with this, waiting for his opponent first to come out, and he only has the operator. This is so difficult for a sniper to try to fend off, especially somebody who don't have the mobility in Shiro. Okay, he's holding onto the knife's edge. Never mind, here's the knife himself. It's all the blade and daggers, and Onyx still strive true, and that is going to be the 9-11. That could have been a devastating round, but Shiro, a rock, he's able to just hold on for dear life and actually resuscitate the round for Onyx.
That should have been a round for 5 Ace. The moment that Onic ran the exact same play towards A and got punished for it, that was a 5 Ace round. But somehow with the heroics of Shiro, like you mentioned, they barely even had to use any ultimates. Only the Seekers really getting used up here. Really puts a, I'd say, halt on the progress that 5 Ace have been trying to make. They do have a couple of ultis to work with here, and that could prove interesting in the next round. I imagine they'll try to save them for the next one, but it's starting to be very concerning. I really think a tactical pause has been in order a few rounds ago because they're getting mowed down. Just like this, Shiro and Severin, wherever they go, they win the duels. They're taking map control. Sure, they lose one, but someone's right behind them for the trade.
It's a dynamic duo of Jet and the Sky here. You can always just dip in and dip out of the fights and the flawless round. And Onic, they're knocking on FA's door. It's just one more round again till we go to hit that 11-11. And look at the kill score here. Elu 20, 12, 14. It was looking single digits when we started the first half, and now we've gone topsy-turvy, and FA, they're losing luster. Actually, they've lost luster. They need to bring this back. Look at the stats at the bottom. Not a single round after those 2 rounds in the second.
How many rounds is that? 3? I think it was 8 rounds that they've won in a row. So 8 or 7, and that's just really a tough thing to come back from, mentally speaking, and literally everything speaking. But how are you going to handle this if you're 5 Ace? They are getting caught off by aggression. They're getting caught off, and look at how far back they're forced to play. I said I like the idea to sort of wait and try to punish, and they have been getting the punishes. But I think their mid-round reactions have been a little bit readable, because once Onic were punished, Onic were ready for the re-aggression there and the repositioning as quick as that. So I really think FA, once they get a punish, they maybe need to push onto a different side. The last time they got a double punish onto A, they just went straight for it, and that actually went against them in that round. So with this, I do think a change of pace is in order. Shiro is looking for that pick there towards Shower. He fires off a shot, but he doesn't actually land.
Oh, this may actually be really good, because now they made so much noise on A that there's still nobody on the B site. And oh, that is so smart. They are able to basically leave HNF to fend for himself. Cerberus is going to be holding it off, but those Seekers have done their job and then some. Onic comes in from the teleporter and basically stops FA from having any form of control other than the site itself. Shiro is going to have a pinata of a time as everybody's still trapped here. Severin waiting for the rest of its teammates, and this should be a cleanup unless Spring comes back to life. And my, oh my, FA, they did the job. I love it. They cut noise, making sure that A site was where the forces, the attention of Onic was, and Onic never really got any more map control outside of Hookah, and you saw that they sent 3 members to mid, whether it's somebody lurking, they could get a kill, and they waited for that close quarter combat to make sure that Seekers can get first contact as quickly as possible. It was a little bit risky, but it paid off in the end, 10-12.
The idea there for Onic was to, once HNF actually heard the footsteps, the teleport place would come in. But there were no footsteps. A good pickup, however. At the start of the round, Sheer is able to line up a double. And dry peeking the upper like that. I think this round is pretty much done here. Having said that, we've seen a couple of surprises, and Shiro, knowing that he has full reign over bathrooms right now, can go for more aggression if he wants to, and in fact, he will. Trying to get even closer and closer. Amenhola, nice shot from him. Might not expect HNF, who's just round about that corner here. Could be a quick flank. No anti-flank for this team, so definitely going to be a problem. Shot coming through. That's going to stop the Trailblazer in its path, though, but it's not going to stop him from re-peeking.
ENF is waiting so hard outside of market here. He's been patient. He's been pushing a lot more. And, oh, we might hit deja vu here. Thankfully, there are no Seekers.
Yeah.
But it seems like FA have decided rather to go for B left. Since they're lacking in terms of the number. They need to kind of compress where they're going to rush out. And since A is the way to go, that's going to be about it. But this is going to be difficult because first and foremost, there's still a gravity well. There's still a paint shell. And even through that orbital strike, this is going to be risky to say at the least. Esmond will be able to open up the site with just a flash. But that doesn't leave much for Amenhola to try to deal with. He's going to just try to wrap around, look to try to save this weapon, but he's pincered, rocking a hard place, corner pinch. HNF, he wants to push, and now with just 5 seconds, Amenhola, yeah, the timing couldn't have been better, but still, the risk of the round for FA is still there. They're match point, but Onic, they're so close to pushing it into overtime.
Onic know that this is the game that they need to get a 2-0 in. There won't be many chances, especially in the group of death. Amenhola has been doing quite well, but it seems like he has been slowing down. He's been getting the pickoffs earlier on, and especially on the other side, but now it's been the Shiro show, who's been getting pick after pick after pick, going aggressive towards bathroom. Now the response of 5 Ace is to go ahead and try to punish that off. Now they get information, they know that people are playing close, and instead, it's going to be Onic to go full aggression towards that B site. They've actually gotten all the way back here. Viper's Pit, a little bit of a Hail Mary play, but it's going to be enough to help them get onto that site for now. They have a flank working on the side of Onic, however, as they do begin that pincer move. This hesitation could prove to be lethal from them, as the spray from Onic is able to get blind too. And that's going to net them a double kill at the very start of it without even having seen anyone. The Viper Spit is still up, however, so this could prove a little bit difficult to work with, and I take that back. Because right now, they're currently melted away Monyet with the 4K to bring us to overtime and a flawless victory here for Onic, making the impossible somehow possible.
That was a deceptive play there from FA. You'd think if you use the Viper Spit, you're going to be safe to just come into the site, but because they started throwing out their utilities, their abilities, it was a ghosting though for Monyet to just spray hard on the entrance to Baths. And again, FA, because they don't have a Sage, and by this I mean just because they don't have a wall to block out pop shots from that smoke, it was such an easy shooting gallery for, again, Monyet. I mean, a deceptive play, my dude.
The thing with that play, Astra, is there's only really one way that you can come out from. And sure, the Viper Spit obscures their vision, but all Monyet had to do was just blind fire through it. Because showers, it's not the biggest of exits, Astra.
Yeah.
If four of you, crowd that area, someone's bound to get hit, and that's exactly what happened.
And they made so much noise.
They did.
If they tried to like slow push it, and Onic could actually second guess themselves and maybe not have tried to challenge. Yeah, exactly. Right? Because there is some time with the Viper Spit, the Viper doesn't have to be inside of it. I think like 15 seconds before it dissipates. And that's a lot of time for FA to wrap around. And you said it already. There was some flankers as well. Maybe FA could have just doubled back, but they doubled down on the ultimate itself and paid the ultimate prices because there's just nothing that stops from, again, Monyet with pop shooting. Anyways, FA here, they're going to be in a bit of a tussle. Okay, Esmond, he's been playing topsy-turvy, back and forth in the smoke. They spotted Risky MD lurking on elbow, but that's going to be a futile attempt. And FA, what a quick succession in that defense. And now they're match point once again.
FA with advantage overtime. One round away from making this very, very, very difficult game number one. Tedious, to say the least, for both of these teams, as the difficulty of it. Exciting for us, I'm sure, but both of these teams, definitely they don't want to be here in overtime. They wanted a little bit of a cleaner victory, but regardless, Onic, they have clawed their way, found themselves here in this overtime. Now, what can they do? Both of these teams have found so much success on their defensive side. How can they recreate it? Nice shot from Shiro. No possibility for the trade, despite the fact that they go for the double peek. He's still unpunished. Severin getting tagged up. 6 HP onto him. No way to heal him up. Flash is not good enough. Neither will be the tag. Severin, with 6 HP, comes out on top of Spring, expecting no one around that corner. And this is already the big flank coming up here from Monyet. They're just reading each other. It's a game of cat and mouse. There's the 3 remaining players here from FA. Scramble for an ounce of map control because none of it is going their way. Look at this. Monyet could just have the right angle. Oh, nobody's going to check him.
You know, with our perspective, this seems like everything is vacuum for me. But the timing on these players is so minute that it looks incredibly sus, but it's just the experience and right from the looks of it, hella hard on the communication side. Now, we've left Esmond and Shen to go, but as you said, Monyet was already on the big lurk, and since they don't really have any noise complaint on the B side, it's going to be A once again, and the Exterminator has done its work. Monyet once again, the monkey see, monkey do, second overtime. And look, a banana!
We're not being offensive to Monyet. That's actually what his name means. If you guys don't know Monyet, it means monkey in Bahasa.
Yes, it is. Legit. And we know this. We Googled it.
Yeah, this is why they're so strong on the defensive side, because there's a little banana snack there towards that spawn, isn't there?
Banana and milk. That's a good mix.
Yeah, it's healthy, isn't it?
Yeah. Calcium and then potassium.
It's really...
It's the Ciums.
It's really going to be all about who can break the defensive side first, because the defensive side here has just been unstoppable for both of these teams. And the answer for that, to get close to... disgusting shot right there from Monyet. Getting the timing right onto Esmond. They still have to deal with Spring, who has buried himself toward the back of the site. He's got reinforcements coming. They have not secured elbow, so they're going to be vulnerable from it to some extent here. The spike is yet to be committed as well, because they're still waiting around for the potential of a flank. Severance hanging around in the back, hoping to catch somebody up, but there's nobody there. Everybody's here towards that backless site, which is very, very much at risk at the moment. But up until Spring is able to get one here, they still have to deal with him. In a 1v3, it's not going to happen. And finally, they've broken the deadlock. Onic has found the decisive blow here up against the defenders. Can they recreate it again?
Match point.
That was so smart. Like, they had so much time. If somebody, you know, from chat, why are they planting? They still had so much utility, and they were waiting for Severin to go and help them out. First and foremost, a flash as defenders will be coming into the site itself is going to be hella crucial. And they still had Shiro, who had both of his recon abilities up. Both the recon dart and the Sova drone gave ample time and ample information to Onic as to what they need to be doing. And honestly, Monyet, he basically did a monkey style on elbow there, jumping hard and chasing wild onto FA's, I believe that was Esmond, that was stuck in elbow. And finally, Esmond, who was pretty good in that defense in the first overtime round, not going to be good to connect in the second one. And Onic, they flipped the switch, they flipped the script, and it's going to be them and match point.
5A's have... It's been the story of their tournament, hasn't it? Just to come so close and yet to fall short at the very last. Heartbreaking, to say the least, if they lose here. They'll definitely want this victory to boost their spirits, because even with their games against Paper X, they did amazing, but never enough to actually secure a victory here, just taking a loss up until the very last point. They're having trouble closing out games, even with a massive advantage.
FA, here it is. Everything but the kitchen sink being thrown onto the A site. Nick Pan waited for the gravity well, but, well, that's not going to be too well for him. Severin into the corner of the smoke. This could be big if that Viper drops. Severin still pushes in through this. Oh no, the damage be done. Chad and Amenhola left with their own devices. A miss on the flick, and this could be possible. KNF on the big flank now. Severin in the back of the side. 2 versus 1. 2 again. And Amenhola left by his lonesome, and oh no. Yeah, his pincered, 1 back, 1 forth, and here we go, moving forward. Onic take the first game. Yes, ladies and gents, that's the first game.
That was a hard-fought comeback, and well-deserved right there from Onic. 5Ace, they such a massive improvement for their team, and especially on their map pick. Just showing everybody why they deserve still to be here and see challengers, and I think that's not in question now. To go toe-to-toe with teams like Onic, to get close to almost taking them up against Paper Rex, these are not easy things to do. And I think at the end of the day, despite the fact that they haven't picked up a win just yet, 5Ace should still be proud of what they've accomplished.
Yeah, I think 5Ace, they didn't really have that much time to talk over what they needed to do to traverse the utility defense that was quite prevalent for Onic there. Honestly, you saw it a while ago that 5Ace finally baited in the utility by throwing some of their own. The gravity well wasn't there anymore, but by that time, though, I think the defense for Onic was incredibly solid. All they were really just waiting for is for FA to just charge right in. And again, because FA was blotting a lot of vision, this also kind of minimized their visibility with the members of Onic. And in return, Onic could just punish them, because all Onic really had to do was Severin wait behind the opponent's Viper smoke, throw out a flash of his, and go for that quick takes. He got 2, and that's all that he needed to do for Onic to get a closer step to victory in overtime.
Has been a game that took us to the finish line and back, and honestly, what a surprise that we've seen here. Didn't really expect it to get this close. Didn't expect to get to overtime, but it feels like this entire group stage has been a roller coaster ride, and this game is no exception. 5Ace, we came into this match thinking that they would be, I'd say, the odd man out in the group of death, and that honestly this would be a little bit of a wash, a little bit of a stomp, but this is actually the furthest thing from the truth, because we almost got to a double overtime here.
Definitely. Their defense is nothing to laugh or be trifle with. But the problem, I think, at the end is they needed something different when they're on the offense. They're, at least for Onic, they had a couple of set plays, but for FA, it was very much lacking. Anyways, we're going to be seeing if the series of 2 will end early or will we go for that 1-1? It's very important that FA get themselves one more because, again, they haven't really gotten a point in this group of death. We'll be back after a short break to let you know what happens.
We just witnessed the first map between Onic Esports and 5Ace. Well, boys, it appears that map number 1 went the way we thought it would, but not exactly. I mean, it really did go the distance. I'm sure you guys had a lot to say about that one, but if you were to condense it down to a single statement, I mean, what happened? Azra, starting with you.
There needs to be a bit more oomph in the attack of FA. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I honestly think it's for both sides here because that match went full Michael Bolton. It went the distance and more.
Michael Bolton reference. I like it. I like it.
You like Michael Bolton?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Michael Bolton.
I like Michael Bolton. All right. I'm glad we got
I like
that out of the
baseball.
way.
Never mind.
I only
This
know
is,
the song with Captain Jack Sparrow with Lonely Island. You guys check that out. That's a good song.
On to the topic at hand, folks. You know, Michael Bolton aside, it's just that Onic Esports and 5Ace, you know, we thought there to be a huge discrepancy in terms of power ranking, in terms of power level here, but that appears to be not the case here. But we're going into the map selection again. Again, that previous map went all the way to a 15-13 in favor of Onic Esports. And next up, we got Haven. What do you guys have to say about this map?
Well, for me, first and foremost, I think Onic has already proven that their Haven map is a hella strong map for them, whether it's defending or attacking. And this could be the toss-up that they're looking for. A 2-0 is something that I think Onic sorely need right now, especially when, again, they're in the group of death. So any win that they can take in opponents that they're much more comfortable at, ergo Full Sense and FA, is something that they need to take away as of the moment. For FA, though, I'm not sure, but since they're starting defense, this could still be good for them since they have shown that their defending side is way better than their attacking side.
Well, you know, honestly, this is Onic's map selection for a reason. They're going to be quite comfortable, with it. And it's not like they're playing a fool's game by just going ahead and picking a map that they have know nothing about here. It's something that I feel like 5Ace might not be so comfortable with, because if we look at my 5Ace's map history, the maps that they struggle on the most are the big ones like Haven, like Icebox, like Breeze.
I mean, that's a very valid point. And, you know, maps like Haven and Bind, for example, it's so easy to have a very proactive defense here. And likewise on attack, it's a pretty balanced map, I do believe. And again, it really favors that proactive playstyle. And I think Onic really has that down. But again, I expect this to be a really close one. Actually, I might actually recalibrate my prediction to a 1-1. You know, I'm going to give 5Ace the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Viminal, because, like, honestly, the defensive side earlier from both of these teams, it felt like they were locked behind steel bars the whole time. How could you even get out of that thing, get out of those defensive situations? It felt like it took miracles just to be able to break through. But if you notice one thing, the way that those two teams went about their defensive sides were very, very different. Onic found success on their defensive side by mixing up the aggression and actually taking map control and using the op to its fullest. On the other side, it was just a lot of good fundamentals and a lot of, I'd say, power plays coming up from the 5A squad.
Absolutely right there. Azurai, again, do you echo our statements here? A 1-1 perhaps possible, or are you locking in that solid 2-0 in favor of Onic?
I'm going to be locking in that solid 2-0. I feel like you're talking about metal bars and whatnot, but there's going to be some form of Shawshank redemption here for Onic. They're going to be able to escape these bars as they try to go for that attack in the first half of this game. I'm fully confident that Munyet and HNF are going to be bringing out that Phoenix, and it's something that can really add pressure to FA. And if FA hasn't seen the VODs yet from yesterday's matches, and they haven't adjusted, moving forward into this second series or second game in the series, they're in for a ride.
We can only speculate as of this moment that the story is about to unfold. We're going to head on over to Agent Select right now. Again, we are tuned in to Onic Esports versus 5Ace. This is the second to the last matchup of the night. Casters, the floor is yours.
And the floor is lava. Very, very hot between these two teams. Explosive is Onic, but same could be said with FA. They started on the defending side, and straight from the get-go, they do have a well enough controlling lineup here, as Amenhola will be playing as that star holding Astra. And for Onic, again, there it is, HNF back on Phoenix.
I like the idea of them swapping out the agents a little bit more. We haven't really seen Munyet very much up on that jet today, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Munyet was on the Rays in the previous game here, so I'm hoping to see what he brings on to the table here, because if the previous matches with Paper Rex were any indicator of how he was gonna do, then I'm very much excited to see this map, Michael Bolton or not.
Michael Bolton or not.
I mean, how am I supposed to live without you?
I only know the references, but I did not know that was Michael Bolton singing.
That is Michael Bolton. You know what? Educate yourself, Asteroid. B-Plant coming in here, but it's going to be the gravity well to slow it down. Still going to go down regardless. There's nobody really ready for it. So it's a good attacking side here for Onic as they catch 5A completely off guard. And right now they're still scrambling. Wait, did they just plant on towards A? You know, they still have Amenhola checking C long.
Oh, this is difficult because
Nobody is going to be going for the flank. It's all full face confrontation. And they have to hit a couple of these shots. Aminho is getting chased down. Oh, he had to reload, and Monyet was so prevalent to just keep on with the chase. Spring, though, is hitting some nasty shots. And Monyet's going to be going for the big flank, but the defuse, straight up, how did that happen?
That's a
In
bit
the blink of an
bizarre.
eye, dude.
Yeah. I'm a little bit befuddled, actually, by that last one, because just as quickly as Onic go for that plant, so does FA go for the defuse, and they're just kind of like, okay, here, take the plant, okay, I defuse. And then they're kind of just done. All right, that's just how it went. I think there was a lot of distraction coming up right there towards mid, and after that, they just stuck the plant. I don't know.
We needed a quick replay for that because I was wondering, there was so much post-plant for Onic, but it vanished as soon as it appeared. You know, like magic, but this is not what the type of magic you want to deal with. And Onic, they're not going to go in for a force buy, but they are looking for a straight push onto the C long side. That smoke making FA a bit conscious, and Aminhola's pop shots through it, actually connecting to a few members of Onic already. So it's a bit of a hi, hello. You know what? That's how you start off a relationship. Just hit them up, slide into their DMs, and quickly as they slide, get shut down by Esmond, who just says, nope, never mind. I got myself a boyfriend, and well, that's all she wrote.
What? Excuse me.
Yeah, we're reaching some levels here, man.
Reaching higher and higher levels. Great work on that anti-eco, keeping things very nice and tidy. And Onic, however, they have to try to win this game up right now, this bye. On their map, they want to start off strong here, especially on the attacking side, because as we know, Haven is still pretty much an attacking-sided map. Inherently, it is, because by nature, it forces the defense to split really by a lot. So they have to start off strong here. They have to get a few more rounds in, and if they lose this full buy up against this bonus, it spells a lot of trouble for Onic.
FA has peppered their side of the map with utility, as you can see. Esmond has been just busy. Look at how much coverage he has on both C and Garage with the help of their Astra Aminhola's stars here. But I think as Onic start to figure out what is happening around the corners, they figure out that A could be an open site for them. Still have to be worried that there is going to be close quarter combat. Shiro smartly uses the Sova drone, but Chen, he's playing a Sport. This leaves Spring for something, but not really anything, as Monyet quick to pull the trigger in A long, and he expends, or rather dispenses quickly the two at the site itself. Neckpan's going to be in the close contact against Smoke Dissipates. That's going to be a refrag for ANF, but this should be a good enough round for Onic. FA on the Sport side going to have to flush out themselves out of the spawn here for that retake.
It's a great round right now. So far from Onic, as they have gotten a massive advantage, but still it's becoming very expensive already, as Aminhola is able to get one, but Risky MD is able to rein it back before it gets a little bit too crazy with a K. 2-1 already. I wonder where those memes are coming from. Crazy with a K.
Quasi.
Quasi.
I don't know. Quasi cupcakes. I don't know.
I like cupcakes.
Yeah.
Red
I like
velvet.
cupcakes that aren't too sweet. Like, I'm a sweet tooth, but I don't like too much sugar. You know what I'm saying?
I don't believe you. But that round, like I said, was a little bit expensive.
Yeah.
Monyet is now on the Spectre. And so he's going to have to go in, I'd say, headlong into whatever site. Going to do exactly that. That's the Wind Orb. Just to bait out a couple of shots here and there. Get some information. But it's a look at that. What an entry from Monyet with the Spectre up close, demolishing Spring.
So if this setup for FA is all about burst contact, Onic cut the noise, take a slower pace, and try to clear every bit of utility with
regards or with having more time to just rotate around if they don't think it's going to be possible. So this works in their favor. That recon dart is definitely going to be spotting out Eminhole in the back of the side. He can't really get his way out of harm's way, and that's going to be a plant on the spike itself. That is going to be a retake, but this is a 2 versus 4, and Nick Pan is all the way on the other side of the map, and maybe just a save could be the option here for FA.
Saving very much on the books right now because, as you can see, the economy of FA, it's basically in ruins. And, you know, I said this a second ago here that stabilizing your economy on a map like Haven, which is so big, it's very, very crucial because you need to save up for those rifles to take those long-range duels, those long-range engagements. You need those operators, you need those Vandals or the Phantoms. If you're forced onto SMGs more often than not, you're going to be in a load of trouble here. And that's exactly the reasoning behind saving, despite the fact that there was still a pretty decent chance in that round, I'd say.
It definitely was, but Onic has found themselves in a good state. FA, utility-wise, or rather buy power-wise, I don't think they have money now. So their economy has been put to shame. And Onic is basically doing that thing in Game of Thrones where the lady was saying to the Lady Lannister, shame, shame, shame. And
yeah,
FA can't
the
buy.
walk of shame.
Yes,
of shame.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. At least we know, at least we can see eye to eye with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a setup difference now for FA. They're not really getting that much control here. They've been allowing their utilities to work for them, but it seems they're taking a much more proactive approach. Although Onic, because they do have the better weapons, still poses a big threat here and now. I think, as Onic do know that FA is going to be on the weaker buy, it seems like they want to try once again for the B site, but they're actually smartly baiting this. Just one Cloudburst has shown about 3 people on the B site itself. They deactivated the traps of Esmin, and all they need to do now is come into the site and plant that spike down.
Simple as 1, 2, 3. But as I say that, they getting into a little bit of close quarters here. They might not be facing too much trouble because they're not going to push towards Garage. Instead, they're going to push out of it. Nick Pan gonna get spotted by that turret, and that's gonna prove a little bit of trouble here, especially with Risky MD watching that, Severin to back him up. And this has looked like a clear-cut victory with only YH Shen standing in their way. I think he's gonna go ahead and save this. Not even gonna be allowed to do that. 3-2 here. Onic keeping things interesting with a flawless victory. That's definitely gonna help stabilize their economy.
FA should have the money to buy up now. They're stacking some form of moolah with the round loss bonus. And there it is. Interestingly enough, nobody has bought into the operator, but they might actually not have the buying power to do so. Or if they do, this is going to be the naked op, or the glass cannon op, I'd say. No utilities, no shield, raw dog it with the op, but that's going to be very very risky.
Shut your mouth right now. Late into the game here. Sorry, early on into the game. It's getting late here. As 3-2, Onic, they're playing so far. Look how much respect they're giving 5-Ace. They're playing so far back in the fear that somebody's going to go ahead and push them because FA have shown that they have the propensity to go for those aggressive pushes, but nobody's biting. Instead, they're just kind of just wasting a lot of the time. No one's really burning utility. It's kind of just a waiting game right now, Asarai.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my composure back a bit here, but yeah, it has been the waiting game, but this waiting game is not really all for naught for Onic. Again, I think as of the moment, they've been clearing out as much utility as they can, and it seems like since they found a bit of noise on B and C, they're looking for that A site. And Onic, I think the play that they're doing as of the moment is using the Sova drone to catch people who are just hiding in these crevices in the close quarters. But they're going to find nobody. And this should signal Onic for something explosive onto the A site. They don't really have that much time anymore, and it's all about the contact for them. The double lineup for Nick Pan is going to be solid. It's going to be good. And he's just going to be at the back of the site like a sentry, like a turret. Although Onic, quick to the trade, as that smoke isolates Yi-Chen from his teammate. Now this plant on the spike will be in the god spot, and even if Esmond puts out the Killjoy ultimate, the lockdown, it's all going to be so detrimental. He's going to just dodge right in, but he's going to get pinged down, and one more charge, one more line up. Sees Shiro, not going to win the duel, and still, with the ferocity of Nick Pan, futile attempt. Onic still claimed the site, claimed the round.
I think he thought he could get the the timing right as we go into a timeout of the Hunter's Fury, just swinging at the wrong time there, and that leads to another eco. And I'll take a little bit of a short break here as we go into the technical timeout. Story time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the very last game of the day, so if you guys are wondering what else we have in store for you, the very last game of the day is going to be Full Sense and Paper Rex. That's going to be a good one. Probably the, I'd say, highlight of this group of death here. And that's going to be Black and Blue and Black and Blue and Dax to be casting it with Asteroids the host.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, I mean, because, like, the last game of the day is really going to tell a tale here. Paper Rex, they're, I wouldn't say completely in the clear, but because of that 2-0 they got early on, their chances are skyrocketing right now, which is why, like we said earlier, Onic, they really need to get a 2-0 here. Otherwise, they'd struggle going up against Full Sense because they only got a 1-1 up against Paper Rex. And, you know, Full Sense, they also got a 1-1 up against Onic. Yeah, they got a 1-1 against Onic. And so their match against Paper Rex is going to really tell the tale here. Full Sense, they're going to need at least a 1-1. So it's pretty much a scary thought.
Onic, they still haven't, because again, this is a round robin tournament. So the only other option Onic has right now in terms of matchups here for their group of death after FA is Paper Rex. That is their most difficult matchup. And that is going to be happening, I believe, on day 4. So they still have like a day to try to, you know, figure out what they have to do before that time. But again, if they can steal the rounds now, if they can at least build a bit of point safety net, if you want to call it, that's going to be super important, because it's all going to count down to how Full Sense will be playing, as you mentioned. It's also going to count down as to how Onic deals with arguably the best team in the Malaysia-Singapore region, which is Paper Rex. And if Paper Rex has a good day, oh boy, it's going to be in for a ride.
Well, okay, Paper Rex, they haven't really had a good day in a while. Like,
yeah,
they got a 2-0 against 5-Ace, sure, and that was pretty nice. But I'd say up against, like, other top teams, like, you know, Full Sense, other top teams, especially, even in their own region, Paper Rex have been struggling. They were not the seed 1. Remember this. The first seed from the Malaysia-Singapore region was Uwu, in which they lost. Shut up. They lost the 3. I love that team. I love that team. I love that team name.
Yeah, it's like Korea's looking for a girlfriend, I think, or is that Japan?
I hope that an org really picks these guys up and lets them keep the Uwu logo, because, like, you know, we're having these the really serious team intros with, like, the really cool graphics, and then they're Uwu with just the logo popping up.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I need girlfriend, not looking for girlfriend. But either way,
so we have I need girlfriend going versus Uwu in a tournament. That'll be the day.
Yeah. When are we gonna get these super weeb / zoomer terms to be?
This is why we love Valorant. This is why we love Valorant.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested that nobody has named themselves Team 7 or something.
Why?
No, you know, no love for the old guard of anime lovers.
Oh,
you know, it's Team 7. It's Naruto's team.
Yeah, right. I've never watched Naruto.
Oh, that's okay.
I like Voltus 5. That's how old I am. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Are you Filipino if you've never... Sorry, I just wanted to finish this.
Voltus
Are you
5?
Filipino if you've never watched Naruto or Voltus 5 or Slam Dunk?
Wait, hold on. I've never seen that bear there.
It's been there for forever, dude.
No.
Yes.
Doesn't the bear have a name?
Teddy?
No, shut up. No. Chat, help us out. No, because like the penguin is named Dan.
That is so random.
And I think they've named it after someone, but all the mascots, they have names in Valorant. So, fun fact for all the viewers, all the mascots, like the Corgi actually has a name. Do you remember the name of the Corgi?
Oh, dude, I can't remember. But I remember he's like the dog
like
that passed away, and they immortalized his name
in Valorant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they all have names.
I don't know. I only remember the employee of the month, Paul.
No, I'm telling you that they have names.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know the name.
Know their names.
Maybe his name is Behringer.
Why? You know what
or
they should
Barry
name?
Manilow.
No, you know what they should name the next mascot?
Yeah.
Michael Bolton. Look, man, I'm a fan. I'm not letting this go.
Yeah. Okay.
How am I supposed to live? No, I'm not gonna go into that right now. We are gonna go back to our faces for a meantime because we do have a little bit of a technical pause that we do have to sort out. For now, we don't really know how long it's gonna take. There seems to be a very serious face problem that's happening.
I seem to have put my jacket backwards. Somebody help me. Somebody stop me.
You know, that's just how old you are with the mask references. I haven't heard... I literally have not heard the mask reference since I was like 12.
Wow, are you serious?
The last Mask movie that came out was like Son of the Mask. And it's the fun fact, did you know that the worst movie with the worst ratings ever in the history of time is The Son of the Mask?
Oh yeah, I did not like that movie at all. At least for AAA releases, that actually has like a
good
big
budget
studio behind it. Yeah. Dude, I have seen some B movies that are better than that. There's this Attack of the Killer Donuts movie.
I would watch that.
It's so hilarious because
I'd put that right up there with Sharknado. All right.
You gotta respect Sharknado though. They had like 4 releases.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, Sharknado. Respect for the B movies. There's a lot of B movie appreciators in this world.
Yeah,
and
isn't there like a B movie that like was a B movie and then it got like support from a big studio, so they made it into a legit movie, the sequel?
I don't know that.
I have no idea. I think there was, but
people in chat are calling me too old for Naruto, and that might be true because my time was Dragon Ball Z and Ghost Fighter.
I mean, technically that's around the same time that like the starting episodes of Naruto also came out. If you were just watching, them in like morning cartoons in GMA or something.
Yeah.
In local TV, yeah.
Local television.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the things I miss about having like television where you tune in at a specific time every day, and if you miss it, you miss it. You gotta be there. But speaking of things that have to be there, you gotta be here for this match because we're continuing with it. Round 7 right now. 4-2 is the scoreline. Onic in the lead. Not a big lead, but it's been 4 rounds in a row that they have won. Up against 5 Ace right now, and they only really have shotguns.
Well, shotgun, it's a good defending weapon. I can hear it already. The old man saying, "Get off my property!
Get off my lawn!
Get off my lawn, kid! You darn kid!"
That's gonna be you when you get older.
Provided I actually have property.
Yeah. Millennial problems. It is what it is.
Millennial problem.
We're not gonna get into capitalism right now. 4 versus 2. 4-2, excuse me, is where we find ourselves. And again, these teams are just so happy to play super passive, super far back. I think a lot of it is because the previous game, where we went on bind, there's just so much aggression coming out from both defending sides. Now it's a completely different story. This is the game of sitting and waiting and being patient.
Again, they're just holding a little bit here, trying to get that info. They still do have Shiro's Sova drone, and this is going to be one of the pivotal things that they need to clear out the site. But one of them as well is going to be HeyNF charging in, reckless abandon with the run it back, and he catches Esmond, who was just creeping up from sewers. Rather unfortunate. He could have maybe had a wraparound, but as you can see, Severin was on the case just if ever there was one to pop out from there. Spring has whipped out the blades once more, and this Blade Storm, is he going to be able to whip out a Hurricane? As they definitely do desire and need it. Dropping down from heavens, catched off as HeyNF was looking for it. And Amenhola, well, stuck in that one Hola outside of A main.
I think obviously he's just waiting for picks, just hoping to get lucky, make things a little bit expensive. I think he will need to die. Yeah, and he does, because he wants to get the money for the next round here. It's a flawless round for Onic. Yet again, helping them stabilize their economy and stave off the onslaught, the forces of 5A. So,
okay. I mean, we're just looking straight into the replay here, and nothing really anything out of the ordinary there. But FA, as you mentioned, really struggling in these rounds. I don't think we had a tactical timeout in the first half for FA, but this is something that they might need moving forward into this. But what is something that they can try to do is maybe equip Spring with an operator, but they haven't really done that as of yet. And again, Munyet has just been using this Cloudburst for middle map control, not really to push the B site. Again, just to figure out where the utility is. And I think a byproduct of this is because they're taking so much control for these close quarters, it also signifies or signals Onic that there's nobody going to be close in contact that will be able to lurk and flank them if ever they do decide to multi-stack onto a site.
You're absolutely right. It's really just all about the information game here on Haven, because just the sheer breadth of the map, it's all about economics in terms of information. How do you get information? How do you deny information, especially on the defensive side? And so far, Onic have been doing a good job at taking the information that they're given and working with it. Now, 5Ace, they've been fairly decent at it. Look at that. One single smoke from C is enough to bait 4 members of 5Ace to going for this rotation when it's actually going to be a C hit. So great job right there. Onic, they secure the site very, very simply. Nice shot right there from Moniette.
There's just going to be one
no.
lurking into the corner. Wait, they didn't hear him.
They didn't hear him.
Shots already.
What? Because it's a Phantom, and they still not turning his way. Okay, they finally turn his way. 5Ace needed to do a little bit better on the communication with that and a little bit better with the audio cues. Might have been getting calls at the moment here, but it's going to be the showstopper, not going to be finding its mark. Risky MD around this corner. They're going to defuse it, and they're not going to peek around it? Did Severin DC? No, he didn't. He's just waiting.
Well, goes on fake.
Wait. What? I would have thought that he would have at least deployed the lockdown.
Yeah. Maybe he was, I don't know, having some issues or something, but regardless, that's still a round that FA took by storm. I'm still gonna be happy with it because at least bridges the gap slightly. How's the movement now for Onic? Seems like everybody is on the roll. Severin, yeah, he's leading the charge here. He's leading the pack. Has a bit of utility for that anti-flank, but it seems like since their C was not as good, they needed the smokes to kind of start everything off and, of course, keep FA in the dark. They need to use that now. The bait, it's good. It gravitates people, but they need it for the post-plant. Retake is something that they have to respect a lot more here. There's the double smoke coming out from the Astro once more, and they just charge right in. All right, the dash in from Monyet, but Yichen good on the catch. Amenhola doubling up back in the site. They're lining up beautifully here for FA, and they're crumbling down at the seams, leaving Shiro and Risky MD to fend off for themselves. There is an ultimate for Risky MD. He can bring this all the way around if he wants to do so. But Shiro, on the other hand, close quarter, hiding inside the smoke, and Risky MD, oh, he's close. He's going to make so much noise, and this opens stuff up for Shiro. The trade is going to be good. Wait, they're dancing in the moonlight, and that is going to be Risky MD at the top of it, sweaty but successful.
I'm very much confused, honestly, by this round right here. Look, I just want to double check real quick on the utility, but at some point, I feel like a lockdown should have come into play. Severin has had it, and they could have, I think, come out of that round much cleaner had it been, deployed. But I guess they didn't see the point in it because Chen has his Hunter's Fury. Maybe that's the reason for that call. Regardless, they win the round. And they find themselves 3 rounds ahead on their attacking side. Now, 3 ultimates available for FA. And they have players playing this close angle. Amenhola holding up close like this might actually net them a kill. The Stinger, very much a deadly weapon in their right hands.
And you can actually still go for the heavy right clicks, but Amenhola don't need it. Lines it up. Gets covered by the recon dart, but almost actually dispenses Risky MD once more. This is a save round, but Onic have all but lost it in the big flanks from Nick Pan, panning dividends, and that is going to be a thrifty round win for FA from just sheer peek through the smoke by Amenhola. Let's look at that one more time.
Brave play right there. Spotted out. Doesn't matter. Here's a barrage of footsteps. And instead of running away scared, he gets closer. He steps up to the challenge. And he's able to knock it out of the park. What a round for Amenhola. That's a massive, massive win on a round that they had no business winning. This gives them a massive boost to their economy and makes things very expensive for Onic. They even keep 3 ultimates up here, but everybody seems to have their ultimate up, save for 3 members in this entire server. So it's really going to be about who uses it and how they'll use it effectively.
Spring now on an operator. So if Onic don't get a sniff of this, well, they're going to have a horrendous smelling substance that will be emanating from sewers. Oh, Spring. He's just about to explode, but oh, that just gave away all of the information. They're still going to be charging A here, but Spring has yet to use his Tailwind. So this first contact, he is just very confident to try to challenge on. And you can see that Onic knows about this. They're going to hold it off for much longer, baiting the shot with a run it back. But there is the Cosmic Divide to stop them from coming into the site once more. Although Monyet really loves to go for the challenge. And the weaponry from Spring, oh my goodness, not going to be good. And Esmond and Amenhola left again to go for this. I wasn't even looking at maybe a 2 versus 3, but no, they're just low. It's a 2 versus 5 clutch, if ever, or maybe just save the weapons.
That's got to be a save here, but honestly, Spring needed to have done a little bit better on that. Those shots had to have connected right there. I mean, I know it's a little bit easier said than done, especially under the pressure, getting pushed onto site, but those were clear-cut shots right in front of him that would have given his team a chance at holding that round. But instead, Onic, they take A without even using that much. The only thing they really used in terms of utility, in terms of ultimates rather, was the run it back. That just means that they have so much to work with here. And I think these teams playing so passive with their ultimates, they needed to have used them a little bit earlier on. YH Chen, instead of playing on top of that site, maybe could have used this ultimate to, force them back, or use the lockdown to... And here we go. Let's take a little bit of a replay onto that. I think we're going to see that miss. This close. There's this close. There's no reason that you should be missing that shot.
Usually you only have about an extra chance after you use a Tailwind before you're caught in no man's land. But missing... actually, he didn't miss that many shots. It's just that one that was in contact with Monyet. But because of how much utility he had to try to clear out with the bullets from that operator, it really put
a big hamper on things. Spring, though, okay, he's gonna try to at least pick himself back up. Now equipped with the Phantom, shooting through the smoke, catches one off. And this puts a bit of difficulty for Onic to try to take the site once more. They don't have HNF's ultimate. They're not really going to have that much utility to break into the site, more of just to try to get the post plant, rather. But at least they still do have HNF, but he's used all of his flashes, and this is going to be all about the dry peak, dry contacts.
See if they can make those peaks work for them, but both of these teams, they're really holding on to their ultimates. It's been like 4 or 5 rounds that they've had these. And it's the very last round. They better start using them because it's been tough, and they just lost the lockdown. Severin was unable to use it completely. They've lost Monyet already, now a 3v5. And YH Shen here,
30 seconds left.
he's going to have to come up huge. I'd like to see him play passive and use his Hunter's Fury for any take that Onic can actually go and try to do. Now, they're going up and making an approach towards Garage. They still have the lockdown for Esmin. It should be coming up any second now. There's no time to deny it. And he misses the opportunity. Doesn't even get to use it now.
10 seconds left.
And it's a 2v1 as Risky MD is going to get moved across that corner. Will be finished off, and YHN finally getting to use his ultimate. Okay, I'm happy that he actually used it. Took a little bit of time, and it wins him the round. Great stuff from 5ace.
You know, there was 10 seconds left into that clock for Risky MD. He could have used his ultimate, because a plant on a spike is 4 seconds. A From the Shadows cast time plus teleportation is 4 seconds as well. So he had about a sliver to bypass the rest of the two and try to make it into a 2 versus 1 where he might have the catch on them if he positioned himself well enough in a different site, maybe the A site. But he was probably a little bit afraid of the push now. And in any case, you end that, as you mentioned, 7-5, and Onic gonna be the ones to defend the sites now. And what's gonna be the setup for them? A little bit default, but the triple peak on long. This is gonna get bloody. They're gonna be hugging the corners now. This recon dart is gonna give them some information. Oh no, wait! They got exposed. The recon dart on A long as well. It's explosion. Expose for both of the teams.
The body block comes in as well off the satchel charge, I think, and net them a little bit of damage. Nothing too much to write home about here, but the play to go towards that B site. Nobody really waiting for them right now, but Severin right around the sneaky corner gets the timing. Plant still goes down regardless. They haven't dealt with the player onto site. Nick Pan's good for 1 here. Shero's looking for that flank. He actually lands that tag with Hey and F, but he's going to be dismissed and absolutely destroyed here by Shiro, who's working that angle. The defuse hasn't come in just yet, but in a 2v1 like this, he's got it to half. Can he get even more? The footsteps coming in. Good right click, and the second one. Risky MD to bring his team back from it. Onic have found their victory on the pistol, yet again in a clutch.
Shen made the biggest mistake. We need to see that last play from Risky MD first and foremost. The first thing that I think Onic did correct here was they were able to expend, I believe, Amenhola, and that was it. You saw that? Recon Dart was used by Chen, but it didn't go inside the smoke. So they had to push in 1 by 1. And that was unfortunate, because if they got the Recon Dart inside it, that would have been a straight up shoot through smoke. Obvious, but
actually, if he just simply shot the Recon Dart onto the wall, that would have even revealed the position, because the smoke wasn't even that deep.
Exactly, but still, the small issue, the small mistakes, man, allowing Onic to clutch rounds like these.
The small things matter, Asarai.
That's what you say to yourself every day, bro.
Indeed, because, when things build up, sometimes they get out of control, all right? Just like the rounds here from Onic. They're picking up round after round, even the ones that shouldn't be going their way. And 5ace, they've made a good showing so far, but the mistakes, the very unforced errors have really been what's preventing them from tying up and getting a leg up on this series.
Well, Monyet is going to be on the straight up peak, and he just dashes on out of there so quick, so good. And that is going to be leaving, well, these attackers, Amenhola and Esmond, to fend off for themselves. Ooh, I think Monyet did spot out one there, which was Esmond. He had no chance to clutch that one out, unless maybe he hit the shot with the Sheriff at point blank range, but even then, Onic start to build a bit more rounds here, Ilu, and they're very close to closing out this particular match here and this series. And again, I think the chat was talking about it. I'm not really exact on the points because I think there's only like 1-per-1 for a group, this group of death. But again, Onic is looking to go for a 2-0 that if ever they go up against Paper Rex, they might be
Paper Rex is the only one to have 3 points.
They're
the only one thus far. Paper Rex right now, they're leading the bracket with 3 points. Everybody else, they've only gotten 1 apiece. So it's still very much up for grabs right now. Onic, they have a chance to actually tie and actually be ahead of Paper Rex because Paper Rex have yet to play today. But if Onic actually get a 2-0, they're going to be in the lead with 4 points. And it's all going to be up to Paper Rex to somehow win a match later on in the last game of the day.
Yeah, and that is going to be, what, Paper Rex versus... what was it again? I forgot which that was. Oh, Paper Rex and Full Send. So it's going to be a heavy-hitting game. I think that's the most anticipated game for Group B. So that's going to be something.
Good information there. They actually get him far back, but the backup from Hey and F getting Monyet in a very safe spot here, helping his team get out of a sicky situation. That's one rifle down the drain. And they're going to try to commit towards this A site. The trades are good, and even better for Onic as they get the numbers in their favor. There's another crossfire that they have to deal with, and they can't do it as Shiro, with the Sheriff in close range, finds the dome on the 2 last remaining players, the 5 ace.
And that matches. Sheriff Shiro on the case. Stopping bad guys to get in here on your base. Oh, that second shot, thow.
Yeah,
he was
that was
controlling
nice.
the spray. That was nice.
And that's very difficult to do because the accuracy reset on the Sheriff, I mean, even at that close range, it's not the easiest thing to manage. So, well done from Shiro, who I think has been, in my opinion, the most impactful player from Onic, with the operator from the last round and his actually good use of utility and ultimate. I think he's the shining light here for Onic. Monyet's been great, especially with the shots like that. And Severin has had his moments. But I think this series, these 2 games, it's all about Shiro.
Yeah, he's been silently holding the back of the line like a fart. He's been silent but deadly as well.
Fair enough.
It has been, though.
I'm not one to keep them silent. The louder the better is what I always say.
Did you know that there's actually...
That's how you assert dominance.
Assert dominance by just like ripping one out as loud as possible?
Rip. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of ripping one out, Nick Pan, okay, he's making some statements with the Sheriff, but Severin still in the back of the side, but Esmond, he's holding no regard for dear life as he just charges right in, but immediately refragged by Hey and F, and I thought he was just selecting, the shopping gallery for skins, but he's a good guy. He's gonna save some for Risky MD.
Risky MD, he's also been a player that has been, I think, shining in this limelight that he has been given. A lot of clutch rounds for him, even in the previous game. Even in the previous game, he's been putting up the numbers here. Nick Pan for FA was great yesterday, had a lot of great rounds today as well, but I feel like the late rounds and just towards the end of the round is really where 5 ace really struggle. And I think that has to do with a little bit of experience that they're lacking. Not just in terms of the international scene, but I think as players is sort of where they're, I think, lacking a little bit.
I think that might be true as well, but you never know. FA, as this round begins, they've been spreading themselves around mid for that control. Haven't really gotten much, but again, it's the same thing that Onic was trying to do previously. But the difference here is that if FA try to go for a location where the controller, the Sentinel, is not at, this could be big for Risky MD, but he baits the shot in and Esmond finds nothing, throws at the paranoia, throws at the smoke, and that's some coverage for defense for you. It seems as at least the paranoia was expended already. FA might be looking hard onto C because there's no big flashes anymore. If they read correctly that HNF is somewhere on the A side, this could be an execution that they are looking hard to go and expecting to get some value off of, which they do. Double kill at the back of the site, and FA, their reads be good.
This is what I want to see from 5A. So the hard entry. Utilize your double duelist. Utilize the amount of firepower that you have on your team to get onto the site, and it works for them. However, they've been stifled a little bit. They lost one player. Not too much to worry about, however. Still a 3v4. Could get hairy if it comes down to it. Monyet looking to get that entry, but trade for trade right now. YHN is backing up his teammate, and KNF, he's made this happen. He's brought it to a 1v1 somehow. 3 kills for him. Could it be a 4? Time is ticking away. The spike is planted in an unusual spot here. He's regaining health. The shock dart is enough to finish him off. Didn't recover in time. And YHN, he had the Hunter's Fury even if it came down to it. Regardless, it was a great round for FA.
One enemy remaining.
I'm trying to see what the damage is with the shock dart. I thought it was 75. But he was 77.
I think there was... Yeah, you're right. It is 75.
Okay. I am not sure. I know that there's more damage. I think there's more damage if you're in the center of the shock dart. Again, maybe the chat can clarify with us because I'm not really a Sova player, so I don't know. Or Viminal can maybe see us and message how much the damage or how big the damage is. But
sorry, I take that back. The damage of the shock dart is 90. 90 when you're dead center.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Because I was straight up like looking directly at HNF's HP because I knew what he was trying to do already, and he was risking it, but it was incredibly possible. Only shy a few more seconds for something, and shy a few more seconds to get the refrag, but not going to be enough. A split-second tailwind saves the gluteus maximus of Monyet here, and this really hampers a lot of the things because Chen is needed as a Sova to enter the site. That recon dart's so prevalent, and now look at the triple stack that Onic has done. They're gonna have to scout this out, the old-fashioned way, and this could be difficult, especially when Spring is down to 59.
YH Shen, the person that they really needed to help them get onto site, gone from the equation. That's gonna prove to be there, but I am back now. As we go back into the game here, still a 4v5, excuse me. They have ultimates right there on the Shiro, who's holding very, very passively. Lockdown is deployed. That's going to allow them a little bit of control here towards Garage, and I think that's going to bait them towards that B side. Risky MD gets a beautiful paranoia in and gets a turnaround kill, gets a good shot in. Amenhole is good for 1, but that's it here. With 9 seconds left, it's impossible for Esmond to get back into this round. Has to make a mad dash towards site into the waiting arms of Severin, who will claim match point here for Onic, and they're this close right now to getting 3 points for their team.
They had to go into this literally and figuratively blind because they didn't have the recon dart, the reconnaissance that Sova does give. They didn't know what was waiting for them at the back of C. And even if they were counting utilities from Onic, they still had no time to think about that. And a straight up use into C long with a paranoia was just what the doctor ordered for Risky MD to clean out the round. Yes, he was picked off by Amenhola the last dredges of the second, but Amenhola had no time. He had a numbers disadvantage. It's all about that disadvantage because Onic is one step closer into winning another match here for themselves, possibly the 2-0.
2-0 is definitely what they want if they want a better chance at coming into this paper. Rex very much ahead of the pack right now, and their next map is going to tell the tale of who's really going to be in the lead here. So far, the front runners going to be Onic and Paper Rex at the very end of this, but this is looking like it's done and dusted here. A 2v5, Esmond only on a Sheriff. He's been great before, but it's going to be too difficult right now for Nick Pan in a 1v4, and there's 4 ultimates not even going to be needed. Onic are going to take the victory. 3 points going to their squad. They now take the lead in the group of death. That's Group B. And they are currently the leaders of this scoreboard. So Onic G coming out of the woodwork. None of us expected them to do this well, but suddenly they're at the top of the pack.
And they actually have a really good chance at staying at the top of that pack, depending on how the next match undergoes. Paper Rex versus Full Sense. And at the end of it, that's going to be such a good match to see as well. But before that, again, Onic have themselves a well-deserved 2-0 victory. And as you mentioned, 3 points, jettisoning them into that leaderboard. And they showed to us what a team from Indonesia can do. Not only do they have that fatal aggression that could just wipe out teams in the blink of an eye, but they've also incorporated a lot more reads and a lot more strategies as to how they approach. Some of those reads, as you can see, was very, very minute and split second decision made, but it really counted in the end as they were racking up the rounds against FA.
I think at the end of the day, let's talk a little bit about 5Ace. 5Ace have nothing to be ashamed about. They've gone, I don't think they're going to make it into this group right now. They were placed in the most difficult group, I think, in this entire tournament. And they come out going up against some of the best teams in SEA, and they perform well. Enough to win a map, for sure, but definitely well enough to make everybody notice. And I think they should still be proud of how they played here.
Well, even if that is the case, at the end of the day, FA still have yet to put a point on the board, and time is running out. We still need we have 2 more days, but it might be over for them. Never mind, never know what is going to happen. Anyways, we're going to go in for a quick break, and when we come back, it's the last series of the day, Paper Rex versus Full Sense. Don't go anywhere. an incredible performance from Onic G as they get that 2-0 up against 5 Ace, jettisoning them again to the top of the leaderboards for the group of death in Group B. But now we look forward to the next series, the last series of Group Stage Day 2, Paper Rex versus Full Sense. My name is Asarai. I'll be your host, and joining me now are our analysts / casters, Dax and Black and Black. I have no idea why I did that, but how are you, gentlemen? Dax, how are you feeling about this first match?
I'm feeling good that you're there on the hosting test because we basically are bulking you backstage. That's right, calm down. It's the final stretch, but what a match we had a while ago between Onic and 5 Ace, and 5 Ace proving that they belong, but Onic, this is really that feel-good story, building up even more chapters to it, right, Black and Blue?
I mean, for sure, it's such a heartbreaking loss, to be quite honest with you, from FA, with them kind of taking the lead there on map number 1, and Onic making another great comeback that we saw here today. We saw one right before that in the match between CBT, so it's such unfortunate for them, but you know, FA, hope is not out just yet, but it's kind of looking like that.
Well, it's all going to be decided with this specific match. Looking straight into the standings, look at that, gentlemen. Group B, Onic have 1 point ahead Paper Rex, and this is a crucial turning point for the Group B, as we dub it the Group of Death. Paper Rex and Full Sense, arguably the two top teams in this group, will be butting heads for the first and last time in this particular group stage, and that will definitely dictate who will have the higher chance to get into that playoffs. On the other side, just a quick recap on Group A, we have Bren and Cerberus still at the lead, and I think not Group Bren rather, but Bren in Group A I think has secured already a good enough slot for the playoffs. We're still waiting for C and D, but yeah, as you were saying, Dax.
It's almost for Bren. They just need one more map win, or it depends on the differential. But really, guys, the next map between Paper Rex and Full Sense, I think could be the most impactful one. One of these two teams might not make it out of the group stage, and that's already a big indicator of how deadly this group is, with Onic positioned at the very top. And if you look at the SAA leaderboards, basically, Full Sense, Paper Rex, these are effectively the number 2 and number 3 seeds from last time, and they never go down below that top 5, right, Black and Blue? This is gonna be a big matchup.
For sure, guys. I mean, what we're looking at here is either a potential kind of preview of what our semifinals would be, the lower bracket repeat of last seed challengers that we did have. The lower bracket finals wherein, of course, Paper Rex, they faltered there to Full Sense, even though they've typically historically won series against them. But I mean, as we're moving into things here, Onic, for them to get that 1-1 yesterday versus Full Sense, they just completely threw things for a loop.
And speaking of Full Sense, Dax, I'm going to be throwing this at you. Is this Full Sense gonna have a chance heading, toe-to-toe with Paper Rex?
Well, hasn't the history given us that answer already? It's a resounding yes. Full Sense, though, swapping things out as Zeldin has retired, and Superbus, of course, still a teammate from that NG Black roster, is there to stay. And what we've seen from Full Sense so far, it's really been their best form, and it's been absolutely incredible. But bitter rivals on the other side, Black and Blue, and that's Paper Rex over there.
Man, if you're tuning into the C Challengers for the first time, this is the regional rivalry you should be wary of. Bankai, Forsaken, Davai, Mindfreak, and Shiba. This 5-man roster, well, let me tell you, they sent Full Sense in the last C Challengers down to the lower bracket, and, well, Full Sense, they got their, redemption and their revenge in that lower bracket. So we went up 2-1 in that one. For the most part, Paper Rex have been successful in a series against Full Sense, but just not the last time where it mattered the most.
Well, here's our head Cha-La-La and Benkai going up against each other in the head-to-head. ACS is fairly similar. Actually, all across the board, all of their stats are looking pretty dang good here. And honestly, for Full Sense, Cha-La-La-La.
Did you say that correctly?
I think I did.
Yeah.
He's been a good anchor, and Benkai could be the same, but I think even if you do see this head-to-head, do you think that Cha-La-La-La is a better player than Benkai overall, as we are looking at the map selection?
Well, loaded question. I'm just going to say you're pretty even, and they put in the same impact as the Sentinel role. But here we go, guys. Look at that map pool. Split Ascent, and I'm gonna give you some numbers real quick. The last 4 times Paper Rex and Full Ascent met each other, Split was a map. And the last 4 times as well, Ascent was a map there 3 times out of those 4. And this is just absolutely home turf to the Clash of Champions, basically. These guys fight each other on these 2 maps so many times. And I gotta say, it's a pretty even map pool after everything is said and done.
I have to agree. I mean, last time they fought Split, it went in the way of Paper Rex 13-6, and they did the same thing Full Sense the last time they met on Ascent, the map right after, 13-6 in the favor of Full Sense. So really, the maps don't matter here. It's who can adjust mid-game the best and who can really kind of counter-read what's going to be happening. This is, as I said, the rivalry of the region if you're tuning in for the first time to see challengers, and so you can expect a preview of what even might be a finals match.
We're about to send it into that game where both of these guys with me right now will be casting that for you. Is it going to be Tyrannosaurus Paper Rex, or will it be the Full Sense of Victory to come in for this series of 2? We'll see. So we'll be sending it to that series now. Let's go.
Another tragedy, and we just seem so numb. Need the peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets we see police don't freeze but run. And then that thing that you know, somebody reach for the gun. Let the murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
Back in towards Cake. Oh, what a play here. What? Can you say finals worthy matchup in the group stage? Here we are, guys. This might be the only time these 2 teams will clash, but we know that this has been historically a clash of the Titans, 2 apex predators of the SEA scene. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Full Sense versus Paper Rex. This is a big one. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and since Asteroid forgot to give us a little bit of that prediction, I know he went 1-1 to play it safe. We got some hot takes for you, Black and Blue. Who do you think is going to take this series?
You know, losing that last series for them really, I think, was a big downer for the side here of Paper Rex. It's something they're going to keep on their shoulders, a chip on them, and for them to be able to go up against here Full Sense, the team that eliminated them in the last Sea Challengers, I think they're going to come on this with a vengeance. And that's, honestly, they might say love is the strongest emotion, but no, anger is, and revenge is certainly within that state. So, for Paper Rex, they're going to come into this as angry as you're ever going to see them. Tyrannosaurus 2-0 in their favor.
Oh, that's scary, and that feels very feisty. But you know, I'm gonna go the other way. Yes, many would say potentially this is gonna be a 1-1. Their scoreline has always been 2-1 in every single one of those series, and there's a bit of that game 1 curse. You win game 1, you don't win game 2, 3. But this is different too, and this is the perfect opportunity from one of these 2 Titans to knock out the other from the running. But from what I've seen, Full Sense and how they've been playing so far, how they've been competing with the likes of X10, with many in the community on the Thai region, I think it's their time now to keep it up and grow even more. For me, it's a Full Sense 2-0, especially as they're the ones who won out the last time they had that venture, winning out in that lower bracket final versus Paper Rex after they were knocked down there from the upper bracket in the first place and allowing Full Sense to secure that second place in the road to Iceland. But here, the road to Berlin, it's going to be even bigger and better than before. But we were talking about the map a while ago, Black and Blue, and since we saw it was familiar territory, anything that you remember, especially from these 2 teams, that might give them a bit of that edge?
All that I can really remember was a nail biter, and I love that we're opening on this scene, of course, of all here on Split and everything. But man, I'm telling you, while other people might want to go for a one safe prediction, we know that these guys are going to bring in the heat. Paper Rex, they've only played 1 match in this entire group stage so far, going 2-0, and that they got 3 points on the board. Full Sense, it's them who are really in a bit of a rougher spot after going 1-1 versus Onic, who are at the top of the group stages right now. So Paper Rex on this attacking side rather, here on Split, you got that stage, you got the Astra Breach. Viper and the Jet. Very curiously enough, only a single initiator, and it is Breach. We'll find out more about that later, but on the other end of things, Dax, quite similar. What you think?
Exactly. You got one soft sentinel on the side of Paper Rex with that stage. On the other side, you got the Zare for full sense. But look at this matchup and look at the flexibility. You got Forsaken and PTC moving over to the Breach role. And speaking of ones, as we get into the first round, Black and Blue, both rosters have made a single change to their players in the first place. You have now on the side of Full Sense, I mentioned a while ago, Superbus hopping on it as Zelen has retired. In the meantime, Paper Rex bringing back, I believe, Shiba from a previous Paper Rex rendition.
And the thing is, you know, Shiba was on that roster some of the previous time that they actually did meet each other, Paper Rex in Full Sense, before the Sea Challengers itself in other tournaments. And so he's had a hand in meeting and beating Full Sense in the past. The question is, recency is the most important thing. In the most recent matchup they did have, well, Full Sense came up with that. But let's move on from the past, get into the current and the present. Right now, attacking side here for Paper Rex, trying to take that mid control. Vance has been seized, given up right now by John Olsen. 22 HP down on him. Not wanting to contest that further, but this might not be an easy crawl into heaven.
Yeah, and it does seem like now it's all about that climb here for Paper Rex. Moving over to that A site. They're the ones attacking first. La 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 la. We love that game. We love to see it.
30 seconds left.
On that world. Here comes the 5. Moving over to that jet in. Saving it.
Spike down A.
Sensing trouble and getting to. Wall gonna get broken here. Forsaken trying to fight on back. PTC the with the takedown. And Full Sense, all eyes are open for them. It's 3v2 though. Paper Rex running out of time, running out of players. And it's Mind Freak now here versus the world.
Really good shutdown coming from Full Sense to start off the map here. Mind Freak, 20 HP on him, a right click from PTC, and they end the round number 1 in their favor. Initially, you know, Paper Rex, they had some momentum there coming into the vents. They got John Olsen down really low, but on that execute itself, well, John Olsen, he answered back as well, and as soon as he got that frag, it just opened up everything here for the side of Full Sense to capitalize on the space made and given.
You know, I just want to say that this matchup is something that you have to write home about. This is an absolute banger to end things for day number 2. And like I said a while ago, this has to be the biggest matchup of the group stage from what we've seen so far. Both of these teams are worthy to be called top dogs of the SEA region. Worthy to make it all the way, potentially even to Berlin. But especially in this group, one might fall there with Onic performing so incredibly. But John Olsen putting on the performance, gets that first takedown, and Full Sense with the gun advantage, willing to push the boundaries and push the limits.
I mean, that's kind of what you have to do in this situation, you know, not let Paper Rex make a play on you. When you know that they're on that eco, they might go aggressive, so why don't you try and do the same favor sometimes? Lammy Snack's not able to land the shot, dashing out of dodge here. And Bus, he's gonna find a frag. Lammy Snack's finding one of his own, ghost in hand, and they're gonna trap him there. Shalala, gonna end the freak of the mind on Mind Freak. Paper Rex lose round number 2 as expected after winning the first one Full Sense. But now with Paper Rex, economy in their way, can they get that third round turnaround?
As Paper Rex right now and be having the rifles ready to go and looking to fight on back. Does seem though between these two teams there is that initial burst of momentum that Full Sense loves to get on finding the answers in usual best of 3 scenarios. And it does seem like it's the same case here in this situation. Full Sense off to a good start. The thing is, Black and Blue, we always have to mention it. This is just 2 maps. There's Benkai now catching out Lammy Snacks in the Battle of the Vipers. Are we going to see the usual reverse sweep situation where one team gets map number 1, and then, in this case, I guess, the other team gets map number 2 for that 1-to-1? But I really feel like if this is going to be the knockout time for any of these 2 Titans, you have to keep an eye out for a potential 2-0. You have to keep an eye out on these teams being extra motivated to win these maps.
Well, we've had our predictions shaken up this entire weekend, and we're only on day number 2 so far, at least in some of the matches that we've seen. And so, you kind of want to root for a 2-0 in some way, but then again, realistically, this is probably a 1-1, and if there was a third map, we would go to it. Full sense though, look at this push coming from PTC and Shalala. Complete heaven control, sending Paper X to hell, but Forsaken's got an answer about that. He's got something to say. PTC finding the trade-off there in the Forsaken. John Olsen going at it as Mind Freak will be taken on down, and Full Sense winning that third round, and now Paper X, they're back on the pistols. This is not good for them on this attacking side.
Did you just witness that war song there from Chalalala? He said, okay, try to wall me away. I dare you, because he pushed on forward, got lifted up to the high heavens of the tower. It's like an elevator to the next floor, and he was just looking to find those kills and fight on versus Paper Rex. Those extra risks right now showing up for Full Sense and giving them high dividends. 3-0 because of that, and Paper Rex now looking to figure out what to do because they're scratching their heads here as the black and blue. It's them down in quite a pickle here.
I mean, when you're in a situation like this, right, your Paper Rex, yes, you're cracked shots, but Full Sense are really good at anticipating, you know, and how to counteract an eco. You can see how far back they're playing, not wanting to get rushed, not wanting to take those close fights against the pistols, trying to play the range game, which is in favor of them. Lammy Snacks, he's going to be a sole defender here, at least, rather, to make contact in the heaven. And this spot is typically good for a 1-for-1, and that's exactly what happens as advertised. Forsaken on that trade, they somehow get this to a 4v4.
At least we got the black and blue guaranteed there, and as you mentioned, it does become 4v4. These kind of angles, though, on splits, even with the lower economy, you can find the frags anyway, especially if you're holding on to these sheriffs. In Full Sense right now, just trying to keep an eye out as much as possible, playing it safe and sound here, black and blue.
Well, I'm not sure if John Olsen's ready for what's to come, but he's actually perfectly ready for Forsaken there around the corner, finding that pick, and they do have the man advantage. It really is for Paper Rex to try and do some economy damage here to Full Sense.
30 seconds left.
John Olsen cooking that. And as I say that, Ben, yes, with the black and blue guarantee, it's still up for this time period. And Full Sense right now, just watching out on the site itself. Superbus, can he fight on back? There we go with the flash, and Superbus now with the kill onto Mind Freak. Full Sense here trying to run down the clock and trying to hold the line here, black and blue. But Ben Kai, he has a plan, circumventing all the defensive. Can Ben Kai get in position, though? That's the question, as Full Sense will take the round and take the kill.
Clean from Full Sense to get this 4-0 start, but Paper Rex, they're back on their guns again. Arsenal up online and on board. You should expect Phantoms and Vandals around. As I said, you know, this angle typically good for a 1-for-1. Immediate trade there for Forsaken. Very good position from him, but I mean, at the end of things, you have the weapons disadvantage. What can you really do? We're gonna have to find out now that they got some economy in their way. Coming to round number 5, you can see here just looking like Paper Rex wanting to force this A-site issue.
Yeah, Paper Rex, what can they do now? What are the answers for a map like this? They know it. They've done it versus Full Sense before, and they're gonna try their luck yet again. But it's interesting that at the end of all of this, or in this case, at the start of this map, right, these two teams ending up with similar compositions. I've seen Paper Rex experiment with so many different things before, including a KO pick, but they decided to go with a breach, and they do have that Rolling Thunder. A lot of utilities here for the side of Paper Rex so far, willing and waiting to be unleashed, black and blue. Full Sense, though, on the flip side, playing safe and sound yet again. You can see they respect Paper Rex quite a lot, but they know also the angles that they take, they hold, will allow their utility to shine, and the operator now waiting to find its mark here by the garage.
Well, it's a very difficult angle to peek into when John Olsen's on the other end of that with the operator. I'm not sure about this for Mind Freak. He does have a star right in front of him to potentially go for a concuss or a smoke, but I'm not sure if he's going to realize that in time. Lammy Snacks on the rafters here. He's made contact with Divide. He knows his position. Gonna have to drop. Gonna let that snake bite out to let him retreat safely and try and reinforce John Olsen on the site itself. But as that smoke comes out, the Rolling Thunder will not land. They're bringing the storm. He looks away at the wrong time. Could have potentially found the frag there on the Sage on Shiba, but they're coming in from heaven. I'm not sure if John Olsen's ready for this, and Forsaken punishes him for it. A double kill for Forsaken. Divide finding one. They got more than enough time to get his plant off.
10 seconds.
Just the timing there, and now we got Full Sense falling flat on their faces as Mind Freak finding Superbus in the meantime. Chalalala, he's shown that he can be an aggressive side for a while ago. Can he find the kills? No, Divide will say bye, and Paper Rex will say hello to that first point on the board. But I gotta say, even though that was a good execute there from Paper Rex, they got a little lucky there. John Olsen unscooping at the most inopportune moment, but great play from Forsaken, pushing on forward and punishing the Jet for not even going for that shot.
Timing unfortunate there for John Olsen. I mean, by all means, he probably would have got that pick on Sheba as soon as he walked into heaven, and maybe could have turned things the other way, but that Astra smoke, you know, the Cosmos opening up there on that B main position really kind of hampered whatever impact he could have had on B main itself. So now gonna opt for the Vandal instead. Gravity Well will pop but not really catch anything. For the meantime though, Paper Rex happy to try and fight for mid.
Yeah, Paper Rex here, feeling a bit of confidence after that round. Nebula's gonna get in the way yet again, and release Astra is gonna be a big detriment to either the pushes or the retakes in the first place. Divide though, having to back on away thanks to the flash there from PTC. Clapper's now gonna get thrown on over, and Divide, he runs into the aftershock. There's just too much to handle. There's the poison, there's the big boom, and it's gonna be full sense now with a 1-2 combo nation. Can Benkai though just slither on into the smoke? It's a haze of purple waiting for it to dissipate, and Superbus, he's walking, he sees the shade of green, and Benkai will just be dead and red. Full sense now getting 2 players up here, and they're looking so stellar on this defense.
Superbus is like, hey, you can't hide in my smoke, that's my smoke. And I want to point out what a great counter flash here from PTC to help the pick off on the device. Forsaken finds one of his own. For them to find the Astra, it's really big now. A lot of control. Gonna be seized away from Full Sense, but they are between a rock and a hard place right now. Paper Rex trapped between a pickle, and Lamy Snacks will open things up on the Forsaken. To get that breach offline is a lot for the holding power here on Paper Rex, and they just completely shut down the double stack on the back of the site here by Paper Rex. Another round from Full Sense, and they're reading them like an open book.
And this is what Full Sense does best, especially in map 1 situations versus Paper Rex. They already have many of the answers as soon as we get into a game, and Paper Rex are the ones looking to adjust on the fly. Full Sense, their whole playstyle just punish the tendencies and the things they can research from the other side, and you can see it here, having that heads up multiple times to go for the pushes, to know the angles that Paper Rex loves to play, and Full Sense here just being up by 4 because of it. And PRX, they're gonna go for the timeout because it's their time to shine, it's their time to adjust and fight back versus Full Sense.
Paper Rex, I mean, now's the time to call a tactical timeout. You're down 1-5 rather. 4-round deficit between them, and Full Sense, look at this. They got 3 ultimates up on their side, but so do Paper Rex. Blade Storms and the Viper's bit up for either side, but Sheba's got that res. Superboss has got the divide, which honestly can be very useful here on Split. Now, interesting enough, both of these teams, Full Sense and Paper Rex, they got a breach as their sole initiator, which, while breach might be, you know, in maybe the worst state any agent is right now, this is the map to pull him out so far, to be fair. Now, Forsaken, on that breach, he's doing an amicable job, but there is a bit lacking in the Paper Rex side as a whole, I feel.
Why you gotta bully the breach so much, Black and Blue? He's just trying to do his job, work 9 to 5. He even cut off his other arm just to be the breach that we know and love. But I understand your feelings, exactly. He's not in the best situation, but there's been a caveat here in SCA. Many teams are whipping him out to be that surprise pick, and it's been working, especially in maps like Split, like you mentioned. Rolling Thunder especially, it's just an insta-win ability on a site used correctly. And it does seem like Paper Rex and Full Sense understand that situation, understand that part of this game, and they know they have the coordination to work with the breach anyway. But there we have it. Trip bar now gonna get broken, and as soon as that happens, it's a trigger for the fault line. PRX having to back on away. They don't want to get stunned, concussed there by Full Sense. Seems like that was just a nest for Full Sense to swoop on, but this time Paper Rex, they know the stun has been used here, Black and Blue, and they might consider going again. The spike, though, is by the garage, and B is looking more likely.
Ooh, okay, Divide. Almost finding the angle there on Lamy Snacks now. He's got his blades out. I'm not sure if it's the right tool for the origami that Paper Rex are trying to throw here at Full Sense, but he's gonna try and chop things up anyways. Divide, he's got his dash online. Cloud Burst will have to save him for the meantime. Completely blind. Lamy Snacks here tagged under those rafters, and Forsaken's gonna find the pick. They still cannot get the trade off. Lamy Snacks and PTC find one apiece, but the double kill from Divide! How does he do it? It's a 2v2 right now. 30 seconds and ticking on the clock. Enough time to get that plant off. John Olsen's got blades of his own, but he's not pulling them out just yet out of the kitchen, but it's a 2v2 here and a double stack to come in from the backside for Paper Rex.
Yeah, it's time to sack it up and try to play it safe. Will we see Full Sense still go for the contest? That's the question. The chain of kills there for Paper Rex, giving them a chance to put that spike down. And Full Sense now have the answer. John Olsen, though, dashing into the Cloudburst already. Here comes Chalala, trying to fight on back with the Vi right now, saying die to 3. And can he go for the quad? He's been sharp, he's been accurate. And can he cut through the white hat of the Cypher? Yes, he can. Paper Rex take another round here, black and blue.
They slice and dice, and they get the round purely on ice here from the veins of this man. Devi, Blade Storm up, get those 4 kills, almost getting the ace at the end of things, but this man just completely decimated the B-side defense and the retake coming in from the side of False Sense. Big-time players make big-time plays, and this is a big moment right now for Paper Rex to get this second round. This could be where they make the comeback happen.
And you know, when you get that black and blue catchphrase, you absolutely deserve it. And just to buy, you know, he has actually picked up this jet role for a bit here for Paper Rex. A lot of flexibility from the likes of Forsaken have opened a lot of avenues there for PRX in terms of their agent pool. But the same thing can be said about Full Sense. You know, PTC, we mentioned before, you know, that jet main playing anything now. John Olsen, the one playing that jet here for Full Sense time after time. And it does feel like that both teams are growing, but growing alongside each other here, black and blue. Their evolution looks a little bit similar. The roster changes set up. They removed a single player each, and it does feel like that they're still neck and neck no matter what the situation gives us. With John Olsen, he realizes the situation, and that's Paper Rex down below. Full Sense, of course, looking to exterminate that, but will back on away safely. Doesn't want to fight that 2v1 there.
That's what's so great about this rivalry, Dax, that you touched on. You know, they keep on improving. There is no team here, not many teams that we might have expected to plateau, who have lived up to that bad omen, because they have consistently been taking every single step forward as much as they can. So both of these teams have got a lot on the line and put a lot on the line to be able to get this far. Chalala taking some damage there, but John Olsen landing that shot. Shiba, a bit of a whiff there. Some shots not landing. Forsaken getting one of his own. He's got that Rolling Thunder online. Uses it here now to take control of the screen's position. He knows that John Olsen has to be stunned somewhere close, but with 70 HP on him and that Cloudburst in the way, not wanting to progress on further, holding on to the post plant in the 4v4.
Yeah, he wanted to make a play there, but unfortunately, it was Full Sense playing safe instead, and Superbus with the Stinger, finding Forsaken, giving the advantage here for Full Sense. Now they're looking for the retake, setting up the stars, and here comes John Olsen trying to play the edge, but Mind Freak is there to get that takedown. There's the lineup, but Full Sense will come out ahead anyway, and it's going to be 3v1. Benkai, can he be the one to save the day here for PRX? Superbus, though, defusing. Benkai having an idea that he has to peek from the tower, but it's going to be a little too late. That was so close for Benkai, but it's not enough. Full Sense, just that game knowledge, the game sense to immediately go for the defuse, knowing the timings there of PRX, and this is what Full Sense does best, black and blue. Know their opponent before the match even starts.
I mean, it was planted for Heaven, but the thing is, they did not have Heaven control. And by the time they did roll back around to it after losing that Heaven control, it was just a hair too late. Like, literally, if he was there a half second earlier, he probably would have clutched that round. But Paper Rex right now making this comeback look even more feasible, at the very least for the meantime. Even with that round, I think it's a good sign of things to come. They just barely lost it. So for a team like Full Sense right now, while they are comfortable, they can't let it get too light for them.
Yeah, they can get the kills, but can they get the rounds? That's going to be the question here, black and blue. Full Sense, though, paired already yet again. As we get the share shots, quick little tailwind, and oh, that's going to be an execution there, black and blue. Looks like it's going to be already the offensive going for more.
It's like you dodge to get out of a bad fight, and you end up finding yourself in an even worse one with two people looking down your way. But Full Sense, they got the judge here in the hands of Lammy Snacks. Jury's out in that, but Shalalala is going to find one, but not before Benkai and Shiba get one apiece either. So 2v4 on the retake, looking quite thrifty so far here, Paper Rex, and they're playing their numbers really nicely. Frenzy up close, stealing that kill away from Lammy Snacks, and Superbus, he's gonna find one, but it's a 1v3. I'm not sure on the possibilities of this.
Yeah, he caught the Sage by the hair, hopping around like Bunny. Gotta say, with Superbus all alone here in the 1v3 situation, it's looking too dicey to handle here for Full Sense. And we said it a while ago, Paper Rex can get the kills, but can they get the rounds? Feels like now the answer is yes to both there.
I mean, that has been kind of the story of Paper Rex as a whole ever since their inception. You know, they get a lot of many good kills, good rounds, but even maps and series, they have struggled to some extent in the past in closing them on out. Some maps that you think might be a wash for the side of Paper Rex, but somehow the enemy team makes a comeback, and that has been the curse of Paper Rex. Will they live up to that moniker once more, or can they outshed that? I think we might be in for the latter here if Paper Rex can get the ball rolling still. An eco round for Full Sense. By all means, this should be a 4-6 by Paper Rex.
And hasn't been the recent history of Paper Rex. They know they are a force to be reckoned with. Everyone knows that. But at the same time, there have been those issues in closing out some games, losing out to U of all things during the MYSG Challengers #2 when everyone expected them to be the first ones into the region. And of course, they will accomplish it as they accomplish kills right now with Benkai, who does get 2. But right now, Paper Rex, they need to shed those demons of the past, and Benkai is doing a good job to exercise that. He's got 3 here with the Viper. Forsaken now seeing PTC. Mirror image just climbing up the rope. That sounds very scary if you think about it. You see your doppelganger just slithering on in from bottom to top like that. But Superbus, he's a little bit different, but he will side in a pretty similar way to buy with that final kill and a flawless win here from PRX.
Yeah, I mean, that's terrifying. Imagine going up the stairs and you see yourself there at the other end of it. You're like, I think I'm going to go back down.
I'm just no. Why?
Pass. That's a pass.
Who are you? Who am I? What is this? What is happening? And while we try to make sense of the situation, at least we can make sense of the game. PRX, their lethality is now shining bright like a diamond. And because of that, it's giving them the objective wins. They're getting on the sites. They're getting the takedowns that they need. And Full Sense, they were playing it safe and sound earlier on. But this time, PRX are getting the positions that they need. They're black and blue.
For sure. I mean, both of these teams, lights of their own regions, luminaries of this whole Valorant C scene. And yet, Paper Rex and Full Sense, they have yet to plateau, and they've been continuously gaining what they need to do. And Full Superbus, what just happened there? He completely took us for a spin, for a drive, as Benkai gets a trade, but Superbus, he already found so much value from that. A double kill from him, great utility usage, and I love the stun coming in there from the breach to get them stunned and concussed. But the res on Shiba is going to be a big X factor here, brings it back to a 4v4. This might just help them out in the long run.
Yeah, Shaken there, but seems like Forsaken is stirred back into life by Shiba. Big value on the resurrection. That's one beautiful thing about having a stage on your comp. And the map like split, especially on defense later on. Barrier Orb, Slow Orb is going to be so essential for the holds. But PRX, they realize now that Full Sense is biting and fighting back in the way the PRX is accustomed to. So they're going to play it slow and steady instead. They do have half a minute here, though, black and blue, to try and play the execute. And look at this, PTC. He's prepared. He's holding it. He's ready. You can see the glow on those arms, and he knows he can win it for his team if he plays this correctly. So first the fault line, and now the rolling thunder. Apparently, this is the ring of fire because it's earthquakes abound, and Lappy Stacks are now able to poison Benkai. Quick kills here for Full Sense, getting to immediately more, and it's all up to Forsaken, but he has been forsaken by his team instead. And Full Sense, they knew what to do yet again. Their spider senses were tingling, and in this case, rather, it's the breach's senses tingling to give them that round win.
PTC's like, I've seen this before. I know what comes, what's about to come around the corner for me. Got that rolling thunder bringing in the storm for Paper Rex, and they just had no answer for what's to come. Completely running them through the gauntlet of all these ultimates and all these abilities thrown at their faces. Flashes, Aftershock, and the rolling thunder. How much more do you need? How much more do you want? As Full Sense, 7-4. Paper Rex have a chance to close out this half strong, though. And if they can get this to 7-5, I don't think that this is out of reach by any stretch of the imagination, as the A site looks to be our next battleground.
Yeah, I concur, because running that stage on a map like Split, it can get that hard Sentinel value if played correctly. But Superbus and Benkai already getting one apiece. John also in the meantime here. Bot Rafters at Forsaken is there to get that takedown. Paper Rex, they are setting up on this A site immensely and incredibly. Seems like the Viper Spit, though, has been popped. But where on the map? Benkai now putting that spike down. PRX just looking for a bit of a push. Not only that, Rolling Thunder, ultimate's abound here, black and blue.
I mean, you mentioned Shiba on that stage, and you seem to have cursed his name because he's the only member picked off from Paper Rex here. His Mind Freak finds Chalalala there towards a main. It ain't your fault, Dax. Sometimes it's just how it be. But in the 2v4, full sense, I mean, I'm not sure if this is really feasible for them. 1v4 right now. Paper Rex looking to close off the half strong with that lead, but still, somehow, Lammy Snacks gets a double. He has no other option here than to actually go for it, of course, on the final round of regulation. Down to 25, and Bankai will show the opposing Viper the way on out. I'm the true snake in the grass, and we're going to end this 5-7. Not a bad scoreline for either team.
Yeah, he took a bite, but couldn't get the whole thing. But I gotta say, black and blue, you ever watch that Art Attack show? You remember that? And you remember the big IRL things he would do outside the studio? That's kind of like that. We just saw Art Attack in motion on Split because there was a big green souffle, there was a massive purple wall, there was the ground quaking with the Rolling Thunder, and apparently PRX, maybe in 50 years from now, they can take a screenshot of that, put it in a museum, sell it for $1 million because that's how art gets valued over time. That was just artistry there for PRX, taking that site with all those ultimates, finally unleashing all of that and more. But now they're on the defense, and it's full sense trying to set that tempo there.
Oh, here comes the aftershocks, though. Gotta start the stuns, and those earthquakes, man, they can definitely throw you for a loop. As Forsaken somehow spraying through the smoke here, finds a lineup on the super bus, and one thing I can appreciate is, even with all the colors here in Valorant, you can pretty much tell what's happening. Props to that.
Unlike something else? Are you trying to say something to me?
Perhaps,
Black and
Dax,
blue?
would be
It's
familiar.
Okay. Yes, very familiar. But now Davai in familiar territory. He's fighting on back with the frenzy. But with 2 HP, he has to back on away and say, Shiba, Shiba, please heal. Shiba, Shiba, where you at? But Shiba's in the sewers. The medic is so far away, deep behind enemy lines, and apparently I'm not just your healer, I am gonna be your flanker as well. An interesting call here for PRX, but map control is map control, and if they can make this work, it might be a perfect backstab there from Shiba.
The dock is in the gutter. I'm not sure if that's necessarily too sanitary, but
back alley, man.
Shabby Shiba rather ain't looking too shabby so far. Tripwire keeping him at bay, though, for the meantime, so he realizes what it means if he does cross this line. Not one to ready to really draw in the sand just yet. Bankai finding that one. Forsaken there to help him. Instead of a tough spot, and Bankai finding a second here. Forsaken and Bankai, 2 frags apiece in this round alone. Shalala, it's onto him, but Devi is going to find another here on this round this time. Paper Rex within breathing distance of this lead.
And as expected, this is a game that will be absolutely close. But that kill box there from Paper Rex, perfectly placed and perfectly timed. Not only do they effectively force full sense to push after we saw Shiba trigger that tripwire, but also with the Viper smokes in the way, it was just effective enough to play those angles well. And PRX gets gun advantage coming into the second half. But I wonder, black and blue, this is like the 5th time they've been in a major tournament facing off against each other in recent history. And this is a map pool that they've done many, many times already. So, first things first, they should know each other well by now, right? And second, if that case, why don't we just run down mid and try to shoot each other to see who wins out this map?
I mean, sometimes the funnest way to get things done is the quickest way to get things done. Most efficient in terms of time, maybe not the output at the end of things, but Shiba, oh dear, Lammy Snacks has got a bullet with his name on it. Devi finding one here in a John Olsen, quick trade, a second for him, completely running this tirade all over them, in full sense, completely shut down. Forsaken's gonna get one, and as the flurry of frags go heavily in the way of Paper Rex, they're only able to get the single pick here, full sense. This round is over before it even begins.
Divider, too busy with the river scuttle. You don't need that for vision, my friend. But 7-7, we are finally here. We have tied everything up as Paper Rex has mounted the comeback. But Devi yet again saying his signature, die, 2-3. And it's just a blossom of death and demise from the Jet there. Unfortunately, he got caught by Superbus at the end, just facing the wrong way, effectively. But this is the storyline of this series so far. Neck and neck between these two incredible titans. And the score itself is just a testament to that. Can Full Sense now turn things around with the rifles for PRX? Give them a surprise with some Spectres and a Judge in tow as well. We'll see though as Paper Rex right now taking a page out of the Full Sense playbook and playing back all the way on the other side of A sites.
You see him trying not to take these early fights just yet. They realize the merits of being a bit more disciplined over sometimes always trying to initiate a fight. While they might have that breach, it can help you on that anchor position sometimes. And so Viper here alone in the A site itself. They did have that breach right now rotating. That's Forsaken and the vents to maybe get some information, to maybe try and help this mid hold out. Shiba inside that mail, looking to deliver a message with a judge in hand. Jury's out on that, but they might just be in for a treat if they push this smoke.
Someone's perhaps, as here we have it. John also now does go down as we heard the Rolling Thunder be unleashed. PRX though, they have to be careful, they're flashing themselves. PTC not with the kill and make that 2 here for PTC. Apparently right now he's just going to be putting the T there with the technical knockouts onto 2 members of Paper Rex. And with Full Sense now buying some time and space for themselves, they can slowly rotate. Mind Freak though, he's willing to challenge, and he's here to blow our minds. He catches out Superbus, but PPC, 3 letters to his name, 3 kills in this round for this game. And not only that, going for the transition, pushing on forward with the spike in hand. Should be enough perhaps to put that spike down. Oh, he had to avoid the aftershock. A last hurrah there from Forsaken. Full Sense get it done anyway to put the objective down.
A good effort here by Paper Rex, but sometimes you have to be careful of your own waters because you might just drown in it, and that's exactly what's happening here for Paper Rex. I get the reasoning, of course. You know, you're in a 5v4 after finding that pick on the 3rd round, wherein you have the SMGs and they have the rifles. It makes sense why they would want to push that mid position, take the fight up close, go and make a play when you have that advantage to trade off of. Zami Snacks finds the opposing Viper and Bankai, trading him, giving him back the same favor a while ago. I mean, Paper Rex might not have been the right decision to do it at the time when they have a judge in hand. Can't really take those long-range fights, and you saw them, they kind of fumbled some of the flashes there, getting each other blind.
Yeah, well, sometimes you shine the lights on the opposition and blind them, and sometimes it just turns around and hits you instead. But PPC, the angles yet again, perfectly timed, perfectly placed, and Full Sense. They already know what's coming in these kinds of situations. So they get that 3rd round turnaround in that 2nd half. And they will have the gun advantage as PRX. Since there were some casualties a while ago for PRX in previous rounds, they will decide to go for the save instead. Good chance here for Full Sense to try and pull away with a bit of a lead yet again. But Bankai, he has other plans. And we know Snakes, they slither in the grass, waiting to strike. Danger close perhaps, but cha-la-la-la! He had the big gun. Bankai had the better boom. He's gonna try to pick that one up. Is he able to do so? Yes, he does! Yes. Now there's a Vandal here in the clutches of the Viper. Superbus in the meantime with a takedown of the Forsaken. But what a play there from Bankai. Superbus though still tipping the odds in favor of Full Sense here.
Very composed here, coming from the side of Full Sense. Even after that opening pick given up, Devi, he finds one on Superbus. Will he expect right behind him in that spawn itself? Will be the Viper rounding the corner. Lammy Snacks misses the timing on it by a hair. Devi checking his rear, making sure nobody's on that flank, but the spike is firmly towards A. Not for long though, on the rotate here towards B. Devi, he could potentially win this fight. He misses every single right click to the head, and Lammy Snacks opens up the B site for him. They can get the plant on now.
I thought it would be another situation where Full Sense falls flat because of microseconds of a miss. But the biggest miss there was the blades. But as the marshal sounds, it does become 2v2. 15 seconds left though. PTC, he has to run faster than that. He needs to get in position. And if Mind Freak or Bankai get in the way right here, right now, this spike is not going to get planted. So Fault Line right now being summoned. Here comes Mind Freak coming closer and closer. But PTC makes it in time. Able to get to the checkered flag there. Put that spike down on the default. But defaultly, he's just dead. Bankai with that rifle in hand. Lammy Snacks now in a 1v2 situation here, black and blue. And oh, the gun bait. Lammy Snacks though willing to go for the shot anyway. Not going to get distracted. And Bankai now needs to retrieve that rifle.
He's down to 35 HP. Health advantage firmly in the side here. Lammy Snacks, he's only need a single bullet to win this. So does Bankai, but he's going to need a headshot to accompany that. Now the spike is planned for him. Bankai, will he win the peak? Yes, he does! And he has more than enough time to get this defuse off. 8-8, confirm the round. Paper Rex, ship it in the mail. And they have tied the game up once again.
A thrifty win, but what a last play that was. Not just one, but 2 players throwing their guns just like, hey, watch this. Hey, look at this. Distraction. But Benkai, what a play overall in the round from the start. Picking up the rifle was just instrumental for their victory. Devi as well looking for a few assassinations, but this is the moment. He threw the rifle. Who does that? Who
Not
does
the
that,
pistol.
Black and Blue? He
Not
does
the
that.
pistol.
What a guy! What a guy! And it's just a statement that he won that. And I think we're in a pause right now because everyone needs a break after that round.
Yeah, taking a page out of Simple's book there.
Oh, we're
you guys
good.
might be familiar. The Navi player did exactly that, and he wins the clutch too, just as the great old Simple would have. Paper Rex though, 8-8. That's the important factor here, and Benkai, props to this man, starting off the round strong and ending it even stronger in such flashy fashion too. Full sense. They do have money to buy up into this. Not full though, for the most part, on some of the rest of the members here. John Olsen, 3 away from those blades. Might not be able to get it within this round. Probably not, to be quite honest with you. Chalala, very near to his neural theft, but as a tech timeout here, while they're not going to be able to talk about strats and stuff, Dex, because it is a technical timeout, not a tactical one, they can kind of use this as a mental reset, and that does help when you lose a lead, such as Full Sense just did here versus Paper Rex.
I need a mental reset after what I saw. Just that I still can't go over it's a rifle. It's like you fill a money gun and you're putting the $100 bills there. Okay, maybe if that's the operator, that'll be the $100 bills. Those are like the 20s or the 50s, but such a big gamble for such an interesting play. And he realizes his mistake. He's like, oh, I'm gonna pick this up. I'm gonna kill him anyway. And that's the beauty of Paper Rex. They can have some fun and they can play in unorthodox ways sometimes, but you know they're deadly all throughout as a roster. And PRX, in Full Sense, this rivalry continues even at the end of these SEA challengers, my friends. I feel like whoever wins this, yes, they're gonna get one more win in the record sheet, but it's gonna be a big testament to their improvement. And if both of these teams make it to the playoffs, yes, that's Devi right now. He gets PTC. But back to my point, if both of these teams make it to the playoffs, they're gonna remember this match. But if one of these two teams don't make it to the playoffs, they're gonna know it's because of this battle. Devi, though, unable to go for the shot, but the short, he gets one! Second shot, though, is not enough to get rid of Superbus, puts him in the critical state. But here we have it. Full Sense now trying to making quick work, rather, of PRX with the Sheriffs and the Operator.
Can you make sense of the situation right now? Paper Rex, they do have that man advantage and the weapons in their favor. Superbus, let's go. The Operator, I think he's trying to retrieve a rifle, perhaps, here. But, I mean, the Operator might just be what they need, honestly, to find the opening picks on this B side. Shiba trying to peek on those blinds. The flash connecting. Not the second time around, but Mind Freak still going to find that fight. Going in his favor. A second kill for him from the long range, and Forsaken will close off the round. Suddenly, Paper Rex, they've taken the lead for the first time on this map. It seems like Full Sense are suffering the Paper Rex curse.
It's just happening. It's just happening here to Full Sense right now. And Paper Rex, time after time, just getting those frags out of nowhere, being so precise, being so deadly, and their gameplay, of course, exceptional and a big testament to their region. The thing about the NYSD region, it's small but deadly, and the top teams of that scene are really some of the top teams of SEA in general. So you know, whoever comes out of that NYSG slot, they are an absolute killer in the bracket, a killer in the group stage, and Paper Rex right now showing how deadly they can be.
I mean, let's be honest here. In terms of like the experience and the accomplishments of any region here in Southeast Asia, Thailand is that region. They have proven the most, and they have historically been performing the best out of any region. So for a team like Paper Rex, one of the flagship, if not the flagship team, supposedly, of SGMY before Uwu beat them in the qualifiers, they have also been kind of having that title in their stead. But the Full Sense right now, with them coming into this one, not being able to really hold on to the lead, giving it up here. The question is, will this one slip away from their hands after that great performance in the first half? Or Paper Rex going to really be able to steal this one away? I know those are the two same things, but Full Sense, they got to get a stop right now. And with Benkai popping his Viper ultimate, I'm not sure if this is what they really need in the moment.
This has been a corner of victory here for Benkai. He showed up a while ago with a classic. Now it makes him even easier for himself with that Viper Spit. But Devi, Operator in hand. Super Bus, though. He's feeling that the air is changing. That is way too close for comfort. As the Violet peeks into the sewer, Super Bus can't peek because of the aftershock. And just, again, some of these proactive and precautious plays from both sides. Paper Rex able to save their op from falling quickly just because of one utility usage.
I like the diligence here and the discipline coming from Paper Rex. Even though they had that 3-man push on mid, they could have continued just as they did earlier on in that round number 3. But this time, pulling back instead, not wanting to get a bit too overeager just like last time. So now, a lot more going into side Paper Rex. The full 4-man push about to come towards the B side. Here comes the Rolling Thunder to bring the storm, but they're going to try and back on out of it, having want to have no deal or no part of this fight on the B side currently. Maybe looking to play the retake, but they will try and contest from the back of the site itself. Cannot hear the plant go off, and that will be the spike down for Full Sense.
Oh, maybe that small muffle. Perhaps it has been heard, but silence is deadly, and Superbus is extra silent right now. This is his creed, and he's an assassin dashing on in and just finding the takedowns. 2 here for the Astra so far. Look for another one. Bankai will fall as well, and Superbus striking at the heart. Forsaken will finally stop the hemorrhage, but the damage has been done, and Full Sense now forcing PRX back on the way. What a play there from Superbus.
For Paper Rex to push into mid really deep early in the round and give it up, I think it kind of gave him a false sense of security that nobody was going to come from mid anymore, and they, well, were wrong. Superbus finding a triple kill off of a great flank, and he just honestly secured and won the round here for Full Sense. 9-9, Full Sense, respond.
Strong addition to the roster for Superbus. Or in this case, really moving back to the active main 5. He was part of that NG Black roster before they became Full Sense. But of course, they brought in PTC to add on to FS itself. And it was Superbus taking the seats on the bench for Zelen. But now, it's his time to shine here in C Challengers number 3 group stage. And what we just saw there, man, it really feels like he has such good game knowledge. And he's been that jewel that Full Sense has kept in their pockets.
For the meantime, the duel that they're going to have to face is this Operator looking down their way. John Olsen gets a trade after Divide finds one, but he finds a second. John Olsen playing really close. Mindfreak's going to be taken for a stir as Chalalala shows him the way out. 2v3 right now, and Full Sense do have most of control of the side, but Shiba's on the back of it, trying to get his toes dipped into this soup. Now, if he's able to split this, if he can kill the player on the backside, then this might just be very difficult for Full Sense, but he stands strong like a true sentinel. Chalalala brings it to a 1v3.
1v3 indeed, and it seems like the soup is on here for Full Sense. They've been cooking up a storm in the kitchen. It was a trail of players a while ago into a trail of corpses, but Bankai flushing out Chalalala and getting that takedown. Now then, putting the Cloud by the spike. Does get sucked into by the Crafty well, and here we go with the Operator as well as the Phantom. Superbus, just so stellar with the shots. Twice now playing clutch here for Full Sense in a row, and you can see it there. 19 takedowns for the Astra. On the other side, though, the other clutch player of this game, Bankai with 19 as well, and PRX, they need to unfold and unwrap what has been going on. They're the ones going for the timeout this time.
If you take a notice to that, not only was Superbus once again doing that clutch for a second round in a row and winning them the round, but once again, he wrapped all the way around to mid and into heaven. Just perfect timing and perfect instincts on that. And if you also didn't notice, both of the controls for Paper Rex and Full Sense, they're pretty much at the top of the leaderboard there for both of these teams. And so you can really just see how much value smokers and controllers in general get on a map like Split. A lot of times, you know, people always like to put eyes on maybe a Sentinel or especially a Duelist here on Split, but you know, the initiators and the controllers, they do a lot more than you'd expect. And for Paper Rex right now, this is the perfect time to call that tactical timeout. He just took the lead and gave it up to Full Sense, who are really good at running away with these type of situations. Economy not in your favor. How can Paper Rex pull out a thrifty one here?
Well, it's time for us to find out. It's time for us to unwrap what they have discussed. But I gotta say, the mentality right now, this feels like the usual game number 2 between these two teams, because we say it, right? It's the first team getting the first win, and then the next team getting the other 2 wins. And usually, it's that second game that is hotly contested. But the mindset right now is they need to win each one of these maps. No room for error, no room for the draw, especially if they want to eliminate some of the best competition that they can have. And Bankai right now, assassinating and isolating John Olsen. He's gotten his second one there, and this is just his territory. This is playground, and PTC finally shoving him away from this line.
Well, he does get that opening pick here in their favor, at least something going. Superbus finds one of his own for Full Sense rather on Paper Rex and brings it to a 3v3, equalizing demand disadvantage right now. A site is where the battle's going on. The plant has not gunned down just yet. Here for the side of Full Sense, not feeling comfortable with the control that they have, but it will finally be spiked on the ground. Now Forsaken playing here on the screens. This Viper Spit is going to pose a huge problem, especially with the little utility that they still got here on the Paper Rex side. Not much to really pull out, but once again, Superbus, he's taking a journey, a travel trip here, all the way into heaven. Will he do it the third time?
He's an adventurer, and he hasn't gotten shot in the knee yet. Eventually, though, Mind Freak will take him down, but Superbus has gotten 3. And are you ready to ride this Magic School bus driven by Superbus? Because you can see it there. He makes the magic happen. He has the tricks to find those positions. And Full Sense are up now by 2.
Oh my goodness, what a performance coming from Superbus. Just slithering like a snake into every open avenue, every open lane the Paper Rex leaves open for him. Seems like in this case, Full Sense, well, he's on the right team. Superbus being the latest addition to this roster. He has every single sensory available to him, every single sensory at full capacity, just completely spidey sensing where he has to go. And that's the third time he's won the round for Full Sense by going into a heaven flank. How does he do it time and time again? Paper Rex, they gotta start checking their back.
You know, in this Challengers number 3, I think this is the second time or maybe the third time I'm positing the question, why do we only see some of these players now? Why were they benched before? Because they have absolutely impressed here and now. I said it before about CBT. Looks like I'm saying it about Full Sense as well. No bad things about anyone they've really moved on with, but I gotta say, it's just incredible to see some of these substitute players just being called to the main roster and performing well. The evolution of players are always a testament to the hard work they put in. Full Sense right now, they have made that right call to allow Superbus to flourish in their roster. Paper Rex, though, in the meantime, they're gonna try their luck yet again. Shiba, he's been having a hard time getting the takedowns, but he's always in a good position. If he can capitalize on that, he might get the same success as the Astra on the other side has been able to accomplish. And we'll see now as Full Sense are looking to stack onto A site.
Full